In a parallel universe, the esteemed martial artist Mu Fengyan, belonging to an ancient family of warriors, found her soul unexpectedly propelled into an undocumented era, struck by the firearms of her hidden enemies. Despite having dispatched her foes to the afterlife, she was now left idling at home, her boredom reaching the point of exasperation, only to meet her own demise at the hands of an inconspicuous adversary. Such a fate left her utterly disheartened. A certain stoic prince declared, "The rumors are erroneous. My consort is one whom I personally extracted from the grave." He continued, "Yinner, in this lifetime, I shall recognize only you, bestowing upon you my unwavering affection and devotion." He further questioned, "Yinner, what mischief have you embarked upon now?" Finally, he expressed, "Yinner, I wish to journey by your side, exploring the beauty of this world together." Her mother, with great affection, professed, "Daughter, I am not lacking in wealth. All that I possess shall be yours." She added, "Come, daughter, behold these premium supplements I have instructed the steward to procure for your health. You must nurture yourself well." With pride, she declared, "My daughter is the most considerate and caring child in the world." In this foreign realm, Mu Fengyan was surrounded by the love of her mother, the adoration of her prince, and the delight of charming children, feeling profoundly fulfilled in this life. In the year 50 of the Tianqi era, amidst the harsh winter of the Zixing kingdom, the season proved exceptionally prolonged, with snowflakes swirling and an unforgiving chill permeating the air. The relentless snowfall blanketed a recently erected grave, situated at the foot of a mountain. According to the laws of the Zixing kingdom, a maiden who meets an untimely death before reaching maturity cannot be interred in her ancestral tomb nor receive a memorial tablet. Thus, this solitary grave lay abandoned on the outskirts of the holy city. Within the coffin, a woman presumed dead suddenly opened her eyes, blinking in disbelief. She confirmed her sight was intact had she not perished from a cannon blast, but rather been confined to a cellar. The darkness surrounding her was palpable. As she attempted to rise, the lid of the coffin struck her head with a painful thud. Ugh, she winced, quickly lying back down, rubbing her aching forehead. "Where am I?" As she explored her surroundings, her fingers brushed against cold stone walls, leading to a chilling realization. She was entombed within this stone coffin. In a moment of relief, she felt for the phoenix birthmark on her wrist, grateful that the ancestral spatial inheritance of her family remained intact. With a steadied heart, she grasped the stone wall once more, and a dagger capable of slicing through iron appeared in her hand. She bent low, seeking the most vulnerable point in the wall, and began to cut, cursing the individual who had sealed her in this coffin. Alas, the dagger was too small, the coffin too thick, and the grave too deep. She felt her breath grow shallow, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Adding to her misfortune, the flood of thoughts swirling in her mind intensified her headache, ultimately causing her to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, a man clad in a black brocade robe, afflicted by a rare poison, collapsed from his horse, fortuitously landing atop the grave. The thick layer of snow concealed the grave, and he initially mistook it for a small mound of earth. However, as he lay upon it, he sensed an unusual smoothness, as though it had been recently leveled. Severely poisoned, he coughed up dark blood. "Your Highness, are you all right?" His anxious attendant, Qing Feng, inquired, alarmed by the sight. "Silence. I am not dead yet," the prince retorted, silencing his attendant. A heavy stillness enveloped the air, broken only by a rhythmic thudding from below, capturing their attention. King Feng's eyes widened in terror. Could it be that a spirit lingered beneath them? After a brief silence, the prince's narrowed gaze suggested he had deduced something. Moments later, several guards arrived to assist him. Again, the thudding echoed from the grave, accompanied by a strange, rustling sound. Qing Feng, now certain he had not imagined the noise, exchanged glances with his fellow guards, all of whom turned their gaze toward the prince, who lay atop the grave. Inside the coffin, Mu Fengyan was incensed, ready to explode with rage. Upon regaining her senses and sorting through her thoughts, she yearned to return and exact vengeance upon the one who had caused her demise, wishing to subject him to countless torturous fates. Despite having dispatched her enemies, she was now ensnared in this bizarre temporal displacement, a fate she had not sought. Realization dawned upon her. Her soul had inhabited the body of another woman bearing her name in this foreign land also, named Mu Fengyan, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister. Seething with indignation, she seized the dagger and resumed her efforts to carve through the stone wall. The prince, still prone upon the grave, furrowed his brow at the persistent noises emanating from below, recalling the words of Master Xuanqing from years past. Your Highness, at the age of 18, you will encounter a deadly calamity. To navigate this peril, a woman of extreme must be present to counteract it. Should she awaken from her grave, she would be an exceptional choice, not to be underestimated. Had it not been for Master Xuanqing's esteemed reputation throughout the Zixing kingdom, the prince would have dismissed such absurdity. After all, who could emerge from a grave if not a ghost or a zombie? Yet now, staring at his hands, which were turning black from the poison, he pondered whether there could be a worse fate than succumbing to death by poison. He surveyed his loyal guards and commanded, "Dig open this grave." Qing Feng, taken aback by the prince's order, urgently protested, "Your Highness, the deceased deserves dignity in death. Let us leave her in peace." He refrained from mentioning the divine retribution that might follow. "Enough chatter. Dig." The prince commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. With no other choice, Qing Feng tremulously approached the grave, assisting the prince to a safe distance before returning to bow thrice before the grave, muttering fervent apologies. "Oh, spirit within, do not hold my lord accountable. He is merely unwell from the poison. Should punishment be due, let it fall upon me. I shall offer you ample paper money in gratitude." Qing Feng feigned wiping away non-existent tears. The prince, overhearing the attendant's ramblings, chastised him. "Less talk, more action. Dig." Seeing the prince's rising ire, Qing Feng hurriedly rallied the other guards to commence their task. As the wind ceased and the snowfall abated, the frozen ground proved stubbornly resistant to their efforts. The guards resorted to using their swords to loosen the soil while meticulously clearing it away by hand. After what felt like an eternity, they finally uncovered the stone coffin in the grave. Mu Fengyan was not feeling well either. Her petite frame lacked strength. She had just attempted to check her pulse, only to discover that this body had been afflicted with chronic poison. The toxins had been introduced at around the age of 3, persisting until the original owner succumbed to their effects at 14. For Mu Fengyan, the poison was trivial in her past life. She had administered far more potent toxins to her enemies. However, the original owner had been suffering from this insidious poison since childhood. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but click her tongue in dismay. It was clear that this body needed considerable recuperation. Coupled with her family's ancestral techniques, it would take at least 2 months to recover to 80% of her previous state, with the remaining 20% requiring an additional month. She had to expedite her efforts, after all. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined not to perish enigmatically within this grave. She hastened her movements, but her feeble strength hindered her progress. By the time the outer guards had fully uncovered the stone coffin, she had managed to cut a small corner free. The guards outside stood frozen in shock. Could it be that they were witnessing a substandard coffin, whose family was so impoverished that they resorted to such inferior craftsmanship? They mused that it would have been better to simply wrap the body in straw for burial. Suddenly, illuminated by the moonlight, they noticed something stirring within. What could it be? A resurrection? Qing Feng, startled, took a step back, prompting the other guards to retreat as well. Mu Fengyan sensed a rush of air and, upon opening her eyes, saw a glimmer of light where she had cut through. Excitement surged within her. Just moments ago, there had been no sign of light. Was it a sign from the heavens? Did they feel pity for her, not wanting to see her suffocate within the confines of the coffin? Regardless, the opening she had created was just large enough for her to escape. She crawled toward the light and emerged from the coffin. Qing Feng and the guards collectively gasped in astonishment. This was no mere object, it was a person, the occupant of the coffin. Was it a ghost, or had she truly returned from the dead? The group instinctively took a few steps back. Observing this scene from a distance, the prince squinted, his piercing gaze fixed upon the unfolding drama, exuding an aura of undeniable authority that pressed down upon Mu Fengyan. As Mu Fengyan emerged, catching her breath, she looked up to see a tall man above her, his features chiseled and exquisite. His sharp eyebrows framed captivating, almond-shaped eyes that held a mesmerizing allure. His aristocratic bearing was unmistakable, though his expression was chillingly indifferent. Mu Fengyan found him strikingly handsome, yet the oppressive aura directed at her was unsettling. Annoyance bubbled within her despite his good looks. It was unjust for him to intimidate a frail woman who had just clawed her way out of coffin. The prince regarded her, perceiving her as little more than a fragile sprout. She could not have been much older than a child, though her sparkling, mischievous eyes were undeniably beautiful. Yet apart from that, he found little of merit. Watching her cheeks puff up in indignation, he noted the unusual vivacity of her expression. He had encountered many noble women, but none had displayed such boldness and expressiveness. His interest was piqued. "Hey, what are you staring at? Could you tone down your chilling presence? Am already cold enough as it is. Are you not afraid of freezing yourself?" Mu Fengyan called out defiantly. Qing Feng, taken aback by her audacity, stepped forward. "How dare you speak to His Highness in such a manner? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" Mu Fengyan, enraged, thought to herself, "Damn it. After struggling to escape the coffin, you threaten me? Do you believe I wouldn't be able to poison you all with a single vial?" The prince, amused by the flash of ferocity in her eyes, commanded Qing Feng, "Step back." Then he turned his attention to the woman below, inquiring, "Who are you?" Mu Fengyan felt her temper rising once more. He stood so high above her it required effort to look up, while these men showed no consideration for her plight as a recently emerged, frail woman from the coffin. Suppressing her irritation, she offered a smile. "Could you pull me up first before we converse?" Her smile, however, sent the guards recoiling in fear. Her pallid complexion made her grin all the more disconcerting, causing them to wipe the sweat from their brows, unwilling to look down again. "Qing Feng, go down and assist her." "Yes, Your Highness." With reluctance, Qing Feng leaped down and swiftly pulled the fragile Mu Fengyan up. "Hey, take it easy. My body can't endure such rough handling," she protested, rolling her eyes at King Feng's lack of gentleness. "Now that you're up, may I inquire who you are?" the prince asked. Mu Fengyan gazed at the speaking man, noting that he was even more handsome up close. Yet, his cold demeanor was disconcerting, as if she owed him something. She remained silent for a moment, glancing down at the grave, realizing how fortunate she was to have encountered this prince. Otherwise, given her frail condition, escaping would have been a mere fantasy. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on how deeply her mother had buried her. Chapter 3. Mu Fengyan aids the prince in overcoming poison. Mu Fengyan glanced at the man's face and thought, how remarkable that this prince, despite being gravely poisoned, stands here speaking to her with such composure. "In light of your rescue, I shall offer you an antidote as a token of gratitude for your life-saving efforts, thereby settling our debt." From the depths of her sleeve, which concealed a space of storage, Mu Fengyan produced a single antidote pill and extended it towards the frosty-faced prince. Qing Feng hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is unwise. The divine physician's son is already en route." Mu Fengyan smirked, replying, "By the time your so-called divine physician arrives, your prince may no longer be alive. He has but the span of a tea ceremony left. Once that time elapses, the poison will seep into his heart and lungs, leading to a demise marked by blood from all 7 orifices. Impudent commoner, should you dare to curse the prince again, I shall take your life." Qing Feng, appalled by the woman's repeated disrespect towards the prince, longed to rid himself of her presence. He had never encountered a woman so audacious, utterly devoid of decorum. He stepped back, declaring, "Without my lord's command, you are not to speak further." Casting a fierce glare at Mu Fengyan, Qing Feng reluctantly positioned himself beside the prince, contemplating whether this young lady could discern the various poisons afflicting his master. "I have made a cursory examination. The lethal poison that threatens your life was administered a day prior. To ascertain the others, I must take your pulse," she replied. Qing Feng was left speechless. How could this young woman, merely by observing, determine that his master was poisoned? Moreover, she could identify the timing of the poisoning. He pondered whether her abilities were genuine or merely a ploy to capture the prince's attention. "Then I beseech you," he implored. Mu Fengyan regarded the hand that reached out to her. It was exquisitely formed, with long, elegant fingers suited for playing the piano. Her first impression was favorable, but upon noticing the calluses at the base of the thumb, she realized that this individual had trained in martial arts for many years, wielding weapons with great proficiency. Without hesitation, Mu Fengyan placed 2 fingers gently upon the prince's pulse. The more she felt, the greater her astonishment grew. This prince was indeed remarkable. He harbored as many as 20 different poisons within him, a testament to the enmity he had faced from adversaries. A swift death would have been a kinder fate than this prolonged suffering. The presence of these poisons suggested they had been administered since his youth, with new ones added over the years, ceasing only when he reached the age of 14. Perhaps at that point, he had acquired the means to protect himself from further harm. As she withdrew her fingers, Qing Feng, unable to contain his anticipation, inquired, "What is the result? How many types of poison afflict His Highness?" Ignoring Qing Feng's question due to his earlier hostility, Mu Fengyan chose to remain silent, holding a grudge against him for his threats. Qing Feng, realizing his previous demeanor had indeed offended her, felt a pang of regret. Aside from the lethal poison, there are indeed 20 additional toxins. Although attempts have been made to remedy the prince's condition over the years, they have only achieved superficial results. I am uncertain who has been administering these treatments, but the recent medication has disrupted the delicate balance of his health, leading to a troubling eruption of symptoms. Qing Feng was taken aback, as the recent remedies had been provided by the divine physician Sunday. What might be the consequences of such an eruption? The prince inquired, his voice cold. One would experience a descent into madness, a loss of consciousness, and a propensity for indiscriminate violence, ultimately leading to the severing of meridians in a state akin to disability, Mu Fengyan explained. Each word she uttered weighed heavily on Qing Feng and the guards behind him. You should consume this antidote first to neutralize the lethal poison. If circumstances permit, I shall provide remedies for the other toxins. This single pill should suffice to suppress the remaining poisons for at least 6 months. All 20 must be addressed simultaneously. Otherwise, the balance will be further disrupted, complicating matters. The prince took the antidote without hesitation, fully absorbing Mu Fengyan's every word as though listening to a tale. Qing Feng, now convinced of her capabilities, ceased to oppose her, realizing that these 20 poisons were beyond even the divine physician's son's comprehension, thus affirming her superior medical prowess. After consuming the pill, warmth spread through the prince's dantian, alleviating the excruciating pain that had plagued his heart and lungs. A sense of unprecedented ease and comfort enveloped him for the first time in 18 years. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" the prince asked. "No need for formalities. Simply provide me with a token that allows me to locate you. As a prince, you may find that I might require your assistance in the future. As long as you remain unpoisoned for the next 6 months, you shall be safe. I shall return then with further antidotes," Mu Fengyan replied before turning her attention elsewhere. Recalling the bustling streets of the capital, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. The original owner of this body had been sheltered, yet she now understood the allure of the vibrant life surrounding the Mu residence. After a brief inquiry about directions to the city, Qing Feng, somewhat baffled by her unfamiliarity, offered to escort her within. Mu Fengyan, relieved, eagerly consented. Fearing her frail frame might not withstand the journey alone, the prince handed her a token, stating, "This is the token of my household. With it, you may enter my residence. I am Yi Lijue." Mu Fengyan nodded, finding his name melodious, but did not dwell on it as she took her leave. Once mounted, she repeated his name and nearly fell from her horse, startling Qing Feng, who had procured the steed at her insistence. "Are you well, milady?" he asked, concerned. "I am fine, merely momentarily distracted." "Let us proceed swiftly," she replied, and they departed on horseback, unaware of the prince Yi Lijue watching her retreating figure, a smile tugging at his lips as he recalled Master Xian Cheng's words. Perhaps the days ahead would hold a semblance of intrigue. The pace of their ride was brisk, and soon they arrived at the city gates, which had just closed. Qing Feng presented the token, and upon seeing it, the gatekeeper hurriedly opened the gate for them. Mu Fengyan marveled at her good fortune. Without Qing Feng's assistance, she would have been unable to enter. Once within the city, she asked Qing Feng to set her down near a bustling street. As he disappeared from view, she exhaled deeply. Yi Lijue. Why did that name feel so familiar? Based on the original owner's memories, the regent of the Zixing kingdom was indeed named Yi Lijue, notorious for his ruthless disposition and unpredictable temperament. However, she mused, he had just saved her life. Chapter 4. An unexpected reunion with her mother Mu Fengyan dismissed her thoughts, focusing instead on her urgent task of locating the Mu residence. According to the original owner's memories, she had a mother who cherished her dearly, viewing her as the sole hope for survival. If the original owner had perished, Would her mother resort to desperate measures? She inquired about the Mu residence's location as she hurried along, grateful that the original owner had seldom ventured outside. Otherwise, those who spotted her would likely scatter in fear. As she walked, she placed a hand over her heart and silently vowed, "Fear not, I shall avenge you, and I will protect your mother with utmost care." In that moment, Mu Fengyan felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if this body had always been hers. Contemplating the entirety of the Mu residence, she realized it might not be as dull as she had initially presumed. Aside from her mother, the myriad of spirits and beings within would provide ample amusement. Before long, she arrived at the gates of the Mu residence, where the white banners of mourning still hung, eliciting a wry smile from her. She approached and knocked on the door. The night watchman rose to open the door. Today marked the day of the young lady's burial. After a long day of toil, he yearned for rest, yet it was his turn to stand guard. With a hint of impatience, he swung open the door, and upon illuminating the figure before him with his lantern, his eyes widened in shock. Before he could utter a word, he fainted on the spot. Mu Fengyan glanced at the unconscious lad and thought, "What on earth is happening? Am I truly that terrifying?" Even the guards of the Regent's manor possess more courage. She paid him no mind, sidestepping his fallen form as she entered the estate. With swift steps, guided by memory, she arrived at her mother's tranquil courtyard, only to find not a single maid on watch. Had they all defected to the second madam upon seeing her mother's diminished status? Mu Fengyan continued unimpeded into the room, where an alarming sight nearly compelled her to scream. Her mother, no, from this moment forth, her mother, stood atop a stool, poised to slip her neck into a noose. Was she truly attempting to hang herself? A cold sweat broke out on Mu Fengyan's brow. Had she not returned in time? How could she explain this to the deceased original owner? "Mother, please come down," she urged softly, fearful of startling her mother into a fatal misstep. To her astonishment, the woman glanced at Mu Fengyan and murmured, "Yinner, I see you again. Today, I have experienced many illusions. Do not be afraid. I shall come to accompany you." The scent of smoke filled the room, drawing Mu Fengyan's gaze to the charcoal basin, where remnants of burnt paper still smoldered. Her eyes widened in disbelief. According to the original owner's memories, those were silver notes from this era. Her mother had actually set them ablaze? Perhaps her gaze was too intense for her mother. Still on the stool, turned to the basin and carelessly remarked, "Yinner, those are the silver notes I burned for you. I feared you might not have enough, so I burned over 100,000 taels." Mu Fengyan was rendered speechless. What? Her mother had incinerated a fortune. Yet the woman atop the stool smiled gently, saying, "Do not fret, my dear. If that is insufficient, I have another 300,000 taels with me. Just wait a moment. I will join you soon. This wealth should suffice for us to enjoy our time together in the underworld. But fret not. I instructed Master Lu, who manages the shop, to burn over 100,000 taels each month for us. He is reliable, having been left to me by your grandfather." Mu Fengyan was thunderstruck by her mother's bizarre logic. How could she think that hoarding wealth would allow her to escape? Ultimately, it would only benefit the one collecting her remains. She had never anticipated that the original owner's mother would be so extravagant. And perhaps it was due to years of illness that she had not shared such matters with her daughter. The woman sensed she had said enough and prepared to kick away the stool. In a panic, Mu Fengyan rushed forward, embracing her mother's legs and pleading, Mother, please come down. It is truly me, Yinner, return to you. Look, I am alive, not a mere figment of your imagination." The woman stared at Mu Fengyan for a long moment, her eyes reddening as she trembled and finally descended from the stool. She reached out with shaking hands to caress her daughter's warm face, confirming it was indeed her daughter, dressed in the finest fabric she had chosen. She was overwhelmed with disbelief. How had her daughter emerged from the grave? The woman burst into tears, disregarding any notions of decorum. The impact of her daughter's miraculous return overshadowed all propriety. Once she had wept enough, she rushed to the door, bowing 3 times in gratitude. Thank you, heavens, for returning my daughter to me. I shall burn more silver notes for you henceforth." Mu Fengyan's lips twitched. What a lavish mother she had, willing to burn silver notes at the slightest provocation. Yet surely the heavens did not require such tributes. A mere offering of paper money would suffice, she mused. After her mother had finished her devotions, she returned to embrace her daughter, laughing and crying simultaneously. Mu Fengyan comforted her for a while, then helped her mother to bed, urging her to rest. Once settled, Her mother clutched Mu Fengyan's hand tightly, fearful that this was all a dream and that upon awakening, nothing would remain. Even in her exhaustion, she dared not close her eyes, terrified that her daughter would vanish with the slightest blink. Chapter 5. The Mu Manor Mu Fengyan. Unable to bear her mother's distress, directly pressed on her sleeping acupoint. Before long, the lady fell into a deep slumber. Observing her mother's drastic weight loss in just 2 days filled Mu Fengyan with sorrow. Though she had once tasted the fleeting warmth of maternal love, the subsequent loss of her family had rendered her reluctant to seek such connections again. Thinking of her mother alone in the courtyard, without even a maid for company, in the absence of her father, the Prime Minister, who ought to have been there to comfort his grieving wife, a flash of anger crossed Mu Fengyan's mind. This scoundrel had truly forgotten the sorrows of the past in favor of new joys. There was no rush. She would take her time in the days to come, ensuring that none would escape her grasp. Those who had poisoned her would taste a far more potent toxin, as she intended to teach them the true meaning of suffering. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearing the hour of the pig. She climbed into bed beside her mother, closing her eyes in repose. Yet sleep eluded her, and she seized the moment to reflect on the circumstances surrounding the Mu family. Her father, now the esteemed Prime Minister Mu Fengyan, was a notable figure in the kingdom of Zixing. Her parents had grown up together, childhood friends from affluent families in Jiangnan. The two families had long been allies, and when the time came, the Mu family had sought the hand of the sole daughter of the Han family. After their marriage, they enjoyed a harmonious and loving life together, but misfortune soon struck. The Mu family faced a calamity when a business venture went awry, leaving them destitute. The Han family, having only one daughter, did not take a concubine, and thus the Han patriarch had provided substantial financial assistance to the Mu family out of concern for his daughter. It was during this time that Mu Fengyan's father began to pursue his studies in the capital, relying on the support from her mother. Upon his success in the imperial examinations, he brought his wife and young daughter to the capital. At that time, he was not yet the prime minister, but had already formed a clandestine connection with a noblewoman, with whom he had a daughter just a year younger than Mu Fengyan. When her father ascended to the position of prime minister, he no longer concealed his extramarital affairs, presenting his mistress and their illegitimate child before his wife, justifying his actions by claiming it was all for the sake of his career. The mistress, a daughter of a minister, had once been the favored child of her family. The revelation shattered Mu Fengyan's mother, who had believed her husband to be devoted and kind. It dawned upon her that he had supported another woman and child with the fortune she had labored to provide. Reflecting on her heart's resentment, she was fortunate to heed her parents' counsel, clutching her dowry tightly, lest she find herself bereft of both wealth and status. Prime Minister Mu was indeed a capable man. To honor the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, he audaciously concocted a scenario of having both a first and second wife, claiming them to be of equal standing, or plain wives. This unprecedented arrangement in the capital, while met with public decorum, did not prevent whispered discussions behind closed doors. Consequently, her father began to bring in concubines one after another. However, the second wife, Wang Yimin, possessed her own cunning. Despite the multitude of concubines and lesser wives in the household, she remained her prime minister father's cherished confidant, a woman of remarkable understanding. Her position only strengthened over time, especially after she bore the family's first son, elevating her status exponentially. The subsequent concubines failed to produce sons, except for Zhao, a former performer from a flower house who had secretly given birth to a son. It was a mystery how her prime minister father had managed to persuade the proud Zhao to bear him a child. Mu Fengyan's thoughts drifted to the family's sole matriarch, her grandmother, who held the highest status but was undeniably a woman of materialistic tendencies. Had it not been for her mother's dowry supporting the household, her merchant-born mother would likely have been cast aside, deemed unworthy of her son who had risen to the rank of prime minister. Fatigued, Mu Fengyan succumbed to slumber. Not far away, in the second wife's quarters, mother and daughter engaged in jubilant conversation. Mother, that little wretch has finally perished. Am I now the only legitimate daughter of the prime minister's household? Of course, my dear. With your beauty and grace, and your maternal grandfather being the minister of revenue, your status as the legitimate daughter cannot be compared to that of a merchant's daughter. How splendid, mother! Does this mean the engagement with the third prince is now mine? Upon envisioning the third prince's handsome visage, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. The second wife, pleased by her daughter's shy demeanor, considered that the third prince, being the queen's legitimate son, had the highest chance of ascending the throne. Though the first prince was also a contender, his frail health would surely give the emperor pause. Imagining her daughter as the empress, she felt a swell of pride. As a concubine herself, she would still bask in the glory, receiving the admiration of those from the Minister of Revenue's estate. Shushiwe, your father has mentioned that the third prince seems quite fond of you. Rest assured, my daughter, tonight I shall speak to your father regarding this matter. Mother, you are truly remarkable. For all these years, father has favored you. What use are the other young and beautiful concubines? You are the most formidable. The second wife beamed with pride at her daughter's praise, knowing well the secret to maintaining her husband's affection. However, it was not the time to disclose such matters to her daughter. Shushiwe, remember, these conversations should remain between us. Once you step outside, do not speak of this again. I understand, mother. I will be discreet. But why did the third prince become engaged to that little wretch? She cannot offer him any advantage, save for her merchant mother's wealth. Chapter 6. The Phoenix Maiden's Fate. This tale, I once heard from your father, was orchestrated by the queen, who summoned Lord Chun from the Astronomy Bureau to cast the third prince's fortune according to his birth date. It was claimed that the little wretch was a perfect match for the third prince, possessing a unique fate of Phoenix Maiden. After 3 days and nights of divination, Lord Chun concluded that should he acquire this girl, he would rule the world. The queen, overjoyed by this revelation, had the emperor draft a decree for the marriage, set to occur once Mu Fengyan came of age. Who would have thought that the little wretch would not even live to see that day? The second wife spoke with disdain, dismissing Lord Chun as a charlatan, pondering how someone as frail as Mu Fengyan could ever hope to rule. Mu Shushiwe, hearing this absurdity, stifled her laughter behind a handkerchief, chuckling uncontrollably. After a moment, with a grin, she queried, Mother, that Lord Chun is over 60. Could he not be senile? How could that frail girl ever let anyone? Her laughter resumed, echoing through the room as the second wife joined in, mocking the notion that a bedridden girl could ever command authority. Madam, the master has returned, announced a maid from outside. Please ask him to come to my chamber. I have prepared a hangover remedy for him. Yes, madam, the maid replied before departing. Mother, I shall return now. Father will be here shortly. Remember to inquire about the third prince's engagement. Do not worry, my dear. It is firmly in my mind. With that, Mu Shushiwe bowed to her mother and made her way to her own quarters. At the entrance of the Mu residence, Prime Minister Mu staggered down from his carriage. He had spent the evening reveling with colleagues, their flattery swelling his ego as he grandly declared that he would cover the expenses of the night. As expected, he was met with a wave of even more fervent compliments, all while embracing a lovely young woman. In high spirits, he returned home, only to find the gates of the Prime Minister's residence ajar and a servant lying unconscious at the threshold. His loyal servant, Uncle Wong, approached to inspect the fallen youth, reviving him with a pinch to the skin. Upon awakening, the servant's face was etched with terror, trembling as he stammered, the eldest young lady. She has returned to the estate. The once inebriated Prime Minister felt his senses sharpen at the servant's exclamation. Uncle Wong, observing the servant's panic, suspected it was no mere act but rather genuine fear. With a swift motion, he slapped the boy, prompting him to regain some composure. The servant, recognizing the two men, quickly knelt and bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed Prime Minister. What did you just say? The Prime Minister demanded, his tone sharp. The servant, now doubting his own senses, could only bow repeatedly, unable to articulate his thoughts. Uncle Wong, seeing the chaos, intervened. Perhaps the gatekeeper merely succumbed to fatigue. After all, today marks the burial of the eldest young lady. He may have mistaken reality due to exhaustion. Indeed, sir, I must have been too weary and imagined it. I beg for your forgiveness. It will not happen again, the servant pleaded. Only then did the Prime Minister recall the day of his daughter's burial. He glanced at the white mourning cloth hanging at the gate, feeling an ominous chill wash over him. Since she has been laid to rest, remove the mourning cloth. And you need not guard the gate any longer. Uncle Wong, please assign him to another duty. Yes, sir. I shall arrange it immediately. Upon finishing his orders, Prime Minister Mu had just entered the mansion when he encountered Xiao Chui, the personal maid of the second madam. Xiao Chui bowed respectfully before him and said, I pay my respects to the Prime Minister. The second madam has sent me to convey that she has prepared a hangover soup for you. Please partake in it so that you may awaken from your inebriation. Tomorrow, you shall not suffer from a headache, nor will it affect your early morning audience." Prime Minister Mu looked upon the diligent maid with satisfaction, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such a thoughtful wife. "Ah, the second madam is indeed considerate. Lead the way." The maid guided him swiftly to the second madam's Rue E courtyard. Upon entering, Madame Wang rose to greet him. However, as she approached and caught a whiff of the lingering scent of alcohol mingled with heavy perfume, her smile faltered momentarily, though she quickly restored it to one of grace and poise. "My lord, you must be weary from your endeavors. I have prepared the hangover soup for you," followed by a stomach-nourishing broth. "After that, you may rest and be assured of a headache-free morning." "You are most thoughtful, my lady. It is quite late, and I appreciate your patience in awaiting my return. I shall rest in your chambers tonight. Tomorrow being a day of leisure, there is no need for you to exert yourself unduly." The second madam was delighted and summoned the maid to serve the hangover soup, followed by the nourishing broth. She then instructed the maid to prepare warm water for the Prime Minister's bath, wishing to personally attend to his needs. Prime Minister Mu, thoroughly pampered by the second madam, eventually drifted into a contented slumber. Meanwhile, in the study of the Regency Prince's residence, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of incense, creating a serene atmosphere. A man sat at the desk, freshly bathed, his hair unbound, eyes closed and brow furrowed in contemplation. The tranquil scent of the incense helped to soothe his mind as he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the stillness. "My lord, I have matters to report. Enter." Upon receiving permission, Qing Feng entered, shutting the door behind him. "My lord, I have discovered who has sent the assassins after us." Regency Prince Yi Ju appeared disinterested in the matter, his voice deep and resonant as he asked casually, "But is it not my dear elder brother who is behind this?" This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. "Indeed, my lord, all evidence leads back to the current emperor." Qing Feng was somewhat indignant. The reigning emperor seemed to take pleasure in poisoning the Regency Prince and frequently dispatched assassins against him. Chapter 7. Buddha, seek vengeance for me. In the entire Zixin kingdom, apart from my paranoid elder brother, who else possesses the audacity to challenge me? As long as I remain unvanquished, my brother shall find no peace. What shall we do now, my lord? Eliminate all those who pursue us and send their bodies to the Dali Temple, declaring that I was ambushed on my way back to the holy capital. Is not the chief of the Dali Temple an agent of my brother? In less than a tea's brewing time, I am sure that lofty emperor shall be informed. Yes, my lord, I will see to it at once. Wait, how has the investigation into that young lady progressed? Yi Ju had been waiting in the study for this very news since his return. Qing Feng, astonished, thought it unusual for his lord to inquire about a lady. This was the first time he had shown such interest. Previously, countless young women had sought to marry the prince, yet he had paid them no mind. Have I misheard? He thought, standing still in disbelief. Ye impatient. Casting a sharp glance. What? Is there an issue? Startled, Qing Feng snapped back to attention. I dare not presume, my lord. I merely thought I misheard. The young lady has been identified as the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Mu. She has been ill and seldom ventures out. Her mother is a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. Thus everyone knows of the Prime Minister's merchant daughter, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon her. Yi Ju was taken aback to learn that she was indeed the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. Moreover, my lord, this Miss Mu was previously betrothed to the third prince, but she fell ill and passed away. The palace now intends to replace her with Miss Mu heir to fulfill the engagement. Upon hearing of the engagement to the third prince, Yi Ju involuntarily released a breath of cold air, causing Qing Feng to shudder. He thought to himself that Miss Mu's antidote must be remarkably potent, for not only had the prince's abilities been restored, but they seemed to be on the rise. My lord, I learned tonight that the empress has already had the emperor draft an edict to announce the dissolution of the engagement with Miss Mu, while simultaneously issuing another edict to marry Miss Mu heir to the third prince upon her coming of age. Recognizing the emperor's ulterior motives in seeking the support of the Mu household, as it was well known that their wealth stemmed largely from the mother of the late Miss Mu. He anticipated tumultuous days ahead for the Mu household, relishing the thought of their impending troubles. Qing Feng, do you think a person can truly return from the dead? Yi Ju mused, half to himself, half to Qing Feng. My lord, I find it quite strange. From what I have learned, Miss Mu truly lacked any signs of life. The first madam fainted multiple times in grief, and only after interring her did she seem to reach the brink of collapse. Yet, who could have imagined that Miss Mu would rise again? I wonder how the Mu family will react upon learning this news. Indeed, it is extraordinary that one could return from death, yet it has occurred. The words of Master Xian Chung echo in my ears. Perhaps tomorrow will unveil a splendid spectacle. The night swiftly passed. Yinner, my dear Yinner, please return. Mother cannot bear to be without you. Mu Fengyan awoke to the sound of urgent cries. She sat up abruptly, noticing her mother, wide-eyed and staring blankly. Grasping her mother's hands, she softly reassured, Mother, Yinner is here. I am right beside you. The first madam, Han, listened to the gentle whispers and slowly turned her head. Upon seeing her daughter, she realized it was not a dream and hurriedly embraced her. Yinner, you truly have returned. Mother is not dreaming. My poor Yinner, my precious. As the first madam spoke, she began to weep, overwhelmed with the joy of having her child returned, a sentiment that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. Once the first madam's emotions began to settle, she gazed at her obedient daughter, regaining her composure. Yinner, how did you return? You were interred. How did you rise from the grave? Mu Fengyan sighed internally, relieved that her mother had finally come to her senses and recognized the crux of the matter. How should she begin to explain? If she confessed to borrowing a corpse, would that not frighten her mother into another faint? Indeed, it would not do. Her mother cherished Buddhist practices and believed in the ethereal. Clearing her throat, Mu Fengyan began earnestly, Mother, I truly do not know how it happened. I felt as though I had experienced an exceedingly long dream, wherein a venerable elder with a flowing white beard guided me to a realm entirely unlike our own. This elder bestowed upon me his profound medical knowledge. After traversing that extraordinary world together, he returned me to my original place, proclaiming that my life was not meant to end, for I still had a mother who loved me and required my care. Upon awakening, I found myself lying within a stone coffin, gripped by terror, and I pounded desperately upon its surface until a passing prince rescued me. It was this prince who extracted me from my grave. Madame Han, upon hearing this tale, felt a mix of astonishment and joy, believing that her devout prayers had borne fruit as the heavens had returned her daughter to her. With this thought, she hurriedly rose from her bed, donned her shoes, and rushed to the small shrine, where she bowed thrice before the statue of Buddha and lit 3 incense sticks, completing her act of devotion. Following closely behind, Mu Fengyan observed her mother's fervor with a slight headache, wondering if her mother did not feel any discomfort from such vigorous worship. Yinner, come, let's pay our respects together, Madame Han urged. Mu Fengyan, feeling somewhat exasperated, complied and knelt, offering 3 bows while murmuring, Oh, Buddha, you have brought me to this wretched place. I trust you shall not return me to it. Yet, I implore you to avenge me upon the one who caused my demise, striking him with thunderous wrath, ensuring his eternal suffering and obliterating his ancestral grave. If you fail to heed my plea for vengeance, I shall harbor resentment towards you. Should you remain indifferent to my plight, I will unleash poison upon this world, willing to perish alongside its inhabitants. As she gazed up at the statue, she sensed a fleeting tremor in the wisps of incense smoke, almost as if responding to her fervent words. What are you muttering about, dear? Her mother inquired. Nothing, mother. I am merely beseeching Buddha to safeguard us, she replied. Chapter 8. The generous matriarch Madame Han beamed at her mischievous daughter, her heart brimming with happiness. She resolved to devote herself sincerely to her prayers, for her daughter had returned, more spirited than ever. Mu Fengyan assisted her mother back to bed so she could continue resting. Do you know which prince rescued you? Madame Han asked. It was the Regent, Mu Fengyan answered. What? The Regent? Is he not known for his ruthlessness and penchant for bloodshed? Could he truly possess such compassion? Madame Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, those are merely rumors, exaggerated by hearsay. Who has truly witnessed his alleged brutality? Madame Han pondered her daughter's words, nodding in agreement. You may be right. Perhaps the rumors are unfounded. The Regent is not someone we can easily approach. If we have the chance, we must express our gratitude. Rest assured, opportunities will surely arise. Mu Fengyan reassured her mother, then cautiously inquired, Mother, do you still hold affection for father? To her surprise, the once joyful Madame Han's expression darkened with anger. Affection? Perhaps in my youth, but now I am disillusioned. Were it not for the wealth I possess to sustain our household, your father would have long cast me aside. He has not set foot in my quiet chamber for 3 years. This very room was named by him, once filled with promises of undying devotion. Yet now, is crowded with concubines and mistresses. Not even did he attend your funeral. Mu Fengyan observed the absence of her mother's previous adoration for her father, replaced now by indifference and sorrow. It seemed her mother's heart had been deeply wounded, extinguishing any lingering hope. Mu Fengyan felt reassured. As long as her mother no longer cherished the so-called father, she could act without concern for her mother's feelings. From this day forth, mother, your funds shall no longer support the household. You must keep them for yourself. Fear not, my dear. I have long since lost interest in this family. I shall no longer part with even a single coin. The stewardess authority no longer lies with me. And in the future, when the second wife demands funds, they shall be denied. I shall save these coins for your dowry, Madame Han declared. How much do they require each time? Mu Fengyan inquired. Not much. Perhaps a mere 100,000 taels, her mother replied nonchalantly. Mu Fengyan nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Mother, 100,000 taels each month is not considered much? Who knows where all that wealth has vanished? Foolish child, I keep track of our finances. Although I do not manage the household, I am well aware of the accounts. While they demand a portion from me, your father's expenditures on banquets and entertainment for his colleagues consume vast sums. Your grandmother also requires substantial support. Your father may receive a salary, but it is insufficient to sustain the entire household, especially with the expenses of all those concubines and the children of the second wife. Though she hails from an official family, she is still a secondary daughter. How much dowry could she possibly provide without relying on my resources? So without your contributions, they would have little? Mu Fengyan surmised. Naturally, the second wife has managed the household for years, perhaps saving a few coins, but I doubt it is substantial. Her mother replied. Mu Fengyan could not help but admire her mother's acumen in business, clearly inheriting her grandfather's shrewdness. The calculations were impeccable. Previously, her mother had provided funds to avoid complications, but now, with Mu Fengyan's newfound health, she would no longer indulge their schemes. Mother, do you know? Since mastering the art of healing, I discovered that I had been poisoned slowly, the toxin ultimately affecting my heart, which is why I had lost my vitality. What? You were poisoned? Madame Han exclaimed, sitting upright in shock, scrutinizing her daughter with disbelief and fear. Do not fret, mother. I have been cured by the white-bearded elder. He gave me a pill that restored my strength. I merely need to regain my health through nourishment, Mu Fengyan reassured her. Very well. I shall do my utmost to restore your health. By the way, Madame Han rummaged through her garments and produced a bundle of silver notes. Take these, my dear. Spend on whatever you desire. I'm not lacking in wealth. To me, this amount is insignificant. All future earnings shall be yours. Mu Fengyan stared at the silver notes in her hands, unsure how to respond. It seemed these funds, initially intended for the underworld, had found their way back to the mortal realm. She chuckled at the irony. Finally, she embraced her devoted mother, feeling a warmth in her heart. The love of a mother truly felt wonderful, and she was immensely grateful. I shall cherish you, mother, just as you have cherished me. Foolish child, I have lost everything but you, Madame Han replied, her eyes glistening with a hint of sorrow. The memories of love and companionship had dissipated like smoke in the wind. Fear not, for you have a daughter, and that is all that matters. Madame Han gazed at her daughter, now more lively and spirited than ever, and tears of joy welled in her eyes once more. Enough, mother, do not weep. You will no longer appear beautiful. When the time permits, we shall procure a few capable maids to attend to you. I want you to be the most beautiful and elegant matriarch in the entire kingdom of Zixing. Madame Han could not help but laugh at her daughter's playful words. Mother, please wait a moment. I shall step out to fetch a maid to assist you with your ablutions, and I will also procure some food from the kitchen. Yining, do be cautious. If you feel unwell, return promptly. Worry not, mother. Have you forgotten? The poison has left my body, and, aside from my frailty, I can walk without difficulty now. Very well, you may go. The matriarch, Madame Han, thought of the venerable elder with the white beard and felt a slight sense of relief. As she watched her daughter depart, she recalled the poison that had plagued her since childhood. It was perplexing how a healthy girl from Jiangnan could fall ill shortly after arriving in the capital. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness crossed Han's eyes. She didn't need to ponder long to know who was responsible. Previously consumed by her daughter's well-being, She had little time to attend to the various intrigues around her. Now that her daughter was recovering, she had the opportunity to confront those schemers. Chapter 9. The tumultuous mansion of Mu Fengyan followed the memories in her mind to the second madam's Rui courtyard. Within, a warm and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the three individuals gathered around the dining table, attended by a bevy of maidservants, presenting a picture of familial affection. Upon entering, Mu Fengyan was met with this scene, and the reason no one announced her arrival was that the maid at the entrance had fainted from fright. As the trio looked up to see her, Mu Shushue emitted a startled cry and promptly lost consciousness. Mu Fengyan clicked her tongue in disapproval. Such ineptitude was astounding. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. A 13-year-old girl, previously flaunting her robust health from her bed, was suddenly confronted with someone she believed to be deceased standing before her. Such a shock was indeed considerable. The Chancellor Mu fell to the ground in terror, while the second madam's face was awash with fear. The maidservants and attendants cowered in fright on the floor. Mu Fengyan approached the Chancellor, scrutinizing his visage with a critical eye, and could not help but click her tongue again. Dark circles under his eyes, swollen bags, and a pale complexion spoke of excessive indulgence. He had likely spent the previous day with at least 2 women. Was he not afraid of exhausting himself completely? Glancing at the dazed second Madame Wang, she noted the blooming vitality on her face, her allure barely concealed. It appeared that the previous night had been quite invigorating for her. However, one wondered how she would fare if the Chancellor were to lose his potency in the future. With these thoughts, Mu Fengyan retrieved a poison from her spatial storage, where items could be summoned at her will. Under the cover of her long sleeves, she took the Chancellor's teacup and sprinkled the powdered poison inside, which dissolved instantly upon contact with the liquid. She then approached the Chancellor, gently saying, "Father, how careless you are. Look at you, having fallen to the ground. Here, drink some tea to calm your nerves." The Chancellor, bewildered by his daughter's sudden appearance, was at a loss, unable to discern if she was a ghost or a living being. In a daze, he instinctively drank the tea she offered. Satisfied with the empty cup, Mu Fengyan felt pleased. She truly was a considerate daughter looking out for her father's health. Next, she turned her attention to the second madam, adjusting her slightly disheveled hairpin. As she did so, another type of poison subtly fell upon the second madam's enchanting face, being colorless, tasteless, and nearly transparent, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Content with her handiwork, she then approached the unconscious Mu Shushue, thinking it remiss to neglect her dear sister. She had certainly lavished more of the powder upon her than on the second madam. With a sense of boredom at the foolishness surrounding her, Mu Fengyan waved her sleeve and departed. She still had to visit her grandmother, to assure her that her granddaughter was very much alive and well. Humming a tune, Mu Fengyan made her way to her grandmother's Jifuyuan. As she passed, the maidservants and attendants either fainted or dropped their belongings in fright, screaming about ghosts. A certain prince hidden among the trees observed with amusement, remarking how, upon seeing the lively Miss Mu, chaos would surely ensue in the Chancellor's mansion. Though he was at a distance, he could tell there was something amiss with the water she had given her father. Each movement she made in that courtyard was laden with intention. He was curious about the outcome, his eyes glimmering with a newfound sense of anticipation. Mu Fengyan arrived at Jifuyuan and, upon seeing the sign above the door, could not help but smirk derisively. Such a superficial old woman hardly deserved the title of Jifuyuan. Were it up to her, the sign would read Jisha Courtyard, an apt description that might summon misfortune upon the old crone. There was no need for an announcement. The doorkeeper, maid, had already fled in terror. Thus, Mu Fengyan entered the main chamber of her grandmother unimpeded. Her grandmother was dining, and Mu Fengyan felt a surge of anger. Everyone was enjoying their meal, while her mother went unnoticed, as if her needs were inconsequential. She resolved that no one would dare to mistreat her mother again upon her return. Entering, she offered a respectful bow, as etiquette demanded, so as not to invite scorn from outsiders. "Grandmother, I hope you are well," she remarked, just as the sound of dropped chopsticks echoed in the room. After a brief moment, the elderly nurse beside her grandmother, trembling with courage, stammered, "Miss, are you human or a ghost?" Mu Fengyan was at a loss for words. The reflexes of these 2 elderly women were astonishingly slow. As she waited, nearly falling asleep, she raised an eyebrow at the old nurse, who had served her grandmother a lifetime and held a respectable position in the household. known as Lady Li. However, like her mistress, she was one to flatter those above her and belittle those below. Approaching Lady Li, Mu Fengyan took her hand and innocently inquired, "Nurse, feel my hand. Is it cold or warm? That will tell you whether I am human or ghost." As Lady Li touched her icy hand, she immediately fainted, her eyes closing in terror. Had she known what she held, she would not have been so frightened, for water droplets continued to trickle from her grasp. Mu Fengyan sighed internally. Such fragility was disappointing. She had expected a more substantial challenge, yet here they were, fainting with ease. Gazing at her grandmother, she mused about how to punish them. After all, no one had cared when her mother nearly took her own life the previous night, and the yard's maidservants had been bribed into silence. Contemplating her options, she decided against poisoning them. Her grandmother was too feeble to withstand the toxicity. Instead, she extinguished the fire in the room's brazier, opened the windows, and lifted the heavy drapes. She estimated that the maidservants would return shortly, and in such a brief interval, it was unlikely anyone would succumb to the cold. In order to ensure that the two elderly women were thoroughly chilled in the shortest time possible, they were unceremoniously dragged to the door. Ah yes, this is decidedly cooler. With a flick of her wrist, she drew back the heavy door curtain, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep in. Mu Fengyan dusted off her hands, pretending to remove non-existent dirt. Mission accomplished. As for the two old ladies, catching a cold was entirely feasible. Lying in bed for a month or two would certainly not pose a problem. It was only fair that they experienced the discomfort that the original owner had endured while bedridden. Having completed her task, Mu Fengyan left with a carefree demeanor. From his perch in the tree, Yili Ju felt he had observed enough of the spectacle and was about to depart when a voice called out to him. "My lord, did the show please you?" Yili Ju gazed incredulously at the young girl below, astonished that his skills had diminished so much that she could detect his presence. Little did he know, this girl was no longer the same as before. She was once a prominent figure from an ancient martial arts family, adept at discerning both aura and sound, rivaling even the martial practitioners of this era. "Are you afraid to come down? You have the courage to sneak a peek at me, yet lack the bravery to descend?" Yili Ju ceased his concealment, gracefully leaping from the tree in his flowing dark robes, his handsome features reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, momentarily stunning Mu Fengyan. Upon recognizing his identity as the regent who had rescued her the previous night, her brows furrowed. She could not help but voice her irritation. "I never imagined that your highness also has a penchant for observing the residences of officials." Yili Ju regarded the woman before him, noting the absence of admiration or reverence in her gaze. Instead, she treated him like any other individual, devoid of any hierarchical distinctions. This realization piqued his interest. The more he interacted with her, the more he discovered her unique qualities and radiant attributes, intensifying his desire to explore her further. Unimpressed by Yili Ju's prolonged silence, Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Isn't that a rather obvious statement? Do you think I could possibly belong to the same era as you?" Yili Ju found her audacity, flipping her eyes at him. Fascinating. Most noble women would maintain decorum. Yet this girl exuded an effortless charm that was refreshingly unrestrained. Mu Fengyan, noticing Yili Ju's rapt attention, turned on her heel and walked away, muttering to herself about the prince who was both venomous and unassailable. She preferred to ignore him for now. As she departed, Yili Ju opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the arrival of several maidservants. Casting a fleeting glance at Mu Fengyan, he swiftly took flight, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Mu Fengyan cast a backward glance, harboring a sense of envy. His martial prowess was impressive, and she longed to regain her former strength. Yet she required 2 months of recuperation before that could happen. Observing the hurried maidservants rushing towards the elderly matriarch's room, she clicked her tongue in surprise at their swiftness. Only a brief tea time had passed before they discovered her absence. However, that brief interval was ample enough to ensure that the two elderly women would experience discomfort for some time. With a rumbling stomach, Mu Fengyan made her way to the kitchen, having risen without breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen courtyard, she found the staff fleeing in terror. They had overheard rumors of the eldest daughter's ghost returning, claiming to have sought out the second madam and the matriarch. The servants were terrified, some even asserting that the eldest daughter, having been buried in a desolate wilderness, was lonely and sought companionship. The scene was one of chaos. Some fled, while others cowered in corners, trembling. Unperturbed, Mu Fengyan approached the stove to assess the offerings. To her delight, the spread was abundant, various nourishing delicacies, including bird's nest and even ginseng and deer antler, undoubtedly sourced from her so-called father. It was clear why he indulged in such tonics. How else could he sustain his numerous liaisons? A cunning smile spread across her face as she contemplated the implications for her father. No amount of tonics would remedy the impending rumors of his impotence. Gathering her chosen provisions into a food box, she discreetly stashed some away for herself, lacing the remaining supplies with various toxins. While these poisons were not lethal, they would certainly cause discomfort and, in severe cases, disfigurement among the concubines. It was infuriating that while everyone in the manor consumed her mother's food and drink, not a single person thought to deliver a meal to her mother, nor was there even a servant to attend to her. Mu Fengyan felt a surge of rage, wishing to punish the entire household, yet she knew it was not yet the right time. Her strength had not returned, and she must remain inconspicuous for a few more months. Having secured the finest items in her food box, she departed. Meanwhile, in the room of the second madam, the occupants were beginning to regain their composure. Did we just witness a ghost or a human? Minister Mu was drenched in cold sweat, recalling that he had just accepted water from her. If she were a ghost, she would not have been able to hold a teacup, would she? As he contemplated the situation, his anger flared, and he shouted, "What are you all doing there? Hurry up and assist me." The trembling maidservants cautiously approached, helping him to his feet. Upon reflection, Minister Mu realized he had been overly startled. His ailing daughter was, without doubt, alive. He was certain that what he had seen was no ghost. The more he pondered, the more his fury escalated. The teacup shattered as he cried out. How could she be alive without anyone reporting it? When did she return to the estate? Why was I kept in the dark? What are you all doing? After berating the servants, he vented his frustrations. Hearing her husband's words, the second madam began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, if it were a ghost, how could it hold a teacup? Besides, it was broad daylight. Where could a ghost possibly be? That wretched girl had the audacity to intrude upon her quarters and create a scene. How would she deal with her now? This girl was remarkably fortunate, having survived years of slow poison, and even more astonishingly, she had emerged from the grave, despite having been under constant watch. Approaching her daughter, the second madam pinched her on the philtrum. Mu Shushu awoke with a start, her eyes wide with terror, as she screamed, "Help! There's a ghost! The ghost of Mu Fengyan has returned. Daughter, calm down. It's your mother. Your elder sister is alive. What you saw was not a ghost, but your sister herself. She returned without notifying your father, leaving everyone startled by her sudden appearance." As the second madam consoled her daughter, she subtly cast aspersions before the Prime Minister Mu. Indeed, Mu's irritation peaked as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that this disobedient daughter would be better off dead. Invoking spirits in broad daylight, as if to frighten him to death. Observing the evident disdain in Mu's eyes, the second madam's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Mu Shuksu, in disbelief, widened her eyes and questioned, "Mother, what did you say? My elder sister is not dead, but she has already been buried. How can someone who has been buried come back to life?" The second madam glanced at Mu's countenance before continuing, "Indeed, one who has been buried and returns must surely harbor unclean entities. Moreover, she walked here just now, yet the eldest lady has been bedridden for years. How could she suddenly be well enough to walk?" Noticing the increasingly grim expression on Mu's face, the second madam fanned the flames further. "How ominous it is for someone who has been buried to enter our home. I wonder if it will bring misfortune to the Mu family or disrupt your career. My lord, what shall we do?" The more Mu pondered, the more he found merit in the second madam's words, lost in contemplation over the matter. At that moment, a maid from the old lady's quarters hurried in, kneeling before Mu. "I have seen the Prime Minister," she reported. "Rise. What brings you here in such haste? Has something occurred with my mother?" "My lord, the old lady has fainted." "How could she faint? How are you servants attending to her? Where's Mama?" Mu rose promptly and rushed towards the old lady's quarters, the maid trailing closely behind. Reporting to the Prime Minister, Mama has also fainted. In the room, the second madam and Mu Shushua exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they hurried to follow Mu. Furrowing his brow, Mu wondered how both could have fainted and, suspecting foul play, asked who visited the old lady's quarters this morning. The gatekeeper reported that the eldest lady entered the old lady's quarters early today, the maid replied. her voice dwindling as fear gripped her. They say the eldest lady has returned to collect lives. I wonder if the old lady has been taken. Upon hearing this, Mu's suspicions were confirmed. The disobedient daughter was indeed behind this mischief. He quickened his pace, intent on checking on the old lady's condition and later confronting that rebellious daughter. The second madam and Mu Fengyan followed, reveling in the misfortune befalling Mu Fengyan. It was well known that Mu was an exemplary filial son, devoted to the old lady, ensuring she received the best of everything before considering others. Only after the old lady's approval would the leftovers be distributed to the lesser courtyards. Arriving at the old lady's abode, Mu found the family physician already present. "Dr. Zhao, how is my mother?" he inquired. "Doctor." Zhao glanced at the second madam before shaking his head. "The old lady's condition is not good. She has developed a high fever. At her age, her constitution cannot withstand the cold. The chill has invaded her body. She requires both daily medicine and nourishing supplements." Mu, filled with ire, turned to the maidservants in the old lady's quarters, demanding, "How could the old lady, in good health, succumb to such a chill? Is this how you care for her? Wang Shu, sell these incompetent servants to the brothel." The maidservants, pale with fear, knelt and pleaded for mercy. The maid who first discovered the old lady's condition protested. "My lord, when we entered, we found the old lady and Li Mama lying at the door, and the windows were wide open, with the heavy curtains drawn aside." Mu's fury ignited further. This rebellious daughter was undoubtedly to blame. "Wang Shu, sell all these maidservants. They failed to properly guard the old lady, and she fainted at the door without anyone noticing." "Yes, my lord." Having enjoyed the spectacle, the second madam felt it was time to reveal her gentle and gracious persona. She approached, softly advising, "My lord, be cautious not to let your anger harm her health. These maidservants are merely frightened. If you sell them, you will need to recruit new ones who are unfamiliar with my mother's needs. Besides, my mother has grown accustomed to them. It would be unwise to dispose of them without consulting her first, lest she be displeased upon waking." Considering the second madam's words, Mu's tone softened. "Indeed, you are thoughtful, my dear. Otherwise, my mother might blame me upon awakening." He then addressed the kneeling maidservants. "You may rise. We shall wait until the old lady awakens to discuss your punishment, and thank the second madam for interceding on your behalf." "Thank you, second madam. Thank you, second madam." The maidservants chorused, bowing deeply in gratitude. In Chapter 12, Mu Fengyan received a slap. The maidservants, grateful to the second madam for sparing them from a dire fate, continued to bow in thanks, deepening their appreciation for her. Dr. Zhao prepared a prescription, instructing the servants to brew the medicine. Mu personally administered the concoction to the old lady, feeling a sense of relief as she fell into a deep sleep. Yet, thoughts of the rebellious daughter who had caused such a commotion early that morning filled him with fury. "Dr. Zhao, remain here to monitor her condition until the fever subsides," he commanded. "Yes, Prime Minister." Storming out of the quarters, Mu headed towards the first madam's Jingya courtyard, followed closely by the second madam and Mu Fengyan, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It had been 3 years since he last set foot in that small courtyard, and the memories stirred complex emotions within him. As he recalled the affection he once shared with the first madam, with whom he had grown up, the second madam observed Mu's countenance, noticing a slight softening, even a hint of nostalgia. A flash of jealousy flickered in her eyes. "My lord, perhaps it's best to let this go. After all, the eldest lady acted without malice. She likely didn't intend to alarm us, perhaps returning too late last night to inform us." Prompted by the second madam's insinuation, Mu recalled the shock he had experienced that morning, his anger reigniting. "I believe this rebellious daughter acted with intent, seeking to frighten me to death first thing in the morning. Just wait and see how I punish her." The second madam smirked at Mu's renewed indignation. Inside the Jingya courtyard, the mother and daughter were enjoying their meal together. "Mother, once we finish eating, let us go out to buy some maidservants. I couldn't find anyone to attend to you this morning, and I had to fetch the food myself," said Mu Fengyan. Hearing her daughter's words, the first madam, Han, felt a deeper chill in her heart. She never imagined that as the wife of a prime minister, she would come to depend on her daughter to fetch her meals. Looking at her gentle and obedient daughter, her expression softened and warmth filled her eyes. "Very well, my dear. We shall buy maidservants after our meal." Just as they finished dining, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A glint of sharpness flashed in Mu Fengyan's eyes. Her expectations had been delayed. How incompetent they were. If she were not still recovering, she would have dashed out to throw this worthless father out the door herself. Observing her mother, Mu Fengyan noticed not only anger but also disappointment in her eyes. Did her mother still harbor any expectations for this worthless father? That could not be allowed. At this moment, Prime Minister Mu, along with his second wife, Mu Fengyan, entered the room. Without uttering a word, upon seeing Mu Fengyan, he approached and struck her fiercely across the face. The sound of the slap echoed in the silence of the room. However, Mu Fengyan cleverly dodged slightly and tilted her head, making the sound seem more severe than it actually was. In reality, the Prime Minister's hand merely grazed her cheek. As the slap descended, she quickly applied some medicinal powder to her face, causing it to swell dramatically, giving the impression of a serious injury. She had no desire to genuinely endure such punishment. If it weren't for the need to dissuade her biological mother from harboring hope, she would have relished the opportunity to twist her worthless father's hands until they broke. Mu Fengyan swiftly drew some blood from her spatial pocket and applied it to the corner of her mouth. Rather than confronting the Prime Minister first, she cast a glance at her mother. The First Lady, recovering from her shock, rushed over to embrace her daughter. Upon witnessing her frail daughter's face swell from the slap, coupled with the blood at her lips, her heart sank to an abyss of despair, igniting an uncontrollable fury within her. The slap had been deliberately placed for her mother to see. She was a person who understood the intricacies of relationships. Moreover, she had taken over the body of the original host. The man before her was, after all, her biological father, and the life of the original host was a gift from him. If she did not sever ties and discipline him directly, it would feel as if a thorn were lodged in her heart, causing discomfort, and it would be difficult to justify this to the deceased original host. Now, with this slap, the bond between the original host and the Prime Minister had been shattered. From this moment forth, she would be recognized as Mu Fengyan of the ancient martial arts family, no longer the frail Mu Fengyan of the Prime Minister's residence. This slap was also intended to ensure her mother would completely give up on this worthless father, necessitating her use of this self-inflicted punishment. Indeed, her mother's eyes reflected not only anger but also profound heartbreak, a chilling detachment, and barely concealed hatred. Mu Fengyan felt a sense of satisfaction. If her mother did not harbor resentment towards her worthless father, it would complicate future efforts to manage her mother's emotions. Meanwhile, the second wife, Madame Wang, and Mu Fengyan watched with palpable excitement, wishing fervently for the Prime Minister to strike the eldest daughter dead. The anger ignited by the second wife had fueled the Prime Minister's blow to Mu Fengyan, which he executed with full force, never considering whether his sickly daughter could withstand such an assault. Only after the act did he regain some clarity, quickly turning to look at the First Lady Han. Upon seeing the cold detachment in her eyes, as though gazing at a stranger, an unexplainable panic gripped him. Yet, he rationalized that Han was merely the daughter of a wealthy merchant, and he had nothing to fear. Without him, she was nothing. Steadying himself, he chastised her. How could you, as the First Lady, fail to inform me of our daughter's return? Why create such a commotion in the house at the break of dawn? He then turned to Mu Fengyan, rebuking her. What happened with your grandmother? Was it your doing? Your grandmother has fainted. Why didn't you send for the house physician? Instead, you opened the windows and ran away. Your grandmother is burning with fever, and you, unfilial daughter, if anything should happen to her, you shall accompany her to the grave. The last words were undeniably vicious, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the First Lady's heart. The Prime Minister's anger grew, blaming the First Lady for failing to teach their child properly. The second wife quickly stepped forward, soothingly interjecting, "My lord, please calm down." The eldest daughter may have been so overjoyed to see her sister return that she forgot herself. Do not blame her. She was merely overwhelmed with happiness. The First Lady, Han, coldly regarded the affectionate pair before her, perhaps once naively enamored with this man. However, the slap delivered to her daughter and the subsequent threat of her daughter accompanying her grandmother to the grave made her see clearly the hypocritical facade of the man before her. Step aside. I am conversing with the Prime Minister, and you, a mere concubine, have no place in this discussion. The second wife, incredulous at the First Lady's words, could hardly believe her ears. She had never anticipated that the woman, usually polite and accommodating, would speak so harshly today. Who are you calling a concubine? My mother is the second wife, and equal to you. Mu Fengyan protested vehemently. realizing that if her mother were deemed a concubine, she herself would be labeled an illegitimate daughter. Chapter 13. The First Lady. Han's heart is completely crushed. The First Lady, Han, smiled before speaking. Huh. An equal? Ha! In the entirety of the Zixing Kingdom, the Prime Minister's household uniquely possesses a so-called equal wife, and she happens to be an illegitimate daughter that even a high-ranking official's family looks down upon. Only the Prime Minister treasures her, as if she were a gem. With a mocking gaze, the First Lady continued, "Do you know how the outside world speaks of the Prime Minister's residence? They say the Prime Minister has brought his kept mistress home and elevated her to the status of an equal wife, which is an unprecedented event in the Zixing Kingdom. If she were a legitimate daughter of a noble family, it could be understood, but she is merely an illegitimate daughter unworthy of the limelight. Truly, the Prime Minister is a peculiar anomaly in the Zixing Kingdom. If not for his status, many would be eager to glimpse his visage, curious about the man who harbors such an unprecedented notion." The First Lady laughed until tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Mu Fengyan hastily supported her mother, sensing that her mother was simultaneously furious and deeply hurt. The Prime Minister's face flushed with embarrassment, and he trembled with rage as he pointed at the First Lady. Stammering, You are simply mad, utterly unreasonable." The second wife was equally incensed. She was an illegitimate daughter, a painful truth she could not alter, which is why she had sought every means to elevate her children to legitimate status. This strategy had been imparted to her by her own mother. The First Lady, devoid of any lingering affection for the Prime Minister, replied in a flat tone, "Yes, I am mad. Over the years, how much silver has this lady contributed to the Mu household? For your sake, Prime Minister Mu, I have tolerated your nonsensical notion of an equal wife. A child born a mistress can now be transformed into a legitimate child of the Mu household. Tell me, Prime Minister, am I not mad? Your daughter has returned from the dead. Have you ever inquired how she came back? How did she rise from the grave? Have you ever shown any concern?" She continued, "Since entering this room, you have only scolded her, even striking her across the face. May I ask, Prime Minister, do you hold any regard for my position or our daughteress?" The Prime Minister found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "From the moment you struck our daughter, our bond as husband and wife has come to an end. From this day forth, I shall no longer contribute a single coin to the Prime Minister's residence. Tomorrow, I will take our daughter to a separate residence to recuperate. Her health requires tranquility, and the atmosphere here is rife with distractions and frivolities unsuitable for recovery." The First Lady contemplated the necessity of prioritizing her daughter's health, planning to return later to confront these individuals. If possible, she wished to leave the Mu household entirely, but for the sake of securing a good future for her daughter, she would endure for the time being. Once her daughter was married, she would seek a divorce and rid herself of this hypocritical man. If Mu Fengyan were aware of her mother's intentions, she would wholeheartedly support her. Her mother's progressive mindset was indeed rare in an era dominated by patriarchal norms, a viewpoint that could easily draw criticism from traditionalists. The Prime Minister, his face burning with shame, felt a surge of panic upon hearing the First Lady's declaration of no longer supporting the Mu household. How could they survive without her financial contributions? Their family fortune had long been squandered. The second wife, being an illegitimate daughter, had no dowry to speak of, and his meager salary barely sustained the household. Unlike the present, when they lived in relative comfort, he was also obligated to entertain colleagues with meals and drinks each month. The second lady beside them felt a tinge of anxiety. If the Han family ceased to provide financial support, her role as steward would no longer be as affluent. The demeanor of Prime Minister Mu softened as he spoke. "Yurong, I am aware of the hardships you have endured these past years. Your care for Yen'er during her illness has been invaluable, and your efforts alone have been tremendous. However, the entire Mu household cannot function without you. Perhaps it would be wise to entrust the stewardship to you." In his heart, Prime Minister Mu thought that if he placed the power of stewardship in Han's hands, she would naturally supplement any shortfall in funds, for she had always been soft-hearted and compassionate, and he believed he understood her temperament well. Yet this time, Prime Minister Mu miscalculated. He had unwittingly touched upon Han's bottom line, her daughter, Mu Fengyan. After enduring great trials, her daughter had finally returned home safely, and Han felt more pain than relief at the thought of her daughter as suffering, only to be dealt a harsh blow by Prime Minister Mu's words. The second lady and Mu Fengyan grew increasingly anxious. If the stewardship were revoked, how could they continue to benefit from the situation? The second lady's dowry was woefully inadequate, barely sufficient to cater to her son's basic needs, let alone sustain a beloved daughter. Hearing the name Yurong, a name she had not heard in over a decade, Han's eyes deepened with scorn. It was disheartening to hear it from the lips of this man, robbing her of the youthful joy and shyness it once inspired, replacing it instead with disdain. The proposal from the First Lady, Han, resonated deeply with Mu Fengyan's sentiments. Her current health condition necessitated tranquility, and she found the thought of constant interruptions by women utterly vexing. Moreover, was it not more convenient to conduct affairs outside? Enough. Prime Minister Mu, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Prime Minister Mu, taken aback by the First Lady's direct address, felt the tenderness that once accompanied her calling him Sir dissipate into thin air. Just as he was about to respond, a servant hurriedly approached. Your Excellency, a eunuch from the palace has arrived with a decree. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Mu hastened to exit, instructing everyone to proceed to the main hall to kneel and receive the imperial decree. Mu Fengyan observed the hurried departure of several individuals and inquired, Mother, must we go as well? Yes, Yinner, we must attend. After all, it is a royal decree. If it falls into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it could be detrimental to you, replied her mother. Mu Fengyan nodded, though she was reluctant. Having knelt before heaven and her parents since childhood, she had never knelt before a mere decree. However, there was no choice but to adhere to the rules here. To defy them could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 14. Annulment of engagement. Mu Fengyan and the First Lady, Han, proceeded to the main hall. Present to receive the decree were the Bedouin matriarch, the First Lady, the Second Lady, Mu Fengyan, Mu Fengyan, while the eldest son was away studying and the second son at a private academy. The other concubines and secondary wives were deemed unworthy to attend. Eunuch Wang, standing beside the emperor, quickly approached Prime Minister Mu, exclaiming, Prime Minister Mu, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on this joyous occasion. Eunuch Wang, I appreciate your kind words. May I inquire as to the source of this joy? You shall soon find out, Prime Minister. Is everyone present to hear the decree? Prime Minister Mu glanced at the First Lady, Han, and their daughters before replying. Thank you. Eunuch, my mother is unwell and cannot rise. The rest are all assembled. Very well. Then let everyone kneel to receive the decree, Eunuch Wang commanded. As the others complied, Mu Fengyan crouched low, her skirt providing some cover, but her discomfort was palpable as she heard the proclamation. By heaven's mandate, the emperor decrees that the eldest daughter of the Mu family has passed away due to illness, henceforth annulling her engagement to the third prince. Upon hearing the eunuch's declaration, Mu Fengyan recalled the original owner of her body had indeed been engaged to this so-called third prince. Fortunately, the engagement had been dissolved. It appeared they were still unaware of her return. I wonder how the eunuch will react upon seeing me? Eunuch Wang continued, there is no need for alarm. I shall now announce the second decree. As Mu Fengyan crouched, her legs began to tingle, and she inwardly cursed the emperor for being so troublesome. Couldn't such matters be consolidated into a single decree to save the palace some expenses? The proclamation resumed, and Mu Fengyan grimaced at the sound of the eunuch's voice. By heaven's mandate, the emperor decrees that Mu Fengyan, the second daughter of Prime Minister Mu, is virtuous and gracious, possessing both talent and beauty. The union between her and the third prince is deemed a match made in heaven. Therefore, Mu Fengyan is to be betrothed to the third prince as his consort, to be wed upon her coming of age. Thus it is decreed. Hearing the contents of the decree, Mu Fengyan felt an urge to question the emperor's judgment. How could he consider the heartless second daughter to be worthy of such praise? Moreover, why was her annulment decree so succinct, while the betrothal decree was so elaborately worded? It seemed profoundly unjust. Meanwhile, the second lady and Mu Fengyan were fervently bowing in excitement, especially Mu Fengyan, who would soon become the third prince's consort, evoking envy from countless noble ladies. Prime Minister Mu was equally elated. Their family still held a connection to the third prince, remaining within the royal circle. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Observing the spectacle, Mu Fengyan scoffed inwardly. Did no one else see the underlying implications? The decree clearly stated she was to be betrothed to the third prince as his consort, not as the primary wife. The distinction between a royal consort and a noble's concubine was significant. After all, a prince could have multiple secondary wives. Glancing at the ecstatic faces around her, Mu Fengyan found it baffling that they were oblivious to the traps hidden within this proclamation. Congratulations, Prime Minister. Quickly accept the decree. We must return to serve the Emperor. Prime Minister Mu sprang to his feet, retrieved the decree, and exchanged a knowing glance with his trusted servant, Wang Shu, who promptly produced a silver note from his sleeve to present to Eunuch Wang. Upon seeing the denomination, Eunuch Wang's heart surged with joy. The rumors held true. Prime Minister Mu was indeed generous, demonstrating his wealth. It was no wonder the Empress had taken an interest in the Prime Minister's substantial resources. Mu Fengyan observed the proceedings with a sardonic glint in her eye, stepping forward with measured grace. Father, allow me to safeguard my decree. Without waiting for Prime Minister Mu's response, she seized her annulment decree from his hands. Eunuch Wang, unfamiliar with Mu Fengyan and mistaking her for Mu Shushua, began to extol her virtues. Indeed, the second daughter stands apart. Her demeanor is truly befitting of the third prince. The onlookers exchanged awkward glances, uncertain of how to clarify the misunderstanding. Before Prime Minister Mu could interject, Mu Fengyan, with a bemused expression, addressed Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang, you have mistaken me. I am the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Fengyan. Ah, I see, you're the eldest daughter? But the eldest daughter was laid to rest just yesterday. Was she not? Eunuch Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch as he recoiled. He turned to Prime Minister Mu, seeking clarification. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? I must report back to the Emperor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Prime Minister Mu realized the gravity of the situation. He knew he had to convey the truth, lest he be accused of deceiving the Emperor. After gathering his thoughts, he explained, Eunuch Wang, my daughter was indeed buried yesterday, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she has returned to life. I only learned of this miraculous event this morning. I hope you might speak favorably on her behalf before the Emperor. Eunuch Wang was left utterly astonished. Unforeseen circumstances? Returned to life? How could it possibly be more bizarre? The Prime Minister, Mu, discreetly signaled to his loyal servant, Wang. Wang promptly produced a silver note and handed it to the eunuch, Gong. After accepting the note, Gong glanced at Prime Minister Mu and then at Mu Fengyan, who gazed back at him with a hint of a smile. This unnerved Gong greatly. Without further delay, he hurriedly took his leave, almost running. The situation was exceedingly strange. Despite his years in the palace, he had never encountered anything like this, particularly regarding the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Fear gripped him, leaving him uncertain whether the lady was a mere mortal or something otherworldly. Moreover, her gaze was truly disconcerting. He needed to return quickly to report this bizarre occurrence to the Emperor and seek his judgment. Chapter 15. The inevitability of destiny inside the Imperial Palace. In the Fengyi Palace, the Emperor spoke. Lady Mu has perished. Does this mean what Lord Chun of the Astral Monitoring Bureau predicted about the auspicious fate is now nullified? A middle-aged woman, dressed resplendently in a long crimson gown adorned with vividly embroidered phoenixes, gracefully served tea. Despite nearing 40, her beauty was well-preserved, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. After savoring a sip of tea, she replied softly, Mama, even though Lady Mu has died, we still have second Miss Mu. I only intend for the Emperor to select her as a consort, not to elevate her to the status of the principal wife of my son. After all, second Miss Mu's mother hails from a humble background. With such lineage, how could she possibly be worthy of my son as principal consort position? The wealth of the Mu family can still benefit my son, especially with the support of Prime Minister Mu. I believe my third son will not falter. Standing beside her, Su-Mama gently massaged the Empress's shoulder while attentively listening to her plans for the third prince. As a trusted elder and wet nurse to the Empress, Su-Mama held a higher status than the other servants in Fengyi Palace. The Empress often confided in her, and given Su-Mama's experience with various intrigues, she offered keen insights and strategies. Your Highness speaks wisely. Do you have a particular candidate in mind for the third prince's principal consort? Not yet, the Empress replied. I haven't decided on any particular daughter from a noble family, but I am considering my options. There's no rush. I shall observe carefully before making a decision. The Empress's genuine concern for her son was evident. If the third prince were aware of the lengths she was going to in seeking rare treasures to please him, he would surely be touched. The mere thought of her son brought a maternal smile to the Empress's face. This child possesses a heart of gold and is exceedingly filial. Su Mama nodded. In my humble opinion, the third prince is an exceptional choice, far superior in both strategy and cunning compared to his brothers. Pleased with Su Mama's affirmation, the Empress nodded in agreement, confident in her son's capabilities. In the imperial study, Gong rushed back and reported the events concerning Lady Mu to the Emperor. Upon hearing, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Gong, summon Lord Chun from the Astral Monitoring Bureau. Your servant obeys, Gong replied hastily before departing. Once alone in the study, the Emperor pondered the implications of Lady Mu's supposed death. He had been informed earlier of her illness, but now, the report suggested even Prime Minister Mu was unaware of her survival. If this were the daughter of any other official, he would not concern himself. But Lady Mu had been prophesied to possess a fate that could determine the realm's fortune. Therefore, she had been promised to his favored third prince. However, with her miraculous return, the annulment of the betrothal decree had already been issued, leaving no room for reconsideration. As the Emperor contemplated, Gong returned to announce that Lord Chun awaited an audience. Let him enter, the Emperor commanded. Trembling, Lord Chun entered and knelt before the Emperor. Rise. I have inquiries for you, the Emperor instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lord Chun replied, standing attentively. The Emperor scrutinized the elderly man, whose white hair and unsteady gait revealed his age. Have you ever heard of someone who has returned from the dead? Your Majesty, I have never encountered such a being, though I have heard tales from my master. Those who return from death either bring great fortune or dire calamity. The Emperor furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Should a person return from the dead, their karmic ties are re-established, yet their nature may be fundamentally altered. They could either wreak havoc upon the world or emerge as a savior. The Emperor regarded Lord Chun skeptically. How could a frail woman like Lady Mu unleash destruction or salvation? Let me pose another question. If Lady Mu truly returned from death, how would you interpret that? To his surprise, Lord Chun fell to the ground in fear. Your Majesty, if Lady Mu has indeed returned from the dead, it would spell disaster for our Zixing kingdom. The fate that dictated her existence has shifted, and those around her may face grave peril. The Emperor grew impatient. A mere woman cannot possibly bring about such calamity. Should I simply eliminate her? Such an act is unthinkable, Your Majesty. It defies the will of fate. Should you pursue this course, it would plunge our entire kingdom into irreversible chaos. The Emperor remained unconvinced. If her existence poses such a threat, perhaps I should bestow her upon the Regent Prince, allowing her to bring calamity upon him instead. The more he considered this plan, the more appealing it became. Let us proceed with the engagement to the Regent Prince. Upon hearing this, Lord Chun was horrified and repeatedly bowed. Your Majesty, that is utterly inadvisable. The Regent Prince's fate. The Emperor's patience had worn thin. Enough. Do not speak further. You may leave. I have other matters to attend to. Realizing the Emperor's resolute stance, Lord Chun dared not argue further, fearing for his own life, and bowed again before exiting the room. As the Emperor watched Lord Chun's retreating figure, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, wondering if the aging lord had lost his acuity regarding astrology. Chapter 16. The Return of the Phoenix Maiden outside the Imperial Study. Lord Chun gazed at the sky and murmured, the Zixing kingdom is on the brink of transformation. No, it is the entire realm that shall undergo change. The Phoenix Maiden returns to reshape the world. The decrees of destiny cannot be defied. The Zixing kingdom may cease to exist. With a heavy sigh, he cautiously made his way back to the Astral Monitoring Bureau. What he had not disclosed to the Emperor was that the Regent Prince's fate was fundamentally intertwined with that of the resurrected Lady Mu. Lord Chun understood the Emperor's intention, to have Lady Mu channel all calamities onto the Regent Prince. If she were indeed the same lady who had returned from the dead, it was certain she could do so. Should the Emperor proceed with the engagement, the Regent Prince would meet an untimely demise within 6 months. However, after her rebirth, Miss Mu's fate has dramatically shifted. Her destiny now aligns perfectly with that of the Regent. Not only has she turned the tides of fortune, but she also possesses the ability to alter the Regent's doomed fate. Minister Chun understands the immutable nature of destiny and can only acquiesce to its will. In the study, the Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, seethes with anger at the secret report he received earlier that morning from the Minister of Justice. He had never anticipated that the Regent, despite being grievously poisoned, could manage to evade the shadow guards pursuing him. The thought fills him with resentment. As long as the regent remains in power, he will find no peace, and his sons share in this unease. The regent commands the elite Red Forest army, entrusted to him by the late emperor. The mere thought of the late emperor stirs hatred within the emperor's heart. Had the regent not been so young, his father would undoubtedly have installed the youngest prince, Yi Lijue, as emperor instead. Yi Lijue, being the late emperor's cherished youngest child, was afforded protection by the Red Forest army. The emperor's bitterness deepens as he recalls Minister Qin's ominous words regarding Miss Mu's potential to bring calamity. He seizes the imperial edict and hastily drafts decrees for both the regent's residence and Miss Mu's household, instructing the royal attendant to announce them without delay. The royal attendant, upon receiving his orders, heads first to the regent's residence, a formidable stronghold that defies even the emperor's directives. He hesitates to assert his authority there. Meanwhile, the regent, Yi Lijue, is being briefed by his subordinates. He had anticipated the arrival of the emperor's marriage decree the moment the royal attendant departed the palace. Had it been any other woman, he would have outright refused, perhaps even barring the royal attendant from entering his residence. Yet, upon contemplating Miss Mu, he recalls her audacious demeanor from that morning, how she boldly dragged her grandmother to the entrance. What else might she dare to do? The idea of having her as his consort seems rather intriguing. As Qin Feng reports on the matter, he observes the regent's expression. "My lord, perhaps we should decline entry. Claiming you are away on official business?" Just as he suggests this, he catches a fleeting glimmer of amusement in the regent's eyes. Stunned, Qin Feng wonders if he has misjudged the situation, but upon closer inspection, he sees the same cold, unapproachable visage of the regent. It dawns on him that he was indeed mistaken. How could their lord possibly smile? Ever since the regent's mother passed away when he was merely 10 years old, he had retreated to the military, never to smile again. Qin Feng quickly regains his composure and responds, "I am at your service." He is instructed to retrieve the imperial edict from the royal attendant and offer a reward, ensuring that outsiders do not claim the regent's residence lacks decorum. Bewildered, Qin Feng questions whether this is truly their master. He has never been one to adhere to protocol. It has always been the case that the royal attendant left in a state of disarray after encounters with the regent's household, leaving him with a psychological scar. "What are you dawdling for? Go." "Understood," Qin Feng replies, still grappling with confusion as he departs. Upon reflecting on the contents of the edict, clarity washes over him, and he recalls the regent's inquiries about Miss Mu the previous night. A surge of joy fills him. His lord has finally taken an interest in a maiden. Qin Feng retrieves the edict and arranges for the steward to reward the royal attendant before allowing him to take his leave. The royal attendant exits the regent's residence in a daze, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the process has gone, in stark contrast to past experiences fraught with difficulty. Perhaps the regent is not home? Regardless, he has completed his task and heads joyfully toward the residence of Chancellor Mu. Within the Mu household, after receiving the edict, Mu Fengyan and the First Lady, Madame Han, are busy gathering valuable items, preparing to venture out to purchase maidservants, for their courtyard lacks even a single gatekeeper. Having escorted her mother back to the Jingya courtyard, Mu Fengyan proceeds to her own quarters. Upon gazing at the Qinshin courtyard above, a warm feeling envelopes her. The origin of its name resonates within her, a testament to her mother's profound affection. Previously adorned with an abundance of flowers and plants, it symbolized her mother's hopes for her daughter to thrive in a fragrant and nurturing environment. Yet, fate has not favored them, as the original owner has departed, leaving her, a soul from another realm, to inhabit this body. Mu Fengyan shakes off her musings and strides into the courtyard. Neglected for some time, it is blanketed in snow and littered with branches stripped bare by the biting wind. She surveys the scene with a hint of derision. The harshness of winter paints a vivid picture of the master has perished. The courtyard withers. Entering her chamber, she takes in the cozy arrangement, clearly crafted with her mother's utmost care to uplift her ailing daughter's spirits. No wonder Mu Shushue's visits are laced with scorn. The original owner may have been oblivious, but Mu Fengyan recognizes the envy that fuels those barbs. For Mu Shushue has little to boast of against the original owner, save for her own robust health. After examining her room, Mu Fengyan swiftly gathers every item into her spatial pocket, determined that her mother's efforts should not be squandered. Although some valuable possessions have been taken, she remains undeterred, confident she will reclaim them once her health is restored. She clears out all belongings from each room, satisfied by the emptiness that remains. If anyone inquires, she will feign ignorance, asserting her long illness has rendered her unaware of the item's whereabouts. Who would suspect a frail girl capable of moving furniture? Chapter 17. Mu Fengyan's marriage edict. Seizing the opportunity while the courtyard is deserted, Mu Fengyan enters her spatial realm. It is expansive, housing not only the classic medical texts and poison compendiums left by her ancestors, but also advanced medical instruments and surgical tools she has brought from her former life. However, they are unsuitable for this era, and she resolves to rely solely on her medical expertise to navigate this backward age. Suddenly, she notices water seeping from the previous spring pool, filling her with delight. The pool, modest in size, spans merely 5 square meters. Despite her previous struggles to coax water from it, her arrival in this new world seems to have awakened the spring. She is unsure what has triggered this transformation, but the emergence of water brings her immense joy. Her ancestors' writings mention that such spring water can cure ailments and neutralize toxins. For the healthy, it strengthens the body, while for those with hidden afflictions, it offers healing. In dire circumstances, a sip can preserve life itself. Mu Fengyan summarizes its potential. It can resurrect the dead and restore vitality. She names it Spirit Spring Water. With this miraculous water, the Regent's 20 poisons would be mere trifles. However, she cannot heal him immediately, as she must ensure he owes her a significant favor. Sensing the time is ripe, she exits her spatial sanctuary, carrying a small bundle to avoid raising suspicions with her mother. Mu Fengyan heads straight to Madame Han's quarters, where they have accumulated numerous valuable items. Yinner, have you finished? Do not bother with the trifles. Only gather the precious items. Your mother will redecorate the other residence, which she has arranged before, albeit with less richness than this one. Mother, shall we not visit the other residence today? Is it far? Not far from the manor. On the outskirts of the city lies a picturesque estate that Mother had procured years ago for your convalescence. She thought it would never be needed again. Yet here we are today, finding it useful. Mother worried about your health, and even with a carriage, it would take at least half an hour. I am fine, dear Mother. Let's go today. After we acquire a maid, we shall head straight there. I no longer wish to remain in this residence. In her heart, Mu Fengyan mused that half an hour was merely an hour, not too far, and they would certainly arrive before nightfall. She wished for her mother to temporarily escape the sorrowful confines of the Mu residence and relax at the estate, believing it would uplift her spirits. The matron, Lady Han, was also eager to leave the Mu residence, readily acquiescing to her daughter's suggestion. She brought along a few valuables, deciding to leave the rest behind, for she possessed ample silver and could acquire more in the future. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but twitch her lips at her mother's extravagant nature. Not a single item in the house was worth less than 1,000 taels of silver, and even the bed curtains were crafted from exquisite silk. She thought that no one in the entire Purple Sacred Kingdom could rival her mother's opulence. Lady Han assumed her daughter was reluctant to part with the belongings and said, Yinner, these items are mere worldly possessions. Once you recover, I shall procure even finer things for you. They hold little value. Mu Fengyan's lips twitched again. Indeed, her mother's wealth rendered her words undeniably true. However, the thought of leaving these treasures for the Mu residence, for the second lady, and her despicable father, filled her heart with 1,000 grievances. Supporting her mother, Mu Fengyan reached the courtyard's entrance and, feigning that she had forgotten something in her mother's room, asked her to wait a moment outside, playfully winking at her. Lady Han, with a fond smile, patted her daughter's head, urging her to hurry. Mu Fengyan swiftly returned to her mother's chamber, waving her hand to gather all belongings into her space, replicating the process for the other rooms until each was left bare. Even the pots and pans in the small kitchen were collected. Satisfied, she turned towards the door. Mother, I have obtained everything. Let us depart. Yes, Yinner, let us go. Those items are of little consequence. Letting them go is no loss. Rest assured, Mother, no one will take them. They are all safely stored away. Lady unrecorded nonchalantly, indifferent to the treasures her daughter had already concealed. As they took a few steps, a maid rushed towards them, bowing and announcing, Madam Miss, the Lord has summoned you to the front hall to hear the imperial decree. Mu Fengyan exchanged glances with her mother. What more could there be? They had just received a decree. Regardless, they made their way to the front hall with their bundles. Upon seeing Lady Han and her daughter, Chancellor Mu inquired directly, "Madam, where are you off to with those bundles?" "I have already mentioned, Chancellor, my daughter requires tranquility for her recovery. I am taking her to the estate for proper rest." Before Chancellor Mu could respond, the royal eunuch joyfully interjected, "Congratulations, madam. The news of Miss Mu's impending marriage has arrived." "What do you mean by that?" Lady Han asked, puzzled. Even the second lady and Mu Shushiwe, who had just arrived, wore expressions of confusion. They had been delightedly chatting when the servant announced the eunuch's arrival. "You will find out shortly, madam," the eunuch replied with a smile, turning to Chancellor Mu. "Are we all gathered, Chancellor? Let us begin the proclamation." As the decree was read, everyone knelt in reverence. Mu Fengyan, feeling a surge of frustration, knelt as well. "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "the daughter of the Mu family, Mu Fengyan, wise and kind, graceful and virtuous, outstanding in appearance and in good health, is deemed a perfect match for my brother, the Regent Prince Yi Lijue. She is to be granted in marriage as his principal consort, and the wedding shall take place upon her coming of age." Thus decreed, Mu Fengyan felt her temper flare. "Damn it, I can assure you that this foolish emperor is issuing this decree solely to vex me. Who in the Purple Sacred Kingdom is unaware that the eldest daughter of Chancellor Mu is frail and often bedridden? To claim I am in good health is utterly ridiculous." The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. If the emperor looked down upon her, she would rise to the occasion as he wished, proving him wrong in 6 months' time. Let him witness the transformation of this young lady into one who is indeed wise and kind, graceful and virtuous, outstanding in appearance, and in good health. "Miss Mu, please accept the decree." The grating voice of the eunuch echoed above her. She felt an urge to silence him. Just as she was relishing her newfound freedom after rejecting the third prince's proposal, she was now being thrust into a marriage with the regent prince. Did she have no autonomy left? The thought left her feeling stifled. The crowd was equally bewildered. How had Mu Fengyan suddenly been betrothed to the regent prince? And as his principal consort at that? Mu Shushiwe, in her shock, realized the decree had not specified whether she was to be a principal or secondary consort. If Mu Fengyan became the regent prince's wife, she would outrank her, becoming her royal aunt. Just hours ago, she had felt triumphant over Mu Fengyan for securing the third princess favor, and now she found herself overshadowed. As Mu Fengyan accepted the decree, the stunned Chancellor Mu regained his composure, discreetly handing a banknote to the eunuch, who gratefully accepted it. "Congratulations, madam. Where are you headed with those bundles?" "Your Majesty, my daughter's health is poor. We are going to the estate for some time. We shall return once she is truly well," Lady Han replied with dignity. Fully aware of the mockery embedded in the decree, the eunuch, feeling the weight of the situation, awkwardly cleared his throat, realizing the emperor's intentions were indeed inscrutable. Yes, you are quite right, madam. The estate is indeed a serene place for recovery." With that, he took his leave, accompanied by his retinue. Unbeknownst to Mu Fengyan, the news of the eldest daughter of the Mu family being resurrected from the dead had spread like wildfire throughout the capital, with several versions circulating. Yet Mu Fengyan paid no heed, resolutely taking her mother and their bundles toward the estate. Chancellor Mu wished to call out to them, but found himself at a loss for words, feeling helpless. The second lady and Mu Shushiwe remained in shock, grappling with the news of Mu Fengyan's betrothal to the regent prince. As the two women exited the prime minister's residence, the elder lady glanced back at the Mu manor. Having lived there for over a decade, she was astonished to find that upon leaving, there was not even a carriage awaiting them, nor a single maid in sight. Although she could have arranged for a carriage, she was reluctant to maintain any ties with the prime minister's household. Thus, she decided to take her daughter and their silver notes to directly procure a carriage and hire some servants instead. Just as they had taken a few steps, a lavish carriage approached and halted in front of Mu Fengyan and Lady Han. A young man leaped from the carriage, and upon recognizing him, Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow. Noting the swiftness of the regent prince's information, they had barely stepped out when he was already aware of their departure. Qing Feng respectfully addressed her, saying, "I have the honor to greet Miss Mu. This carriage has been sent by our prince, as he presumed you might require it." Mu Fengyan observed Qing Feng, who now lacked the arrogance he had displayed the previous day, his eyes filled only with respect. Qing Feng pondered how he could not show respect. After all, she might soon become a princess, thus his future superior. Lady Han, somewhat anxious, watched her daughter, uncertain of what the imperial decree regarding the marriage proposal meant for her. If her daughter were to refuse, she would fight to the end, even at the cost of her own life. Noticing the concern in her mother's eyes, Mu Fengyan comforted her. "Mother, do not worry. I am fine. Since the prince has sent a carriage, we might as well take it. It will expedite our journey." Lady Han saw no resistance in her daughter's gaze and felt a slight relief. Regardless of the situation, the Regent Prince was indeed her daughter's savior, having provided her with a second chance at life. Without him, her daughter might have met her end once more. The two women boarded the carriage, and once settled, Qing Feng drove them away. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, recalling that the mother and daughter had not arranged for a carriage, felt compelled to intervene and hurried towards the entrance. Upon exiting the Prime Minister's residence, he found no trace of the elder lady and her daughter. Inquiring of the servant on duty, he asked, "Where are the elder lady and the young miss?" "They have departed in a carriage, my lord." "Whose carriage did they take?" "It seems to be the Regent Prince's." Judging by the insignia, the Prime Minister stood in stunned silence for a moment, his expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation, before he finally turned and returned to his residence. In the courtyard of Rui, Mu Fengyan expressed her agitation. "Mother, what is going on with Mu Fengyan? How could she so swiftly marry the Regent Prince? Will she not become my royal aunt? I do not wish for her to hold that title. My foolish daughter." The second lady replied disdainfully, "How many times have I taught you to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity? One must reflect before reacting. Do you truly believe Mu Fengyan will live to see her wedding day?" "What do you mean, mother?" "Think carefully, dear. Who in the entire Zixing kingdom does not know that the emperor and the Regent Prince appear cordial while secretly embroiled in a fierce struggle for power? It is peculiar that at this moment, she is to be wed to him, especially when the Regent Prince is known for his volatile temperament and merciless nature. One can only speculate that should he grow displeased, he might eliminate her, thus resolving the matter altogether." As Mu Fengyan listened, her excitement grew. Indeed, she had been so anxious that she had overlooked the fact that the Regent Prince was not known for his amiable disposition. The thought that he might assassinate Mu Fengyan filled her with anticipation. "Then, we need not take any action. We can simply wait for the spectacle. Perhaps one day, the Regent Prince will decide to rid himself of that little wretch," she exclaimed eagerly. "Yes, my daughter, but we must not merely wait. We must prepare as well. The slow-acting poison we previously administered has allowed her to survive, but this time we shall procure something far more potent, something that guarantees her demise," the second lady replied, gazing into the distance. "As for how we will administer it, we need to devise a careful plan. Mother, the elder lady has left, and I notice they took nothing with them. Can we not seize their valuables? The items in the elder lady's quarters are worth at least 1,000 taels each." Mu Fengyan's eyes gleamed with greed. "Since they have departed, it is clear they have abandoned those possessions. It would be a waste for them to remain unused." The second lady agreed, sharing a triumphant smile with her daughter. "Xiaozui, come here," the second lady called out. Xiaozui entered, bowing respectfully. "Madam, I am here." "Go to the elder lady's quarters and see what valuable items she has left behind since her departure from the Prime Minister's residence. I need to determine whether to sell them or keep them for the old madam." "Yes, I will go and check," Xiaozui replied. "Take several maidservants with you. It would be unwise to make multiple trips." Xiaozui complied and departed. The second lady and Mu Fengyan awaited her return with eager anticipation. Before long, Xiaozui returned, kneeling and bowing her head. "Madam, I must report that there is nothing left in the elder lady's quarters. Every room is empty." "What? How can that be? When they left, they only had a small bundle." "Indeed, madam, there is nothing at all. Each room is bare. Not even—" "What do you mean?" The second lady pressed, her voice sharp. "Madam, even the beds are gone. The kitchen has been stripped of all its utensils." The second lady and Mu Fengyan exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Had they not rested in the Jingya courtyard just last night? No one had been seen moving their belongings that morning. The situation felt eerily uncanny. "You may leave now. Daughter, we must seek out your father," they hurriedly agreed, making their way to find the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, as Mu Fengyan and Lady Han rode through the streets in the carriage, a rumble emanated from Mu Fengyan's stomach. Embarrassed, she glanced at her mother, realizing they had been so preoccupied that they had not eaten lunch. Lady Han tenderly stroked her daughter's head, asking, "Are you hungry, my dear?" Mu Fengyan nodded shyly. Lady Han looked outside, noting that they were not far from a restaurant. "Shall we have lunch at He Lu? It is my establishment." so you may order anything you desire. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to see her mother's restaurant and taste the ancient cuisine. She eagerly nodded in agreement and called out to Qing Feng, "Let's first stop by He Lu for lunch, and afterward, we can go to purchase some maidservants." "Of course, Miss Mu," Qing Feng replied, turning the carriage toward another street. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Mu Fengyan alighted first, then assisted her mother down. She examined the establishment, which boasted 2 floors and was adorned in lavish decor, one of the finest restaurants in the entire holy capital. Across the street, 2 gentlemen on the second floor of a tea house observed the arrival of Mu Fengyan and Lady Han with keen interest. "Li Ju, is that not your carriage? And is that not the elder lady, Lady Han?" one man remarked, glancing at the other. "Indeed, that is Miss Mu Fengyan, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's household," came the cool response. "Really? Is this the future princess? She seems rather slight, though her expressive eyes are undeniably captivating," the other man commented. Li Ju observed that the moment Miss Mu leapt from the carriage, it was evident she possessed remarkable agility, though her exact prowess remained uncertain. The man across from him cast a cold glance at the loquacious fellow before him, choosing silence as he savored the tea in his grasp. Prior to entering, Mu Fengyan glanced towards the second-floor room across the way, sensing 2 pairs of eyes fixated upon her as she alighted from the carriage. While the gazes bore no malice, being under scrutiny was nonetheless discomforting. The window's drapery obscured the identities of those within, prompting Mu Fengyan to dismiss the matter and ascend to the elegant chamber on the second floor alongside her mother. "Li Ju, did I not mention? This young lady is quite perceptive. Even through the curtains, she can feel our gaze. It appears you have secured a formidable consort," the man jested. "Could she be anything less?" She discerned a poison that even the esteemed physician's son could not identify, Li Ju replied. "Indeed, Li Jua, there are numerous accounts circulating about your bride returning from the grave. What is your take on the matter?" The man raised an eyebrow, his tone still icy. "What are these accounts? Pray enlighten me. Unaware, are you?" The man's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude and curiosity. "If you are so uninformed, allow me to recount. Some claim your bride possesses an indomitable fate, one that even the king of hell would not accept. Upon reaching the underworld, she was sent back by the king himself. Others assert that she emerged from her grave with a purpose to bring calamity, prompting the emperor to consult Master Chun of the astronomical office for divination, declaring her a portent of disaster, thus hastily arranging your betrothal. There are even whispers that she never perished. Rather, it was a deliberate ruse orchestrated by Prime Minister Mu. The most absurd tale suggests that she was exhumed by grave robbers who sought treasures, only to awaken her from slumber, resulting in their demise at her side, thereby reporting to the king of hell. Listening to his friend and subordinate's nonsensical gossip, Li Ju furrowed his brow. "I must clarify, these are not my assertions. They are mere fabrications circulating among the populace of the holy capital. None of these rumors hold truth. My future bride was personally retrieved from her grave by me," Li Ju declared, shocking the man across from him to the point of nearly losing his composure. The impact of Li Ju's revelation eclipsed the shock of all preceding tales. Li Ju glanced at the man with indifference before leisurely sipping his tea. After a considerable pause, the man finally inquired, "Li Ju, is this truly the case? It seems too extraordinary to fathom." "Absolutely. When she emerged from the grave, she startled Qing Feng and the others greatly. After pulling her from her resting place, she offered me a pill that alleviated the lethal poison coursing through my veins. Were it not for her, I might not have lived to share this cup of tea with you." The man was once again taken aback. As someone who had traversed the world and witnessed many extraordinary events, nothing had previously challenged his understanding as this revelation did. He hastily took a sip of tea to steady himself, overwhelmed by the astonishing nature of the account. Li Ju remained composed, gazing out the window at the tavern opposite. Knowing it belonged to Madame Han, he surmised they would dine there shortly, having arranged the meeting with his friend. His curiosity about the young lady grew. He wondered how she felt upon receiving the imperial decree of marriage. Li Ju shook his head, bemused by his newfound interest in a woman's emotions. Chapter 20. Manager Lu need no longer mint silver notes once Mu Fengyan and Madame Han entered the elegant chamber on the second floor. Manager Lu rushed in, visibly flustered. "Miss, what is happening? There are rampant rumors outside that the young lady has returned to life and has been betrothed to the Regent." "Uncle Lu, do not fret. Speak slowly, we are quite well." Yinner, come greet Uncle Lu, Mu Fengyan responded, prompting the manager to notice the young girl beside her. Mu Fengyan stepped forward and politely bowed. Uncle Lu, greetings. Manager Lu hurriedly waved his hands. Oh no, young lady, such formalities are unnecessary. As a servant, I cannot accept your courtesy. Uncle Lu, you deserve this acknowledgement. Over the years, you have cared for Yinner while managing the family's affairs, allowing me peace of mind. I am truly grateful for your unwavering dedication. Please do not say that, Mississippi. My life was given by the master. Before their departure, their greatest concern was you, urging me to ensure your well-being. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet the master in the afterlife. Speaking of the master and mistress brought tears to Madame Han's eyes. At that time, while in the holy capital, her parents were in Jiangnan, and she had not seen them one last time, leaving an eternal ache in her heart. Suppressing her sorrow, she said, Uncle Lu, you are now family. I shall be taking Yinner to the villa for a spell. If anything arises, simply come to the villa on the outskirts. You know the place. Yes, yes. I trust the master looks down, pleased to see the young lady thriving. Manager Lu replied, wiping away tears of joy. When a young lady had once asked him to mint silver notes each month, he had sensed an ominous premonition, fearing she had lost all hope. Now, with her return, hope was rekindled, and he need not forge silver notes any longer. Indeed, they would be delighted, Mu Fengyan said, grasping Madame Han's hand. Do not be sad, mother. You still have me, and as long as I am here, no one shall dare to mistreat you. Yes, as long as Yinner is well, I shall be content. Madame underplead. Manager Lu hurriedly exited to instruct the kitchen to prepare dishes favored by the young lady and her mother. Suddenly recalling another person, Mu Fengyan glanced downstairs, spotting Qing Feng waiting. She retrieved a small stone from her pocket and tossed it towards Qing Feng's back. To her surprise, he effortlessly sidestepped and caught the stone. What remarkable reflexes, Mu Fengyan murmured. Qing Feng turned toward the direction of the thrown stone and saw Miss Mu waving at him. He swiftly ascended to the second floor. Does Miss Mu have any instructions for me? We are about to dine. Would not join us? She proposed. Qing Feng quickly shook his head. I cannot. I shall eat downstairs shortly. Mu Fengyan sighed, finding the customs of ancient times rather cumbersome, even extending to dining arrangements. Just then, Manager Lu returned with the dishes. Uncle Lu, please assist me in hosting this esteemed. Mu Fengyan nearly referred to him as handsome, but reconsidered, pondering what to call him. Gentleman? Young master? Surely not Mr. or comrade, as that would frighten him. Ah, yes, the guard. He is not merely the guard of Li Ju, after all. She continued, please extend your hospitality to this guard of the Regent. Upon hearing the mention of the Regent's household, Manager Lu warmly invited Qing Feng to the adjacent chamber, leaving him somewhat bewildered by the manager's enthusiasm as he followed him to dine. After Mu Fengyan and Madame Han finished their meal and were resting, Mu Fengyan glanced outside and noticed a severely injured man seated at a corner of the street, indicating a grave situation. She peered further and observed several individuals approaching the wounded man. Mother, I see a candied hawthorn vendor outside. Please wait a moment. I shall procure a couple of skewers. Mu Fengyan finished speaking and strode out. Be careful, my child, don't fall. Rest assured, mother, I will return swiftly. Han looked at her daughter's retreating figure, shook her head, and silently expressed gratitude to the Buddha for granting her a lively and healthy daughter. She intended to prepare a special room for the Buddha in their secondary residence. At that moment, Mu Fengyan had already reached the man before her. Dressed in black, his face partially obscured by a fallen scarf, he bore a youthful appearance, perhaps around 20, yet his lips were stained with dark blood. Upon seeing the young girl, he immediately displayed a wary demeanor, tensing as if ready to strike at any moment. Mu Fengyan merely glanced at him and coolly inquired, Are you being pursued? The man, filled with caution, replied, This is not your concern, miss. You ought to leave quickly to avoid being implicated. Hearing this, Mu Fengyan smiled faintly, her tone icy. You are poisoned. If I leave now, even if those after you do not claim your life, the poison will. The man's vigilance softened slightly at her words, though he remained silent, aware that her assertions were indeed factual. His body was on the brink of collapse. Mu Fengyan continued, fortuitously, I possess medical knowledge and expertise in antidotes. If you insist on my departure now, your demise is inevitable. The decision rests solely with you. I shall grant you 3 breaths to ponder your fate. With that, she prepared to depart. The man merely gazed at her, remaining silent, his eyes reflecting a struggle. As Mu Fengyan moved to leave, she heard his resolute voice, "Miss, please wait. After much contemplation, I implore you to save my life." He attempted to rise to pay his respects, but faltered, unable to stand due to his injuries. He settled back down and continued, "If you save me, I have no means to repay you, but I would serve you loyally." Mu Fengyan frowned slightly, responding coldly, "You are being hunted by enemies. Accompanying me would only bring trouble. My intention was merely to prevent such a multitude from bullying you. I had no plans to take you in. Fear not. They have not seen my face. I am now a solitary man. My companions sacrificed themselves to allow my escape. If you do not despise me, I can serve you. Should you fear complications, once I have healed, I shall repay your kindness. And your vendetta? Rest assured, I shall inform you before seeking vengeance, prioritizing my gratitude above all else. I would never bring you trouble." Mu Fengyan observed the sincerity in his eyes, devoid of deceit. This man valued loyalty. Since he remained unrecognized, saving him posed no risk. Even if he were recognized, she had means to conceal his identity. Realizing her own need for capable allies, she smiled faintly and said, "I will take you in, but you must obey my commands and refrain from seeking vengeance on your own." The man expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, miss. I shall certainly heed your arrangements." His heart quaked. With no path left, why not seize this chance? He knelt and bowed deeply, declaring, "I wish to follow you." A subtle smile graced Mu Fengyan's fierce gaze, for she anticipated his agreement. Chapter 21. Only a woman of both beauty and talent is worthy of the Regent. Mu Fengyan tossed him a pill. "Take this. It will counteract the poison. We can tend to your other wounds when we return. You are no longer in mortal danger." The man accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Satisfied, Mu Fengyan asked, "What is your name?" "I await your naming, miss. From now on, you shall be known as Mu Shan," she replied casually, inspired by the beauty of mountains and waters. "Thank you for your name, miss," he said, bowing deeply. Just then, Ching Feng approached, observing the kneeling man. "Miss Mu, has something happened?" "Oh, nothing significant. I just acquired a subordinate. Please conceal him in the carriage to prevent those pursuing him from discovering his presence." Ching Feng was astonished. "In such a short time, you've already taken on a subordinate? It feels more like purchasing groceries." Seeing Ching Feng's stillness, Mu Fengyan assumed he hesitated to hide the man. She was about to speak when Ching Feng quickly regained focus, replying, "Of course, Miss Mu, I will take him to the carriage at once." He effortlessly lifted the man and hurried toward the carriage, allowing Mu Fengyan to relax. Just as she turned, she noticed several individuals approaching. They spotted the blood on the ground and inquired, "Young lady, did you see a wounded man here?" Mu Fengyan nodded. "Did you see which direction he went?" She pointed in the opposite direction, and they hastily pursued that way. Watching their retreating figures, she revealed a sly smile before heading toward the stall selling candied hawthorn, joyfully purchasing 2 skewers and ascending to the private room on the 2nd floor. At the tea house, Li Jue and his companion observed Mu Fengyan's actions with keen interest. "I say, Li Jue, your future princess is no ordinary woman. What noble lady would dare to rescue an injured man? Not only did she save him, but she also took him in. Remarkable. Indeed, my future princess cannot be ordinary. Furthermore, only someone exceptional is worthy of me." And do look into that man's background promptly. The man across from him stared in disbelief. Was this truly the Regent, once indifferent to women, now so openly concerned for one? After a few days apart, he seemed transformed. "Do not regard me with such astonishment. My past disinterest stemmed from the monotony of noble women, shaped by the palace's teachings. They are utterly uninspiring. My princess is entirely different." The man burst into laughter. Which noble woman does not pride herself on the most proper palace etiquette? They practically aspire to walk on golden lotuses, and the capital even ranks beauties based on their decorum and looks. Among them, Lu Lingwei has long sought to marry you. Who in the capital does not know of her infatuation? Had it not been for the underlying discord between you and the emperor, her grandfather, the emperor's tutor, would have surely secured a marriage decree by now. Now, with most eligible young men already betrothed, the emperor's granddaughter, still unmarried at 18, is said to be quite talented, much to her grandfather's distress. I wonder how she will react upon learning you already have princess. Enough with the laughter. Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Rest assured, my lord, all is in order. Even if the emperor withholds funds, Our Jilin army will have provisions for 3 years. Good, continue to expand, but ensure the emperor remains unaware. Fear not, we operate with utmost discretion. Very well. The man's previously serious expression transformed into one of gossip. Your Highness, it seems the entire holy capital, no, the whole of the purple sacred kingdom is aware of your betrothal now. Do you think that the most beautiful of them all, Lu Lingwei, will be heartbroken? Yi Lijue furrowed his brow and asked a question that nearly caused the man to spit out his tea. Who is Lu Lingwei? The man was speechless. It turned out that everyone in the holy capital knew that Lu Lingwei had feelings for the regent, yet he himself had no idea who she was. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan, having just returned to the second floor, sat down and heard voices from downstairs. Have you heard? The young lady from the Mu family has come back to life and is engaged to the regent. What? Is that true? I personally saw the young lady's coffin being taken to the outskirts of the city. It's absolutely true. The servants of the Mu family have confirmed it. So it cannot be false. But how strange. How can someone who has been buried still be alive? Do you think it's a case of possession? A nearby person quickly nudged him, warning, you don't want to anger the Mu family. If the minister finds out, you could be in serious trouble. All right. I'll keep it down. But why would she be engaged to the regent? The regent is like a war god in our purple sacred kingdom. How could he marry a woman who has been buried? Exactly. Our war god deserves someone better. The common folk were unaware of the royal family's intricacies. They only knew that the regent held immense power and had bravely defended against invading enemies. Thus he was highly regarded among the populace, which was one reason the emperor could not tolerate it. Indeed, the granddaughter of the imperial teacher is a woman of both talent and beauty. Only such a woman is worthy of our regent. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. On the second floor, Mu Fengyan maintained a smile as she handed a skewer of candied hawthorn to her mother, seemingly unaffected by the chatter below. Han Shi accepted the candied hawthorn from her daughter, her face filled with concern for her beloved child. Dear, do enjoy it. It's quite delicious. Mother, don't pay attention to what those people are saying. In my heart, you are the best. Moreover, everyone knows the regent is not interested in women. I doubt he would even glance at the so-called daughter of the imperial teacher. Chapter 22. Yinner, mother is not short of money. Mother, you need not worry. I understand. Besides, I don't really know what kind of person the regent is. If I did not understand him, how could I agree to marry him? Furthermore, I haven't even reached marriageable age. There is still plenty of time, and who knows what might happen. Han Shi felt her daughter's reasoning was sound and nodded in agreement. Her daughter was still quite young, and there was no rush to marry her off. She had enough resources to support her daughter, even for a lifetime if necessary. Setting aside her worries, Han Shi happily enjoyed the candied hawthorn with her daughter. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan contemplated the possibility that if the regent were to fall for another woman, he could simply write a letter to annul the engagement, allowing them both to pursue their own paths without interference. She had no desire to share a man with multiple women. Her aversion to emotional entanglements made her particularly averse to the drama among women in ancient harems over a single man. In her mind, if she were to become one of the emperor's consorts, she would first emasculate him and then escape the palace to live a life of freedom. Although she lived in ancient times, the type of man she desired must be one of lifelong partnership. If she could not find such a man, she would remain unmarried for life. After finishing lunch with her mother, Mu Fengyan descended to take a carriage to the pawn shop. When Han Shi saw the man in the carriage, she was momentarily startled. Mother, do not be afraid. This is the person I saved earlier. His name is Mu Shan, and he will be assisting me from now on. Having been in business for many years, Han Shi quickly acclimated to the situation. She nodded at Mu Fengyan, indicating she was fine, and stepped into the carriage, taking a seat beside her. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but admire her mother. She was increasingly aligned with her mindset and displayed none of the ancient customs dictating that men and women should not travel together. Mu Fengyan followed her mother into the carriage, lowered the curtain, and called out to Qing Feng outside. We made apart now. She then glanced at the injured Mu Shan sitting beside her. Mu Shan, this is my mother. Greetings, madam. Yes, are your injuries severe? Should we find a place to treat you? For the first time, Mu Shan felt someone genuinely cared for him, and his eyes reddened slightly as he hurriedly replied, Madam, I am fine. It's merely superficial injuries. They're not serious. Han Shi exchanged a glance with her daughter, thinking such serious wounds could not be minor. Mu Fengyan understood her mother's concern and nodded slightly. She then retrieved a pill from her sleeve and handed it to Mu Shan, saying, Take this. It It will help your wounds heal quickly. Thank you. Mississippi Mu Shan accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After taking the medicine, Mu Shan felt warmth spreading through his body, alleviating the pain that had previously felt like being cut by knives. Thank you, miss, he expressed genuinely. He was grateful for being saved during such a perilous moment. Otherwise, he would have ended up as a lifeless corpse. He vowed to faithfully follow her. Soon they arrived at the pawn shop, and Qing Feng announced, Miss Mu, we have arrived at the pawn shop. All right, I understand. She turned to Mu Shan, instructing, you just wait in the carriage. It's not suitable for you to show yourself right now. Mu Shan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mississippi. Mu Fengyan and her mother Han Shi exited the carriage and entered the pawn shop. The manager, seeing the two women enter, hurried to greet them, recognizing them as ladies from a wealthy household. Madam, miss, are you looking to purchase maidservants or young servants? Han Shi replied, we would like to select a few. Upon hearing this was a significant order, the manager quickly invited them into the main room, smiling broadly. Madam, miss, please take a seat. We have just received a batch of excellent maidservants and young servants, who were previously from affluent families. Unfortunately, they have fallen on hard times and were sold off. These individuals are accustomed to household work and are quite clever. Mu Fengyan and Han Shi took their seats, and servants immediately served tea. Manager, please bring out the candidates so I can select, Mu Fengyan requested. Of course, madam. Please wait a moment. The manager hurriedly left. Yenner, this time you should select a few more maidservants, preferably some clever ones. Mother, rest assured. I will take a look and let you know which ones I like. All right. If you wish to choose a few, go ahead. I'm not sure of money. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but smile at her mother's endearing nature. Mother is not short of money was becoming her catchphrase. With a beaming smile, Mu Fengyan nodded at her mother. In no time, the manager returned with a group of maidservants. Fortunately, the main hall was spacious enough to accommodate over 20 individuals, making the room feel crowded. The manager arranged them to stand properly and quickly approached Han Shi with an exaggeratedly flattering smile. Madam, miss, these are the new arrivals you can select from. You are the first to choose from this batch. Mu Fengyan looked over the maidservants. A few indeed appeared delicate and well-groomed, suggesting they had been valued in their previous households. She noticed that they all hung their heads low, looking dejected, and said, lift your heads. Let me have a look. Upon hearing the sound, everyone raised their heads. Mu Fengyan scanned the crowd and noted that the individuals were relatively young, their eyes clear and bright, though she was uncertain of the troubles that had befallen their master. Her gaze fell upon a young girl, not much older than herself, who bore a gentle countenance and appeared quite composed. Although she was clad in coarse linen garments, her innate elegance shone through, untainted by the convoluted intrigues that often clouded the minds of women from the Prime Minister's residence. Mu Fengyan gestured toward the girl and said, step forward. Upon realizing she was the one being addressed, the girl approached with dignity and knelt before Mu Fengyan, greeting her. This servant pays respects to the young miss. Rise and respond, Mu Fengyan instructed. Thank you, young miss, the girl replied as she slowly stood up. Mu Fengyan scrutinized her further and inquired. You were not a maidservant before, were you? Indeed, I was not, young miss. My family has been engaged in commerce for generations. However, my father was wronged by treacherous individuals, and our household was seized by the authorities. I was sold here, and had it not been for the kindness of these compassionate souls, I might have perished, she explained, glancing at the other servants standing beside her. Are you literate? I have been able to read since childhood, as my father took the time to teach me some business acumen during his leisure, she replied. Mu Fengyan considered her words, recognizing the girl's intelligence and the subtle way she highlighted her strengths. She then turned her attention to the others, asking, and what of you? An older servant stepped forward and responded, young miss, we were originally born into the households of affluent families. Unfortunately, the young master of our house was murdered by distant relatives, leading to the ruin of our family. As former servants, we were sold by the new master who took over. We beseech you to take us in. We are diligent and will not trouble you. The others followed suit, kneeling and pleading with sorrowful expressions, lamenting their misfortunes and the plight of their families who remained outside. Mu Fengyan's gaze was calm. She valued loyalty above all else in her servants, regardless of their age. You may rise, she said, observing the sadness in their eyes. It was evident they felt deep sympathy for their previous master's misfortunes. After careful contemplation, she noticed that each one seemed suitable enough. Should they prove to be unsatisfactory in the future, she could simply dismiss them. Mu Fengyan exchanged a glance with her mother, Han Shi, who understood her daughter's intent. With a wave of her hand, she instructed the steward to purchase all of them. They bowed repeatedly in gratitude, thanking the young miss and her mother for their benevolence. The initial girl, with tears welling in her eyes, expressed her relief, stating that without the appearance of the lady and the young miss today, she might have been sold into a brothel or as a concubine. She bowed once more, thanking the heavens for their kindness and for her parents' protection from above. After allowing them to rise, Mu Fengyan addressed an elderly woman among them, asking, "Do you have others with you?" Remembering the earlier mention of them being born into servitude, Mu Fengyan suspected that many of them had families. "Yes, young miss, some of our men and children are waiting outside," she replied. Han Shi inquired, "How many are there?" "About 10 more, madam," came the reply. "Very well. Steward, I will take them all. Bring me their contracts," Han Shi commanded. The steward nodded eagerly, pleased to have encountered such a generous patron who would buy all the newly arrived maidservants and young servants. He presented the contracts to Han Shi, who then asked him the total cost. "Madam, these maidservants are of higher quality, and the price for each is..." "Enough with the details. Just tell me the total amount," Han Shi interjected with mild annoyance. "Yes, madam, I have already calculated it. Here is the total," the steward responded, handing her the document. After reviewing it, Han Shi provided him with a silver note, which he accepted with a broad smile, returning any excess funds before cheerfully escorting the new recruits. Mu Fengyan and Han Shi led the approximately 40 newly acquired maidservants and young servants toward the villa in the outskirts. Along the way, Mu Fengyan entrusted Wang Bo, a former steward from her previous residence, with some silver to procure bedding and clothing, recognizing that such a large group would require ample supplies. After a journey of about an hour and a half, they arrived at the villa. Mu Fengyan descended from the carriage and surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, it was a picturesque locale, replete with natural beauty, ideal for recuperation. She noted the towering mountains nearby, which seemed perfect for exercise and the cultivation of her discreet influence. Gently assisting her mother from the carriage, Qing Feng knocked on the door. With a creak, it opened, revealing an elderly man who was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many people. However, upon recognizing Han Shi, he approached joyfully, attempting to kneel in reverence. Han Shi stopped him, saying, "Uncle Han, there is no need for such formalities. How have you and Aunt Han fared over the years?" "Miss, I am well, and seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease," he replied, wiping away tears of relief. He had heard the rumors circulating outside and had been worried sick, unable to enter the Prime Minister's residence. "This is Yenner," Han Shi introduced, turning to Mu Fengyan. "Yenner, come and greet Uncle Han. He used to play with you when you were little. He came to the capital with us all those years ago." Han Shi reflected on the passage of time, noting how much had changed and how much older Uncle Han had become. Mu Fengyan approached and offered a respectful bow. "Hello, Uncle Han. Young miss, you must not. You must not. It is enough for me to know you are well," he insisted, grateful for their welfare. "Uncle Han, we will be staying here for a while. Yenner needs to recuperate. Please arrange for these individuals. They're my newly acquired maidservants and young servants. Let them dine and rest today, and we will make further arrangements tomorrow." "Understood, young miss. You and Yenner may go and rest," he replied. "Yes, thank you, Uncle Han. Wang Bo, please come here," Han Shi called out. Wang Bo stepped forward promptly. "Uncle Han, this is Wang Bo. They all previously worked in the same household. You may consult him for arrangements. I will take Yenner inside now." "Yes, madam." "All right, young miss," he echoed. Mu Fengyan turned to Qing Feng and asked, "Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" "Thank you, Miss Mu, but I must return to report to the prince. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Mu Fengyan did not insist, responding, "Please convey my thanks to the prince, and I appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, Miss Mu, I will certainly inform His Highness. It is my duty, and I do not find it burdensome." With that, Qing Feng departed swiftly. Mu Fengyan followed her mother into the small courtyard. Although it was not as grand as the Mu residence, it was serene, adorned with pavilions, bridges, and flowing water, reminiscent of a Jiangnan garden, which Mu Fengyan found delightful. As they approached the main house, Han Shi inquired, "Do you like it, Yenna?" "Mother, I adore this courtyard. I believe it surpasses the Prime Minister's residence," Mu Fengyan replied. Han Shi knew it, recalling how she had been captivated by the place at first sight and had longed to bring her daughter here for a brief respite, though fate had thwarted her plans. Now, they had finally settled in. In the subsequent chapter, Empress Su expressed her relief that Mu Fengyan had severed her engagement with Ao'er. Mu Fengyan noticed the melancholy in her mother's eyes, aware that it stemmed from thoughts of her unworthy father. My dear mother, in the days to come, I shall always remain by your side. During our time at the other residence, let us forget all our troubles and truly relish this serene moment. You have toiled so hard for me over the years. Now it is time for you to rest. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Han chuckled lightly, acknowledging the wisdom in her daughter's sentiment. There was no need to feel sorrow for those who were unworthy. The two entered the front hall with joyful spirits. Before long, Uncle Han's wife, Aunt Han, along with her daughter, May, entered. As they stepped through the door, both knelt down. I have seen the young lady. How have you fared these years? Aunt Han asked. Mrs. Han hurried over to assist Aunt Han to her feet. I am well, and you? Aunt Han wiped her tears and replied, We are all well, young lady. This is my daughter, May. May, quickly greet the young lady. Just as May rose, she attempted to kneel again, but was stopped by Mrs. Han. There is no need for such formalities. Yinner and I will be here for a while. We shall have plenty of opportunities to meet. Is this truly the young lady? Mu Fengyan approached and bowed slightly, saying, Hello, Aunt Han. Is this really the young lady? Aunt Han asked in disbelief. Mrs. Han nodded with a smile, only to see Aunt Han's eyes brimming with tears as she murmured, This is wonderful. The master and mistress must be at peace seeing that the young lady and little lady are safe. Mrs. Han's eyes also turned red. It was evident that her daughter's situation had caused great concern among them. Mu Fengyan observed Aunt Han and May and recognized that they were part of her mother's dowry and thus genuinely cared for her. Anton, I yearn for your cooking. I have thought of it often over the years. Aunt Han quickly wiped her tears, her voice now light with joy. Oh, it is no trouble at all. I shall prepare dinner for both the young lady and little lady right away. After bidding farewell to the young ladies, Aunt Han and May joyfully went to prepare the meal. Mu Fengyan could sense that everyone her mother brought along truly cared for her from the depths of their hearts. Observing these loyal servants revealed that her maternal grandparents must indeed be kind-hearted individuals. Yinner, rest for a while. Your mother will call you for dinner later. Your room is next to your mother's. Aunt Han and the others have kept it clean. All right, Mother, I will rest for a bit. The little girl felt quite fatigued. She walked into the adjacent room, promptly removed her shoes, and lay down on the bed. In the palace, Empress Su gazed incredulously at Su Mama. You say Mu Fengyan has returned to life? How can this be? Was she not buried? Indeed, it is true, my lady. Just now, I saw Lord Wang hastily summon Lord Chun. I inquired with one who accompanied Lord Wang to announce the decree at the Mu residence, and he confirmed it. He even saw the young lady with his own eyes. How can this be? I have never heard of such a strange occurrence. The Empress fell into contemplation. Mu Fengyan has suddenly returned to life, but she has already broken her engagement with Ao'er. And what of Lord Chen's prophecy regarding the Phoenix Girl? Does it still hold? If it does, then perhaps she could still serve as a secondary consort to Ao'er. The Empress pondered the feasibility of this situation. Before she could reach a conclusion, her personal maid rushed in, kneeling before the Empress. I have seen the Empress. What has you so flustered, Xianglian? My lady, I just returned from outside and heard that the Emperor has betrothed the Regent. Oh, to which young lady has he given his blessing? Not Lu Lingwei, is it? No, my lady, it is the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor, Mu Fengyan. The maid hesitated, her voice trailing off. But was not the young lady already dead? What? Who do you say? The Empress grew agitated, unable to comprehend how the Emperor had arranged a marriage so swiftly. According to the lady's words, it is the young lady Mu Fengyan. The Empress was unable to fathom the Emperor's intentions. She knew the prophecy concerning Mu Fengyan, and how could he possibly marry her to the Regent? The Emperor and the Regent were at odds. Their relationship had soured to the point of mutual disdain. The Empress found herself perplexed and instructed Su Mama, go and investigate this matter. It would be best to consult Lord Wang for clarity. Yishilove, Su Mama replied, departing to gather more information. Xianglian, bring me a cup of fresh tea. I shall obey. The Empress grew increasingly bewildered by the Emperor's actions. Realizing that the heart of a ruler was indeed difficult to discern, she could only wait for Su Mama to return with information to understand the situation better. An hour later, Su Mama returned. What news do you bring? My lady, I found Lord Wang and discreetly offered him some silver. He revealed that Lord Chun had said a person who returns from the dead could either bring great misfortune or great fortune. The Emperor believes that Mu Fengyan is an omen of misfortune, hence he has betrothed her to the Regent, hoping she might bring about the regent's demise. Upon hearing this, the empress let out a long sigh of relief. I knew the emperor would not act without reason. Thankfully, I have not made any decisions yet, and I am grateful that my son has broken his engagement with Mu Fengyan. Within Xianlin Palace, concubine Li was admiring the jade bracelet the emperor had bestowed upon her that morning. The emperor had spent the night in her quarters, rewarding her for her service the previous evening. It seemed that she still held a place in his heart, and concubine Li wore a beaming smile. At that moment, a maid entered, addressing her. "My lady, I have heard some news." "Oh, what is it?" Concubine Li inquired, still admiring the bracelet. "My lady, I have heard that the emperor has betrothed the regent to the already deceased young lady Mu Fengyan." Concubine Li thought she must have misheard, placing the bracelet down. "Who did the emperor betroth to the regent?" "It is the young lady from the Mu family. The emperor has given a dead person to the regent?" The more she thought about it, the more implausible it seemed. Was the emperor not concerned about the regent's potential rebellion? "My lady, I have heard that the deceased young lady Mu Fengyan has come back to life." "What? She has returned to life?" Concubine Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, my lady, it is absolutely true. The young eunuch who delivered the decree witnessed it himself." Concubine Li found the situation increasingly strange. How could a deceased person come back to life? Chapter 25. The old matron fainted again regarding Lord Chen's prophecy about Mu Fengyan. Concubine Li was also aware. Her fourth son, Yi Chunjun, was merely a year younger than the third prince, Yi Chenao, and possessed similar capabilities, yet the emperor favored the third prince more, which had always left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Later, upon hearing Lord Chen's prophecy that whoever obtained this girl could gain the world, her discontent grew. Who could have imagined that Mu Fengyan would die? This made her ecstatic for quite a while. What phoenix girl? One who wouldn't even live to adulthood? The empress could now rest easy, for with the girl dead, how could anyone gain the world? Yet now, what was the situation? Mu Fengyan had inexplicably returned to life, and the emperor had betrothed her to the regent. Concubine Li instructed her personal maid to investigate further. At the Mu residence, when the second lady and Mu Shushiwe found Chancellor Mu and informed him that the first lady's quarters were completely empty, Chancellor Mu naturally did not believe it and went to verify for himself. Indeed, there was nothing left. It was astonishingly clean. Not even a broom remained in the courtyard. This was truly strange. Chancellor Mu fell into deep contemplation over this occurrence. If someone had moved the belongings, the steward would not be oblivious to such a significant disturbance. How could it escape the notice of those in the household? Yet, when he inquired of the steward, none had any knowledge of it. As the prime minister, Mu found himself increasingly horrified by the thought of his eldest daughter crawling out of her grave. Could it be that she was truly possessed by some unclean spirit? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, but fortunately, he was not at home at that moment. Just then, a servant hurried in to report, "My lord, the old madam has awakened." The prime minister, along with the second wife and Mu Shushiwe, hurried to the old madam's gathering place. Upon reaching her bedside, the prime minister softly inquired, "Mother, are you feeling better?" "Ming'er, I saw the spirit of your eldest daughter return," the old madam said, a tinge of terror evident in her eyes. In response to his mother's words, the prime minister, filled with indignation, retorted, "Mother, that unfilial daughter is not dead. She frightened us early this morning, causing chaos in the household." The old madam looked at her son in disbelief. "Not dead? How can that be? Did not the servants witness her burial? She must have been rescued by someone." "Do not worry, mother, that unfilial daughter is alive, and there is no need for you to be afraid." Upon hearing that her daughter was alive, the old madam instantly perked up, sitting up straight and feeling much better. Her face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Where is that unfilial daughter? Bring her to me so that she may kneel and confess her sins. To frighten an old woman like me early in the morning is utterly ungrateful. I will have her kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights without respite." "Mother, please do not rush. She and the first wife have gone to the other residence to recuperate and will not be returning to upset you anytime soon." The old madam, believing that the prime minister had expelled them, felt a bit relieved until she overheard the second wife say, "Mother, the first wife mentioned before leaving that she will no longer be contributing to the household. She said the eldest daughter needs to recuperate and requires a significant amount of silver." The old madam's anger flared up again. "What? That Han woman dares to stop supporting the household? Who gave her the audacity to do so? Bring her to me. I shall personally ask whether she still considers herself the first wife of the Mu family. The old madam was anxious without Han's contributions. How could she enjoy the luxuries she had been accustomed to? The second wife awkwardly added, Mother, the first wife and eldest daughter have already gone to the other residence. She actually dares. The old madam was cut off mid-sentence, fainting from a combination of anger and her recent recovery from illness. The Prime Minister shot an irritated glare at the second wife for bringing up such matters at this juncture and bellowed, Why are you not hastening to summon the household physician? Realizing her blunder, the second wife quickly sent a maid to fetch the physician. The Mu household was thrown into disarray once more. Upon returning home, Qing Feng knocked on the study door. Knight Li Jue, who had already returned, was handling official business and called out, Come in. After entering, Qing Feng reported, Your Highness, I have delivered Miss Mu to the other residence. Did she say anything? Knight Li Jue inquired. Miss Mu expressed her gratitude for Your Highness's carriage. A slight smile played on Knight Li Jue's lips. At least the young lady had a sense of gratitude. Today, Miss Mu took in a subordinate and named him Mu Shan. I observed that although he possesses some skills, they are not particularly formidable. Yes, I have already instructed Dongfang Xian to investigate his background. We will decide accordingly if any issues arise. Qing Feng was astonished. When had the prince learned of this, and why had he already sent Dongfang Xian to inquire? Such information seemed unnecessary for Dongfang Xian to pursue. You may leave now, the prince commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Suppressing his astonishment, Qing Feng exited, pondering that he must be even more courteous to Miss Mu in the future, as it was evident the prince held her in high regard. Mu Fengyan was roused by her mother's call. After a brief rest, she felt invigorated. Han Mei was nearby, attending to both Han and Mu Fengyan, though primarily focused on Han. Having been a soul from another world, Mu Fengyan was accustomed to handling matters herself and found it somewhat unsettling to have a maid trailing her. After enjoying a cheerful dinner with her mother and chatting for a while, the two retired for the night. Once back in her room, Mu Fengyan closed all doors and windows before stepping into her space. She realized she had yet to properly explore the space that had accompanied her in her past life, particularly the sudden emergence of spring water. Approaching the pool, she examined it closely but could not discern any secrets. Previously, in her past life, she had tried every method to summon water from this pool, but to no avail. To her surprise, it had begun to flow after arriving in this alternate world. Could it be fate? Regardless, she decided that the presence of water was a welcome development. Glancing around, she noted that her small clinic still stood intact. Though modest in size, it was well equipped with advanced medical instruments that rivaled those found in small hospitals of her former life. Adjacent to the clinic was a small room containing ancient medical texts and various poisons she had researched out of boredom. She had thoroughly studied anything related to toxins, even creating a myriad of unique poisons tailored to her preferences, all in preparation for her enemies from her past life. Chapter 26. To Die Once. To die again, Mu Fengyan peered into the distance and saw her little herb garden still thriving. It appeared there was now a large plot of land beside it. Elated, she walked over and discovered it to be a cultivated field distinct from the soil of her medicinal herb garden. In her past life, she had attempted to grow food in the medicinal plot, but nothing flourished. Frustrated, Mu Fengyan pondered whether it was truly destiny that had brought her to this place. Fortunately, she could manipulate the items in her space with her thoughts. She decided to plant crops, knowing she could harvest them effortlessly once they matured. This indicated that she would not starve in this world, which was a reason for celebration. Moreover, time in her space flowed 10 times faster than outside, allowing her to pursue any endeavor she desired. Having come to terms with this, Mu Fengyan approached the small pool and found a cup in her room to fill with the spring water, drinking a small portion. The water was sweet, warming her abdomen pleasantly and proving beneficial for a frail body. However, she refrained from overindulging, fearing her body could not withstand too much. After completing her tasks, Mu Fengyan exited the space and collapsed in a bed, exhausted from the inadequacies of her original body. Little did she know, shortly after she fell asleep, the spring water began to nourish her body, repairing the damage done by toxins and gradually altering her skeletal structure. Meanwhile, at the third prince's residence, the atmosphere was lively, filled with music and dance. The third prince, Yi Chun, presided over a banquet for the scions of various noble families and talented scholars. Third prince, congratulations. The emperor has decreed the betrothal of you to the second miss of the prime minister's household, Mu Fengyan. Once she comes of age, you may marry, said Wang Bo from the Ministry of Rights, who was related to Mu Fengyan. The third prince appeared pleased and nodded at Wang Bo, raising his cup in acknowledgement. Wang Bo, taken aback by the honor, lifted his cup in return. Yi Ziqing, glancing at the third prince, remarked, "Brother, have you heard? That Mu Fengyan, after being released from her engagement, has now been promised to the regent." Yi Ziqing's father was the emperor's younger brother, Yi Inshuan, known as Lord Sun. Yi Ziqing, referred to as the young master of Cheng, shared a close bond with the third prince, both being of similar age, and privately addressed him as brother. Regarding Mu Fengyan, the young master of Cheng was somewhat informed. Ziqing, I suspect by tomorrow the entire Zixing kingdom will know that the seemingly resurrected Mu Fengyan has been betrothed to the ninth prince, the third prince declared. Taking a sip from his cup, Yi Ziqing sat closely beside the third prince, their proximity palpable. Leaning slightly to the left, Cheng Shitzi whispered, "Third brother, regarding the divination you mentioned earlier, it was troubling enough when Mu Fengyan perished, but now, inexplicably revived and betrothed to the ninth uncle. I wonder if that prophecy still holds any truth. Father has summoned Lord Chun, and whispers in the palace suggest that Mu Fengyan's resurrection could either herald great calamity or immense fortune. Father believes it to be the former, hence the betrothal to the ninth uncle." Upon hearing the third prince's account, Yi Ziqing pondered for a moment before responding quietly, "But third brother, have you considered the possibility that it might signify great fortune? Would that not advantage the ninth uncle? His power is already substantial, and should Mu Fengyan become his ally, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to you in the future." The third prince grasped the implication in Cheng Shitzi's words. Should he ascend to the throne, he would struggle to unseat the formidable ninth uncle. His eyes narrowed as he fell into contemplation. "Third brother, I believe it would be wise to take advantage of Mu Fengyan's youth. Having died once, it is likely she could perish again. I have heard that she has gone to the outskirts with her mother for recuperation. This presents an opportune moment." Cheng Shitzi was undeniably decisive and ruthless in his actions. Despite being merely 18, he displayed an astuteness beyond his years. He had always been a staunch supporter of the third prince, devising many advantageous strategies on his behalf. The third prince, however, shook his head, cautioning against hasty actions. For now, it would be prudent to refrain from acting impulsively. I doubt the ninth uncle will genuinely accept this betrothal. He has never allowed father to dictate his actions. The imperial decree holds little weight for him, and I suspect that he will resolve the matter with Mu Fengyan himself. Cheng Shitzi contemplated this, finding some merit in it. Yet he still felt that it would be best to eliminate Mu Fengyan now, lest they regret it later. The third prince continued, "If the ninth uncle does not deal with her personally, we could intervene ourselves. It would be exceedingly simple to dispose of a defenseless woman." There was a hint of disdain in the third prince's tone. Ultimately, Cheng Shitzi acquiesced to the third prince's perspective, reasoning that a weak woman would pose little threat in the future. Unbeknownst to them, they had missed the opportune moment to eliminate Mu Fengyan, and by the time they sought to do so again, she would have ascended to a height beyond their reach. Within the imperial tutor's residence, Lu Lingwei was sorrowfully wiping her tears, lamenting how the emperor had betrothed the regent king. She had fervently implored her grandfather to persuade the emperor to grant her to the regent king, but her grandfather had always firmly opposed it. She understood that her grandfather was the emperor's teacher, loyal to him, and would never allow her to marry the regent king, whom the emperor sought to undermine. However, since the moment she laid eyes on that strikingly handsome man exuding royal charisma at the age of 13, she had been utterly captivated. Learning of his status as the regent king only intensified her admiration, a being second only to the emperor himself. The thought of becoming the regent king's consort filled her with dreams of grandeur. Yet, she never anticipated the discord between the regent king and the emperor. Although she lacked understanding of court affairs, she grasped many underlying truths. The regent king was akin to a war god within the Zixing kingdom. How could the emperor allow someone so powerful to persist? Thus, her grandfather had always obstructed her wishes, favoring the third prince instead. While the third prince was indeed exceptional among the royal offspring, he paled in comparison to the regent king. Lu Lingwei aspired to marry the finest man in the realm. Besides the current emperor, only the regent king met her criteria. Her beauty and talent made her a paragon in Zishan Kingdom, leading her to be proud and dismissive of ordinary noble suitors. Even the princes admired her greatly, yet her affections were singularly reserved for the Regent King. Now, however, the emperor had promised Mu Fengyan, who had died and returned to the Regent King, and she felt that such a paragon should not be sullied by a woman of that caliber. The more she contemplated, the more despairing she became. She resolved to confront her grandfather, determined to marry the Regent King, even if it meant becoming a concubine. Chapter 27. Lu Lingwei's despair. Lu Lingwei hurriedly made her way to her grandfather's study. The imperial tutor, Lu Dishi, was engaged in a discussion with his son, Lu Ji, regarding the emperor's betrothal to the Regent King. Lu Ji, having attained a fourth-rank position due to his father's influence, held a respectable standing in court. Father, what could the emperor's betrothal to the Regent King signify? The emperor's intentions are inscrutable, but I have heard from Lord Chun about the so-called Phoenix Maiden associated with Mu Fengyan. Father, what does this Phoenix Maiden entail? It was during a drunken revelry that Lord Chun mentioned the eldest daughter of the Chancellor possessing the attributes of Phoenix Maiden, whose acquisition would bring dominion over the realm. This is why the Empress hurriedly urged the Emperor to betroth Mu Fengyan to the third prince, yet she unexpectedly died. But father, did not Mu Fengyan return to life? Lu Ji exclaimed, aware of the rumors circulating through the city regarding her miraculous revival. Indeed, she has returned. The specifics of her resurrection remain elusive, known perhaps only to her, yet such details are inconsequential. What matters is that upon her revival, the Emperor summoned Lord Chun, and shortly thereafter, the imperial decree was issued. What did Lord Chun convey that prompted the Emperor's urgency? Lu Dishi gazed out the window, deep in thought, before finally replying, I am unaware of the specifics, yet I suspect it bodes ill. Otherwise, given the Emperor's temperament, why would he hasten to betroth her to the Regent King if she were of such good character? Your words hold weight, father. As their conversation concluded, a faint noise was heard from outside. Who goes there? Lu Ji swiftly rose to open the door. Lu Lingwei, having inadvertently kicked something and caused a sound, was relieved when Lu Ji recognized her. Waiter, why are you outside? Lu Lingwei glanced at her father. Her eyes reddened as she stammered, Father, Lu Ji sighed. Come inside. There is no need to linger at the door. He understood his daughter's sentiments well. Lu Dishi, seeing his beloved granddaughter, inquired gently, Waiter, what brings you to seek your grandfather at this late hour? Before she could respond, tears streamed down her face, causing both men to feel a pang of sorrow. Grandfather, Lu Lingwei closed her eyes and knelt down, declaring, Grandfather, I implore you to persuade the Emperor to issue a decree that I may marry the Regent King. Unexpectedly, the previously gentle Lu Dishi's countenance darkened ominously, and he rebuked her. Do you understand the gravity of your words? Furthermore, the Regent King is already married. Grandfather, I would be content as a concubine. I will marry no one but the Regent King. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Lu Dishi was so enraged that he nearly choked, while Lu Ji hurried to assist his father in regaining composure. Father, calm yourself. Wei is still young and does not grasp the complexities involved. Do not let this upset your health. Lu Lingwei, terrified, remained motionless on the floor, having never witnessed her grandfather's fury to such an extent. After a considerable time, Lu Dishi's agitation subsided, yet he remained irate as he gazed down at his kneeling granddaughter. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? My esteemed granddaughter, reduced to becoming a concubine to the Regent King? What my dignity? What of your father's honor? Would you have the entire court mock us? That is not my intention, grandfather. I do not mean it. Lu Lingwei hastily defended herself. Did you not? You are currently contemplating such a course of action. Enough. No more words. You have reached the age of maturity, and you are quite suited for the third prince, who has also shown interest in you. Tomorrow, I shall petition the Emperor for your marriage to him. Lu Lingwei was taken aback, unable to comprehend her grandfather's sudden decisiveness. As a thought struck her, she hastily interjected, But grandfather, the third prince, is already wed to the second daughter of Prime Minister Mu. Lu Dishi scoffed. The second daughter of Prime Minister Mu will not be the principal consort. The position of the primary wife is currently vacant, and tomorrow I will request the Emperor to bestow you upon the third prince as his rightful consort. You have reached maturity, and it is time for your wedding. Panic spread through Lu Lingwei. No, grandfather, my heart has always belonged to one person, and that is the regent. Lu Dishi retorted. If you were to marry the regent, have you considered the implications for our entire Lu family? You would place us at odds with the emperor. Do you wish to drag our entire household into ruin? If the regent were to fall from grace, it would mean the end for our family. Have you thought this through, Wei? Hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Lingwei collapsed onto the ground, her heart in turmoil. She yearned to marry the regent, yet she could not bear to gamble with the fate of the Lu family. Observing his granddaughter's despair, Lu Dishi's heart softened. Wei, the regent is not your ideal match. He is ruthless and disinterested in women. Even if you were to marry him, you would not win his heart. I have heard that apart from the few servants in the kitchen, the regent's residence is filled only with guards. Lu Lingwei lowered her head, and Lu Dishi, unable to discern her thoughts, gestured to Lu Ji, who understood the signal and summoned 2 maidservants. Take your mistress back to her chamber and attend to her properly. The maidservants complied, guiding the disoriented Lu Lingwei away. Lu Dishi looked at his granddaughter's retreating figure, feeling a sense of helplessness. His granddaughter had impeccable taste. There was no man in the entire Zixing kingdom more exceptional than the regent. However, differing allegiances rendered such attributes meaningless. He would never gamble the Lu family's future on a whim. Father, look at Wei. Lu Ji inquired with concern. It is nothing. Tomorrow I will petition the emperor. He is inclined to have her marry the 3rd prince, Lu Dishi replied. Lu Ji nodded in relief, knowing that once his daughter was married, her focus would shift entirely to her husband. The next day, Mu Fengyan awoke to a foul stench. Blinking her eyes open, she noticed that even her white undergarments had begun to darken. Raising her hand to sniff, she grimaced at the unpleasant odor. Rushing into her space, she thought, if Han Mei finds out about this, it would be quite embarrassing. She retrieved a bathing tub from the clinic and filled it with spring water. Glancing at the basin, she was delighted to see the water level rise to its previous height. This revelation filled her with joy. It seemed the spring water was inexhaustible. Overwhelmed by the stench, she quickly shed her outer garments and stepped into the tub, washing herself clean. Emerging from her bath, she was astonished to find her skin as white as snow, and the scars left by the original owner had vanished completely. Her delicate fingers were as pristine as spring onions, her skin fair, and her legs long and straight. Though her figure was somewhat petite, she was only 14 and had ample time for nourishment. Hastily changing into fresh attire, she stood before the dressing mirror in the clinic, examining her reflection. Her complexion resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, her lively eyes sparkling beneath long lashes, and her delicate features bore a striking resemblance to her former self, though, she realized, she was even more beautiful now. Mu Fengyan practiced the Mu family's heart technique and was thrilled to discover that her physical strength had returned to about 70%. Her skeletal structure had also undergone some changes. If she continued to train rigorously in her space, she would soon regain her former prowess. Coupled with her current lightness in movement and her previous martial arts skills, she felt confident that she would thrive in this new world. She glanced at the spring water outside, understanding that it played a significant role in her transformation. She resolved to ensure her mother drank some daily. Pouring the bathwater into her medicinal garden, she hoped the effects would yield remarkable results. Observing her refined features and fair skin, she wondered if such brilliance might draw suspicion, especially after the previous day's dullness. Taking out cosmetics from her drawer, she darkened her complexion several shades, achieving a more subtle appearance. A gradual transformation will draw less attention, she mused. After finishing her preparations, Mu Fengyan exited her space, feeling light as a feather and full of vigor, a stark contrast to the fatigue that had plagued her the previous day. In high spirits, she set off to join her mother for breakfast. Meanwhile, in the Mu household, Minister Mu was not in high spirits. He had spent the night in the company of concubine Zhao, a once proud woman who had ultimately succumbed to his sweet words. Perhaps he had invested much in her, which explained his continued affection. Concubine Zhao had been particularly enchanting last night, attending to him with great care. Initially, Minister Mu was quite engaged, but he soon found something amiss. Despite the warmth of her embrace, he was unable to respond. He dismissed his concerns as fatigue, attempting several times to no avail. Resisting his desires, he told Zhao he was too tired and turned away. Confused, concubine Zhao wondered if her attentiveness had fallen short, as she had always successfully pleased him in the past. Today felt different. Despite her efforts, she could not earn his favor. Unwilling to accept defeat, she clung to him. Yet Minister Mu, though reluctant, allowed her to persist. Ultimately, still nothing transpired. As the dawn broke, Minister Mu, having endured a restless night, hurriedly sought an external physician. He was too embarrassed to consult the household doctor. Such matters concerned a man's dignity, and word of it should not spread. Disguising himself completely, he discreetly accompanied his loyal servant, Uncle Zhong, to find a doctor. At the apothecary, the apprentice, still groggy and unwashed, grumbled at the loud knocking. "Who is it? Why disturb my slumber so early?" He opened the door, only to be met with the glint of a sword, instantly sobering him. "My lord, let us speak civilly." Minister Mu, cloaked in a black hood, inquired, "Do you recognize me?" "And no, I do not know you, my lord. Please spare me." The apprentice stammered in fear. Minister Mu sighed in relief. He feared the apprentice would recognize him, necessitating silence on the matter. "Is the doctor in?" Yes. The apprentice trembled, leading Minister Mu to the back room. Dr. Wang, just awakening, emerged to witness the scene and chided, "What is the meaning of this? If someone is ill, let them be treated without threatening my apprentice. Such weapons are dangerous." Minister Mu reassured the elderly physician, "Rest assured, I will release your apprentice, but first, you must ascertain if my ailment can still be treated." Dr. Wang gazed at the individual before him and remarked, "Wearing a hood like that makes it impossible for me to discern your features. As physicians, we emphasize the importance of observation, inquiry, and examination. All elements are critical to accurately assess your condition." Chancellor Mu stepped forward and curtly replied, "Just take my pulse, quickly, spare me the pleasantries." With a sense of resignation, Dr. Wang led him to the apothecary's main hall, where he meticulously examined his pulse. After a moment, he stated, "I regret to inform you that I cannot treat your ailment." Chancellor Mu, growing anxious, inquired, "Why not? Aren't you a physician? How can you be unable to assist? The pulse you present is peculiar, exhibiting signs of illness yet not conforming to any recognizable condition. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such an unusual pulse. Forgive my inadequacy. I suggest you seek another physician." A guard behind Chancellor Mu drew his sword with the intent to slay Dr. Wang, but the Chancellor intervened, unwilling to escalate the situation. Dr. Wang, maintaining his composure, declared, "Even if you were to kill me, I still could not remedy your affliction." With no other recourse, Chancellor Mu departed in search of other physicians, only to receive the same disheartening response. Ultimately, he returned to his residence, determined to keep this matter from the household, as his dignity as a man was at stake. No sooner had he exited than a cacophony of distressing cries erupted from within the star-picking pavilion. Maidservants rushed into the second young lady's chamber, and upon seeing her bedridden form, they collectively gasped in horror. Her face, marred by red welts and swollen eyelids, with pus oozing from certain areas, was a far cry from the beauty she once possessed. The sight was so terrifying that they hesitated to approach. In the Ruei courtyard, the second lady had barely settled before the mirror when she caught sight of her reflection and fainted with a scream. Thankfully, a maid rushed in to catch her, preventing a fall. Upon seeing the second lady's face, the maid nearly dropped her in shock. It was an appalling sight, riddled with red rashes, a particularly large sore on her left cheek, and a repulsive appearance overall. Had Mu Fengyan been present, she would undoubtedly have quipped, "My apologies, the powder was unevenly applied, with too much on the left side." The other concubines and maids throughout the residence were similarly afflicted, some with red rashes, others suffering from unbearable itching, and still others emitting a foul odor. In short, every maidservant in the household was in a state of disarray. Early that morning, the Zhao family physician was bustling about, first checking the old matriarch's pulse and prescribing a new remedy. Just as he thought his day would be uneventful, he was hastily summoned to the second lady's quarters, leading to a flurry of activity as he attended to each of the Chancellor's concubines, only to find himself helpless as he was unable to provide effective treatment. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan paid no heed to the chaos enveloping the Mu residence. After enjoying breakfast with her mother, they took a brief respite before summoning the newly acquired maidservants and young servants to the courtyard to assign them tasks. Observing the improved demeanor of the 50 or so individuals before her, she noted that even Mu Shan appeared considerably better than the day before. Standing atop the stone steps, Mu Fengyan addressed them with authority. "From this day forth, you are all in my service, Mu Fengyan. You shall heed only the commands of my mother and myself. No others hold the right to issue orders to you. Be aware that your contracts of servitude reside in my mother's hands, No one else can coerce you. She continued, my foremost demand is absolute loyalty. I have no tolerance for betrayal. Should any of you be found guilty of treachery, you shall face immediate retribution. I also despise those who double-cross. I possess countless methods to ensure that such individuals experience a fate worse than death. Observing the apprehensive expressions on their faces, Mu Fengyan felt a sense of satisfaction and added, as long as you diligently fulfill your duties without deceit or gossip, standing united as one. I assure you that following me will not lead to your disadvantage. You shall receive monetary compensation monthly, with rewards for exemplary service, and of course, there will be penalties for unsatisfactory performance. I will document the specifics and hand them to Uncle Han, who will collaborate with Steward Wang to implement them. Hearing this, the crowd's faces brightened, some having served in wealthy households before, yet never encountering such favorable conditions. They had directly sold themselves into servitude, thus were exempt from paying for their positions. Those who had previously served the original young lady were struck by a combination of shock and admiration. The young mistress, despite her tender age, radiated an unparalleled presence and capability. As the murmurs of approval subsided, Mu Fengyan stated, my second demand is absolute obedience. Orders must be executed promptly. Questions should not be asked, and matters that do not concern you should remain undiscovered. That is your duty. My third demand is to protect your master at all times and in all places. Safeguarding my mother is paramount. Maintain dignity and do not allow others to bully you. If anyone dares to mistreat us, retaliate without hesitation. If they persist, return and inform me. I, Mu Fengyan, will stand as your shield. You need not fear, but do not provoke trouble. Should I discover that you are using my family's name to cause discord, do not expect leniency from me. The mention of the Chancellor's household sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Could this young lady truly be the daughter of Chancellor Mu? Sensing their shock, Mu Fengyan clarified, there is no need for astonishment. Indeed, I am Mu Fengyan, the eldest daughter of the Chancellor. Remember, you are to recognize only my mother and me as your rightful masters. Do you understand my intent? Have you committed my stipulations to memory? In unison, the assembled servants knelt and declared, we understand, and we shall remember. They realized that the young mistress's words implied a rift between her and the other members of the Mu household. Henceforth, they would heed only her and her mother's commands. Good. Rise, she instructed. I shall now assign tasks. Those who can read, step forward, as well as those with special skills. 7 maidservants emerged, and one, a slightly plump girl, inquired, Mistress, does being strong count as a special skill? This elicited laughter from the others. Mu Fengyan regarded the girl and nodded. Indeed, it does. The cheerful maid stepped forward, followed by another who was skilled in embroidery. No others came forth. Mu Fengyan assessed the 9 maidservants who had stepped forward and decided to assign 5 to her mother, including the stout maid to assist in safeguarding the courtyard, selecting 4 clever maids for her mother. The remainder would remain with her, including the former young lady. Yenner, I do not require so many, her mother protested gently. Mother, I am selecting only personal maids. As for the others who will handle cleaning and maintenance, let Uncle Han and Steward Wang manage those arrangements, she replied. Uncle Han and Steward Wang immediately stepped forward, respectfully affirming their understanding. Uncle Han, Steward Wang, please take the others and proceed, she instructed, while Mu Shan remained behind. Very well, mistress. The two led the others away, and Mu Shan obediently stood still, feeling a swell of admiration for the young lady's commanding presence. He felt fortunate for his earlier choice. Mu Fengyan turned to the gathered maidservants and asked, do any of you have names? In unison, they knelt, requesting, please, mistress, grant us names. Mu Fengyan was puzzled. If they already had names, why seek new ones? Sensing her confusion, Han explained, Yenner, it is customary. New masters bestow new names. Understanding dawned on Mu Fengyan as she nodded in acknowledgement. Mother, I shall name my 4 maidservants. You may choose names for your own. Naming is the least of my talents, said Mu Fengyan. Han nodded and glanced at the 4 relatively clever maidservants beside her, declaring from left to right. I shall give each of you a name. Chun, Xia, Chiu, and Dong. The 4 maidservants knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for Han's bestowed names. Han then turned her attention to the plump maidservant, asking, what was your name before? Replying to Madam, I was called Arya, the maidservant answered. Han pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, you shall remain Arya." The maidservant rejoiced, for it was a name given to her by her mother, and she was thrilled to continue using it. She immediately knelt and prostrated herself in thanks for the name. Observing her 4 maidservants, Mu Fengyan said, "I shall name you with herbal names from left to right: Bai Ji, Gui Ji, Qi Xiao, and Shan Cha." The 4 maidservants once again knelt, expressing their gratitude for the names bestowed by their young mistress. "Yinner, I must return now. We have just moved in, and I need to organize some items," Han said. Mu Fengyan nodded. "Mother, you need not worry about me. Please attend to your tasks." Han departed with the 4 maidservants and Arya to organize their belongings. Mu Fengyan looked at her kneeling maidservants and said, "You may rise." She then addressed one of them. "Bai Ji, what was your family engaged in?" Replying to Miss, "My family was once engaged in commerce and was considered affluent. However, due to envy, we were secretly plotted against, leading to our ruin," Bai Ji recounted. Her hands clenched tightly, revealing the sorrow of recalling her family. After listening, Mu Fengyan remained emotionless and inquired, "Do you know who was responsible for your family's downfall?" "I know, but their family is closely allied with the officials, while mine was merely a merchant household. My parents were killed by them, and my younger brother's whereabouts remain unknown. I could only watch helplessly," Bai Ji replied. "Bai Ji, do you wish for revenge?" Upon hearing her mistress's words, Bai Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. Mu Fengyan's calm voice reassured her. "You did not mishear. Do you desire revenge? Speak truthfully." Bai Ji knelt again, her gaze resolute, replying to Miss, "I do wish for revenge, very much so, but as a frail woman, I lack the ability." After saying this, her eyes dimmed. "Rise. Nothing is impossible if you follow me. Tell me how you wish to seek your vengeance." Bai Ji stood, her panic subsiding as she spoke of her long-buried grievances, feeling a sense of relief in voicing them. Replying to Miss, "The reason they targeted my family was due to my father's wealth from years of commerce. They plotted against him, leading to his demise when he sought justice. My mother succumbed to despair soon after, and my younger brother has disappeared. After I buried my parents, they brought officials to raid our home, and ultimately, I was sold to a broker. I wish to repay them in kind, to see their business fail, and to experience the tragedy of losing everything." Mu Fengyan nodded thoughtfully. "Your family was in commerce. Do you possess skills in that area?" Replying to Miss, "I have traveled with my father since childhood and learned much about business. I often assisted him in managing our shop." "Very well. I will provide you with opportunities for revenge in due course. For now, focus on the tasks at hand." Bai Ji knelt once more in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss, thank you." Mu Fengyan observed Bai Ji kneeling again, frowning slightly. "Why do they enjoy kneeling so much? Rise. My request is simple. You must remember one thing: loyalty. Do you understand?" Replying to Miss, "I understand." "Good." Mu Fengyan then looked towards Mu Shan, who stood a short distance away. "Mu Shan, come here." Mu Shan approached, cupping his hands. "Miss, do you have instructions for me?" Mu Fengyan examined him, noting that his injuries seemed much improved since yesterday. She had not expected the medicinal pill she had provided to be so effective. "How is your recovery, Mu Shan?" Replying to Miss, "I am at 80% recovery and am fit for other tasks." Mu Shan was astonished. The pill's effects were remarkable, enabling such swift recovery. Mu Fengyan handed him another pill, saying, "Take this as well, and you shall be nearly restored by tomorrow." Mu Shan accepted the pill without hesitation. She then offered him some silver notes, instructing, "Tomorrow, purchase a large residence nearby, ideally close to this mountain. We shall make further arrangements afterward." Mu Shan accepted the silver notes respectfully. "Yes, Mississippi, very well. You may leave." Mu Shan departed with the notes, and Mu Fengyan turned to her 4 maidservants, gently saying, "You may follow me." "We obey." Mu Fengyan led them back to her chamber. Meanwhile, back at the Mu residence, Minister Mu frowned at the chaotic scene in the household, instructing Uncle Wang inquire about the situation. Before Uncle Wang could investigate, a guard rushed in, reporting, "Minister, the second madam and second miss have suddenly developed pustules on their faces overnight, including the concubines. The household doctor has examined them, but found no remedy. Is there any indication of the cause?" "Minister, the household doctor could not determine any issues." Minister Mu's face contorted with anger. "Incompetent fools. What the old madam?" "The old madam is unharmed. She has already received a new prescription and is resting after taking her medicine." Minister Mu nodded and instructed Uncle Wang. Fetch the renowned Dr. Wang from the city to examine them and discern their ailment. Yes, Minister. Uncle Wang hurried off to summon Dr. Wang, who had been the first to visit the pharmacy that morning. At this moment, Mu Shushua, the second miss, rushed over wearing a white veil, her voice filled with distress. Father, I have developed many pustules on my face. Please, call a good doctor to examine me. I must marry the third prince. I cannot ruin my appearance, or he will surely disdain me. Upon seeing his daughter rush to him, despite her veil, Minister Mu could still discern the pustules on her face. Swear, remove your veil. Let me see what is the matter. Obediently, Mu Shushue unveiled her face, and upon seeing it clearly, Minister Mu nearly retched from the horror. His face contorted in disgust. This is too dreadful. How could this happen? Have the other concubines suffered the same fate? How can I bear to share a bed with those so afflicted? He instinctively took a step back. Uncle Zhong, observing the scene, was equally horrified. Mushuksu, noticing her father's reaction, hastily covered her face again, her voice more pleading. Father, please find a doctor for me. I do not wish to be a hideous creature. I must marry the third prince. Upon hearing the mention of the third prince, Prime Minister Mu was suddenly jolted awake. Indeed, his daughter was destined to marry the third prince. If the union were to falter, he would lose his chance to become a relative of the royal family. At that moment, he completely overlooked the fact that his eldest daughter was already betrothed to the regent. Chapter 32. The flash of murderous intent in Prime Minister Mu's eyes. Shui, do not panic. I have already sent Uncle Wang to summon a physician, and he will arrive shortly. You should return to your room and wait, Prime Minister Mu said, genuinely wishing to avoid the sight of his daughter's rather distressing expression. Just then, the personal maid of the second madam, Xiao Shui, rushed in, exclaiming, my lord, it is dire. The second madam is in despair and intends to hang herself. The maids cannot restrain her. Upon hearing the maid's report, Prime Minister Mu hastily made his way to the second madam's quarters, with Mu Shushue following closely behind. As they approached the courtyard entrance, they could hear the sound of weeping from within. Oh, I cannot bear to live any longer. How can I face my lord with such an ugly visage? The maids urged her, Madam, please do not think this way. The Lord is exceedingly fond of you, and your appearance can certainly be restored. Once he returns, he will surely summon a physician to aid you. We have all witnessed the Lord's affection for you. Is that truly the case? Woo-woo. But the Lord has yet to come and see me, she sobbed, her sorrow palpable. Prime Minister Mu, hearing her lamentation, felt a twinge of compassion. Mushuksu smerkt satli. Thinking to herself that her mother could never truly intend to take such drastic measures. Prime Minister Mu stepped inside, hesitating momentarily at the sight of the second madam's face, which was indeed unappealing. Yet, upon seeing her tear-filled eyes, his heart softened, and he suppressed his own discomfort. Approaching her to offer words of comfort. Madam, do not fear. I have sent for the finest physician. He'll be here shortly. My lord, I have lost all dignity. I am too ugly now. It would be better to end my life, the second madam lamented. Prime Minister Mu reprimanded her sternly. Do not speak such foolishness. You are my wife, and I will ensure that a physician attends to you. Rest assured, I will find the best one to restore your beauty. The second madam, overwhelmed with gratitude, threw herself into Prime Minister Mu's arms, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, my lord. I knew you cared for me the most. However, the second madam had overheard her maid mention that concubine Zhao was suffering from severe itching, prompting her to send the maid to summon the prime minister to her quarters. Prime Minister Mu, resisting the urge to cast her aside, gently patted the second madam's back to soothe her. As her emotions calmed slightly, she remarked, my lord, ever since the eldest young lady returned, our household has been in disarray. Prime Minister Mu fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. Indeed, ever since his eldest daughter's return, the chaos within the Mu household had been incessant. The second madam glanced at him, sensing he was absorbing her words, and continued, my lord, could it be that she has brought with her unclean influences that have disrupted our household? Might you she tactfully ceased her discourse, leaving unspoken the concern that the lord's position might be at stake. The prime minister was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position and would not tolerate any threats to it. His mind also drifted to his own impotence, a condition that had arisen since his daughter's return. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Prime Minister Mu's eyes. Should anyone obstruct his path to power? Even if it were his own daughter, they would be met with dire consequences. The second madam clearly perceived the ominous flicker in his gaze and felt a surge of satisfaction. Ever since that little wretch's return, her own fortunes had plummeted, and she was convinced that all misfortune stemmed from Mu Fengyan. Moreover, her once beautiful daughter was now afflicted with festering sores. She resolved to dethrone the first madam and establish herself as the sole mistress of the prime minister's household, ensuring her daughter became the only legitimate young lady. Just then, another maid rushed in with news. "My lord, concubine Zhao is unwell and requests your presence." Upon hearing concubine Zhao's name, a flash of jealousy crossed the second madam's eyes. "Does she suffer from anything beyond mere itching?" "Yes, my lord. She is indeed plagued by severe itching," the maid replied. Prime Minister Mu, glancing at the second madam's festering face, decided he would prefer to attend to concubine Zhao, who bore no visible sores. "Madam, I shall go and check on concubine Zhao to see what ails her." The second madam lowered her head, concealing her jealousy, and spoke softly. "Very well, my lord. Do check on Sister Zhao, and see how the other ladies fares well." Prime Minister Mu, feeling gratified, remarked, "I knew you would be understanding, and I appreciate your magnanimity. Please be patient. Once the physician arrives, I will have him attend to you immediately." "Thank you, my lord." He hurriedly followed the maid to concubine Zhao's quarters, leaving the second madam seething with rage, her fists clenched tightly. The jealousy in her eyes was nearly impossible to conceal, but she forced herself to maintain the dignified composure expected of her position. Mu Fengyan, lacking her mother's restraint, exclaimed, "Mother, how can you allow father to leave?" The second madam took a moment to compose herself before instructing her daughter, "One must learn to endure in times of trouble. Now is not the time to deal with concubine Zhao. Our primary goal is to undermine the first madam. You must become the sole legitimate young lady of the household." "But, mother, that little wretch has already been promised to the regent. Father cannot possibly cast the first madam aside." "Humph. Whether she lives to see the wedding day remains uncertain. You must remember that your father values his position above all else. If we maneuver wisely, do you doubt that he would not expel the first madam? She has ceased to contribute to the household. Do you think your father will continue to turn a blind eye?" Mu Fengyan felt a wave of delight rising within her. Yet the thought of her own inflamed and festering face dampened her spirits. "Mother, look at my face. How can it possibly improve?" Do not fret. The physician will arrive shortly. Do not forget that you are still betrothed to the third prince. Your father will not neglect you." Mu Fengyan could only nod in agreement. Prime Minister Mu arrived promptly at concubine Zhao's quarters, assessing her condition. Upon inspecting her face and finding no signs of festering sores, he sighed in relief. However, the sight of her scratching at her skin was still disconcerting. Seeing Prime Minister Mu, concubine Zhao quickly rose and bowed her head, her eyes misty with tears. "My lord, I am suffering terribly from this itching. The household physician has already checked my pulse and declared me intact, but the discomfort is unbearable." Without hesitation, Prime Minister Mu stepped forward and embraced concubine Zhao, unable to bear her tearful visage. "Huaner, do not fear. I have summoned a renowned physician, and he will arrive shortly." "My lord, I truly cannot endure this," concubine Zhao whimpered, burying her face in his embrace. Prime Minister Mu's heart ached for her plight, and he called out to the maid outside, "Quickly, inquire if the physician has arrived. If he has, bring him here at once." "Yes, my lord. I will see to it." The maid hurried off. Chapter 33. Concubine, you may also be elevated to the status of a primary wife. Before long, the maid returned with Physician Wang in tow. "My lord, Physician Wang has arrived. Please escort Physician Wang to the main hall." Physician Wang was led to the main hall, and Prime Minister Mu supported concubine Zhao as they emerged from the inner chamber. After taking concubine Zhao's pulse, Physician Wang's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment before he finally withdrew his hand. Prime Minister Mu, anxious, inquired, "Physician Wang, what is the matter?" "Ministermo, I suspect that this lady has consumed something unclean, resulting in her severe itching. I shall prescribe a remedy and observe whether it brings her any relief. If not, we may have to consider alternative methods." Lady Zhao expressed her gratitude, stating that it was much appreciated. After Dr. Wang completed the prescription, Lady Zhao instructed her maid to hurry and fetch the medicine, as she was in considerable discomfort and could not scratch due to Minister Mu's presence, which would be rather inappropriate. In the Rue E courtyard, upon hearing that Dr. Wang had arrived, the second madam was summoned to Lady Zhao's quarters by Minister Mu. Over the years, the second madam had maintained her dignified demeanor, but she knew that whenever the master visited Lady Zhao, his attention would be ensnared by this vixen. A mere courtesan, emboldened by having borne a son for the master, dared to assert her dominance over her. She would bide her time to address this matter. Turning to her maid, Xiao Chui, she instructed, "You must go to Lady Zhao's quarters and inform the master that the second miss is in great pain. And if her face cannot be treated properly, it may jeopardize her engagement to the third prince." "I shall go at once," Xiao Chui replied dutifully. Upon arriving at Lady Zhao's courtyard, Xiao Chui observed Minister Mu comforting Lady Zhao, but was intercepted by Lady Zhao's maid. "Sister Xiao Kui, the master is currently tending to Lady Zhao. It would be inappropriate to disturb them now." Xiao Chui, asserting herself, pushed past the maid and declared, "If we delay the second Mrs. Matters, can you bear the consequences?" Ignoring the maid's protests, she strode into the main hall and approached Minister Mu, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed master, the second miss is suffering greatly. The lady has sent me to inquire whether Dr. Wang has been able to treat Lady Zhao effectively. The second madam fears that if the second miss's face is not properly treated, her engagement to the third prince may be at risk." Minister Mu, recalling the situation regarding Mu Shushue's face, released Lady Zhao, saying, "Yes, Dr. Wang, please come quickly and examine my daughter Shushue's condition. We must not allow any issues to arise with her face." He hurriedly led Dr. Wang toward the second madam's quarters, with Xiao Chui following closely behind. Lady Zhao watched in anger as Minister Mu rushed away. Every time he visited her, the second madam found a way to summon him back, inciting her ire. At that moment, her maid, Xiao Dai, approached her, complaining, "Madam, that Xiao Chui is far too arrogant. I told her the master was inside, comforting you, and it wasn't the right time to go in, yet she shoved me aside, claiming the second Miss S face was in trouble and demanded responsibility." Lady Zhao replied bitterly, "What can I do? She is the second madam, and I am merely a lowly concubine. Even the maids dare to bully me. Madam, the master is very fond of you. He often sneaks you the finest things, sometimes even more than the second madam receives. If the master can elevate the second madam to a principal wife, he can certainly do the same for you, especially since you have borne him a son. Aside from the second madam, you're the only one who has given him a son. If you were to be elevated, then the second young master would no longer be considered illegitimate." Lady Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yes, the master could indeed raise a second principal wife. The more she contemplated this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. It appeared she needed to whisper sweet nothings into his ear more often, yet she admonished her maid, "From now on, keep such thoughts to yourself. If you speak of this outside, others might think I have instigated it, especially if the matriarch learns of it. That would be troublesome." "Of course, madam. I only spoke of it in your presence because I feel it is unjust that the second madam constantly suppresses you." "Indeed. She may be a concubine, but she comes from a reputable family, while I am merely a former courtesan. Have you not noticed that even the first madam has been sidelined? The master has not visited her quarters in 3 years. Madam, you should not compare yourself to the first madam. You have given birth to a son for the minister, while she has only borne a daughter, who is frail and has nearly died once. We cannot be certain she will live to marry the regent. Enough. Such matters are not for you, a mere maid, to discuss. Now go check if my medicine is ready." Xiao Dai lowered her head, concealing her emotions, and replied obediently, "I shall go at once." She swiftly left, her eyes harboring a glint of scheming, unnoticed by Lady Zhao, who was lost in contemplation of Xiao Dai's words. For her son, she might just take a chance. Meanwhile, upon entering the second madam's courtyard, Dr. Wang was taken aback by the sight of Mu Shushue's face. What a dreadful condition. He took her pulse and remarked, "In my years of practice, I have never encountered such a peculiar ailment. It seems almost like poisoning, yet not quite. I can only prescribe some anti-inflammatory and pus-dissolving medicine for now." "You incompetent physician, do you even know how to treat ailments? What do you mean by seems like poisoning yet not?" Mu Shushue shouted in frustration. Dr. Wang, a respected physician, could not tolerate the outburst from mere girl. Rising to his feet, he replied, "Forgive my humble skills. You may seek another doctor." As he gathered his medicine box to leave, Minister Mu hastily interjected, "Dr. Wang, please calm down. My daughter is merely anxious," and spoke out of turn. "For my sake, I ask that you forgive her this once." He then admonished Mu Shushue, "Schwerer, If you continue to behave so unruly, I will not seek another physician for you. Seeing her father's stern expression, Mu Fengyan quieted down considerably. Dr. Wang, having conceded to Minister Mu's request, sat down again and prepared prescriptions for both the second madam and Mu Fengyan. However, the prescriptions were largely similar, intended for other ladies in the household with comparable issues. The efficacy of the remedies would only be revealed after they had been administered. Chapter 34. The disciple of divine Dr. Sun in Minister Mu's residence. Chaos reigned, but Mu Fengyan remained indifferent. Even if she were aware, she would merely dismiss it with a smile, for those matters were of no concern to her. She returned to her room with 4 maids in tow. Looking at Guiji, she inquired, Guiji, you are skilled with needlework. I shall sketch a design. Can you replicate the garment for me? Miss, as long as there is a design, I can certainly create it. My mother was a renowned embroiderer in Jiangnan and taught me all her techniques before she passed away. Mu Fengyan nodded. Please fetch a batch of black fabric from Uncle Han. Tell him it is for my use. Yes, miss. Guiji hurried off to find Uncle Han. Seated at her writing desk, Baiji assisted Mu Fengyan in grinding ink, while Qi Xiao and Shan Cha stood guard at the door. After some contemplation, Mu Fengyan took up her brush and began to draw. She sketched a training outfit, which at first glance resembled the dark attire of shadow guards, yet with numerous refined details that made it far more comfortable than the standard garb of that era. In no time, she completed the design and awaited the fabric to see the final result. At the Regent's residence, Qing Feng rushed in with news. Your Highness, divine Dr. Sun has returned. Oh, does he dare to return? Does he think I would perish without him? Not only has divine Dr. Sun returned, but also his disciple, Shinmen grew. Knightly Ju furrowed his brow. What does she want? According to divine Dr. Sun, he intends for his disciple, Miss Shun, to remain here in the residence to assist you with your health. The prince has a future princess to assist him with detoxification. Why would he need an unknown disciple who is inferior even to his master? The prince is unaware that this disciple of the renowned Dr. Sun possesses considerable fame. It is said that many high-ranking officials and nobles seek her medical expertise, and her consultation fees soar to a staggering 1,000 taels. Some have offered 10,000 taels of gold for her services, yet she remains aloof and refuses to attend to them. Miss Shun is exceedingly proud, yet she personally accompanied Dr. Sun to the residence, witnessed by many outside. To expel her now would tarnish the reputation of the prince's manor. The prince scoffed at the notion that a woman could dictate the reputation of his household. Expel her, he commanded, just as Qing Feng was about to interject. A voice echoed from outside. Since the door had not been closed during their conversation, Shin Mingru, who had just approached, overheard everything. While the prince did not fear for the reputation of his manor, Mingru's own reputation would undoubtedly suffer if she were to be cast out. Standing outside the study was a woman clad in white, her face veiled, with delicate brows and enchanting eyes that seemed to hold the essence of spring and autumn. Her ethereal presence marked her as a beauty, yet she had the misfortune of encountering the aloof Regent Prince. Knight Li Jue frowned with distaste. When had his study become a place for uninvited guests? The hidden guards were evidently neglectful. Yet, this was not entirely their fault. The entire household knew that Dr. Sun had been tending to the prince's health, and the servants regarded him as an esteemed guest. His disciple was afforded the same respect. Qing Feng was drenched in cold sweat. How audacious was this Miss Shun to invade the vicinity of the prince's study? Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly dispatched. When Shun Mingru laid eyes on Knight Li Jue, her heart raced uncontrollably. She had encountered the Regent Prince before, and since their first meeting, she had been infatuated with him. In a world filled with noble men, his handsome features and inherent air of superiority captivated her. She had resolved to win his heart. Regrettably, at that time, she had been merely following her master, living an unremarkable life. To gain a status befitting the prince, she had diligently studied medicine, hoping one day to stand by his side and aid him in his health. Her master had consulted countless texts in search of remedies for the prince's ailments, and over the years, she had gleaned insights into his medical conditions. Knight Li Jue cast a cool glance at Shin Mingru and said in a detached tone, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Shun, but I already have someone to assist me with my health. You may return." "It is impossible, Your Highness. In the entire Zixing kingdom, aside from my master, there is no one whose medical skills surpass mine," she insisted. Knight Li Jue was disinclined to engage with such a presumptuous woman, his thoughts drifting to the charming face of Mu Fengyan. a warmth flickering in his gaze that he was unaware of. Shen Mengru observed the gentleness in his eyes, and, although it was not directed at her, her curiosity grew. Who had so effortlessly captured his heart? After years of relentless study in medicine, she yearned to stand at his side. Qing Feng, in a firm tone, urged her to leave, stating that no one was permitted to approach the study without permission. Yes, Your Highness, I shall comply, he affirmed. Shen Mengru heard Qing Feng's words and felt a wave of injustice wash over her, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Knight Regent, who remained indifferent as he resumed his work. Miss Shun, please, Qing Feng prompted. Reluctantly, she asked, Qing Feng, who is currently assisting your prince with his health? Miss Shun, the individual tending to the prince's health possesses medical skills that far exceed those of Dr. Sun, Qing Feng replied dismissively. Shen Mengru's eyes widened in disbelief. That is impossible. In the entire Zixing kingdom, only my master has the highest medical skills. No one could surpass him. Qing Feng retorted, Miss Shun, you must understand that there are always those more capable than oneself. He had no desire to continue this conversation and gestured for her to leave, his demeanor suggesting he would forcibly escort her out if necessary, with no choice but to return to her master's small courtyard to devise a plan. Shen Mengru felt deeply wronged. Qing Feng watched her depart and approached the prince, inquiring about a remark made by Miss Mu, who had mentioned that the toxicity within the prince's body had lost its balance due to recent medications prescribed by Dr. Sun, who had previously been diligent in caring for the prince. Knight Li Jue looked up at Qing Feng. Investigate whom Dr. Sun has been in contact with over the past 6 months and the cause of his recent behavioral changes. Allow him to remain in the manor for now, but do not alert him. Find a reason to send his disciple away. I do not wish for others to misunderstand. Chapter 35. Shen Mengru was expelled from the prince's manor. Qing Feng stared at the prince in disbelief, realizing that he was concerned about the future princess's feelings. It seemed the prince had begun to pay attention to her emotions, which was a positive development. Qing Feng left, elated by the news. As soon as he stepped outside, Qing Yin appeared before him. Qing Yin, what are you doing here? You startled me. Qing Feng, why do you look so happy? Has something happened during my absence? Indeed, you are unaware that the prince has someone in his heart, Qing Feng eagerly shared. Intrigued, Qing Yun pressed, which young lady has captured the prince's interest? Of course. Qing Feng was about to elaborate when they heard a voice from within the room. Is that you, Qing Yin? Qing Feng quickly stepped aside, wondering if the prince had overheard their conversation. If the prince was displeased, he would let Qing Yun deal with it. Qing Yun composed himself and entered the study. Your Highness, I have returned. How did the matter proceed? Knight Li Jue inquired. Your Highness, everything went smoothly. The Jilin army has concealed itself, and young Master Dongfang has opened a secret passage for transporting grain. As long as there are no military conflicts within 3 years, all will be well. Knight Li Jue nodded in approval. Very well, you may leave. Yes, Your Highness. Knight Li Jue resumed his paperwork. Meanwhile, Qing Feng arrived at the courtyard where Dr. Sun resided, observing him tending to herbs. Dr. Sun, I apologize for the interruption. Dr. Sun smiled upon seeing Qing Feng. Ah, the prince's guard. What brings you here? At that moment, Shen Mengru emerged from the inner room, her eyes still slightly red. She remained silent, dismissive of the small guard, especially after he had just embarrassed her. Qing Feng continued, since both Dr. Sun and Miss Shun are present, I shall convey the prince's orders. The prince requests that Miss Shun leave the manor, as we do not permit female guests to stay, save for our future princess. Overwhelmed with grievance, Shen Mengru began to cry. How could Knight Li Jue treat her this way after the affection she harbored for him? Just as she was about to speak, Dr. Sun grasped her arm and addressed Qing Feng. Rest assured, my dear Qing Feng, I will have rowers stay at the inn nearby. She will not inconvenience the prince. Qing Feng nodded. If Dr. Sun assures me, then I shall take my leave. Miss Shun, you have half an incense sticks time to pack. You. Shen Mengru was left speechless with indignation. Qing Feng ignored the two and turned to leave. Master, she murmured, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Dr. Sunday enough, my dear apprentice. I know the prince's character well. You should stay at the nearest inn for now, and I will arrange the rest. I assure you, you will marry the regent prince. However, you must consider the prince already has a legitimate wife. If you enter the manor, your status will only be that of a concubine. Master, I understand. I do not care for status. I only wish to marry the prince. Very well. I hope you won't regret this decision in the future. Now, gather your belongings and make your way to the inn. With no other option, Shin Min grew reluctantly, took her things, and settled into the nearest inn. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the residence of Prime Minister Mu as a new wave of debt collectors arrived. Just as the Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief, a servant reported, "My lord, Madame Wang from the throne courtyard has come." Prime Minister Mu frowned, perplexed as to why a madam from a brothel would visit his residence. It was reported that she was there to settle accounts with the second madam. Simply escort her to the second madam. Such trivial matters need not trouble me in the future, he commanded. However, the servant replied, "My lord, she comes from a second madam, who claims there are no funds available to settle the account, which is why Madame Wang has been sent to seek you." Irritation creased the Prime Minister's brow. Typically, such matters were the second madam's responsibility. Why were they being thrust upon him today? If he allowed Madame Wang to leave without resolution, rumors of the Prime Minister's inability to repay debts would surely tarnish his reputation. If the second madam cannot address the issue, let her come to me, he decided. Upon entering, Madame Wang greeted him with her characteristic smile and a slight bow. "I have come to see you, esteemed Prime Minister, and I hope you are well." The Prime Minister, still vexed, replied curtly, "If you have matters to discuss, send a servant. There is no need for you to come in person." His implication was clear. Having a madam from a brothel in his residence was beneath his dignity. Madame Wang, perceptive as she was, understood his meaning but feigned ignorance, knowing full well that the Prime Minister was a significant patron of Tsaron Courtyard. "Ah, my lord, I did not wish to intrude. My servant has visited twice, but was told the second madam was ill and unable to meet. Without payment, my establishment faces dire straits, and thus I had no choice but to come myself." The Prime Minister, uninterested in her complaints, directly inquired, "What is the total due for this month?" Madame Wang eagerly presented the account for his review. He glanced at the figures, noting the substantial sum, but lamented that he had no funds at hand. With the first madam gone, he would have to seek assistance from the second madam. "Uncle Wang, fetch the second madam," he commanded. Uncle Wang promptly left to summon her, and shortly thereafter, the second madam arrived, adorned in a white veil. She approached the Prime Minister and bowed. "My lord, you seek me concerning financial matters." The Prime Minister nodded, instructing, "Please settle Madame Wang's account, and when the first madam returns, I will ensure she reimburses you." The second madam hesitated, "But my lord, although I manage the household, the treasury lacks sufficient funds. The accounts have always been settled by the first madam, and with her absence, I am at a loss." The Prime Minister's gaze drifted to the increasingly distressed Madame Wang, and his patience waned. "Go to the treasury and procure the funds. Employ whatever means necessary to ensure Madame Wang is paid in full today." The thought of his residence being unable to settle its debts with a brothel was intolerable. The second madam contemplated, "My lord, is not the He building under the first madam's name? Perhaps Uncle Wang could retrieve some banknotes from there." The Prime Minister's eyes lit up with realization. "Indeed, Uncle Wang, go to the first madam's establishment and request some banknotes, stating it is urgent." Uncle Wang hurried off, while the second madam smirked inwardly, knowing that extracting money from her would be impossible, especially since it was the funds for the Prime Minister and his colleagues' indulgences. However, within a short time, Uncle Wang returned. Madame Wang had already lost her patience, wondering why the Prime Minister's residence was so slow in providing payment. Had they truly run out of funds since the first madam's departure? Uncle Wang approached the Prime Minister and whispered, "My lord, the manager at He building insists on seeing the first madam's seal before releasing any funds." The Prime Minister's expression darkened. Yet he still needed to settle Madame Wang's account. The second madam, sensing the shift in his demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Before she could ponder further, the Prime Minister turned to her. "Second madam, go to the treasury and provide Madame Wang with the necessary funds. I trust you can resolve this minor issue for me." The intensity in his gaze chilled her, as she realized he was losing his temper but was restraining it due to Madame Wang's presence. With no other options, she rose to fetch the money. Upon entering the treasury, she was dismayed to find the meager funds available. The Prime Minister's financial standing had always been tenuous, and with the first madam's departure, the household was further strained. As the second madam rummaged through the treasury, she even instructed a maid to pawn some valuable items left by the Mu family, but it still fell short. Heart aching at the thought of parting with items intended as dowries for her daughter, she ultimately resolved to return to her quarters and retrieve her private savings. With the banknotes in hand, the second madam trudged back to the front hall. Growing impatient, Madame Wang exclaimed, "Ah, second madam, You have finally returned. I was about to doze off waiting. The second madam, unamused, regarded Madame Wang with disdain. She was a madam from a brothel, hardly deserving of her respect as the wife of the Prime Minister. Madame Wang, undeterred, continued to smile. The second madam approached the Prime Minister and handed him the banknotes. His expression softened slightly, and he graciously remarked, "My dear, you are indeed my capable partner. The household would falter without your management." The second madam forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful, as Madame Wang beamed at the sight of the banknotes in the Prime Minister's hands. She couldn't help but flatter. "Indeed, my lord, with such a dignified and graceful wife, it is no wonder you manage the household so well. I envy you. Unlike me, who must oversee everything personally, you are truly fortunate to have a wife of such caliber. Not even the wives of high officials can compare to the second madam." The Prime Minister, flattered by Madame Wang's compliments, allowed a smile to grace his features, while the second madam felt a fleeting sense of comfort amidst her distress over the relinquished funds. Once Madame Wang exited the residence, the second madam's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, "My lord, the treasury is empty. I even pawned some of the dowry I intended for Schwer, as well as the funds set aside for Yuan and his daily expenses. I have nothing left, my lord." Upon hearing that the second madam had even sacrificed her son's funds, the Prime Minister understood the depth of her concern for him. Just as his mood had lifted, it darkened once more at her confession. He turned to Uncle Wang with a grim expression. "Uncle Wang, inquire with the first madam at her residence. If she wishes to maintain her position, she must provide the banknotes today. Otherwise, I shall demote her to concubine." "My lord." The old servant is unaware of the location of the First Lady's courtyard. Finally, the Prime Minister, Mu, erupted in fury. "Are you not going to search for a house by house?" "Yes, yes, my lord. The old servant will personally lead people to search." Uncle Wang hastily exited. The second lady observed the enraged Prime Minister Mu, her eyes sparkling with excitement, grateful for the veil that concealed her expression. Otherwise, her delight would have been evident. If she could utilize all her private savings to supplant the First Lady, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Besides, that money was extracted from the First Lady's own hands. If she could procure it once, she could certainly do so again. Should the First Lady become a concubine, as the sole wife of the Prime Minister, she could demand the dowry from the concubine under the pretense of supporting the Prime Minister's household. The mere thought of the First Lady's dowry felt akin to a bounty of gold and silver rushing toward her, nearly overwhelming the Second Lady with excitement. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Mu Fengyan had little interest in the affairs of the Prime Minister's residence. She was instructing Gue Ji in the crafting of a dress she had designed. Gue Ji, skilled and adept, quickly completed the garment according to her mistress's guidance. Mu Fengyan examined the dress, nodding in satisfaction. She had not anticipated Gue Ji's craftsmanship would be so exceptional, matching her imagination perfectly. "Well, you may all leave for now. I shall try on this dress. My lady, allow me to assist you in changing." No need, just go. No one is allowed to enter without my command." "Understood, my lady. I shall remain at the door. If you require anything, simply call for me." Bai Ji and Gue Ji exited, and Gue Ji felt troubled. Her mistress was far too independent, insisting on doing everything herself. Mu Fengyan sighed in relief as she watched them leave. She had no habit of changing clothes with others present. She donned the dress, stretching her arms and legs, feeling quite pleased. It was as comfortable as her practice attire in her previous life. After changing back, she opened the door to find 4 maids waiting at the entrance. Just as she intended to visit her mother, Bai Ji spoke. "My lady, a message has just come through stating that Mushan is looking for you." Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow. Has Mushan's efficiency improved this much? Let us go to the front hall. Chapter 37. The Prime Minister's loyal servant arrives at the courtyard. Upon reaching the front hall, Mu Fengyan found Mushan waiting for her. He stepped forward upon her arrival, clasping his hands in greeting. "Your subordinate greets you, my lady." "Yes, what brings you here?" "Reporting to you, my lady, I have secured the courtyard, which is located nearby." Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Such efficiency. Is it spacious? Are there enough rooms?" "Indeed, my lady, it is a 3-entry courtyard. The previous owner was a merchant who, due to business failures, urgently required funds. Thus, I acquired it." "Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Ensure your injuries heal today. Tomorrow, after breakfast, wait for me in the front hall, and I shall instruct you on the next steps." "Yes, my lady." Mushan turned to leave. Mu Fengyan then suggested to her maids, let us visit my mother. They arrived at the First Lady, Han's, chamber, where the maids were bustling about. Mu Fengyan, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, what are you all busy with?" Upon seeing her daughter, Han's face lit up. "Yenner, come here. I have instructed them to prepare several outfits for you. You have spent most of your time resting on the bed, rarely donning these splendid garments. This time, I'll make you a collection to wear interchangeably, ensuring you look beautiful and plump. My Yenner is so remarkable. How could she not have beautiful clothes? I also heard the capital has selected the 4 beauties, but I believe none compare to you." Mu Fengyan, warmed by her mother's loving gaze, felt a surge of affection. Indeed, a daughter is the most beautiful existence in a mother's heart. "Mother, I am still young. There is no need for so many clothes. By next year, I may have grown, and these garments may no longer fit. That is of no concern. I shall make more for you. I will always create new outfits for you every year. The fabric is all reserved for your garments, so do not worry about frugality. If we run out, I will have more sent." Mu Fengyan glanced at the fine fabrics laid out on the table, her lips twitching involuntarily. These were exquisite silks and brocades. Her mother intended to make several outfits each year. Other noble daughters would be fortunate to have even one new outfit annually. Yet her mother planned to provide her with multiple. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed with envy. However, witnessing the renewed brightness in her mother's eyes brought her comfort. As long as her mother was happy, she would indulge her wishes. Before long, a servant arrived to report, "Madam, there is someone outside claiming to be from the Prime Minister's residence seeking an audience." The mother-daughter duo, previously filled with joy, suddenly felt their spirits dampen. "Mother, why would someone from the Prime Minister's residence be looking for us?" Mu Fengyan asked, puzzled. I suspect it is Mama Wang from the Tsuhong courtyard seeking funds. This is around the time when payments are typically due. Now that we have left, they likely find themselves short on funds or have exhausted their treasury." Han's voice was cold. She had grown indifferent to the Prime Minister's residence, perhaps having detached her emotions from it entirely. "Mother, will you give them money?" Mu Fengyan asked nervously, fearing her mother might make another foolish decision. Han smiled gently. "Do not worry, Yenner. I shall not expend anything further. My previous contributions were for your future, to secure you a suitable husband through the Prime Minister's connections. Now that you are betrothed to the Regent, I will no longer provide them with any funds." Mu Fengyan nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed her mother was gradually severing ties with that scoundrel father. She intended to remove him completely from her mother's heart, ensuring he would not spark even the slightest sorrow within her. "Then shall we meet with the Prime Minister's people?" "Yes, why not? I am curious about their intentions. However, they must be quite capable to have found us so swiftly. I have not revealed the location of the courtyard to anyone. Mother, they can easily find it under the Prime Minister's banner. Moreover, many witnessed the First Lady's grand acquisition that day. Surely 1 or 2 must have shared the news." Han found her daughter's reasoning sound. She then instructed the messenger, "Bring them to the front hall. I shall join them shortly." "Yes, madam." The servant departed. Mu Fengyan and Han tidied themselves before proceeding to the front hall, where Uncle Wang awaited, panting and weary. Upon seeing the Prime Minister in a rage, he had not dared to delay, hastily traveling to the outskirts of the city. A brief inquiry led him to the news that the First Lady had purchased a large number of servants, a spectacle that was hard to miss. Hearing footsteps outside, Uncle Wang quickly rose. When he saw 2 figures approaching, flanked by a group of maidservants, he momentarily stood in awe, reminiscent of the First Lady as she was over a decade ago, before she married the Prime Minister. Back then, Han was a confident woman, raised in luxury and surrounded by many maids. Since arriving in the capital, she had gradually lost her luster, dedicating herself to caring for the young lady, and had become a shadow of her former self, leading the Prime Minister to grow weary of her. Now, witnessing the First Lady regain her confidence alongside her spirited daughter, he truly believed the Prime Minister had made a grave error in not cherishing such a remarkable First Lady and daughter. He would undoubtedly come to regret it. Han and Mu Fengyan had just entered the front hall when Uncle Wang immediately approached, bowing in deference. "I greet the esteemed madam," he said. As Han and Mu took their seats, Han gazed at Uncle Wang, reflecting on their long acquaintance and feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Uncle Wang, please sit." "Thank you, madam," he replied, settling down. "What brings you here today, Uncle Wang?" Han inquired. "Miss Yan's health is delicate and requires tranquility. Unless there is an urgent matter, I would prefer that she is not disturbed during her recuperation Would you not agree, Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang promptly stood, replying respectfully, Indeed, madam, your words are most astute. The young lady must focus on her recovery. The Chancellor is quite concerned about her condition and has instructed me to ensure that the auxiliary residence is in order. Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow, impressed by Uncle Wang's articulate speech, which surpassed that of other servants. If there is nothing else, you may return and inform the Chancellor that both my mother and I are quite well here. The environment is serene, free from distractions, and we are in good spirits. Chapter 38. Mother desires a separation. Uncle Wang, understanding the displeasure underlying Han's words, recognized her dissatisfaction with the Chancellor's actions. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties. Han observed his changing expressions but chose to remain silent, slowly sipping her tea, unhurried. Mu Fengyan glanced between her mother and Uncle Wang, opting to keep quiet and also took a sip of her tea. Eventually, Uncle Wang could no longer contain himself. Madam, there is another matter requiring your attention, and the Chancellor hopes you will assist in resolving it. Unrecorded puts live. Oh, what matter requires my intervention? While I am the madam of the Chancellor's residence, I do not hold authority over household affairs. Those are managed by the second madam. Why come to me instead of her? Uncle Wang appeared embarrassed. Madam, you may not be aware, but since your arrival at the auxiliary residence, numerous events have transpired. Allow me to recount the recent occurrences within the Chancellor's household, particularly the unfortunate disfigurements suffered by the second madam, the second young miss, and the concubines. The household physician was helpless and had to summon external doctors for assistance. He narrated the grim events with palpable emotion, his demeanor sorrowful. Mu Fengyan, observing Uncle Wang's overly dramatic expressions, felt no sympathy. Instead, she nearly laughed. She had not anticipated her casual poison to yield such effective results. Han felt a surge of satisfaction. Those individuals deserve their fates. During her daughter's illness, none had shown concern. In fact, they seemed to revel in her misfortune. Now, the heavens had delivered justice. Regrettably, the Chancellor remained unscathed. Han was unaware that Uncle Wang had omitted the detail of the Chancellor's impotence from his account. Had she known, she would have exclaimed her surprise at divine retribution. Once Uncle Wang finished, Han replied with a stoic expression, Your recounting pales in comparison to the devastation I felt when my daughter fell gravely ill. While they may suffer disfigurement, at least they live, do they not? My daughter, however, succumbed to her illness, and none came to inquire about her well-being. Thankfully, the heavens have returned her to me. Is there anything more painful than witnessing the loss of a beloved child? They suffer mere physical deformities, yet remain alive and well. Which hardly constitutes tragedy, does it? Uncle Wang, sweating under the weight of her words, recognized the Chancellor's growing disdain for Han over the years. However, he felt powerless, aware that polygamy was common, especially for a man of the Chancellor's stature. Mu Fengyan, perceiving Uncle Wang's fluctuating emotions, surmised his thoughts. She glanced at her mother, who remained composed, realizing her mother could handle this situation. Previously, she had shown Uncle Wang some courtesy due to lingering affections for the past. But now that even her despicable father was of no concern, how could she care for a mere servant? In her heart, Mu Fengyan commended her mother for her powerful response. Uncle Wang, having exhausted his options, finally declared, Madam, I come at the Chancellor's behest. He demands that you provide the household's silver notes this month. Otherwise, your position may be at risk. Should you refuse to comply, he will demote you to concubine status. Upon hearing this, Han was taken aback, stunned that a mere month without financial support could lead to her demotion. She felt a wave of desolation wash over her, realizing how blind she had been to the Chancellor's true nature. When she turned her gaze to Uncle Wang, her eyes were devoid of warmth. Before she could speak, Mu Fengyan interjected, feeling indignant on her mother's behalf. She resolved that once she gained the means, she would dismantle the Chancellor's household. Uncle Wang, you are aware of my condition. I am unwell and require peace to recuperate. I had hoped that secluding myself in the auxiliary residence would afford me some tranquility, yet I find myself embroiled in these matters. Henceforth, all of my mother's finances shall be directed towards my health. Any surplus will be reserved for my dowry, especially since I am promised to the Regent Prince, a royal of significant stature. If the Chancellor is unafraid of losing his position, then let him demote my mother to concubine. I shall petition the Regent Prince to present a formal complaint to the Emperor, asserting that the Chancellor has disrespected royal authority. The emperor has granted me to the regent prince, and if the chancellor reduces my mother to concubine status, it would render me a mere illegitimate daughter. Is it not an affront to the emperor to wed an illegitimate daughter as a primary consort? Go back and inquire how many heads the chancellor is willing to risk losing to the emperor. Furthermore, will the regent prince not seek retribution? Uncle Wang glanced up, his expression sharpened, his tone icy, as if he were addressing a formidable adversary. He felt a tremor of fear. The young lady had transformed since her resurrection, exuding an aura that rivaled even the chancellor's. Uncle Wang, what Yin has articulated reflects my own sentiments. Relay this to the chancellor. I fear not his demotion. Rather, I wonder if he fears the emperor's wrath. Han concluded, directing her attention to the steward at the door. Uncle Wang, please see our guest out. Hearing the dismissal, Uncle Wang felt a pang of discomfort. Had he truly become an outsider in the madam's eyes? It seemed the chancellor had deeply wounded her. He could only leave the auxiliary residence and report back. Once Uncle Wang departed, Mu Fengyan cast a worried glance at Han. Mother, are you all right? Han looked at her daughter tenderly. Rest assured, Yin, I no longer grieve for anyone in the chancellor's household. If it were not for your unmarried status, I would consider seeking a separation from your father. Chapter 39. The prince's secret visit. Mu Fengyan's eyes widened at her mother's words. Was her mother truly so progressive? Yet, she wholeheartedly supported her mother's resolve. Han observed his daughter's expression and initially thought she was frightened. He quickly reassured her, Yinner, fret not. I have no intention of divorce. At least not until after your wedding. I cannot allow my daughter to become the subject of ridicule. Once you are married and under the protection of the regent, I shall no longer be concerned about reputation. Mother, you misunderstand. I do not oppose you. Rather, I wholeheartedly support your thoughts. You deserve far better. And Prime Minister Mu is unworthy of you. Han was amused by her words. Silly child, after our divorce, I shall live alone. I am a woman who has been divorced. How could I possibly remarry? As long as you are well, I shall have no regrets. Mother, please do not say such things. There are countless men in this world. Surely, one could be found who genuinely cherishes you, even if you have been married before. What of it? If you encounter someone truly good, you should not refuse or hesitate to accept him. With a tender gesture, Han stroked her daughter's head. Let us discuss this matter later. For now, your health is of utmost importance to me. Everything else pales in comparison. Mu Fengyan understood that some discussions had to wait until after the divorce. In this era, men could have multiple wives, yet a woman who even considered another man would be deemed disloyal, bound by the so-called 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and would face dire consequences. Reflecting on the harsh realities of this cruel age, she felt a deep sense of injustice. However, with insufficient power, she realized she could not shake the formidable tree. Upon his hurried return to the Prime Minister's residence, Uncle Wang conveyed the words of the first madam and the eldest young lady to Prime Minister Mu. In his study, was so enraged that he shattered several teacups. He knew that his beloved daughter spoke the truth if he proceeded with the divorce. Even if the emperor did not trouble him, the regent, who held the emperor in contempt, could very well take offense and obliterate the Prime Minister's household. Thus, he vented his frustration by smashing teacups. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Prime Minister Mu instructed Uncle Wang to inform the second madam to tighten the household's budget and conserve expenses. Upon hearing Wang's message, the second madam was left dumbfounded. What is happening? The master did not request any money? Did the first madam not even grant Wang a modicum of respect? Wang is an elderly man who has earned the respect of even the matriarch. This led her to question whether the first madam had indeed been demoted to a concubine. Suppressing her excitement, the second madam asked Wang, "Does the master have any further instructions?" "None, madam. I have conveyed all of the master's words," Wang replied. "And the first madam?" Wang, confused, responded, "The first madam is still at the other courtyard, and the eldest young lady remains in recovery." The second madam, feeling discontented, asked, "Did not the master say he would demote her to a concubine?" "Madam, those were merely the master's angry words. He would not truly demote the first madam." Clenching her fists in frustration, the second madam suppressed her anger. She had already spent her private savings and had not succeeded in ousting the first madam. How would she manage her life moving forward? What of her son and daughter's futures? How long could they survive on the meager funds from the household? The Prime Minister's salary was hardly substantial. Contemplating the uncertain future, a cloud of worry settled upon her face. In the study of the regent's residence, Yi Lijue had just finished his official duties when he heard Qingfeng's report. My lord, Dr. Sun has prepared the antidote for the poison and brought it over. He wishes to check your pulse. At the mention of Dr. Sun, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yi Lijue's eyes. He had once held great trust in Sun, only to be betrayed. The one thing he loathed most was treachery. If not for his curiosity regarding Sun's intentions, he would not have allowed him to remain in the residence. Bring in the medicine. Inform him that I am occupied with official matters. Should I feel unwell, I shall seek him out myself. Qingfeng complied and soon returned with a bowl of medicine. My lord, this is the concoction from Dr. Sunday. Shall I dispose of it? Yi Lijue was about to agree when he overheard Qingfeng muttering. If only Miss Mu were here, she would discern the issues within this medicine. A light bulb went off in Yi Lijue's mind. This was an excellent idea. He had been struggling to find an excuse to meet her, and here was a perfect opportunity. As he watched Qingfeng prepare to dispose of the medicine, he called out, Qingfeng, do not discard it. Bring it here. My lord, you absolutely must not drink it. Miss Mu has warned that Dr. Sun's medicine is problematic. Yi Lijue, losing his patience, retorted, there is no need for such excessive chatter. Bring it to me. Who said I intended to drink it? Feeling relieved that his lord would not consume the medicine, Qingfeng asked, but what does my lord intend to do with it? Yi Lijue gazed at the bowl of medicine and then glanced outside. The day had grown unexpectedly long. Confused, Qingfeng also looked at the medicine and then at the sky. What is my lord observing? Yi Lijue, suppressing his impatience, instructed, you may leave now. Yes, my lord. The still bewildered Qingfeng exited. Yi Lijue continued to peruse his books patiently until darkness fell, at which point he rose, took the medicine, and left the study. With a few deft movements, he vanished from the regent's residence, leaving even Qingfeng unable to keep pace. As soon as she shooed away her maid and prepared to enter her space, Mu Fengyan sensed a formidable force approaching her chamber. The individual possessed extraordinary martial prowess, leaving her uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Clutching a handful of poison, she resolved that regardless of the intruder's skill, should they approach her, they would not leave unscathed. The visitor gently knocked on the window. Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow. Had thieves now adopted polite manners? Approaching the window, she opened it, but upon seeing the visitor's face, she instinctively withdrew her hand, discarding the poison into her space. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she feared the person before her would have met a grim fate. What brings you here, my lord, at such an ungodly hour? Do you possess an inclination for clandestine escapades? Yi Lijue ignored her biting sarcasm. For one who dared to drag her grandmother into matters, her words were already quite courteous. Yinner, we are betrothed by the emperor's decree. Miss Mu, will you not invite me in for a moment? Are you not concerned that my presence by your window might be discovered? Unconsciously, Yi Lijue referred to himself as I in Mu Fengyan's presence, while he typically referred to himself as this king in the company of others. Mu Fengyan stepped aside, allowing him entry. Yi Lijue gracefully leapt into the room. Qingfeng, hurrying to catch up, nearly fell from the tree upon witnessing Yi Lijue enter Mu Fengyan's chamber. The urgency of the visit was for the sake of the future princess. No wonder he had not allowed the medicine to be discarded. It was clearly an attempt to strengthen their bond. Upon closing the window, Mu Fengyan caught a whiff of something. What is that? There is a scent of medicine and one herb that accelerates the onset of poison. Ye Liju Simukit. It appears I have indeed found a formidable future princess. Who knew you could discern the components of the medicine merely by its aroma? As she regarded the strikingly handsome man before her, the proximity between them heightened her awareness of his charm. She found herself momentarily captivated, questioning the necessity of a man being so alluring. Yi Liju gazed at the suddenly dazed Mu Fengyan, the corners of his mouth curving into a wider smile than ever before, for he had never felt such satisfaction with his appearance until today. Mu Fengyan, recalling Yi Liju's earlier words, felt a blush creeping on her cheeks as she indignantly replied, Who said I would marry you? I have not agreed to such a thing, and no one can force me, not even the emperor. Yi Liju, brimming with confidence, responded, My lady, rest assured. I will ensure that you willingly wed me. Mu Fengyan shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to herself how overly confident he was. After only a few encounters, he expected her to willingly marry him. The prince had numerous adversaries. Would she merely become a target for their ambitions? She wondered what kind of upbringing could lead him to such delusions. Ah, right, he had grown up on poison, which would explain his peculiar mindset. Choosing to ignore him, She sat by the table and began sipping her tea. Yi Ju found her adorable eye-rolling amusing and remarked, "My lady, won't you offer me a cup of tea? I traveled quite a distance to see you." Mu Fengyan raised her chin and replied, "Isn't tea their teacup? Bullet yourself." Yi Ju, unperturbed, seated himself at another spot and poured himself a cup of tea. Observing him leisurely enjoying his drink, Mu Fengyan grew impatient and asked, "Prince, having had your fill of tea, would you kindly reveal the purpose of your visit? Surely, you did not come to my chamber in the middle of the night merely for tea, when your estate possesses far superior brews." "My lady, the tea at my residence pales in comparison to what you have here," Yi Ju replied candidly, genuinely believing that their finest tea could not rival hers. "Do not call me my lady. We are not yet wed, and besides, I have not even reached my coming of age. Even when I do not wish to marry so soon, and if I ever do wish to marry, it may not necessarily be you. Wouldn't you agree?" At her words, Yi Ju's gaze momentarily darkened with a cold intensity, though he soon restored his somewhat roguish demeanor. Mu Fengyan sensed the fleeting chill but felt no fear. If he dared to act against her, she would ensure his demise through his own poison. "We are under the emperor's decree of marriage. Failing to adhere to it would be an act of treason." She cast a calm glance at the man across from her and continued, "I have heard that the regent has never adhered to the emperor's commands." "Ah, it depends on the decree," he replied. "As the regent, I possess the authority to correct the emperor's errors. Moreover, this marriage decree aligns perfectly with my desires. The emperor has acted wisely this time, and of course, I shall comply with the arrangement. Wouldn't you agree, Yena?" Mu Fengyan glared at the audacious man, irritated that despite her protest against being called my lady, he had taken the liberty to call her a name reserved for her mother. Yi Ju quickly added, "If you want to allow me to call you my lady, I cannot very well call you little girl, can I? Besides, I find it to be a much more endearing name. It fosters a sense of closeness for us to cultivate our relationship, does it not? Yenner, would you mind calling me a Jew from now on?" Mu Fengyan was oblivious to the anticipation in Yi Ju's eyes, as her patience had finally worn thin. Inwardly, she cursed, what a nuisance. Why on earth did he come to my room in the dead of night to chit-chat? Seeing her on the verge of fury, Yi Ju dared not provoke her further and immediately produced a bowl of medicinal soup, placing it before her. "Yenner, please do not be angry. I have come for a reason. Can you check if this soup has any problems?" Mu Fengyan, suppressing her urge to strangle him, leaned forward to examine the soup. After a moment, she looked up and stated, "This soup contains an extra herb, one that could trigger your poison. Though only 2 taels were added, it is sufficient for you." Yi Ju lowered his head, and Mu Fengyan could not discern his expression, so she resumed sipping her tea, unconcerned. He bowed his head to conceal the fury and darkness brewing within him, afraid to frighten the innocent girl before him. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze, assuming once again the guise of the roguish prince, his emotions carefully masked. Mu Fengyan studied him curiously, glancing at the bowl on the table. "Prince, how did you manage to bring the bowl without spilling any of the soup?" Yi Ju, noticing her keen interest, raised an eyebrow. "I utilized lightness skills. Are you intrigued?" Nodding eagerly, Mu Fengyan asked, "Are the skills difficult to learn? Do you have any manuals or such that I could see?" Her curiosity piqued. She wondered whether he possessed the legendary tomes of martial arts that were said to exist in ancient times. Yi Ju observed her enthusiasm and realized that she bore a youthful innocence, a stark contrast to the composed and mature demeanor he had previously witnessed, which was tinged with sadness and loneliness he could not comprehend. "Since you are interested, I shall gift you several treasured martial arts manuals from my collection. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me. I can offer guidance, Yenner." Mu Fengyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Such manuals were typically rare treasures. Even possessing 1 or 2 would be significant. Yet he claimed to have several. Could they truly be genuine? She eyed the enchanting man skeptically, reflecting, truly. He grows more beguiling with each glance. Beauty can indeed be misleading. Yi Ju, unfazed by her skepticism, declared, "I will have Qing Feng deliver them to you tomorrow, along with some trinkets from the estate for you to play with during your leisure." "Prince, that is unnecessary. I lack nothing but the martial arts manuals. Have Qing Feng deliver only those," she insisted. Yi Ju countered, "That simply will not do. The entire Jishan kingdom is aware of the emperor's decree to marry you to me. If I fail to make a gesture, it would tarnish your reputation. and I would not wish for anyone to speak ill of you. Seeing the stubborn resolve in his eyes, Mu Fengyan relented, realizing he would likely lecture her on the matter if she refused. Fine, fine. Do as you wish, but do not be too ostentatious. I do not wish to become the center of attention in the Zhishang kingdom. Yili Ju smirked slightly, thinking, does she not realize she has already become the talk of the town? Ask anyone, and 9 out of 10 will mention the daughter of the prime minister who returned from the dead, with the 10th being deaf. Feeling that the time had come for her to rest, he said, very well. I shall see to the arrangements tomorrow. You should rest early. I will take my leave. He stood, taking the bowl with him, and moved to the window, glancing back at Mu Fengyan, who continued to sip her tea, showing no intention of seeing him off. Shaking his head in resignation, he said, Yenner, I am leaving now. To his surprise, she shot him a significant eye roll. Leave you? Stop dragging it out. You're distracting me. Suddenly recalling that Qing Feng would be bringing her those manuals tomorrow, she thought it would be remiss not to reciprocate in some manner. Wait a moment. Wondering if the girl was finally showing some concern and planning to bid him farewell, Mu Fengyan discreetly concealed a small vial of pills within her sleeve, possessing the capacity to enhance one's physical constitution. While these pills could not relieve the 20 types of poison afflicting you, they could certainly suppress them without issue. The previous pill given to you was far less effective than this entire vial. Consuming one daily would undoubtedly benefit your health. Consider this vial a token of gratitude for your several manuals. Upon hearing this, Yi Lijue's eyes brightened with anticipation. If one pill yielded such remarkable results, the entire vial should provide even greater benefits. All right, Yenner, I know you care for my health. Thank you for the pills. Tomorrow morning, Qing Feng will deliver them. With that, Yi Lijue rose on his toes and leaped away. Behind him, Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes, thinking him an exceedingly arrogant man. If Qing Feng and the others were here, they would surely be taken aback. Was this truly the aloof prince they knew? He, who was usually so cold and unyielding towards women, now jesting with his future princess? They would undoubtedly tell Mu Fengyan to return their haughty prince, asserting that the one before her must be an impostor. Mu Fengyan gazed enviously at the fleeting figure, yearning for the day she could regain her strength and swiftly master martial arts and lightness skills, enabling her to traverse great distances with ease. Only when the figure vanished did she firmly close the window, retreating into her space to commence her cultivation. Upon returning to the regent's residence, Yi Lijue made his way directly to the study. Qing Feng, who had hurriedly followed, finally reached the door of the study. Qing Feng marveled at Yi Lijue's enhanced martial prowess. He felt this chase had been considerably more arduous than the last. Qing Feng, come in, Yi Lijue called. Qing Feng promptly entered. Your Highness, is there something you wish to command me? Go to the secret chamber and retrieve the books from the second shelf, second compartment. Qing Feng complied and swiftly headed to the secret chamber. In a short while, he returned with the 6 books, handling them with utmost care. Yi Lijue inspected them and, finding them suitable, handed them back to Qing Feng. Wrap these up carefully and deliver them to Miss Mu at the villa tomorrow morning. Qing Feng, eyes wide with disbelief and anxiety, exclaimed, Your Highness, this is your hard-earned. Yi Lijue raised a hand to silence him. No need for superfluous words. Simply do as instructed. With no further recourse, Qing Feng gingerly accepted the 6 books, determined to package them securely as they were precious treasures. Additionally, select some rare items from the storeroom to accompany them. Just as Qing Feng was about to respond, Yi Lijue continued, Actually, I shall personally choose tomorrow morning. Once I have selected, I will send everything along with the books. Understood, Your Highness, Qing Feng replied respectfully, though he still wished to persuade Yi Lijue to reconsider sending the books. Perceiving Qing Feng's hesitation, Yi Lijue said, Enough. You may leave now. Qing Feng, with no choice, retreated. Meanwhile, Shun Min Gru, residing at the inn, glared venomously at the location of the Mu residence. It was this resurrected Miss Mu who had thwarted her plans. Were it not for her, the prince would have had no legitimate consort, and Shun Min Gru would have ascended as the rightful princess upon marrying him. Why had she returned? It was infuriating. After years of waiting and sacrifices, she had finally achieved her current reputation. Who did not revere the little divine doctor of the Zhishang kingdom? After a moment of contemplation, a gleeful smile crept across her face. The prince was not a pawn of the emperor. If the emperor arranged a marriage, It mattered not if the prince disapproved, he would not wed her. Did this not leave her with an opportunity? Chapter 42. The Gift-Giving Fiasco the following morning. At the crack of dawn, Yi Lijue ventured to the palace storeroom to select gifts for Mu Fengyan. Li Gonggong, who was counting inventory, was startled by the prince's unexpected presence. He rarely visited the storeroom. Li Gonggong had been by Yi Lijue's side since his youth and was one of the few individuals he trusted. Huangya, why have you come to the storeroom personally? Whatever you desire, I can fetch for you, Li Gonggong offered. I have come to select a few rare items. You may continue your duties. If there is anything you need, simply instruct me. Yi Lijue nodded and began selecting items. Before long, he had amassed quite a collection, feeling many of the items would suit Mu Fengyan. Observing the selection, Li Gonggong raised an eyebrow. Most of the items appeared to cater to a lady's tastes. Did this mean the prince had someone special in mind? If so, it would surely please the late empress from above. Qing Feng, having prepared the carriage, approached to check on the princess selections. Upon seeing the piled items at the door, he was taken aback. Your Highness, are you planning to move the entire storeroom to the princess? Wasn't he only supposed to select a few rare items? Ye Liju, noticing the lack of suitable items left in the storeroom, slowly approached the entrance. Upon seeing Qing Feng had loaded the items onto the carriage, he felt satisfaction. However, upon counting 4 carriages, his lips twitched in surprise. Had he truly chosen so much? Reflecting, he concluded that each item was indeed perfect for Yenner. Qing Feng glanced at Yi Lijue, unable to contain himself. Your Highness, is this not too excessive? If outsiders were unaware, they might think you are announcing a betrothal. If I were betrothing, I would not bring so little. Yi Lijue reprimanded. You were mistaken. Still, do you not think this is too much? When the third prince announced his engagement to Miss Mu, he only sent 1 carriage. Qing Feng, why was I not informed about the third prince's gift to the Mu residence? Now, I am left to deliver gifts after days of neglecting Yenner. This has subjected her to countless glares. In the future, make sure to report such matters promptly. When you deliver the gifts, take care to pass by the entrance of the Mu residence, so all of Xingdu can witness that I, too, am bestowing gifts upon my future princess, sparing her from any future grievances. Qing Feng felt utterly bewildered. Was this the main issue? He had merely pointed out the quantity of gifts. Why did this turn into a matter of public acknowledgement? Why are you still standing there? Hurry, ensure you pass by the Mu residence. Yes, your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Qing Feng set off with 4 fully laden carriages. As the carriages made their way through the streets, passers-by paused to watch, for such a commotion was rare from the Regent's residence. Curiosity piqued. Some followed to discern the purpose of such an extravagant display. The items, clearly of great value, led to various speculations. Do you think the prince is displeased with the emperor's betrothal? Is he offering gifts to someone else? It seems unlikely. No betrothal would involve such a minimal offering. Yet, if it is merely a gift, it is quite a substantial one. This is perplexing indeed. Shall we follow to discover the truth? Surely, the regent is not sending gifts to the Grand Tutor's granddaughter, Lu Lingwei. As I observe, it seems to lead in a certain direction, does it not? It is said that Lady Lu has harbored affections for the regent for quite some time. Lady Lu, renowned as the foremost beauty of the sacred capital, is indeed worthy of our valiant prince. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Having heard of the ailing Miss Mu from the shogunate, questioning how such a frail woman could possibly befit the guardian deity of the Zixing kingdom. In the imperial teacher's residence, Lu Lingwei sat listlessly by the window, gazing vacantly at the scenery outside. Her grandfather had already sought the emperor's decree, promising her hand to the third prince as his primary consort, and the emperor had acquiesced. It would not be long before the edict reached the imperial teacher's residence. Was it truly her fate to be separated from the ethereal, celestial-like regent? Must she wed a man whom she does not cherish? Lu Lingwei felt a profound melancholy. For marriage is dictated by parental commands and the hands of matchmakers, leaving her with little room for her own desires. At that moment, a young maid rushed in, breathless, calling out, Miss. Lu Lingwei furrowed her brow and reprimanded. What is the meaning of this haste and such loud outbursts? Where has your training in etiquette gone? The maid, undeterred by the reprimand, hurriedly replied, Miss, the regent's personal guard, Qing Feng, is approaching with 4 carriages of gifts. It is said he comes to present them to you. Initially listless, Lu Lingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the maid's words. Is it true? Is the prince truly coming to present gifts to me? The maid nodded enthusiastically, explaining, "Indeed, he is on his way, and many assert that only someone as beautiful as you, the foremost beauty of the sacred capital, is worthy of the prince." Overjoyed, Lu Lingwei instructed the maid quickly, "Assist me in preparing myself. I shall personally greet him at the door." "Yes, miss. I will ensure you are impeccably presented," replied the maid. Shortly thereafter, both mistress and maid, now properly attired, hurried to the entrance. Lu Dishi and his son had also caught wind of the commotion, though they lacked Lu Lingwei's excitement. They found it perplexing, as this was not typical of the regent's manner. Did he perhaps know of the emperor's betrothal decree for Lu Lingwei to the third prince, and had come to intervene? Regardless, Lu Dishi was resolute that no one from the regent's household would cross their threshold. As Lu Dishi and his son reached the entrance, they encountered the visibly exhilarated Lu Lingwei. Suppressing her bubbling excitement, she bowed and greeted, "Grandfather, father." Lu Dishi, seeing through her thoughts, sighed internally. Just as the group approached the entrance, Qing Feng arrived at Lu Dishi's door. He dismounted and clasped his hands, saying, "I pay my respects to Lu Dishi." Lu Dishi's expression darkened as he nodded, prepared to declare that no one would be permitted entry. However, Qing Feng interjected, "Forgive me, esteemed Dishi, but I have yet to complete the task assigned by the prince. I must take my leave." With that, Qing Feng passed by Lu Dishi and led the convoy onward. Although Lu Dishi refrained from voicing his indignation, he felt quite humiliated and snapped, "Close the gates." Everyone returned to the residence. Lu Lingwei stood in stunned silence as she watched the departing carriages. They were leaving? Wasn't the regent supposed to present gifts to her? The maid, attempting to diminish her presence, realized that had she not misinterpreted the situation, Lu Lingwei would not have been left with such disappointment. After a moment of reflection, Lu Lingwei understood that the gifts were not meant for her, but for someone else. As the foremost beauty of the sacred capital, she possessed pride and dignity. Having been the subject of ridicule before so many, her prior confidence had turned to humiliation. Since the regent had so shamelessly insulted her, she resolved to refuse the marriage. Lu Dishi observed his granddaughter's dazed expression and reprimanded, "Wei-er, return to your chambers. The entrance is no place for a young lady like you." Lu Lingwei, regaining her composure, declared firmly, "Grandfather, I have come to a decision. I will marry the third prince." Lu Dishi thought he misheard and asked again, "What did you say?" "Grandfather, I said that I have made my decision. I willingly accept the marriage to the third prince," she asserted with even greater conviction. Lu Dishi burst into laughter, his earlier ire dissipating. "Ah, good. Truly, you are my grandson, Lu Cheng's granddaughter, perceptive and discerning." Lu Lingwei's father, Lu Ji, was equally pleased. His daughter had come to her senses, a far better outcome than coercing her into a union. Lu Dishi had not anticipated that the regent's simple gift would yield such a favorable result, for his granddaughter had previously been adamant against marrying the third prince. As Lu Lingwei observed her grandfather and father smiling, she too managed a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. If she could not have the finest man, then she would set her sights on the most powerful, the third prince, with the highest possibility of ascending to the throne, especially with her grandfather's support. In the future, she would become the queen of the Zixing kingdom, for no matter how formidable the regent might be, he was still merely a prince. The emperor reigned supreme. Today, the regent's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold in due time. In the days that followed, Lu Lingwei indeed incited many to subtly vex the regent. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly acquired an enemy. Even if he were to realize this, he would remain unperturbed, as his greatest adversary was the emperor himself. He dared to contend with the emperor, viewing all others as mere ants. Qing Feng continued onward, and it became evident to everyone that the regent was not delivering gifts to Miss Lu, but rather to the future consort, Miss Mu from the shogunate. Meanwhile, a servant rushing about reported back to the prime minister that the auspicious date chosen by Knight Li Ju had arrived, and since the emperor was unwell, the morning court session had been cancelled. Thus, the officials were all at home. Upon hearing that the regent's household intended to deliver gifts to the prime minister's residence for Mu Fengyan, the prime minister beamed with delight. As their household was in dire need of funds, he surmised that the royal family had not only brought gifts, but likely silver as well. For the regent's household was reputedly wealthy beyond measure, far exceeding that of the third prince's estate. "How much did the regent send?" the prime minister inquired. "Sir, I personally witnessed 4 carriages brimming with goods," the servant replied. Even the second madam and Mu Shushua, seated nearby, exhibited greedy expressions at the mention of such plentiful treasures. With Mu Fengyan absent, they could certainly select their favorites before leaving the lesser items for her. As they exchanged glances, their intentions were clear. The Prime Minister rubbed his hands together in excitement, for fortune seemed to favor him. Just when they were short on funds, the Regent's household had delivered such a bounty, enough to sustain them for quite some time. Hearing the news, the elderly matriarch of Fengyan hurried to the front hall. Learning of the Regent's visit, her ailments seemed to vanish, and she moved faster than the maid, trailing behind. Upon seeing his mother, the Prime Minister quickly rose to support her. "Mother, what brings you out in this cold? Be careful of the ice." "I am well. I heard that the Regent's household is delivering gifts to the Prime Minister's residence," she exclaimed, inadvertently omitting any mention of Mu Fengyan. The Prime Minister nodded. "Indeed, Mother. A servant has confirmed that the royal family's entourage is en route to us." The old lady's eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly wonderful. Ever since the elder lady departed, the household's provisions had deteriorated significantly. The premium tonics she used to enjoy had become a rarity, and now her living conditions were merely a slight notch above those of an average official's family. The contrast with her previous life was stark. At her advanced age, she required these tonics to sustain her health, having relied on them for many years. Suddenly deprived of them, she now felt utterly drained and uncomfortable. The second lady, observing the old lady's radiant eyes, looked down in discontent and scoffed. How could this old hag still be alive? In the past, whenever there were good things, they were reserved for her. Now, upon hearing that the royal residence was sending gifts, she rushed out faster than anyone else. Was she not ill? Why was she meddling in affairs? A servant at the gate announced, "Lord, the people from the Regent's residence are approaching the door." The Prime Minister, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Quick, open the main gate. I shall personally greet them." "I shall go as well," the old lady interjected. "Mother, the ground is slippery outside. Allow me to handle it. I will have them bring the items to the main hall, and you can oversee the distribution." The old lady glanced at the cold, overcast sky and the remaining patches of snow. Considering her health, she nodded in agreement, instructing Minga, "Make haste and return quickly." "I shall wait for you here. Urge the people from the Regent's residence to be swift." The Prime Minister promptly assured her, "Do not worry, Mother. I will ensure they move quickly." The second lady cast another disdainful glance at the old lady, thinking to herself, did she believe the people from the Regent's residence were merely servants of the Prime Minister's household, following her commands? Chapter 44. The old lady fainted again. The Prime Minister, along with the second lady and Miss Shushua, hurried to the gate to welcome the guests. Leading the procession was Qing Feng, the personal guard of the Regent, followed by 4 fully loaded carts. The second lady and Shushua's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer volume of gifts. The Regent's residence was indeed wealthy. Shushua felt a twinge of jealousy. The third prince had sent her only 1 cart of goods, which was not even full. Yet, the betrothed to the Regent, Mu Fengyan, received 4 full carts. How could she not feel envious? She resolved to select the best items for herself. Qing Feng paused at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence and saluted, stating, "I have come to see the Prime Minister." The Prime Minister, beaming with a smile, replied, "Ah, Guard Qing Feng, you are most courteous. I have opened the gate. Please bring the carts inside." However, Qing Feng did not dismount, continuing, "Prime Minister, I come on the orders of my lord to deliver gifts to Miss Mu. I regret that in my excitement, I forgot that Miss Mu has temporarily relocated to another courtyard. Since I was already at the Prime Minister's door and saw it wide open, I thought I would greet you before proceeding to the other courtyard. I had not expected you to emerge, so I shall not trouble you further. I must attend to my duties, or my lord will surely reprimand me for such delays." With that, Qing Feng led the 4 carts away towards the other courtyard. The Prime Minister, whose smile had not yet faded, found his expression frozen in shock as he watched the carts grow distant. His astonishment morphed into anger. He believed Qing Feng had deliberately humiliated the Prime Minister's household. Irritated, he flicked his sleeve and stormed back inside, ordering the gate to be closed. The second lady and Shushua stood dumbfounded, questioning why the gifts were not brought directly to their residence. The second lady exchanged glances with Shushua and quickly followed the Prime Minister inside, saying, "My lord, what is the meaning of this? Should not the gifts for Miss Mu be delivered to the Prime Minister's residence? Why send them to another courtyard? I am still responsible for this household. Why am I not allowed to handle this?" The Prime Minister retorted, "How would I know? The Regent commanded it. and the servants acted accordingly. My lord, is it possible that Miss Mu orchestrated this? It is too embarrassing for our household, the second lady continued. The prime minister, ignoring her, merely grunted in response. My lord, the elder lady must know of this matter. Why does she not advise Miss Mu against such actions? Allowing her to act recklessly tarnishes the reputation of our household, which reflects poorly on you. Indeed, spurred on by the second lady's provocations, the prime minister's anger reached its peak. He could no longer contain himself and muttered, "That venomous woman, from this day forth, I shall." The words of demotion lingered on his tongue, but went unspoken. The second lady and Shushua eagerly awaited his pronouncement, but it never came. The prime minister, in a fit of frustration, stormed into the main hall, leaving the two women looking disappointed, their faces still marred by red blemishes, concealed under white veils that only revealed their eyes. In the main hall, the old lady, anxiously waiting, observed the empty-handed prime minister and a lack of servants bringing in the gifts. She urgently inquired, "Minger, where are the gifts? What of those from the regent's residence?" The prime minister stepped forward, explaining, "Mother, those gifts were intended for Yenner." Upon learning she was not home, they took them to the other courtyard. The old lady's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What? They took them away again? What nonsense is this? Why is Yenner at another courtyard?" Infuriated, she fainted. "Mother, quickly, summon the physician." The commotion in the prime minister's residence escalated due to the old lady's fainting. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, transporting the 4 carts down the road to the other courtyard, suddenly felt 2 pairs of eyes watching him intently. He glanced up to see the third prince and young Master Cheng, sitting by the window on the 2nd floor of a nearby tea house. Qingfeng raised his hand in a respectful gesture, and the two nodded in acknowledgement. After all, as the personal guard of the regent, Qingfeng held a position in the military, and they owed him a modicum of respect due to his association with the regent. The two watched the carts recede into the distance, their contents brimming with boxes. "Brother, they say the 9th prince is quite wealthy. Just look at the gifts he has sent," the third prince remarked nonchalantly. "Brother, we cannot know what lies within those boxes, even if they are indeed rare treasures. What of it? Do you believe the 9th prince would wed a woman I have previously rejected?" Knight Zicheng countered, "Brother, do not dismiss her lightly. I have heard that Miss Mu has become quite peculiar since her return from the dead. She is merely a frail woman. How much power can she truly wield? If you're truly concerned, she resides in the other courtyard now. Seize the opportunity to eliminate her. I suspect the 9th prince may even thank you for resolving a significant inconvenience." Knight Zicheng smirked. "Let's wait a while longer. Should we uncover any issues, we shall address them immediately. We cannot allow even the slightest threat to obstruct your path." The third prince fanned himself with a folding fan, a weapon crafted by the emperor's finest artisans, capable of saving his life in perilous moments, revealing the emperor's favor towards the third prince. Dressed in white, the third prince appeared remarkably handsome, his striking phoenix eyes reminiscent of his mother, the empress whose beauty was well known. Seated by the window, the third prince, already strikingly handsome, was further accentuated by the delicate white folding fan in his hand. Truly, he resembled a jade figure amidst the blossoms, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. This captivating visage drew the attention of passing maidens, who couldn't help but glance back, pondering the identity of such a dashing young master. The third prince, equally aware of the admiration directed towards him, bestowed a subtle smile upon the young ladies below, causing their cheeks to flush with bashfulness. Chapter 45. Mu Fengyan receives the martial arts manual. Yi Zicheng, unable to tolerate the sight of the third prince's ostentatious display, remarked, "Third brother, do rein in your peacock-like demeanor. You are betrothed now." The third prince scoffed dismissively. "Are you referring to the second miss of the Mu family? I have no inclination towards her. Were it not for Mother S' insistence that the Prime Minister S' household could provide financial backing, I would never consent to take her as my secondary consort. Third brother, I do not mean the second miss of the Mu family. I speak of the Imperial Master S' legitimate granddaughter, Lu Lingwei. Did her grandfather not seek a marriage decree for the two of you?" "Ah, you mean Miss Lu. I initially thought her quite agreeable, but she has made it known to the entire capital that she harbors affections for the 9th prince. A woman who entertains feelings for another should not be granted to me as my primary consort. Compared to her, the second miss of the Mu family is far more suitable. At least she harbors feelings solely for me. Third brother, what we require now is the support of the Imperial Master. You must understand the extent of his influence. How many officials in the court are his disciples? His power is formidable, capable of rallying 100 voices at his call. Thus, marrying Lu Lingwei would not be a loss. Even if she were to reside in the manor, it is preferable to relinquishing her to the ninth prince. Allowing him to wed her would only bolster his strength. The third prince nodded in agreement. Zicheng, your reasoning is sound. Do not worry. It is merely one additional woman to feed in the household. I remain indifferent. I shall head to the palace shortly to inform mother that I consent to this marriage, and let father issue the decree. Ye Zicheng nodded, satisfied that the third prince had come to a resolution. Upon arriving at Mu Fengyan's villa, Qing Feng hurriedly knocked on the door. The servant at the entrance recognized Qing Feng and promptly went to summon the steward. The steward rushed out, bowed, and inquired, Sir Qing Feng, what brings you here? Steward Wang, please inform your young lady that my lord has come bearing gifts for her. Ah, very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Having just finished her meal, Mu Fengyan, who intended to head to the front hall, was perplexed upon hearing the servant's announcement that someone from the Regency Prince's residence had come to deliver items. Why not simply bring the books inside? Is it necessary for me to go out and welcome them? She mused. Han Shi also sent someone to invite Mu Fengyan to join her at the entrance. Before long, Mu Fengyan and her mother arrived at the gate. Upon seeing the 4 carts laden with items, Mu Fengyan's lips twitched in annoyance. Had she not requested Yi Lijue to bring her only the martial arts manuals? Why had he sent so much more? Qing Feng approached Mu Fengyan and respectfully bowed. Miss Mu, these are gifts from my lord, along with these few books. With great care, Qing Feng produced the martial arts manuals from his bosom and gently placed them into Mu Fengyan's hands. Observing Qing Feng's cautious demeanor, Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you hold these books in high regard? Of course, this is from the prince. Qing Feng faltered, as he had not been instructed to divulge further. It sufficed for Miss Mu to treasure them well. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes internally, knowing without doubt that Qing Feng's unspoken words conveyed that Yi Lijue had exerted much effort or perhaps even faced peril to obtain these manuals, urging her to safeguard them diligently. Rest assured, I shall take good care of them. Please convey to your lord that I will cherish these books immensely. Qing Feng's spirits lifted at her words. As long as Miss Mu preserved them well, it was all that mattered. He glanced at the 4 carts filled with items and inquired, Miss Mu, where should I place these items? Disinterested in the cart's contents and focused solely on the books in her hands, Mu Fengyan casually replied, Just hand them over to Steward Wang. Qing Feng felt a twinge of disappointment at her lack of interest in the carefully selected gifts from his lord. Sensing his feelings, Han Shi interjected, Were these items personally chosen by your lord? Qing Feng's eyes brightened, recognizing the understanding nature of the first wife. He quickly affirmed, Indeed, these were personally selected by the Prince Bright, and early this morning. This is the first time he has chosen gifts himself, and we hope Miss Mu finds them to her liking. Mu Fengyan paused, taken aback that these items were personally selected by Yi Lijue. Did he truly have the leisure to do so? A prince of his stature should be swamped with responsibilities. Clearly, he had put thought into this. Qing Feng, noticing her expression, realized the path to winning over the princess would be a long one. Perhaps it was her youth that rendered her oblivious to such affections. Han Shi, with a smile, remarked, Then let us place them in a room adjacent to Yenner's. That room is currently vacant and perfect for storing the gifts. Later, she can take her time to examine the valuable treasures her lord has chosen. Qing Feng responded eagerly, Very well, madam. I shall have the items moved immediately. Han Shi nodded at Steward Wang, instructing, Steward Wang, please lead Qing Feng to the young lady's adjoining room and ensure the items are arranged properly. Understood, madam. Steward Wang replied, guiding Qing Feng and the 4 carts towards the young lady's quarters. Once they had departed, Mu Fengyan asked, Mother, isn't their storeroom? Why not place them there instead of in my room? Han Shi gently stroked her daughter's head, speaking softly, My dear, you are still young and may not fully grasp certain matters. The items chosen by the prince, regardless of their nature, carry his heartfelt intentions. How could you bear to disregard them? Mu Fengyan touched her nose, acutely aware that she had never experienced romance in her life, nor had she ever held a boy's hand. Naturally, she was clueless about such matters of the heart. Although she had observed others in love or watched dramas during idle moments, when it came to her own situation, her reactions were somewhat sluggish. Understood, mother. I will also select some items to gift to the prince. Han Shi nodded in satisfaction, believing that reciprocity was essential in relationships. She hoped her daughter would excel in this regard, avoiding any potential missteps in social interactions, which she intended to teach her in due course. Mu Fengyan was not ignorant of these customs, merely indifferent to them. Since her mother desired her to perform excellently, she would comply, sparing her mother any further worry. Chapter 46. All the manuals of the world are here after Qin Feng had placed all 4 carts of items into the adjoining room. He took his leave to report back to the prince. Following her mother's instructions, Mu Fengyan proceeded to inspect the gifts from the Regency prince. Curiosity piqued. She wished to see what precious items Yi Lijue had personally selected for her, instructing her 4 maidservants to wait at the door. She noted that Steward Wang had gone to escort Qin Feng and had yet to catalog the items. Mu Fengyan surveyed the room, filled with boxes, her lips twitching in disbelief. Just how leisurely must Yi Lijue be to have chosen so many items so early in the day? Surely, his duties as a prince should keep him exceedingly busy. Yet he still found the time to select gifts for her, proving his sincerity. Overwhelmed by the abundance of items, I found myself not knowing where to begin. I casually opened a small brocade box beside me, revealing an exquisite tea set. The craftsmanship and porcelain firing techniques clearly indicated it was produced by an imperial kiln. Its surface was smooth and delicate, adorned with a magnificent depiction of a celestial maiden under the moonlight, intricately carved with unparalleled finesse. This was precisely the type of tea set she had been lacking. Could it be that Yi Lijue noticed her need for such a set during their tea session last night? What keen observation! I opened another box and was pleasantly surprised to find a Western optical device. Of course, Yi Lijue often ventured into battles and collected various trinkets while away. Though this item was considered fashionable in their eyes, to Mu Fengyan, it seemed like an antiquity. Sigh, it appeared that Yi Lijue truly regarded her as a child, even gifting her something like this to play with. Mu Fengyan examined the contents of the boxes, which were a veritable treasure trove: calligraphy, ceramics, jade artifacts. The 4 treasures of the study, and various decorative items like jade carvings, green and white jade narcissus, and exquisite vases in various sizes. Upon opening the last brocade box, she was astounded to find it filled with luminous pearls. Counting them revealed a total of 20, each worth a fortune in the capital of the Purple Sacred Kingdom. How extravagant her mother had been, but Yi Lijue surpassed even that in generosity. Hastily, Mu Fengyan placed the luminous pearls into her spatial storage, as such valuable items were far safer there. She wished to store everything in the space. But considering that Wang Bo and her mother would see the items in the room, if they suddenly disappeared, it would surely alarm them. After some deliberation, she selected a few precious and entertaining items for her space, leaving behind the more ordinary ones. Mu Fengyan marveled at how Yi Lijue was undoubtedly a hidden billionaire. She was certain that even the emperor could not rival his wealth. She resolved to work hard to earn money, for it could facilitate many endeavors. After all, it is said that money can make the world go round. Once her foray concluded, she departed with her 4 maids. Not far along her path, she spotted Wang Bo approaching with a notebook and inkstone in hand. Mu Fengyan addressed him, instructing, "Wang Bo, please only document the items present in the boxes. The empty ones indicate that I have temporarily relocated their contents." Wang Bo, observing the young lady emerging from the room, did not suspect anything amiss and replied, "Understood, Mississippi." With that, Mu Fengyan returned with her 4 maids, her heart aflame with excitement, eager to return and examine the several tomes she had discovered. After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled instructing Mu Shan to wait for her in the front hall after breakfast. Suppressing her excitement, she decided to brief him on his tasks before retreating to her chamber. Upon arriving in the front hall, she indeed found Mu Shan waiting. "Your subordinate greets you, Mississippi. Today, you shall visit the beggars or the children at the street corner and inquire if any wish to join us, aged between 10 to 14. I will ensure they have food, but they must be of service to us. We will discuss specifics once you have found them. If any child displays poor character, we shall not take them. We are not their parents and bear no obligation to educate them. Do you understand my meaning?" Mu Shan, initially surprised, quickly regained his composure. It was not unusual for the young lady to undertake such initiatives. He nodded, sensing her resolve. "Excellent. Proceed, but remember to select children of good character. Even if someone possesses great skills, we cannot afford to engage those who may jeopardize our greater plans." "Understood, Mississippi. You can trust my judgment in selecting individuals." Mu Fengyan nodded with satisfaction. Very well, go forth. Remember to provide them with clothing and bedding. If funds are insufficient, let me know, and I shall provide more. Miss, I have ample funds remaining from the last purchase. Good. You may also acquire a housekeeper and a cook for these children. Understood, Mississippi. With that, Mu Shan quickly departed. Mu Fengyan hurried back to her room, instructing her 4 maids to stand guard at the door, ensuring no one disturbed her without permission. Seated at her desk, she retrieved the tomes, counting 6 in total. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could these truly be the secret manuals? How could there be so many? Had Yi Lijue managed to gather all the martial arts manuals from the entire Purple Sacred Kingdom? Her suspicions were indeed correct. Yi Lijue had amassed not only the manuals of the Purple Sacred Kingdom, but indeed those from the entire continent. Each tome possessed the power to incite frenzy among martial artists. Even the Emperor of the Purple Sacred Kingdom was unaware of the existence of these manuals in the possession of the Regent. Had he known, his resolve to eliminate the Regent would have intensified. It was no wonder Qing Feng was reluctant for the prince to part with them, urging Mu Fengyan to treasure them carefully. Upon perusing the 6 manuals, Mu Fengyan discovered they included techniques for lightness skills, ethereal swordplay, fist techniques, and acupoint strikes. The remaining 2 manuals featured one titled Fairy-S Flower Scatter. As she examined this, her excitement grew. It was tailor-made for her, as she had always enjoyed concocting poison needles. This manual focused on the art of launching poisonous darts. The final tome detailed 2 techniques, Carefree Fan and Phantom. If the 3rd prince were present, he would certainly recognize this manual, for he had been searching for the Carefree Fan techniques. He already possessed an exquisite weapon fan, but lacked the corresponding techniques. Phantom was an extraordinarily swift and elusive movement, allowing one to approach or retreat from an opponent with great speed. The more Mu Fengyan delved into these manuals, the more she cherished them. With her background from an ancient martial arts family and the training of the Mu family, she was confident she could master these techniques swiftly. Noticing the time was still early, and having instructed her maids not to enter without her permission, she discreetly entered her spatial realm. While leaving a sliver of her consciousness to monitor the outside, she devoted herself entirely to studying the manuals. After a preliminary review, she grasped the general concepts. Her immediate task was to restore her former martial prowess before mastering these techniques. She understood the principle that haste leads to waste. Approaching the spirit spring, she drank a cup of its water, feeling invigorated, with a warm sensation radiating from her dantian. Elated, Mu Fengyan realized her physical condition had significantly improved, and with diligent practice, she could soon regain her former capabilities. Without further hesitation, she began her rigorous training in the spatial realm, where time flowed tenfold compared to the outside world, allowing her to make rapid progress. Meanwhile, Shinmen Gru, residing in the inn, departed early, eager to meet her master at the tea house as previously arranged. Upon exiting the inn, she was greeted by the murmurs of the crowd around her. At first, she paid little attention, but upon hearing mention of the regent's residence and the princess consort, her ears perked up and she listened intently. After absorbing the information, she was consumed by jealousy, her heart filled with resentment towards the ailing Miss Mu of the Mu family. The prince had actually sent gifts to that frail Miss Mu, a lavish bounty that filled 4 large horse-drawn carts. Shinmen Gru was so infuriated that she nearly crushed the handkerchief in her grasp. After a prolonged effort to calm herself, she hurried to the tea house, eager to inquire with her master about when she might wed the prince. Her master had promised her that she would indeed marry him, and she was determined to enter the prince's residence before Mu Fengyan to win his heart first. Shinmen Gru rushed to the 2nd floor of the tea house, glancing around but failing to spot her master. Instead, she unexpectedly encountered the 3rd prince and Lord Cheng, surprised to see them there at such an early hour. Her acquaintance with these 2 gentlemen stemmed from her master's frequent visits to the palace, where he treated ailments the court physicians could not resolve. Accompanying her master into the palace, she had met both men before, though now, with her face obscured by a white veil, they would not recognize her. Choosing to remain silent, Shinmen Gru seated herself at a table some distance away. Lord Cheng and the 3rd prince noticed her as well, but her heavy disguise left them unable to identify her. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor of the tea house grew quiet. Lord Cheng exchanged glances with the 3rd prince, prompting them to rise and exit. They whispered to each other downstairs before parting ways. with the third prince heading into the palace to inform the empress of his agreement to take the imperial master's granddaughter as his primary consort. Meanwhile, Lord Chung instructed one of his covert guards to remain and observe the identity of the woman upstairs and the purpose of her visit. Known for his caution, Lord Chung felt something was amiss and was determined to uncover the truth. Once he had left the guard behind, he returned to the residence of Prince Sun. After waiting for the duration of 3 cups of tea, Sun Shini finally arrived on the second floor of the tea house. Upon seeing her master, Shin Mingru quickly stood to assist him in taking a seat. Once he was settled, she playfully chided, "Master, why did you take so long? Your disciple has been waiting quite a while." Sun Shini chuckled heartily, responding, "It is my fault. I was delayed by some matters. Master, I do not hold it against you. I am merely bored, as the prince has not allowed me to linger in the residence." Her tone turned slightly dejected towards the end. Suppressing his own emotions, Sun Shini asked, "Disciple, have you truly made up your mind to marry the prince? You must have heard that he sent 4 grand carts of gifts to the future princess consort this morning, which indicates he holds Miss Mu in considerable esteem." Shin Mingru eagerly replied, "I have heard, but master, is that Miss Mu not frail and sickly? Even if she marries the prince, can such a weak body bear him heirs? Moreover, the prince already has a primary consort and 2 secondary consorts. Do you truly wish to become one of his concubines?" With unwavering determination, Shun Mingru nodded, "I have worked tirelessly to achieve the fame of a little divine physician, all for the sake of marrying the prince. I am so close to success. Why should I give up now?" Sun Shini lowered his gaze, concealing the complexity of his emotions, before glancing once more at his disciple, whom he regarded as a daughter. Stifling the sorrow in his heart, he finally nodded, "Very well. I shall enter the palace to request an edict for you to be bestowed upon the regent as a secondary consort." Shin Mingru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the emperor issued the decree, the prince would undoubtedly comply. She felt confident that by residing in the prince's household and staying by his side, she would find a way to capture his heart over time. Her joy was so profound that she failed to notice the pity and sadness in her master's eyes. Sun Shini felt he had no other choice but to sacrifice his disciple to fulfill the emperor's secret command. Yet, unable to suppress his compassion, he asked once more, "Disciple, are you truly unrepentant?" Shin Mingru joyfully nodded, "Rest assured, master, I do not regret it. I am confident I can win the prince's heart." Sun Shini sighed internally, pondering the futility of her ambition. Even if she succeeded, he feared the prince might not have the fortune to enjoy it. After conversing for a while longer, they parted ways, unaware that a hidden guard of Lord Chung had overheard their entire exchange. Chapter 48. She is not even worthy of a single finger of Yenner. Once Sun Shini and Shun Mingru departed, Lord Chung's guard swiftly made his way to the residence of Prince Sun, intent on relaying every detail he had overheard. Upon hearing the report, Lord Chung fell into deep contemplation. Sun Shini was a physician in whom the regent placed great trust. Over the years, the 9th prince had survived largely due to his treatments. Lord Chung recalled his father mentioning that the 9th prince had been poisoned since childhood and bore multiple toxins within him. Unbeknownst to Lord Chung, Sun Shini had already become an instrument of the emperor, and the regent no longer trusted him. Lord Chung could not help but admire the 9th prince's resilience. Despite being afflicted by several poisons, he continued to thrive, his martial prowess undiminished, surviving countless assassination attempts by the emperor. Now, Sun Shini's disciple, the renowned little divine physician Shun Mingru, aspired to become the 9th prince's secondary consort. Did this mean she would continue to treat his ailments? This was not the outcome Lord Chung desired. As long as the 9th prince remained, he believed neither the emperor nor the 3rd prince would find peace. After much deliberation, Lord Chung resolved to take the initiative. He whispered a few words to his guard, who nodded in understanding before departing. At the regent's residence in the study, Yi Lijue was busily attending to official duties and reviewing various clandestine reports from Sanyu Pavilion. Just then, Qing Feng entered and reported, "My lord, Sun Shini met with his disciple Shun Mingru today, conversing for a while before Sun Shini proceeded directly to the palace." "What did they discuss?" Shun Mingru requested Sun Shini to enter the palace to seek an edict for her to marry the prince as his secondary consort. As Qing Feng spoke, his voice grew softer, sensing the temperature in the study plummeting, indicating the prince's rising anger. Yi Lijue's tone turned frigid. "She dares aspire to be my concubine? She is not even worthy of a single finger of Yenner. My lord, what you may not know is that Shun Mingru is known as a little divine physician in the kingdom of Zixing. Sun Shini claims to be the best physician in the world, yet couldn't even identify the multiple poisons in me, let alone his disciple. They are merely seeking fame and recognition. Qing Feng then asked, "What shall we do next, my lord?" Yi Lijue's thoughts were consumed with the determination to prevent this decree from reaching the prince's residence. If Yenner found out, she would surely be displeased. He had an instinct that should he accept this decree and welcome a secondary consort into his home, Yenner would undoubtedly retreat far away with her mother, distancing herself to an untraceable extent. Do not question why. His instincts had always proven accurate. Noticing the contemplative expression on Yi Lijue's face, Qing Feng continued. While we were monitoring Sun Shini, our people discovered that Lord Cheng's guards were also watching them closely, and he overheard their entire conversation. I believe Lord Cheng is now aware that Sun Shini has entered the palace to seek a marriage decree. Yi Lijue raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lord Cheng was involved. Since he had intervened, the prince resolved to involve him even further. After a moment of contemplation, the cunning Yi Lijue instructed Qing Feng, "Have our informants within the residence of Prince Sun deliberately leak a message to Lord Cheng, stating that my intention in marrying Shen Mengru is solely for her to treat my ailments." Qing Feng could not fathom the reasons behind it, yet he still complied with the prince's command. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Liju spoke again. "If Wang Gong comes out to deliver the imperial decree, find a way to destroy it. You must ensure that the contents of the decree remain unknown to others. Otherwise, if it reaches Yenner, she will be displeased." Qing Feng cast another astonished glance at the prince, wondering when the prince had developed such a close relationship with the future princess. Was he concerned about making her jealous? Yet ultimately, the prince was destined to marry a secondary consort, for the royal residence could not have only one mistress. There were 2 secondary consorts and 4 concubines to consider. What would happen if the primary consort became upset? Yi Liju, noticing that Qing Feng had yet to leave, inquired, "Why are you still here?" Finally summoning his courage, Qing Feng asked, "Your Highness, as the regent, you will inevitably marry secondary consorts and take concubines in the future. Miss Mu cannot remain displeased indefinitely." As soon as Qing Feng's words fell, Yi Liju's gaze turned even colder, his voice laced with frost. "Who said that I intend to marry secondary consorts? Have you ever uttered such words in front of Yenner?" Seeing the prince's fury, Qing Feng was petrified and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I was in the wrong. I misspoke and have never mentioned such matters in front of Miss Mu. It is best that you have not. From now on, the affairs of my harem are not yours to meddle in. Depart, and remember to accept your punishment after you complete your tasks." "Yes, Your Highness, I shall remember." Qing Feng rose and hurried away, his heart racing with fright, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It had been a long time since the prince had displayed such wrath. It was all due to his own loose tongue. The prince had not yet married his primary consort, and here he was discussing secondary consorts, deserving of punishment indeed. With no further contemplation, Qing Feng prioritized fulfilling the task assigned by the prince. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the emperor had dismissed all attendants, leaving only himself and divine physician Sunday. They conversed for a considerable time, the details of their discussion known only to the two of them. Before long, divine physician Sun exited the study and departed the palace. The emperor then summoned Wang Gong, handing him the imperial decree, instructing, "Go and proclaim the decree at the regent's residence." "Yes, I shall proceed immediately to the regent's residence to deliver the decree." Upon hearing the regent's residence mentioned, Wang Gong involuntarily trembled. It was the last place he wished to deliver an edict, for each visit felt as if a layer of skin were being peeled away. The only occasion he had enjoyed favorable treatment was when he had delivered a marriage decree for the regent. Without delay, he took the decree and several attendants and left the palace. Along the way, curiosity gnawed at him about the contents of the decree. He opened it for a brief glance and was instantly elated. This time, he had no reason to fear, for the decree was yet another marriage edict, this time bestowing a secondary consort upon the regent. Seated within the carriage, Wang Gong felt a wave of relief, clutching the decree joyfully. However, that joy was short-lived when a carriage approached at breakneck speed, the horse seemingly gone mad, careening towards them. Wang Gong, terrified, shut his eyes and trembled. After what felt like an eternity without the sound of collision, He cautiously opened his eyes to find the other carriage had narrowly passed by. The slim margin between the two carriages left him seething with anger. Yet the curtain of the adjacent carriage remained drawn, preventing him from discerning who was inside. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply. He had genuinely feared for his life, believing he might be injured, just as he was about to admonish the occupants of the nearby carriage. After all, it was a palace carriage, and any reckless commoner should have yielded. An unnoticed small dart shot from within the tightly sealed carriage, striking the horse's rear. The steed, in pain, neighed and reared back, its front hooves lifting high as it galloped uncontrollably forward, desperate to escape the ache. Wang Gong's heart, which had just settled, plummeted once more as the horse bolted. He swayed violently within the carriage, ultimately unable to withstand the rapid jolts, and was flung out alongside the decree. The young attendants trailing behind wore expressions of alarm. They had spent ample time in the palace and had never witnessed a horse run amok like that. In a moment of panic, they were at a loss for what to do. Wang Gong landed on the ground, momentarily losing consciousness from fright. The imperial decree, too, tumbled alongside him, fortuitously landing in a puddle, causing the emperor's calligraphy to blur beyond recognition. To add insult to injury, the decree was also sullied by a pile of dog feces nearby. Qing Feng, observing from a distance, could not help but raise an eyebrow, his lips twitching in disbelief as he recognized the scene. The puddle had been left by a dog he had seen earlier, which had urinated and then defecated there. Qing Feng was utterly astounded by the coincidence. Was this an implication that the emperor's decree was akin to dog feces? Or was it a commentary on the contents of the decree itself? Was this a slight against the emperor? His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the spooked horse speeding towards the main thoroughfare. He quickly gestured for assistance, and within moments, the horse and carriage collapsed, just a few steps away from the bustling street. This stretch of road had been deliberately chosen by Qing Feng. They had just exited the palace gates, and before reaching the lively street, there were neither merchants nor crowds, ensuring that even a mad gallop would not harm the innocent. Satisfied with the completion of his task, Qing Feng signaled again, and those hidden in the shadows vanished without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, young Master Cheng of the Sun, Wang Fu, remained unaware of the chaos unfolding at the palace gates. Those stationed within the regent's residence had discreetly relayed the information to his associates. Upon hearing the news, young Master Cheng sighed inwardly, realizing his suspicions were correct. The ninth prince's intention to marry Shenmingru was indeed to restore his health. Given that, how could he allow their union to flourish? They wished for nothing more than for the ninth prince to meet his demise. With no means to intervene at the regent's residence, he resolved to take action against Shenmingru. Initially, he had instructed his shadow guards to escort her away from the capital, but that hardly seemed the most effective approach. After all, as long as the decree was issued, even if Shenmingru were in another location, she could still return to fulfill her marriage obligations. He needed a more definitive solution. Young Master Cheng contemplated and suddenly recalled that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites had a penchant for beautiful women and was considering taking a concubine. Why not send Shenmingru to the bed of Lord Wang? He had seen Shenmingru. Although she did not possess the ethereal beauty of Lu Lingwei, she was still a fair maiden. Lord Wang would surely be satisfied with such a match. Young Master Cheng held no illusions about Shenmingru's purported skills. It was merely the reputation bestowed upon her by divine physician Sun that garnered her some respect. Otherwise, she had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. He dispatched 2 more shadow guards, one to inform Lord Wang and the other to communicate the change of plans. Fortunately, at that moment, Shenmingru was dining on the first floor of an inn, and he had not yet had the opportunity to take her away, making it an easy task to alter his plans. At this moment, Shenmingru was filled with joy. The thought of her master meeting the emperor, heralding the imminent arrival of the imperial decree, filled her heart with exhilaration. Soon, she would marry the regent prince, the object of her dreams. Beside her, the maid noticed Shenmingru's elation and inquired, "Miss, what delightful news has brought you such happiness?" Shenmingru, with a radiant smile, replied, "You will know soon enough." The maid, sharing in her mistress's joy, felt a lightness in her heart. After all, a happy mistress meant fewer scoldings for her. Despite her gentle demeanor, Shenmingru often resorted to harshness when displeased, leaving marks of her ire upon the maid's skin. Had it not been for the bond of servitude, the maid would have long sought to escape from her proud and self-important mistress. After a cheerful lunch, Shenmingru planned to retire to her chamber for some rest. for the imperial decree would not arrive immediately. Just as the pair returned to their room, they were swiftly ambushed and rendered unconscious by two stealthy guards. Though the maid possessed some martial skills, they were insufficient against such trained adversaries. Shinmen grew, devoted solely to the study of medicine and devoid of any combat ability, was easily seized, each guard hoisting one of them as they made their way to the minister's residence. Qing Feng, observing this bewildering scene, was left in a state of confusion. Where are they taking them? Surely, the spies from the Sun Wang residence had transmitted the news. Where could the esteemed Cheng Shizi be delivering them? Suddenly, a realization struck Qing Feng, his eyes widening in alarm. Could be as he feared? If so, then Cheng Shizi was indeed cruel. Resolutely, he followed, eager to discover their destination. Chapter 50. Shinmen Gru is taken as a concubine. Qing Feng trailed closely behind the guards until they reached the back gate of a residence, where it appeared someone had been waiting. Upon hearing the commotion, the doors swung open, allowing entry before being promptly shut again. Leaping to the front, Qing Feng was astonished to find himself at the minister's estate. Lord Wang, known for his lascivious tastes, particularly favored those with delicate beauty, and indeed, Shinmengru's appearance aligned perfectly with his preferences. It was a shocking turn of events that Cheng Shizi had delivered her to the minister's abode, especially since Qing Feng had heard whispers of Wang's desire for a beautiful concubine. Cheng Shizi had truly catered to his whims. Realizing that the renowned little divine Dr. Shinmengru was about to face disgrace, Qing Feng chose not to linger. He departed, needing to report to the prince and prepare for the punishment that awaited him for his earlier indiscretion. Meanwhile, the dazed eunuch Wang, having been unceremoniously thrown from the carriage, was roused by his fellow eunuchs. As he gradually opened his eyes, he appeared stunned, processing the recent events. Once clarity returned, he clutched the nearest eunuch and wept bitterly. Alas, I am still alive. The heavens have shown mercy upon me. After all these years, I have endured so much, and yet here I am, not dead from such a fall. What incredible fortune amidst misfortune! The nearby eunuch, taken aback by Wang's uncharacteristic display of emotion, had never witnessed such a spectacle from him, who usually exuded authority. The young eunuch ventured hesitantly, but eunuch Wang, the decree. Suddenly recalling his purpose, Wang panicked, searching for the imperial decree, only to find it missing. Where's the decree? He demanded of those around him. A trembling eunuch pointed in the direction of the decree. Wang hurriedly approached, only to collapse to his knees upon seeing it, crying out, "Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I failed to protect the decree. I would have preferred to die from that fall. At least then I could have atoned with my life." He feared that if the emperor discovered the decree sullied by filth, his fate would be sealed. As despair enveloped him, Wang pondered his next steps. He could not possibly present a decree soiled by excrement to the emperor. He gestured to a nearby eunuch. "Clean this mess off the decree." The young eunuch hesitated. "But eunuch Wang, even if I clean it, the marks will remain, and the writing is blurred beyond recognition." Wang, irate, retorted, "Enough with your excuses. Just do as I say." Reluctantly, the eunuch complied, wiping the decree vigorously. Though the filth was removed, traces remained. Wang instructed, "Now throw some dirt on it." The eunuch complied, and Wang examined the result, nodding in satisfaction. For the sake of his life, he was willing to play this charade. He addressed the assembled eunuchs. "Listen closely. You only witnessed the horse's madness and how I was thrown from the carriage, causing the decree to tumble into a puddle and become soiled. You know nothing else. If you wish to live, adhere to my words. Do you understand?" The eunuchs nodded in agreement, all eager to avoid the guillotine. Wang, somewhat appeased by their compliance, instructed the eunuch holding the decree, "You keep it until we reach the palace gates, then present it to me." Though Wang loathed the decree now tainted, he had to play his part for survival. Thus, he and his entourage of eunuchs made their way to the palace. Meanwhile, Lord Wang of the minister's residence gazed upon the beauty before him, growing ever more enamored. He offered Shun Mingru a pill, a precious item from the renowned Mama Wang of Sahong Courtyard, designed to discipline disobedient maidens. Lord Wang was well aware that the beauty before him was none other than the famed little divine doctor, yet he felt no fear. What was she but a weak girl with no connections or power? To take her as a concubine would be a favor to her. Moreover, her master, the esteemed physician's son, had shown him respect upon their meetings. What regard could he possibly have for his apprentice? As he marveled at her beauty, his impatience grew. and he began to remove her garments, relishing the act of unveiling her layer by layer. With each piece discarded, his excitement mounted until he reached the last layer, revealing a crimson garment underneath. His gaze ignited with desire as he reached out to caress her. Shinmin grew awakened to the pain of his grip, her eyes fluttering open in confusion, only to be met with a chilling realization and unwelcome hands exploring her. She attempted to raise her arms in protest, but found them immobilized. Anger surged within her as she turned to confront her assailant. Upon seeing his face, her pupils widened in horror, and she exclaimed, "You old man, what do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? Remove your filthy hands at once." Lord Wang, delighted by her fiery spirit, merely chuckled in response. "Do you know who I am? You shall be my concubine, and it is a privilege." Fury ignited further within Shinmengru. "Do you know who I am? I am the little divine doctor of the Purple Sacred Kingdom. After today, I will be the side consort of the Regent Prince. If you are wise, you will return me to the inn, for I am expecting an imperial decree shortly." Upon hearing her words, Lord Wang paused his advances, his mind now calculating. If Shinmengru's words hold any truth, then the individual delivering her to the bed at this critical juncture indicates a desire to prevent the regent from marrying this little divine healer. If the regent truly intended to wed her, how could he neglect her presence at the inn? Thus, Lord Wang concluded that regardless of the circumstances, taking the little healer as a concubine would not offend either party. Observing the fluctuating expressions of this esteemed gentleman, Shinmengru mistakenly believed that mentioning the regent would instill fear. Just as she had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, the old man's actions reignited her anxiety. Chapter 51. Lord Wang hopes the emperor remains unaware of the stench. To her dismay, the old man did not relent. Rather, he intensified his grip. Ultimately, he stripped away the last remnants of her modesty. Only then did panic manifest on Shinmengru's face as tears streamed down. She pleaded, "I implore you, spare me. I am the little divine healer of the Purple Sacred Kingdom, capable of providing you with great benefits. Just let me go, and I shall serve you faithfully." Lord Wang, with a tender heart, wiped her tears and reassured her, "Do not weep, my dear. Your beauty is too exquisite to be marred by tears. You shall no longer need to expose yourself to the public for treatment. It is too arduous. From now on, I shall provide for you." Despair enveloped Shinmengru as she gazed at the aged man before her, older than her own master, and at the hands that wreaked havoc upon her. Death seemed a preferable escape, yet her limbs felt powerless. As a physician, she recognized that this old man had administered a drug to her. "Enough of your tears, my dear. I shall cherish you greatly henceforth," he declared. Shinmengru contemplated self-destruction, but stubbornness prevailed. She was determined to uncover who had rendered her unconscious and delivered her to this old man's bed. Furthermore, her master had already petitioned for a royal decree on her behalf. If the eunuch responsible for delivering it failed to locate her, surely he would send someone to search. With a glimmer of hope, Shinmengru endured the old man's relentless torment. It was only when crimson stained the sheets beneath her that she finally closed her eyes in despair, realizing she could never marry the prince now. She was no longer pure. How could a man of such ethereal grace desire a woman sullied in such a manner? Yet, vengeance burned within her. She vowed to end the old man's life and discover who had brought her to this fate. Only with these resentful thoughts could she muster the strength to survive. In the regent's residence, Knight Li Jue had just concluded his official duties and sat at his desk, lost in thought over a small porcelain vial as he pondered how to orchestrate another meeting with the young lady when Qing Feng knocked at the door. Quickly, Knight Li Jue concealed the vial and called out, "Enter." Qing Feng stepped inside and recounted the events to the prince. Knight Li Jue nodded and instructed Qing Feng, "Carry out one final task. Spread the word that Lord Wang of the minister's manor has taken the little healer, Shinmengru, as his concubine. The sooner, the better. It is imperative that the emperor learns of this first." "Understood," Qing Feng replied, hastening to fulfill the prince's command. Meanwhile, at the palace gates, Eunuch Wang collected himself before shedding tears as he accepted the imperial decree from the young eunuch. Weeping, he made his way toward the imperial study. Soon, all within the palace were aware of Eunuch Wang's disheveled state as he sobbed while clutching the decree. The emperor, having received advance notice, was perplexed. Did not Eunuch Wang go to deliver the decree? Why has he returned weeping? Has the regent scolded him? His irritation grew as he contemplated the disobedient ninth prince, who dared to dismiss a royal command. The more he pondered, the more resolute he became in his desire to eliminate the regent. With no inclination to review memorials, the emperor sipped tea while awaiting eunuch Wang. He was eager to see if the ninth prince would show him any respect. After a considerable wait, eunuch Wang finally entered the imperial study, his weeping intensifying. "Your Majesty, this old servant has sinned gravely." The emperor, observing eunuch Wang's disarray, inquired with displeasure, "Rise and explain. Did the ninth prince strike you?" Eunuch Wang dared not rise, remaining on his knees as he replied, "Your Majesty, it was not the regent who harmed me. Shortly after I exited the palace, the horse went wild, and I was thrown from the carriage, losing consciousness. Your Majesty, it is only due to the dragon's aura I have absorbed while serving you that I was spared from death. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." He bowed repeatedly in homage. The emperor felt a sense of satisfaction from eunuch Wang's flattery. "Enough, stand and speak. Tell me what transpired." Trembling, eunuch Wang rose and selectively recounted the events, emphasizing his loss of consciousness and how long it took to awaken, stressing that he had failed to protect the decree properly. "So, the contents of the decree have become obscured, rendering it unreadable?" the emperor asked. "Indeed, Your Majesty," eunuch Wang confirmed. "Bring it to me. I wish to see it. However, Your Majesty, the decree is soiled and may offend your eyes." "Do not concern yourself. I have seen worse. Hand it over." Eunuch Wang cautiously presented the decree. The emperor unfolded it, furrowing his brow at the peculiar odor. "What is this scent?" He noted the stains, dirt, and a dark yellow mark. "Your Majesty," the decree fell into a puddle and then rolled into the dirt. Uncertain of the source of the odor, the emperor leaned closer to sniff, nearly retching from the foul stench. Eunuch Wang lowered his head further, praying the emperor would not detect the scent of excrement. In disgust, the emperor flung the decree to the ground and ordered a nearby young eunuch to fetch a basin of water to cleanse his hands, finding the odor intolerable. "If it is soiled, I shall simply compose another decree." Eunuch Wang, hearing this, fell to his knees, pleading, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I beseech you to punish me for my negligence. It is all my fault. I humbly request you draft another decree." The emperor surveyed the disheveled eunuch Wang and replied, "Very well, I shall pardon you this time, but let this be a lesson." Eunuch Wang sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, knowing he had narrowly escaped punishment. Just as the emperor prepared to draft a new decree, a messenger arrived to announce, "Your Majesty, Divine Physician's son requests an audience, claiming urgent matters to report." The emperor set down his writing implements and said, "Admit Divine Physician's Sunday." Divine Physician's son quickly entered the imperial study and knelt, stating, "Your Majesty, my disciple Shun Mingru has been abducted by Lord Wang of the Minister's Manor and has become his new concubine. The entire capital is now aware of this situation. I implore you to take action and hold Lord Wang accountable for this abduction." The emperor, incredulous, demanded, "What did you say? Your disciple Shin Mingru has become Lord Wang's concubine? When did this happen?" Chapter 52. The emperor helps Lord Wang unwind Divine Physician's son. His voice trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, it occurred this afternoon. My disciple was waiting at the inn for your decree, but before it arrived, Lord Wang abducted her, and she is now at the minister's manor. I fear for her safety. Please, Your Majesty, I beseech you to intervene." He bowed deeply, striking the ground with his forehead. The unspoken implications hung heavy in the air, and the emperor understood the gravity of the situation. Shun Mengru's purity was compromised. Though he harbored a desire for the regent's demise, he recognized that a woman who had lost her virtue could not be wed into the royal family, lest it tarnish his own reputation. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for the hidden guards to reveal themselves. "Your subordinates are here, Your Majesty. You must swiftly proceed to the minister's residence to ascertain whether Shin Mengru is truly there, and remember not to disturb anyone." Your subordinate obeys. The hidden guard departed hastily. The emperor, somewhat perplexed, continued to inquire, "Dr. Sun, how do you know that it is the minister's residence from which Shin Mengru was abducted?" "Your Majesty," the reply came, "the entire holy capital is now aware of this matter. My humble disciple has gained some renown and is often referred to as the little divine doctor, which has allowed this incident to spread rapidly." The emperor, upon reflection, understood the situation. Having sat on the throne for many years, he was well acquainted with the sordid affairs of the court. It was evident that someone had deliberately disseminated this information. Otherwise, the news would not have circulated so swiftly. Narrowing his eyes, the emperor pondered whether the ninth prince had learned of the marriage he had bestowed upon him. From the shock of eunuch Wang's horse to the decree being torn apart, and now to Shun Mingru's abduction, all evidence pointed to the ninth prince. However, regardless of the circumstances, he would not punish the minister of the Department of State for the sake of a mere commoner. Eunuch Wang, listening intently, cast a sidelong glance at the decree sullied by dog feces. It turned out the side consort bestowed by the emperor was none other than Dr. Sun's disciple. It seemed that this disciple was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Even the heavens would not allow her to wed the regent, as evidenced by the decree being tainted. A clear indication that the emperor's grant of marriage was as worthless as refuse. For over a decade, he had issued decrees without incident. Yet this old man from the minister's residence dared to take Shin Mingru, the very embodiment of calamity, as a concubine. Suddenly, Eunuch Wang felt a twinge of concern. Would the minister of the Department of State encounter misfortune when he ventured out tomorrow? Though he briefly worried about the matter, it was fleeting. Before long, the emperor's hidden guard returned and knelt, reporting, "Your Majesty, Shun Mingru is indeed at the minister's residence," and the hidden guard suddenly flushed, feeling awkward and unsure of how to proceed. "And what? Speak freely." After contemplating his wording, the hidden guard replied, "Your Majesty, when I arrived, Shin Mingru and the minister were both in bed, and they were unclothed." The emperor coughed awkwardly, realizing that the old minister had sullied the disciple of Dr. Sunday. He felt a cold sweat for the minister, who, at his advanced age, still exhibited such vigor, seemingly unafraid of perishing in the arms of a woman. The emperor chose to turn a blind eye to the minister's indiscretions primarily because, during his days as a prince, the minister had staunchly supported him in his quest for the throne. It could be said that the minister had contributed significantly to his ascension. Moreover, the minister was of considerable age, and thus the emperor tolerated his capricious actions. It was unexpected, however, that he would abduct Dr. Sun's disciple, potentially jeopardizing their plans. Regardless of whether the ninth prince had sent Shin Mingru to the minister's bed, the emperor knew that their scheme could no longer proceed. The more he contemplated, the more his anger simmered, unable to swallow this affront. He gestured to the hidden guard, who swiftly exited. To Eunuch Wang he commanded, "Go to the minister's residence and convey my decree, stating that I wish for the minister to journey south to assess the flood situation within a month." Eunuch Wang complied, still musing whether the emperor intended to overexert the minister. Could the elderly man truly return within a month? The emperor was deliberately sending the minister away. Having displayed such energy in bed, he ought to expend it elsewhere. The emperor doubted that the old man would still possess the vigor for a concubine after a taxing journey. "Is Dr. Sun satisfied with my handling of matters? Your humble servant thanks your Majesty for advocating on behalf of my disciple." What recourse did Dr. Sun have? The emperor was openly shielding the minister. Overwhelmed, Dr. Sun wept softly, grieving not only for his disciple's betrothal to a man far older than herself, but also for the collapse of their clandestine scheme, as the promises made by the emperor had vanished. Perhaps the emperor perceived Dr. Sun's despair. "Though that matter has faltered, you may devise another plan. Should you achieve the same goal, my promises will remain valid." Dr. Sun's eyes brightened, and he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will seek alternative solutions and ensure your desires are fulfilled." The emperor nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, dismissing him. Dr. Sun exited the imperial study with haste. In the outskirts, at the secluded estate, Mu Fengyan had already spent an entire afternoon and half of the morning in her room, causing the young maid at the door to grow anxious. They were unaware of what the young lady was doing inside, but she had skipped lunch, merely instructing them to inform the mistress, after which there had been no further sound. As dusk approached and dinner time loomed, the room remained silent. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan was diligently cultivating in her space, where time flowed tenfold compared to the outside world. She had not anticipated the remarkable effects of the spring water within the space, which not only reshaped her skeletal structure, but also enhanced other attributes. She first mastered the art of lightness, while other skills would follow in due course. As for swordsmanship and the carefree fan technique, she lacked suitable weapons, intending to practice those arts only upon acquiring an exceptional sword and fan. Mu Fengyan glanced again at the spring water, compelled to question if this was divinely orchestrated. The primordial form of this space resembled a meteorite, a pitch-black stone of immense hardness, a treasure passed down through generations of the Mu family. It had always been enshrined in the family ancestral hall, and her grandfather had once told her that it was a cherished heirloom to be protected and passed down. In her youth, she had been quite mischievous and, on one occasion, had stealthily approached the ancestral hall to gaze upon the black stone, yearning to touch it. However, her grandfather kept it closely guarded, permitting her only to look. As she quietly approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, she stumbled for reasons unknown, accidentally cutting her hand on a stone, causing a trickle of blood. At the time, she paid it no mind, merely rising to check her surroundings, oblivious to why she had fallen. Regardless, she noticed no one was around and hurried to the offering table in the ancestral hall to grasp the black stone, which felt smooth and cold to the touch, immensely satisfying. Unbeknownst to her, the blood from her injury had stained the stone, prompting it to absorb her blood. She was frightened and began to wail. Her grandfather, who had been searching for her, heard her cries and rushed to the ancestral hall, quickly closing the doors. He hurried to his granddaughter's side, witnessing the stone now emitting a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the entire hall. The radiant colors converged upon the phoenix birthmark on Mu Fengyan's wrist, after which the ancestral hall reverted to its original state. Mu Fengyan subsequently fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself within this space. She confided the event only to her grandfather, who instructed her to keep the existence of the space a secret, lest her youthful naivety compromise its safety and even her life. He assured the servants responsible for maintaining the hall that the black stone had been secured. The servants, believing it merely a stone, accepted this without question. From that day forth, Mu Fengyan would secretly enter the space each night to hone her medical and toxicological skills. However, the spring water had remained elusive, despite her numerous attempts, including the use of poison, all to no avail. Gazing at the spring water before her, she contemplated whether mixing her poison with a bit of spring water would enhance its potency or neutralize it entirely. I shall conduct an experiment another day. Mu Fengyan inhaled the scent of her own sweat, a result of her martial training. She fetched a bathing tub and filled it with spirit spring water. Indulging in a refreshing bath, the water in the tub quickly returned to its original level. After finishing her bath and donning her garments, Mu Fengyan felt as if her whole body had become as light as a swallow. With her newly acquired agility skills, she leaped effortlessly into the air, soaring a considerable distance, leaving her utterly satisfied. During her time in the space, she continuously replenished her energy with the spirit spring water, which had become her constant companion in cultivation. Upon exiting the space, she gazed into a copper mirror. Alas, the reflection was so blurred, it was hardly discernible. Ultimately, she retrieved a mirror from a later era, examining her visage. Her complexion appeared even fairer, with large, expressive eyes and a petite nose. Indeed, her lips were as red as cherries, rendering her a true beauty. This appearance mirrored her former self in the later life, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. Hearing the anxious voices of several maidservants outside her door, Mu Fengyan opened it to greet them. The 4 maidservants stood dumbfounded at the sight of their mistress, who had transformed into an ethereal beauty within the span of an afternoon. She resembled a celestial being emerging from the room, and they believed her beauty surpassed that of any fairy. Her noble demeanor, innate confidence, radiant smile, sparkling eyes, and cherry-like lips captivated them entirely. Truly, she embodied the saying, "In the north, there is a beauty unmatched and independent. A single glance can topple a city, a second can ruin a kingdom." The sheer beauty of Mu Fengyan was so enchanting that even they, as maidservants, were entranced. With a wave of her hand, Mu Fengyan called out, "Hey, are you all back to your senses?" The maidservants hastily knelt, fearing they had offended her by staring too long. "Please forgive us. We did not mean to intrude," they implored. Mu Fengyan sighed, exasperated, as she had repeatedly instructed them not to kneel so easily. "All right, rise. I bear no grievances. Let us proceed to see Mother. It is time for dinner." Among the maidservants, Chi-Sha was the most vivacious and outspoken. "Mistress, you have suddenly become incredibly beautiful. I am utterly captivated," she exclaimed. "Oh, is that so? Was I not captivating before?" Mu Fengyan teased. "Mistress, that is not what I meant. You are even more alluring now," Chi-Sha stammered, flustered. "Very well, ishad sis muyist. I spent the afternoon researching a substance to enhance skin fairness. When time permits, I shall share it with you all." The maidservants rejoiced, knowing their mistress possessed various herbs and curious concoctions, marveling at her ability to transform her beauty. Mu Fengyan noted the unwavering trust in the eyes of her maidservants and felt a pang of emotion. She yearned to abandon her previous dull makeup. With such radiant skin, there was no need to conceal it. After all, beauty was meant to be appreciated, not hidden away. Soon, they arrived at Han's chamber, where she awaited Mu Fengyan for dinner. Earlier, a maidservant had conveyed that Mu Fengyan was busy with her research and would join for the evening meal. "Yenner, come here. You must be starving. Did you not have lunch? You need to nourish your body during this time. Do not neglect your meals," Han urged. "Do not worry, mother. I had some pastries for lunch and am not hungry at all. Pastries alone will not suffice. Come quickly and eat your dinner." Siete bisidan. Mu Fengyan watched as her mother continuously served her dishes, remarking, "I have arranged for the finest fruits to be delivered from the south, and I procured some nourishing gelatin from the east. The doctor mentioned you are quite anemic, and I had them acquire extra bird's nest as well." Manager Liu informed me he secured a substantial supply of supplements from the royal merchants, but alas, they were in high demand, and he could only procure half of what was available. Mu Fengyan nearly choked on her food at her mother's words. "Mother, you managed to obtain half of what was meant for the palace?" she asked weakly. Han sighed. "It is a pity, truly. Those royal merchants proved to be quite inefficient. They only gathered 10 boxes, and your uncle Liu managed to secure 5. Mu Fengyan was astounded. With so many nobles in the palace, could 5 boxes suffice? She admired her mother's audacity to intercept supplies meant for royalty. Seeing her daughter's stunned expression, Han wore a knowing smile. "Do you also think it insufficient?" "I believe it is. When your uncle Liu has more time, we shall acquire additional supplies." Mu Fengyan interjected, No, mother, it is not insufficient. It is far too much. If we divided 5 boxes between us and the palace's many nobles, how could we complain about the quantity?" Han nodded in agreement, realizing her daughter had a point. "It seems I should focus on acquiring longer-lasting provisions in the future." Mu Fengyan sighed. "Mother, that was not my intention. Yenner, please eat quickly. It will grow cold." As they dined, Mu Fengyan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Mother, have you not noticed any changes in me?" Han scrutinized her daughter and replied, "You are far more beautiful than before. My daughter is the most exquisite in the world. However, I find nothing strange about any changes you may have undergone." "Why is that, mother?" "My daughter is destined for greatness. You have received guidance from the Buddha, who is all-powerful. Therefore, I see your changes as a source of joy. I shall continue to honor the Buddha and offer my prayers." Mu Fengyan mused, "So, the Buddha takes the blame? Is he truly that effective?" She believed that if she were to tell her mother she could fly, her mother would readily believe her without question. "Ah, that is splendid. From now on, I shall attribute any changes to the Buddha. After all, I am a person who has been blessed by his guidance, making me extraordinary, is it not? Regardless of what others may think, as long as you accept me, that is all that matters." With a smile, Mu Fengyan said, "Mother, let us eat our meal before it cools." They swiftly finished their dinner, and Mu Fengyan lingered to chat with her mother. "In a month, the new year will arrive. You are betrothed to the Regent, and we shall receive an invitation from the palace for the New Year banquet. Will you not attend, mother?" "I have never been, as your father always took the second lady and her children. At that time, you were unwell, and he would not take you along." Han's face bore a sarcastic smile as she spoke of the second lady, who had transformed from a concubine to the second lady of the prime minister's residence, with her children now deemed legitimate heirs. Though she feigned indifference, it was clear that the situation irked her. Every time she returned from a banquet at the palace, the second madam would revel in flaunting her experiences before her, even showcasing her exploits to her ailing daughter, Yen-er. Each display would leave Yen-er in sorrow for quite some time, and it was no wonder that she felt angered. As for the palace soirees, she hardly cared. She had seen and tasted all manner of exquisite delights. What could possibly entice her from the meager offerings of the royal court? What truly gnawed at her was the fact that her daughter's rightful place was usurped by the illegitimate offspring of the concubine. Everyone spoke of the second miss of the prime minister's residence, Mu Shushue, renowned for her talents and beauty, who, however, acknowledged the elder daughter, Mu Fengyan. The latter recalled her mother's words, her mind conjuring the image of a flamboyantly dressed girl who once paraded before the original owner like a peacock, evoking envy in her heart. Was it merely a month away? Would the second madam and her daughter still dare to attend the palace banquet then? The blemishes on their faces would not vanish in a mere month, perhaps not even in a year. The poison she bore could not be countered by the remedies of this ancient world. Mu Fengyan turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, if you do not attend, then I shall not either. I know no one there. What if they bully me?" Hanshi found herself in a quandary. She longed to accompany her daughter. Yet entry into the palace required an invitation. Without it, they cannot gain access. Sensing her mother's concern, Mu Fengyan reassured her, "What do you fear? A simple banquet invitation. Does the regent not possess the means to procure it? If he cannot manage even such trivial matters, then I shall not wed him." Hanshi's expression turned grave. "Yenner, do not speak such words. How can one defy the emperor's decree?" "Very well, I understand, mother. I shall not speak of it again." Mu Fengyan quickly appeased her. Only when she saw her mother's mood lighten did she feel a sense of relief wash over her. Despite her mother's progressive thoughts of separation and rebellion, which were indeed avant-garde for this era, she was still bound by the traditional belief that the emperor held ultimate authority, a belief deeply ingrained, especially among the wives of high officials. Mu Fengyan recalled the glint of resentment in her mother's eyes when she mentioned the second madam. Clearly, the second madam had often lorded over her mother, spending her money while provoking her. Who gave her such audacity? A sly glimmer crossed Mu Fengyan's eyes as she thought of her recent training in martial arts within her space. Perhaps tonight, she would sneak out to explore the Prime Minister's residence and assess its defenses. With excitement, she glanced at the now pitch-black sky. "Mother, you should rest early. I am feeling tired and will return to my quarters." "Go back. You must rest well to recuperate," Hanshi urged. "I know, mother. You should also rest early," Mu Fengyan replied before bidding her mother farewell and returning with her maid. Just after leaving Hanshi's chamber, Baiji informed her, Master Mu Shan just conveyed a message asking you to visit the small courtyard tomorrow. He said there are already 30 individuals for you to review." "Very well. I shall go after breakfast tomorrow." As they reached the door, she instructed her maids, "You need not keep watch tonight. Go back and rest. I am quite fatigued and wish to retire early. Do not disturb me." "That cannot be, Mississippi. What if you feel thirsty or need something?" The other maids chimed in. Mu Fengyan felt her temper flare. "I shall say this one last time. No night watch. If you disobey again, do not follow me." Seeing their mistress genuinely angry, the maids fell silent and hastily departed, fearing to provoke her further. With a sigh, Mu Fengyan reflected on how they only listened when she was irate. Yet, she found this tactic effective and smiled as she returned to her room. Chapter 55. All collected into the space upon entering her chamber. Noticing the hour was still early, Mu Fengyan stepped into her space. There, she devised a training plan to present to Mu Shan the following day, directing him to lead the individuals in training. She intended to cultivate her own influence and establish her own channels of information. In this ancient world, sources of news held paramount importance, and she needed to acclimatize to her surroundings. When Mu Fengyan finally exited her space, it was deep into the night. She felt exhilarated. The moonless night was ideal for clandestine ventures. Changing into a black ensemble, she opened her window, leapt gracefully from her room. As she perched on a nearby rooftop, intent on observing her future husband, Yi Lijue, she was surprised to see a petite figure darting out of her room. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as her little princess. A smile crept upon her lips. What mischief was this girl up to at such an hour? Yi Lijue followed at a distance, astonished by how swiftly her martial skills had advanced in such a short time. She had mastered at least 80% of the lightness technique, though she lacked practice. It was remarkable given that he had taken 2 days to learn it. He marveled at her innate talent, far surpassing his own. Unaware of the presence tailing her, Mu Fengyan continued toward the Prime Minister's residence. Filled with elation as she glided through the night like a spirit of the shadows, her movements growing increasingly adept. Soon, she arrived at the Prime Minister's estate. Discerning the hidden figures around her, she realized that the Prime Minister had indeed stationed some secret guards. A few possessed formidable skills, while the rest were ordinary. The more skilled ones were positioned near the study. She knew she was not yet ready to confront such formidable opponents and planned to enter through the less guarded back entrance. Suppressing her aura, Mu Fengyan stealthily approached the back gate, lightly landing within the courtyard. For a moment, Yi Lijue lost sight of her, puzzled by the absence of her presence. However, as he stood on a nearby tree, he caught a glimpse of her petite figure at the back entrance. his eyes twinkling with amusement. Who would have thought his little princess could conceal her presence so effectively? Once inside the courtyard, she carefully avoided the study and made her way toward the storeroom. Guided by her memory, arriving at the storeroom door, she noticed the antiquated lock. Opening it was a trivial task. She had dealt with far more intricate locks in her past life. Producing a slender iron wire from her space, she deftly picked the lock in mere seconds. The process barely taking a moment. With the lock set aside, she quietly pushed the door open and slipped inside, swiftly closing it behind her. Illuminating the space with a small flashlight, she was taken aback by the meager contents of the storeroom. Was the Prime Minister's estate truly this impoverished? Such a vast storeroom held only a scant few items? Had the Prime Minister squandered all these years solely on her mother's finances? Did he not possess any wealth of his own? The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. Relying entirely on her mother while failing to treat her well, she collected everything within her reach in her space, leaving no item behind, not even a chair or a broom used for cleaning. These items could prove useful in the small courtyard Mu Fengyan had acquired. With the flashlight, she meticulously examined every corner of the storeroom, determined not to leave anything behind. Once satisfied with the barren state of the room, she exited, locked the door, and restored everything to its original condition. Stealthily, she made her way to the second madam's quarters. The few maidservants guarding the entrance were already slumped over in slumber. It was evident that the Prime Minister Mu was not in the room, for the skilled protectors assigned to him were in the study, indicating that he had chosen to sleep there tonight. However, considering his current state, it was unlikely he had the ability to retire to a woman's chamber. Was it? After all, he was not in a condition to do so. Mu Fengyan wore a mischievous smile, seemingly quite concerned for the Prime Minister's well-being. With a bold stride, she entered the second madam's quarters, knowing full well that the maidservants at the door were sleeping soundly. Even if the second madam were to be abducted by a thief, they would likely remain oblivious. Upon entering the room, Mu Fengyan glanced at the second madam, Wang, who was also in a deep slumber. She approached the gauze curtain, lifted it, and scattered a bit of powdered medicine beneath Wang's nose, rendering her in an even deeper sleep. Mu Fengyan took out a luminous pearl and illuminated the second madam's face, nearly bursting into laughter. Hadn't she sprinkled the powder evenly that day? How could one side of the second madam's face be so riddled with bumps while the other side was relatively clear? The sight was quite alarming. Oh, how she wished to summon the Prime Minister to witness this. It would surely startle him. Mu Fengyan sprinkled a bit more powder, this time more evenly, ensuring that the unsightly blemishes would ooze pus, much to her delight. Satisfied, she let the gauze curtain fall back into place and began to survey the room, collecting anything of value into her spatial storage. She even found some decent furniture near the door that could be useful in her small courtyard, promptly stowing it away. After thoroughly rummaging through the room, Mu Fengyan found scant valuable items, only a few precious pieces of jewelry, which she quickly claimed for herself. With little else of interest left, she headed to Mu Shushue's room to repeat her scheme. This time, she applied more powder to Shushue's face, as she had previously boasted in front of the original owner. Let us see how she flaunts her beauty now with a face adorned with red bumps and oozing yellow pus. In a fit of anger, Mu Fengyan cleared out everything from Shushue's room, intending to burn the undesirable items in the kitchen. The ensuing hours saw her busily flitting about the various small courtyards, selectively gathering only the finest items from the other concubines' quarters, discarding the rest to save space. Finally, she arrived at the old madam's Jifu courtyard. Was it truly the case that the maidservants of the Prime Minister's residence were so lax? Throughout her journey, they had been sleeping soundly. It felt almost as if she were traversing a deserted land. So much trust in the Prime Minister's guards, yet they seemed utterly oblivious. Upon entering the old madam's chamber, illuminated by her luminous pearl, Mu Fengyan's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the superior items compared to those in the second madam's quarters. Hearing the old madam tossing and turning in her bed, Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow. It appeared her grandmother was having trouble sleeping at night, a troubling sign at her age, as it could adversely affect her longevity. With a sly grin, Mu Fengyan crept beside the bed, her small hand grasping a handful of powdered medicine, which she gently sprinkled over the old madam's face. Before long, the old madam succumbed to a deep slumber. Mu Fengyan had indeed provided her grandmother with a good night's rest, allowing the elderly lady to sleep for 5 days, during which she grew so emaciated from hunger that, Had it not been for the constant care of Nurse Lee, she might have already passed away. With her grandmother now peacefully asleep, Mu Fengyan felt reassured. She surveyed the room's furnishings, noting their quality. Clearly, the finest items in the manor had been reserved for the old madam before being distributed to the other quarters. Yet, none could compare to those in her late mother's room. Regardless, Mu Fengyan believed these possessions were purchased with her mother's money, and as her daughter, reclaiming them was hardly inappropriate. Thus began her meticulous gathering, leaving the old madam's quarters almost barren. The only remnant was the old madam's bed. Mu Fengyan observed her grandmother lying on the bare wooden boards, seemingly inappropriate. If she were to freeze, her mother would have to return to mourn, which would be quite troublesome. With a sigh, she decided to generously cover her grandmother with the thin blanket that had been on the bed. Satisfied at last, she noted that the old madam had only a flimsy coverlet. Reflecting on her previous grievances against her mother, Mu Fengyan considered the complexities of the family dynamics, particularly the old madam's role in allowing the illegitimate children of concubines to coexist with her legitimate siblings. Had the old madam not passed away, she might have taken drastic measures against her. Having thoroughly explored the Prime Minister's residence, Mu Fengyan found herself drawn to the study, a place typically shrouded in secrecy. Her curiosity piqued. She yearned to uncover any hidden truths within. Meanwhile, Yi Lijue, perched in a tree, observed the diligent little princess flitting about the Prime Minister's estate like a busy bee. He noted her petite figure as she exited a courtyard and headed toward a direction guarded by several experts, undoubtedly the Prime Minister's location. Mu Fengyan, determined as ever, resolved to investigate the study further, hoping to discover any incriminating evidence against the Prime Minister, along with any secrets that might lie within. Holding her breath and utilizing the cover of night, she stealthily approached the study. As she neared, a slight slip of her presence caught the attention of a hidden guard. Just as the guard moved to investigate, Yi Lijue deftly threw two small dart-like weapons in different directions, creating a distraction. The guard, fearing an assassination attempt, rushed off to investigate, leaving one behind to continue watching. Yi Lijue produced another small weapon from his sleeve and incapacitated the remaining guard, who fell silently from the rooftop. Unbeknownst to Mu Fengyan, her greatest threats had been silently neutralized for her. Now inside the study, she listened intently to the sounds within, the Prime Minister's snores providing clear indication of his whereabouts. Moving quietly, she retrieved a fragrant powder, igniting it before placing it beneath the Prime Minister's nose. Ensuring he would not sleep too long, she intended for him to awaken just in time to learn of the happenings within the estate. What a pity it would be if he remained unaware. As Mu Fengyan had just completed her tasks, she heard some noises at the door and swiftly entered her concealed space. It turned out that two skilled individuals, drawn away by Knight Lijue's hidden weapon, had come to check on the situation of Prime Minister Mu. Upon realizing they had been lured away, they instinctively rushed back to ensure the Prime Minister's safety. Standing at the study's entrance, they gently knocked on the door but received no response from the Prime Minister. Anxious, they assumed something had gone awry and immediately pushed the door open. Only upon hearing the sound of the Prime Minister snoring from within did they feel relieved and exit quietly. Knight Lijue, who was poised to rush to rescue the young princess, halted his movements upon seeing the two men emerge. He was puzzled. How could these two not have noticed his young princess? Given her current abilities, it seemed impossible for her to remain undetected. A tender smile, one he was unaware of, blossomed in his eyes as he mused that perhaps his young princess harbored her own secrets. The individual struck by the hidden weapon, momentarily unconscious from the fall, had broken his leg and, in pain, regained consciousness, urgently calling for assistance to carry him back inside. In an instant, the study was left unguarded. Mu Fengyan observed the departing duo and sighed in relief, vowing to diligently practice her martial arts upon returning home. She felt as though her life was precariously held in the hands of others, an unsettling sensation she was determined to overturn. She aspired to take control of her own fate, believing that only by mastering her own life could she ensure her longevity in this world. Chapter 57. A trail like that of locusts this time, Mu Fengyan moved with heightened caution, more so than in any other courtyard. With two skilled guards outside, she dared not use the night pearl for illumination. Fortunately, since drinking the spirit's spring water, her night vision had significantly improved. She believed that with regular consumption, the night would eventually feel as bright as day. She could now clearly discern the items within the room, a task not beyond her capability. Surveying the room's contents, she found it comparable to the old matriarch's quarters. Regardless, she decided to collect everything into her space, planning to examine the specifics later. Thus, wherever Mu Fengyan went, she left no trace, akin to a swarm of locusts devouring everything in their path. She glanced back, satisfied with her meticulous collection. Suddenly, in the left corner of the study, she discovered a large porcelain vase, half a meter high, which could not be stored in her space. Excitement ignited in her eyes. Could there be a secret chamber? She hurried over and attempted to lift the vase, but found it immovable. However, when she turned it, it surprisingly rotated. Next to the vase, a hidden door slowly creaked open. Mu Fengyan examined it carefully and inhaled deeply. Both walls inside the door were smeared with lethal poison, extending a full meter inward. Even the protruding mechanism on the wall was not exempt, being the most toxic of all. Thus, any first-time entrant who inadvertently touched the wall would immediately suffer a gruesome fate. Regardless of the approach, touching the wall while seeking the mechanism or pressing the protruding button, they would inevitably succumb to the poison. This design was indeed lethal. Fortunately, her mastery of medicine and poison would save her, but she was eager to unravel the secrets that Prime Minister Mu had painstakingly concealed within. As she stepped into the hidden chamber, the door shut behind her automatically. Now, with her flashlight in hand, she felt no need for caution. She had specifically brought a high-powered flashlight from her space, illuminating the chamber brilliantly. Each corner was now clearly visible. Examining the staircase beneath her feet, she descended cautiously, only to find another door at the bottom. Leaning down to sniff, she noted that this door bore no poison, but was secured by, alas, a simple, archaic lock. With a piece of thin wire from her space, she deftly unlocked it in mere seconds, setting the lock aside before gently pushing the door open. As the flashlight revealed the treasures within, Mu Fengyan was left dumbfounded. The Prime Minister's hidden treasures were all here. The chamber was sizable, spanning at least 10 square meters, filled to the brim with gold and silver ingots, jewelry, and an array of dazzling riches displayed openly, gleaming in the light. Did Prime Minister Mu come here merely to admire his collection? Why were the boxes left uncovered? Beside this, she found a small, covered box. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with stacks of silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels, at least 1,000,000 taels in total. Rage surged within her. Had her mother also been deceived all these years? Or had the Mu family never truly fallen from grace, instead hiding their wealth? Were they profiting off her mother's sacrifices while hoarding their riches? Given the old matriarch's demeanor, it seemed even she had been misled by Prime Minister Mu. Thus, the esteemed filial son, Prime Minister Mu, was revealed to be a hypocritical scoundrel. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she promptly stored everything in her space. It became evident to her that the Prime Minister's feigned anger at her mother's departure was merely for show, perhaps a performance to placate her. How audacious of Prime Minister Mu! After securing all the items, she shone her powerful flashlight into every corner, ensuring no treasure was overlooked. Once satisfied that there was nothing left, she exited, carefully locking the door behind her. As she reached the top of the stairs, she casually retrieved a claw from her space and pressed it against the protruding button, causing the hidden door to creak open once more. Glancing at the cloth now stained black, she tossed it to the ground, intending for Prime Minister Mu to see it, hoping to infuriate him. With her flashlight stored away, she stealthily exited the hidden chamber. Approaching the bed, she collected all of Prime Minister Mu's belongings, deciding to take everything back to her small courtyard for use by those she had recently acquired. After all, the Prime Minister's possessions were certainly not ordinary. Observing Prime Minister Mu, clad in a thin garment and lying on the wooden board, she rolled her eyes, vowing not to leave him even a blanket. If he froze, so be it. Yet, ironically, despite her intentions, he survived the night, albeit with a severe cold. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she produced 2 pills and placed them in Prime Minister Mu's mouth. These pills wouldn't kill him, but would cause incessant flatulence and drooling. She wondered how the ever-proud Prime Minister would react to such a humiliating display before his peers. Surveying the now empty study, she concluded that indeed there was nothing left to collect, fearing she might even clear out the spiders. Outside, Knight Leja anxiously awaited his young princess, pondering whether something had gone awry inside. Just as he contemplated entering, he saw the study door finally crack open, revealing a small head peering out cautiously. Knight Li Jue's lips curled into a smile. How delightful it was to see his little princess. Unbeknownst to her, the two skilled individuals were hiding nearby, their presence masked, while her own aura inadvertently gave her away. Sensing danger approaching, Mu Fengyan recognized the profound skill of her pursuers, far beyond her current abilities. Adopting the first stratagem of retreat, she propelled herself away with a swift leap. In the darkness, like a sprite, she leaped from one house to another, dancing among the trees. Having only recently mastered the art of lightness, she was aware that the two formidable pursuers were closing in. In a moment of urgency, Mu Fengyan landed atop a roof, intending to enter her space, when suddenly, her body was ensnared in an embrace. Just as she was about to scatter her poison powder, a familiar voice rang out. In such a short time, do you think you can invade the Prime Minister's residence? My little princess displays quite a boldness. Mu Fengyan silently returned the powder to her space, feeling indignant as she retorted, Mind your own business. Yi Lijue chuckled lightly. Your temper is rather fiery. With her waist in his grasp, he lightly tapped his toes and soared away, swiftly evading their pursuers. After a series of quick leaps, they landed within a courtyard. As they steadied themselves, Mu Fengyan sprang from his hold. Yi Lijue, feeling an unexpected emptiness in his arms, was struck by an inexplicable sense of loss. Mu Fengyan surveyed her surroundings and inquired, Where are we? Is it appropriate for us to intrude upon someone else's residence? With a smirk, Yi Lijue replied, Do not worry. No one would dare to expel you. Why not? She asked. Because this is my residence. And who would dare to evict the princess of this kingdom? Chapter 58. Much more beautiful than when she had just emerged from the grave. What? This is your residence? How did you bring me here? And we are not yet wed, so do not call me princess. Yi Lijue gazed at the fierce little girl, a smile tugging at his lips. All right, I shall call you Yenner. Mu Fengyan thought. It's rather strange how easily that rolls off the tongue. Are we so familiar? Observing her eye roll, Yi Lijue could no longer contain his laughter. As she beheld the radiant smile that seemed to outshine the earth, Mu Fengyan was momentarily mesmerized and blurted, Yi Lijue, you look truly splendid when you smile. Do smile more often in your leisure. Hearing his name from the little princess, Yi Lijue was momentarily taken aback. It had been so long since anyone had called him by that name. People typically referred to him as the regent, the prince, or the ninth uncle. It was a novelty to hear it from her lips, and he wondered how melodious it would sound if she called him Aju, like her mother did. Noticing his silence, Mu Fengyan waved her hand before his eyes. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yi Lijue snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on her delicate visage. And he suddenly realized that she had grown fairer, her eyes brighter, glimmering with mischief and vivacity. Yenner, you are far more beautiful than you were 2 days ago. Mu Fengyan was speechless. Can't you speak properly? Why not just say, I'm more beautiful than before? You are quite the blunt man. With a hint of irritation, she asked, Was I not beautiful before? Yi Lijue, perplexed by her sudden ire, spoke the truth. You are much more beautiful than when you just emerged from the grave. Mu Fengyan. Seriously? I don't wish to converse with you anymore. You are just too infuriating. At that moment, she seemed to forget that she was the one engaged to him. Yi Lijue, observing her eyes rolling to the heavens, smiled. Are you hungry? Just then, her stomach audibly rumbled. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Fengyan retorted, It's your fault. I wasn't hungry until you mentioned it. All right, my mistake. Come, let me take you for a delightful meal. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity, Mu Fengyan was eager to see what the esteemed regent of the Zixing kingdom dined upon. Yi Lijue led her to the study and called out, Bring the meal to the study. Nearby, a branch rustled slightly. Mu Fengyan was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing she had been unaware of another presence concealed nearby. She sighed inwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the events of the evening. She had believed herself to possess some martial prowess. But now it seemed she could barely rank among the lower tiers, unable to detect even a guard stationed in the corner of the regent's residence. Unbeknownst to her, the individuals she encountered that night were masters among masters, including the hidden guards of the regent's residence, meticulously chosen through rigorous selection. This misjudgment would later inspire Mu Fengyan to diligently hone her skills, fervently practicing the 6 manuals until the knowledge was ingrained in her very bones. Eventually, when she effortlessly defeated numerous experts, she would realize how absurd her earlier assumptions had been. It was only when she matched Yi Lijue's prowess that she would comprehend the extent of her own capabilities. But that was a tale for another time. Mu Fengyan surveyed the vast estate of the regent. It was indeed immense. She could not see its beginning or end. Constructed during the reign of the late emperor, it had been lavishly restored for Yi Lijue, its grandeur unmatched in the entire Zixing kingdom, save for the palace itself. This reflected the deep affection the previous emperor had for Yi Lijue, while the current emperor's jealousy and trepidation had led to repeated attempts on his life. Curiously, Mu Fengyan asked Yi Lijue, "Why are we going to the study? Isn't that a forbidden area? Shouldn't we be heading to the dining hall? The study is indeed a restricted area, but not for you, Yenner. You may come and go freely. The dining hall is too large and empty. I usually dine in the study." Mu Fengyan regarded him with sympathy. Dining alone at such a large table seemed rather lonely. She looked at him with pity, her expression clearly stating, "Yi Lijue, you are quite pitiable." Yi Lijue, taken aback by her sympathy, had never before encountered such a reaction, finding it rather intriguing. "Why don't you join me for meals from now on? It would be much livelier with the three of us dining together." After speaking, Mu Fengyan inwardly chastised herself. She had forgotten that in ancient times, unmarried men and women could not share a table. Moreover, how could a prince of such stature dine in her humble abode? Yi Lijue noticed her regretful expression and decided to tease her. Nodding, he replied, "Yenner, that is a splendid idea. I shall begin dining at your residence tomorrow." Mu Fengyan was stunned. "Wait, you are actually going to?" That had been a mere offhand remark. Yi Lijue, watching her reaction with amusement, added, "However, if I do, your mother might not enjoy her meals." Her eyes brightened with realization. "All right, we must consider my mother's health, so perhaps it is best you refrain from coming." "Yi Lijue, could you not be a little more subtle in your refusals?" They soon arrived at the study. As Mu Fengyan entered, she took in the antique elegance of the room, inhaling the fragrance of rosewood mingled with the sandalwood scent that clung to Yi Lijue. The study was simply adorned, yet each item exuded luxury. On the desk, aside from the four treasures of the study, neatly arranged were stacks of folded documents and a thick pile of envelopes. To the right stood a grand bookshelf, which contained only a few tomes. Not far from the shelf was an ancient guqin, causing Mu Fengyan to raise an eyebrow. Could Yi Lijue also play the guqin? To the right of the study was a small round table, likely where Yi Lijue usually dined. Looking a short distance away, there was another door, seemingly a resting place for Yi Lijue. In the corner of the study, various exquisite ornaments were arranged, not out of place, but rather enhancing the room's elegance. Observing the little princess's keen interest in the study, Yi Lijue's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "Have you admired enough? If so, come over for some tea." "Simple yet elegant, quite delightful," Mu Fengyan remarked before taking a seat beside Yi Lijue. He casually picked up 2 exquisite tea cups from the table and poured a cup for Mu Fengyan and one for himself. Just then, Qing Feng entered with a platter of food, nearly dropping it in shock at the sight of the prince personally serving tea to Miss Mu. Moreover, she showed no signs of gratitude, simply lifting the cup to drink as if it were an everyday occurrence. Qing Feng was astonished. Did Miss Mu realize that aside from his mother, the prince had never served tea to anyone else, not even to the late emperor? Many wished to serve him tea, but were deemed unworthy. In his heart, Qing Feng gave a thumbs up to Mu Fengyan. She was truly exceptional. Suppressing his astonishment, he began to set the dishes on the table. Mu Fengyan glanced at the meal, noting its well-balanced nutrition: beef, crystal shrimp, stir-fried liver, lamb, celery, and greens, along with 2 bowls of chicken soup containing bits of chicken and 2 bowls of rice. The aroma of the chicken soup, simmered for at least 3 hours, was rich and mouth-watering. She inhaled deeply. It was simply irresistible. Yi Lijue, noticing her almost drooling expression, smiled and urged, "Go ahead and eat." Upon receiving permission, Mu Fengyan eagerly picked up a spoon and savored the chicken soup. It was delicious, full-bodied, and perfectly cooked. She tried a bit of everything and found it all delectable. Truly, the culinary skills of the regent's kitchen were commendable. Yet, Aunt Han's cooking at her courtyard was also delightful. Each had its unique charm. Yi Lijue, watching the little princess enjoying her meal, directly asked, "Is it to your liking?" "Yes, it's wonderful. The chefs at your residence are truly skilled. This chicken soup is just right. I'm glad you enjoy it. Since you like what he prepares, I shall have this chef come to your courtyard tomorrow to cook for you." Mu Fengyan hurriedly declined. No, there's no need. Aunt Han's cooking is also excellent. If I take your chef home, what will you do? Aunt Han would be heartbroken, thinking I found her cooking lacking. If I crave chicken soup in the future, I shall simply come to your residence. Yi Lijue suppressed a satisfied smile and replied lightly, very well. Mu Fengyan felt something was amiss, but dismissed the thought, as the delicious food before her had captivated her senses. Yi Lijue found the sight of the little princess, cheeks puffed like a little hamster, increasingly endearing, and he added some greens to her plate. Qing Feng was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the prince averse to serving others? Did he not dislike dining with others? Was he not known for his severe cleanliness? Or had all his fastidiousness vanished upon encountering his future princess? After satisfying her hunger, Mu Fengyan felt revitalized. Seeing that both the prince and Miss Mu were full, Qing Feng quickly cleared the table, placing the dishes back into the food container before hastily leaving. He sensed a change in his master and decided to speak with Qing Yun about it. Mu Fengyan, sipping several cups of tea, noticed the scant number of books on the shelf and directly inquired, Yi Lijue, why do you have so few books on your shelf? Those books were burned after reading. Mu Fengyan nearly spat out her tea in disbelief, asking, why burn the books? Surely the palace is not lacking firewood? Yi Lijue's low voice explained. If others know what you read, they can analyze your temperament based on those books and devise ways to deal with you. Only by burning them can they remain unaware of your readings and thus not comprehend you. Mu Fengyan was taken aback. So, members of the royal family must tread carefully, lest they find themselves in dire straits? Did that mean living in constant fear, as if traversing a treacherous path? She pondered whether marrying this regent was the right choice. If it meant worrying about her safety daily, it would be exhausting. She yearned for a life of freedom, soaring high without care, rather than existing in a world rife with conspiracies. Yi Lijue observed her expression, sensing a hint of self-sabotage. You need not worry. After our marriage, I will ensure your safety. Mu Fengyan internally rolled her eyes. How could he protect her, were it not for her resurrection? He might have been lying beneath a mound of earth by now. Besides, she was still recovering from poison. She wondered what gave him the audacity to claim he could protect her. Seeing her doubtful demeanor, Yi Lijue blinked and earnestly urged, You must trust me, Yin. Mu Fengyan regarded him with a look that clearly expressed disbelief. Yi Lijue felt helpless. It seemed his misfortune had been witnessed by her, hence her skepticism. He realized he must strive to win her trust. Suddenly, Mu Fengyan spotted a small weapons rack ahead, adorned with a sword. How had she missed this before? Approaching it, she found the sword to be exceptionally beautiful. It was entirely crimson, measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length, with a hilt adorned with a delicate yellow tassel. As she reached out to touch the hilt, Yi Lijue approached. This is the Chiefing's sword. Its blade is sharp, its aura swift, and it draws blood upon unsheathing. The sword possesses a spirit of its own, trembling slightly when danger approaches. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A voice within urged her to take it in hand. Following her instinct, she decisively removed the sword from its sheath. Yi Lijue's expression changed drastically. Yin or do not. Qing Feng, entering with fresh tea, was equally alarmed at her actions. Yi Lijue braced himself, prepared to protect the little princess. However, what transpired next left him stunned. Mu Fengyan, having unsheathed the sword, looked at Yi Lijue's altered expression in confusion. What is the fuss about a mere sword? Qing Feng, witnessing Miss Mu's enscathed state after drawing the sword, transitioned from fear to astonishment. He had been by the prince's side since childhood, frequently witnessing the Chiefing's sword inflict grievous injuries, leaving victims in a state of despair, sometimes even costing them their lives. In his youth, if anyone offended the prince, he would coax them into unsheathing the sword, leading to dire consequences. Initially, no one understood the potential harm, but it soon became clear that the sword was a source of formidable danger. Later, the late emperor assigned numerous shadow guards to protect the prince, fearing that the prince's red phoenix sword might be seized. In truth, the late emperor's concerns were unfounded. The prince's sword could be discarded in the street without a soul daring to claim it. Who would risk their life? Those with ill intentions would find themselves grievously wounded by its sword aura, perhaps even losing their lives. Gradually, the onlookers came to understand this truth. Whenever they saw the prince wielding his sword, they kept their distance, regardless of the sword's nature. In the entire Zixing kingdom, who was unaware that the regent held the red phoenix sword, capable of inflicting severe injuries merely with its sword aura. Yet, observing the unscathed Miss Mu, who appeared utterly bewildered, Qing Feng could not help but feel astonished. Knightly Ju, rarely showing other expressions, now bore a look of profound astonishment in his eyes. He glanced at Mu Fengyan, then at the sword she held. The red phoenix sword, now unsheathed, no longer glimmered with the same chilling light. Instead, as its sword aura emanated, it radiated a gentle glow, deepening Knightly Ju's gaze the longer he looked. Mu Fengyan chose to disregard the silent Knightly Ju, focusing instead on the red phoenix sword in her grasp. The hilt bore a phoenix design, with the character for phoenix inscribed beneath it. The blade, forged from dark iron and exceptionally thin, emitted a faint cold light, exuding an imposing presence. Its edge was razor-sharp, akin to autumn frost. Was it merely her imagination? Or did the red phoenix sword emit a gentle glow at this moment? Were swords not typically fierce, especially one as renowned as the red phoenix sword? Knightly Ju had yet to voice his thoughts, which were that when the red phoenix sword encountered the master of the Zihuang sword, it was akin to recognizing its true owner. This secret had only been disclosed to him by the late emperor, and he had never anticipated meeting the master of the Zihuang sword in his lifetime, only to discover that his little princess consort was indeed the master. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be delighted? Though Mu Fengyan admired the red phoenix sword, she did not feel an overwhelming desire to possess it. Besides, it was evident that this sword was frequently used by Knightly Ju. She could not deprive him of something he cherished. She yearned for a more delicate sword. This one was simply too masculine, clearly suited for a man. After she resheathed the sword and placed it aside, she glanced at the two individuals beside her, Qing Feng, whose eyes were nearly popping out in shock, and Knightly Ju, whose gaze brimmed with delight. What was the matter? Had she merely observed a sword? Its grand name, the red phoenix sword, was not one she had chosen. Why were the two of them reacting this way? In an unrefined manner, Mu Fengyan yawned before admitting her weariness. Qing Feng, witnessing the lack of decorum from the typically composed Miss Mu, swiftly regained his senses. Indeed, she was still the same Miss Mu. Knightly Ju, gazing into her large, glistening eyes resembling that of a fawn, felt his heart soften, his expression towards the little princess consort unconsciously warming. "I'm tired, I want to go back to sleep," Mu Fengyan stated, yawning once more. After being pursued by those two all night, she felt utterly drained. "Yin, let me take you somewhere," Knightly Ju proposed. "I don't want to. I want to go back to sleep. Trust me, it won't take long. I assure you, once you see it, you won't regret it." With a hint of skepticism, Mu Fengyan glanced at Knightly Ju, deciding to trust him this once. "Fine, I'll believe you this once." Knightly Ju, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself how difficult it was to earn her trust. He took her hand, leading her outside the study, and then pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist. With a gentle leap, he soared from the royal residence, racing towards their destination. Mu Fengyan was startled, her drowsiness dissipating. She turned to glare fiercely at Knightly Ju, having assumed they were still within the confines of the palace, unaware that he would whisk her away without warning. Qing Feng, observing the prince's actions, found them no longer surprising. The prince was no longer the aloof figure he once perceived. Before the future princess consort, all his coldness melted away. Watching the two figures swiftly disappear, he hurried to follow, realizing that the prince's martial prowess had significantly improved, forcing him to chase with all his might. When Knightly Ju and Mu Fengyan landed on a high platform, she surveyed her surroundings. This platform was situated near the imperial palace, offering a view of the entire palace and a vantage point over the holy capital. There was an incense altar on the platform, meticulously arranged, indicating that it was regularly maintained. "Is this a place for rituals?" Mu Fengyan inquired, perplexed. "Yin, you are quite perceptive. This is indeed a sacrificial altar," Knightly Ju replied. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes internally. Was it truly remarkable to deduce that this was a site for rituals? Anyone could see the incense altar, incense burner, offerings, and the 3 sticks of incense. It was evident to anyone who laid eyes upon it. This place is where the emperor prays for peace and prosperity for the realm every year. If there is a drought, the emperor also performs rituals to beseech rain from the heavens. Mu Fengyan retorted, "Can one truly pray for rain when the heavens refuse to grant it? Does the emperor believe he is the great sage equal to heaven? What self-deception? And the rituals? Were they not merely a few individuals performing a nonsensical dance? Even if the heavens wished to send rain, they would likely be frightened away by such absurdity. What are you thinking about? Knightly Jew observed Mu Fengyan's expression, as if she were saying that a group of foolish people engaged in foolish acts. Oh, I was just wondering why you brought me here. It's dark. We can't even enjoy the scenery. Knightly Jew pointed in a direction. I brought you here to see this. Following his gesture, Mu Fengyan's attention was immediately captivated. She hurried over to a massive stone, where a sword was embedded. Both the scabbard and the sword were lodged within the stone. Adjacent to the sword was a small, dark hole, perfectly sized for another sword. Knightly Jew watched as the little princess consort gazed at the hole, explaining, "This is where the red phoenix sword resides. I pulled it out when I was a child." As a child? You managed to pull out a sword? Mu Fengyan's expression was filled with skepticism. I could. I was already 5 years old and had been practicing martial arts for 2 years. Mu Fengyan was astounded. You began training at 3? Wasn't he that still a baby? How could you wield a sword? Knightly Jew nodded. It is a royal custom. As soon as one can sit, they begin learning to read and write. Once they can walk, they're allowed to practice martial arts. Mu Fengyan clicked her tongue, realizing the burdens of royal life. Indeed, the more one received, the more one had to give. If she were to have children with Knightly Jew in the future, she would ensure they had a more lenient upbringing, allowing them to delay their studies by at least 2 years. Wait, what am I thinking? Why am I even contemplating having children with Knightly Jew? It's uncertain if I will marry him. Knightly Jew observed the myriad of expressions that crossed the little princess consort's face, finding it amusing. Mu Fengyan snapped back to the moment, asking, "Is it only you who can pull out the red phoenix sword? Have the others in the royal family tried?" Each new prince born in the royal palace attempts to pull it out when they reach around 5 years of age. How many generations have attempted? Mu Fengyan inquired, bewildered. Why would they need multiple generations to try for a mere sword? If it were her, she would simply blow up the surrounding stone and retrieve the sword. If it were to be destroyed in the process, then no one would need to covet it. Knightly Jew shook his head. I'm not sure how many generations, but I know it has been at least 10. Mu Fengyan pouted. How could they endure this? Don't they feel an itch to possess it? When I saw this sword, I instinctively wanted it for myself. I couldn't explain it, but deep down, I felt it belonged to me, and no one else had the right to claim it. If I couldn't pull it out, I would use explosives to retrieve it. Ultimately, if I couldn't have it, then neither should anyone else. Her gaze returned to the sword, which was 2/3 embedded within the massive stone. Mu Fengyan approached closely to examine the position of the sword hilt. Its shape resembled that of the chiefing's sword, albeit in a more delicate form. The hilt was adorned with a phoenix motif, beneath which was inscribed the character for Huang. Understanding dawned upon Mu Fengyan. This sword must be called the Huang sword, a counterpart to the chiefing's sword. Indeed, Yi Lijue spoke slowly, confirming that this sword was indeed named the Huang sword. Forged alongside the chiefing's sword by a pair of deeply affectionate immortals from mysterious iron. Over time, these swords acquired sentience. After their ascension, they embedded the swords into a colossal stone, awaiting a destined individual to draw them forth. Mu Fengyan listened intently, her expression one of enchantment at the beautiful tale. However, before she could indulge in the story further, Yi Lijue concluded his narration rather abruptly. Was that all? She had expected a tale brimming with romantic allure. Yet all she gleaned was that a man and a woman had crafted 2 swords and then ascended, leaving the swords lodged in stone as if it were a mundane act. Mu Fengyan pondered. Did these immortals not require weapons after ascending? Was it forbidden to wield swords in the celestial realm? Yes, that's essentially the case. Yin, Yi Lijue responded. Now, do you wish to attempt to draw it? A sly smile danced in Mu Fengyan's eyes as she glanced at Yi Lijue. If I cannot pull it out today, may I take this stone with me? An ingenious idea sparked within her. If she failed, she could place the entire altar into her spatial realm and later ponder how to extract the sword without destroying it. Surely it would be a shame to ruin such a magnificent weapon. She mused over how the emperor, who came to perform the annual rituals, would feel upon discovering the altar missing. Yi Lijue's expression twitched at Mu Fengyan's remark. His little princess truly had a knack for the unexpected. This massive stone is connected to the altar. How would you carry it away? As long as you can manage to take the stone, it wouldn't be an issue. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled with mischief, eagerly awaiting his words. She had already warned Yi Lijue before that if the altar disappeared, he could not blame her for not giving notice. As for how the royal family would conduct their rituals in the future, that was no concern of hers. She stepped closer, rubbing her hands together, and muttered to the Ri Huang sword, "Listen well, the moment I pull you, you must come forth. If you resist, beware. For I shall use an enhanced corrosive powder to reduce you to mere dust, followed by intensified sulfuric acid to erase every trace of you." Just as her little hands reached for the hilt, the Ri Huang sword emitted a deafening hum. In the blink of an eye, a crimson light erupted from the horizon, and the sword flew forth from the stone. Red light poured from the hilt, and a fiery phoenix apparition soared above the altar, its piercing cry shattering the surrounding quietude, before vanishing into the hilt, which now rested steadily in Mu Fengyan's hand. Qing Feng, who had just arrived, stumbled upon this spectacle, shock rendering him immobile. Yi Lijue gazed at Mu Fengyan with deepening intrigue. His little princess had truly brought him numerous surprises tonight. The appearance of the Phoenix Maiden, the cry of the Ri Huang's sword, and the emergence of the Phoenix apparition heralded great upheaval, yet ultimately, unity. This had once been Master Qin's advice to the Emperor from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Every 3 years, the palace summoned its princesses and noble ladies to attempt drawing the Ri Huang's sword, all of whom had failed. After all, such a remarkable sword would never be permitted to wander among the common folk. Only those of royal blood could be deemed worthy to try. Yet Mu Fengyan, unfazed by their expressions, felt a surge of joy. She would not need to store the altar after all, as it occupied more space than she desired. The Ri Huang's sword seemed rather timid. Her slight threat had startled it into flight. Delighted, she mused that this sword was indeed to her liking, though its entrance could have been less ostentatious. With this fine blade in hand, she felt confident that her ethereal swordplay would soon flourish. As she admired the small, sentient Ri Huang's sword, her satisfaction grew. Qing Feng, having climbed back up, hastily approached the prince. "Your Highness, I sense powerful experts approaching from various directions." "Indeed, I noticed that as well," Yi Lijue replied, turning to Mu Fengyan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yin Yin, secure the Ri Huang sword well. Remember, until you possess the means to protect yourself, do not expose it, otherwise it may invite peril." Mu Fengyan mused silently. Is it too late to return it? The Ri Huang sword seemed to sense its owner's thoughts, tightening its grip in her palm. Yi Lijue observed her speechless expression, a smirk gracing his lips. "We must leave this place. I will explain everything once we return." They're nearing the altar. Reluctantly, Mu Fengyan grasped the Ri Huang sword and nodded. "Then let us depart quickly." Yi Lijue wrapped his arm around her waist, and with a gentle leap, they sped away, with Qing Feng following closely behind. Just as they vanished, experts from various locations descended upon the altar, exchanging glances in silence. As if in unison, they approached the stone that had housed the Ri Huang sword, only to find it empty. The small hole in the stone indicated that the sword had indeed been taken, without a trace of disturbance. Little did they know that the Ri Huang sword had liberated itself. Upon realizing the outcome, the gathered experts turned and left, eager to report their findings to their respective masters. Chapter 62. Yin Yin. The matter of the Ri Huang sword must remain a secret. In the imperial palace, within the study, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, awaiting the results of his covert operatives. The phoenix's cry that had echoed through the skies lingered in his ears. The rumors that had once seemed mere gossip now weighed heavily upon him. All he could do was await confirmation from his agents dispatched to investigate. Suddenly, a figure darted into the study, approaching the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have arrived too late. By the time I reached the site, no one remained." "Was the Ri Huang sword still there?" "Your Majesty, it has already been drawn. From my observations, the individual who took the sword possesses formidable skills, leaving no signs of disturbance, as if the sword had broken free of its own accord." "Such an impressive figure? A woman, perhaps?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. Master Chun had mentioned that the Ri Huang sword recognizes only women as its true masters. Furthermore, aside from myself, several other powerful experts were dispatched for reconnaissance. But due to the brevity of their visit, I am unaware of their affiliations." The emperor's expression darkened, lost in thought, before he finally commanded his agents. "You must keep a close watch on the regent's residence to detect any unusual activities." "Understood," the agents replied, swiftly departing. The emperor remained seated upon the dragon throne for a long while, lost in contemplation. Yi Lijue, with Mu Fengyan at his side, swiftly arrived at the regent's residence. Upon entering the study, Mu Fengyan gazed at the Rihuang sword, firmly pressed against her palm, and said with a sigh, "Rest assured, I shall not abandon you. From now on, you shall accompany me." As if understanding its master's words, the sword relaxed its grip. "Yin Yin, come and sit." Yi Lijue naturally poured tea into a cup and placed it before her. After the earlier tumult, Mu Fengyan found herself parched. She thanked Yi Lijue and took a sip from the cup. The moment she placed the Rihuang sword on the table, it emitted a faint red glow, mirroring the same glow from the Qifeng sword hanging on the weapon rack. Mu Fengyan quickly stood, retrieving the Qifeng sword and placing it beside the Rihuang sword. Turning to Yi Lijue and asking, "Yi Lijue, does this mean they are now reunited? They are together again and, oh, they share a bond akin to that of sword spirits, emitting a faint crimson glow. Perhaps the joy of reunion after such a long separation has brought them happiness." Knight Lijue's lips twitched slightly. The little princess always had a knack for surprising remarks. Where, he wondered, would they find such sword spirits? Rising, Knight Lijue approached the concealed compartment of his writing desk, retrieving a book and presenting it to Mu Fengyan. Curiously, she accepted the book, noticing that the pages had yellowed with age, and the cover bore the 3 characters, Fiery Phoenix Sword, while 4 smaller characters aligned vertically on the right declared, Unity of Man and Sword. As she opened the book and skimmed through its contents, she found detailed techniques regarding the Fiery Phoenix Sword. The more she read, the more exhilarated she became, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Was the Fiery Phoenix Sword truly this formidable? The pinnacle of its mastery was indeed the unity of man and sword, allowing the sword to respond to the heart. Once she mastered it, she would be quite powerful. Knight Lijue observed the ecstatic little princess and couldn't help but smirk. He had initially believed that the techniques of the Fiery Phoenix Sword would remain hidden in the compartment forever. He never expected to encounter its rightful owner. Then, recalling something, he cautioned, "Yinner, it is imperative that no one else learns of your possession of the Fiery Phoenix Sword. Should others take an interest, it would lead to endless troubles. Your current abilities are limited, and you cannot stand against them." Mu Fengyan replied, "Are you implying that I'm a novice? I might as well be signing my own death warrant. Rest assured, I won't wield the Fiery Phoenix Sword until I possess the means to defend myself. I have my own space. I can cultivate within it without anyone knowing." "Very well. I shall have Qing Feng fetch you another sword, one that is unremarkable to divert attention. After all, you will need a plausible explanation for your swordsmanship," Knight Lijue added. Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had considered such details. She had intended to send Mu Shan to buy an ordinary sword, but Knight Lijue's thoughtfulness spared her that trouble. Besides, she still owed him a remedy, so this would balance things out. "Thank you. No need for such formality between us," he replied. Mu Fengyan retorted, "Are we that close?" Yu Haven T explained why everyone knows about your Crimson Phoenix Sword without issue, yet the Fiery Phoenix Sword must remain a secret. The smile that had adorned Knight Lijue's face gradually faded as he seemed to recall something serious. Noticing his expression, Mu Fengyan sensed the gravity of the situation. During the reign of the late emperor, Lord Chun from the Astral Monitoring Bureau conducted a divination for the fortune of the Purple Sacred Nation. To everyone's surprise, he declared that when the Phoenix Maiden emerged, the Phoenix Sword would resonate, and the illusion of a phoenix would wield the sword, heralding chaos before eventual unification. Several high-ranking officials and princes were present to hear this proclamation. Somehow, it transformed into a rumor that whoever draws the Fiery Phoenix Sword would unify the realm. Mu Fengyan gasped. The Astral Monitoring Bureau? Divination? Isn't that merely superstition? Knight Lijue, his tone grave, continued, "Thus, Yinner, you must exercise utmost caution. This rumor is known not only in the Purple Sacred Nation, but also to the rulers of the other 3 kingdoms. They might resort to extreme measures, including theft and murder for their ambitions." Mu Fengyan looked at Knight Lijue earnestly and declared, "Knight Lijue, I care not for such rumors. There are things I will share with you, and only once. I am not the Phoenix Maiden. I will not instigate chaos in the realm. I lack the power to do so. I have no desire to engage in matters of unification. I am not destined to be an empress. I have no interest in ruling the world. My aspirations are simple: to live happily with my mother and enjoy my own life. The affairs of others hold no significance for me." Knight Li Jue was momentarily stunned by her words before bursting into hearty laughter. His yinner truly was unique. Her words sharp and unprecedented, her intentions clear and focused on joy. Mu Fengyan, observing his mirth, wondered what was so humorous. Had she truly said anything amusing? Only Knight Li Jue understood how her sentiments defied convention, how rebellious and exceptional they were. Yet, he cherished this side of Mu Fengyan. He found himself increasingly drawn to her forthrightness and unpretentious spirit. It seemed their days together would no longer be dull. Outside, Qing Feng listened to the prince's hearty laughter, utterly bewildered. Was this truly their lord? He had never known the prince could laugh so freely, tears of joy streaming down his face. He owed a great deal of gratitude to Miss Mu, although he was unaware of what she had said. Without her, he would never have realized that their prince could laugh so heartily and be so joyful. As Qing Feng wept, Qing Yun approached, casting a disdainful glance his way. "What do you think you're doing?" Qing Yun remarked. Seeing Qing Yun's expression, Qing Feng whispered, "You don't understand. You have no idea how long it has been since our lord laughed so heartily. This is the first time I've heard it." Sniffle. Qing Yun shot him another disapproving look. "Just look at what you're using to wipe your tears." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 63. The Chancellor awakens in the morning at the Mu Chancellor's residence. The maids were all awake. The night shift had gone to rest, and Granny Lee was bringing water to the old lady's room, calling her to rise and wash up. Upon entering the room with a beaming smile, she was taken aback by the emptiness of the space. The wooden basin clattered to the floor, splashing water everywhere. The sound of the basin falling failed to rouse the old lady, who lay on her bed, covered with a thin blanket. After a moment, Granny Lee regained her composure and began searching for the old lady's presence. There was no need for a search. The room contained only a bed and the person upon it. Everything else was absent, and Granny Lee was simply unaccustomed to such barrenness. Had it not been for Mu Fengyan's disdain for the bed taking up space, Granny Lee would have found the old lady on the floor instead. Stumbling to the side of the bed, Granny Lee hesitantly pushed the old lady, who showed no response. Her hands trembled more violently. And placing her fingers beneath the old lady's nose, she felt a breath and finally sighed in relief. The old lady was still alive. Madame Lee called for the old matriarch to wake up, but was unable to rouse her. Observing the unyielding wooden bed, she hurried to the door and summoned the maids, instructing them to bring in the bedding. Although the maids were perplexed, they complied and returned with the bedding. Upon entering the old matriarch's chamber, they were rendered speechless. Where were the furnishings? Where was the old matriarch? Why are you standing there? Hurry and bring the bedding. The old matriarch is on the verge of freezing. Madame Lee shouted at the dazed maids. Regaining their senses, they turned slowly, only to be astounded by the sight of the old matriarch lying on the bed. It was not that they were slow to react. Having served the old matriarch for many years, this was their first encounter with such a situation, leaving them in shock. Madame Lee, exasperated, yelled, "Quickly cover the old matriarch with a quilt." She pointed to one of the maids, commanding, "Go fetch the lord and inform him that the old matriarch has fallen into a coma and cannot awaken." The maid rushed to the study to report to the lord. At that moment, the second madam of Jingya courtyard also stirred awake. Still half asleep, she sat up and called out Xiao Chui. Her personal maid, Xiao Chui, hurriedly entered with a basin and cloth to assist the second madam in her morning routine. As she stepped inside, she was met with an unobstructed view, having removed the screens. First, she saw the drowsy second madam then. Ugh! Xiao Chui hastily set down the basin and rushed out, retching sourly. How repulsive! She thought. What is that yellow substance on the second madam's face? The more she pondered, the more nauseated she felt, leading her to squat at the door. Caught in a cycle of retching. Hearing Xiao Chui's retching, the second madam regained her senses. Her first thought was that the little maid must have been seducing the lord. Otherwise, why would she be vomiting so early in the morning? Could she be pregnant? As she turned to get out of bed, her eyes widened in disbelief at the emptiness of the room. Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? She wondered, feeling something sticky on her face. She reached up to wipe it, only to discover she was holding a remarkably clear, small mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she fainted from the shock. This small mirror had taken much effort for Mu Fengyan to acquire. The copper mirror was unclear, so she felt it necessary for the second madam to admire her once prided beauty, lest she remain oblivious to her current state. At that moment, Mu Shushua rushed in, panicked and barefoot, her hair disheveled and face smeared, resembling a madwoman rather than the dignified and elegant lady she usually was. She dashed into her mother's courtyard, disregarding the retching maid Xiao Chui, and hurried into her mother's chamber. Seeing her mother with eyes tightly shut, she wept and shook the second madam's body, hoping she would awaken. Curious about the small mirror in her mother's hand, she picked it up, only to recoil in horror at the monstrous reflection, tossing it aside and continuing to shake her mother while crying out. Meanwhile, the maid who had gone to summon the Lord had reached the study door, and upon hearing the furious outburst from within, she froze in place. It turned out that the Chancellor had long been awake, feeling achy and dizzy. Glancing at the bare bed, devoid of any bedding, he turned to see the empty study and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The terrifying realization struck him. How could all the valuable items in his study be missing? Many important documents were kept there. He shouted, "Uncle Wang! Uncle Wang!" Hearing the Chancellor's panicked voice, hurried into the study. Upon seeing the empty room, he stood frozen for a long moment. "Bring me those 3 guards who were supposed to be watching the study. I pay them to protect my belongings, not to let them be stolen." The guards, who had been preparing to rest, were summoned to the study. When they beheld the scene, they were left astonished. The little thief they had encountered the night before had taken nothing. The Chancellor glared at them in fury. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. Just then, a loud sound interrupted, causing an awkward silence. While the Chancellor felt a bit embarrassed, his anger quickly took precedence. "Tell me what happened last night," he bellowed. The guards, no longer daring to jest, recounted the events leading up to the theft. "It was just a small thief, small of stature, likely not even adult. We were close to catching him when he was rescued by someone with remarkable skills. We were no match for him. Please forgive us." Both guards knelt in supplication. The Chancellor, seething with rage, retorted, "Forgive you? Look at this empty room. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? A small thief managed to clear out my study? Look closely. Even a broom left at the door is missing. Is this still a study? Aside from a wooden bed, there is nothing left. You claim a small thief did this? Could he possibly have taken all this? Did you conspire to knock me out and steal everything yourselves?" After his outburst, the Chancellor let out a resounding flatulence, as if the exertion of his words had caused it. The guards momentarily froze, and upon realizing what had occurred, they suppressed their laughter. Uncle Wang, wanting to suggest, "My lord, perhaps you should step outside," offered a handkerchief to the Chancellor, who was now drooling. The Chancellor took the handkerchief and wiped his mouth, observing the shaking shoulders of the guards, further fueling his ire. He could not execute them yet. After all, he needed their skills to retrieve his stolen items. "You have 3 days to return everything to my study, or I shall take your heads." The guards bowed repeatedly, one immediately responding, "Yes, my lord, we will find them at once," pledging to retrieve everything. The other guard discreetly glanced at his companion. "All right, off you go. Make haste." As the Chancellor finished speaking, another bout of flatulence escaped him, prompting the 2 guards to hastily exit the study, accompanied by the sounds of the Chancellor's discomfort. After 2 shadow guards swiftly exited the study, they simultaneously inhaled deeply, finally recovering from the suffocating atmosphere that had nearly overwhelmed them. What had the Prime Minister consumed the previous evening that his flatulence was so unbearably foul? Not just one, but a series of repugnant emissions filled the once serene study with an acrid stench. As they regained their composure, they noticed a dazed young maid standing at the door. One of the shadow guard approached, inquiring, "What are you doing standing here?" The maid, trembling, replied, "The old lady has fainted. Shouldn't you have summoned the physician first?" "The Prime Minister is in a foul mood. It would be wise to wait a moment," another shadow guard cautioned. But, everything in the old lady's room has vanished, leaving only a wooden bed. I must inform the Prime Minister." The 2 guards felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this scene. Oh, right. Only a wooden bed remained in the Prime Minister's study as well. They exchanged glances, and one guard said to the maid, "If you must report this, do so quickly." Summoning her courage, the maid knocked on the Prime Minister's study door. The 2 shadow guards glanced at her before hastily departing the study, engaging in conversation as they walked. "Brother, do you really think we can recover the items from the Prime Minister's study in 3 days?" the elder sibling asked. "Pack up, and let's bring the 3rd with us." "We must hurry," the second replied, somewhat bewildered by his brother's urgency. "What do you mean? This matter is far too strange for us to resolve. Last night, we merely glimpsed a figure who took nothing, yet now so many items are missing from the study and the old lady's room. I suspect this is beyond human interference." The belongings from the Prime Minister's study are most likely irretrievable. Even if we were to sacrifice our heads, we would still be unable to recover them. The younger brother's face paled in fear. Are you suggesting that what we encountered last night was a ghost? The elder brother smacked his sibling's head. Nonsense. Whether it was a person or a spirit is irrelevant to us. What matters is that we certainly cannot retrieve them. Since recovery is impossible, we should flee. But brother, did you not vow to the Prime Minister that you would risk your life to find them? Fool! If I hadn't said that, the Prime Minister would have taken our lives on the spot. How many heads do you think you have? Enlightenment dawned upon the younger brother. You're right, brother. Let us gather our things and leave with the third. Thus, the three shadow guards departed the Prime Minister's residence with remarkable swiftness, their destination unknown. Inside the study, the old servant, Wang Shu, was left with a pallid complexion, his lungs aching from the noxious fumes. He could not comprehend why the Prime Minister had not excused himself to relieve himself, given the extent of the flatulence. Hearing a knock at the door, he rushed to open it as if salvation awaited him. He desperately needed fresh air. The young maid, surprised to see Wang Shu, was taken aback when he opened the door. However, as soon as the door swung open, she recoiled from the overwhelming stench emanating from within. Observing her reaction, Wang Shu felt a twinge of annoyance and asked, "What is it?" The maid stepped back further, recoiling from the foul breath accompanying his words. "What is it?" Wang Shu pressed again, his irritation growing. The maid, trembling, relayed the events from the old lady's room. After listening, Wang Shu's unease deepened. "You should return and attend to the old lady." "Yes," she replied, quickly departing, suspecting that the Prime Minister had relieved himself in the study, explaining the horrid odor. Wang Shu, disregarding the stench, hurried into the study to report the happenings in the old lady's courtyard to the Prime Minister. Suddenly, the Prime Minister recalled something and rushed towards the corner where a vase stood. Seeing the study door ajar, he called out, "Wang Shu, close the door." Wang Shu hesitated. He had just managed to open the door for a breath of fresh air. Reluctantly, he shut the door once more. Chapter 65. My dear I Ching, what has happened to your mouth? The Prime Minister hastened to the corner of the study, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing the vase. It appeared that the little thief had abandoned it, perhaps believing that his treasures remained untouched. As long as the gold and silver were safe, everything would be fine. The Prime Minister turned the vase, and a secret door creaked open. Wang Shu was aware of this hidden place, though he had never ventured inside. He knew little of what lay within, only that the Prime Minister had previously instructed others to move items there. The Prime Minister directed Wang Shu to watch at the entrance while he descended to investigate. Upon entering, the door quietly closed behind him. Seizing the opportunity while the Prime Minister was inside, Wang Shu hurried to the entrance for a breath of fresh air before swiftly returning. After a lengthy wait with no sign of the Prime Minister, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned the vase again, and the secret door opened, allowing him to descend the stairs. As soon as the Prime Minister entered, he lit the candelabrum hanging at the entrance, illuminating the dark chamber. Upon noticing a soiled cloth on the floor, an unprecedented wave of panic surged through him. He was well aware of the potency of the poison on the walls. It had previously claimed the lives of 3 servants due to its noxious fumes. The darkened cloth was clearly used to activate a mechanism. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed down the stairs. Seeing the intact lock on the small door brought him a modicum of reassurance. He retrieved a key from the corner to unlock the large lock, crafted by a renowned locksmith of the Purple Holy Kingdom, who had assured him that it could not be opened without its key. The Prime Minister was thoroughly pleased, having desired a lock so formidable that even a thief could not breach it. With trembling hands, he unlocked the large lock, removed it, and gently pushed open the small door. Was it merely an illusion, or was it too dim to discern? Why did it seem to him that the chamber was utterly empty? Normally, when he opened the door, the gold and silver would gleam brightly. With shaking hands, the Prime Minister lit the candelabrum on the wall, and when he finally beheld the empty dark chamber, his heart, filled with tumultuous emotions, could not withstand the shock, and he collapsed to the floor. Old servant Wang Shu descended the stairs to find the Prime Minister unconscious on the ground. He hurried forward and pinched the Prime Minister's pulse. Soon, the Prime Minister stirred, gazing at the vacant chamber, heartache overwhelming him. Those treasures were his, they were his. At that moment, an unwelcome warmth surged beneath him. Wang Shu nearly fainted from the stench. He could not fathom why the Prime Minister had not excused himself earlier. Ultimately, it had resulted in an unfortunate accident. The Prime Minister, realizing what had transpired, hastily instructed, "Quick, assist me up. I must bathe and change." Wang Shu, holding his breath, finally helped the Prime Minister to his feet. They swiftly exited the underground chamber, and Wang Shu ordered a servant to fetch water for the Prime Minister's bath. At that moment, maids from the second lady's courtyard and the second young Mrs. courtyard, along with those from various concubines' quarters, rushed in to report that valuable items had vanished from their chambers. The situation was most dire in the second lady's and second young Mrs. quarters, where nothing remained. Upon emerging from his bath, the Prime Minister was met with this alarming news. The more he pondered the matter, the more peculiar it seemed. He felt compelled to inform the Emperor. Such occurrences were beyond human capacity. Were they the work of spirits or demons? It was uncertain. What if similar incidents transpired within the palace? He needed to report to the Emperor at once. Perhaps Master Chun from the Bureau of Astronomy could offer insight. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. If the Emperor investigated, it might aid him in recovering his lost belongings. After all, the Emperor's influence far surpassed that of a mere Prime Minister. The Prime Minister instructed the maids to care for their masters, especially to summon the physician for the old lady without delay. In a hurry, the Prime Minister boarded a carriage bound for the palace. Due to a series of events this morning, he had already missed the morning court session. In the Zicheng Hall, the morning assembly was nearing its conclusion, and most matters had been addressed. At that moment, the Emperor glanced at the ministers and inquired, "Why has Minister Mu not attended the court today?" The ministers exchanged glances, uncertain of the reason. At this juncture, Minister Zhao stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty." Perhaps the Prime Minister has caught a chill and has yet to report. A few others nodded in agreement. The Emperor observed those who spoke, recognizing them as officials who were typically on good terms with Prime Minister Mu. Even if he were ill, he should have sent a servant to the palace gate to inform us. It seems the Prime Minister does not regard the Emperor highly. The Emperor noted that among those speaking was Master Lu, who had heard about the gifts sent to Miss Mu by the Regent a few days prior. Lu, who already held a grudge against Prime Minister Mu, seized this opportunity to criticize him sharply. From his lofty position on the dragon throne, the Emperor found amusement in their bickering. No emperor enjoys having a single minister dominate, as it is only through mutual checks and balances that he can feel secure. Just as the Emperor was about to speak, a report came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, Minister Mu requests an audience." Master Lu interjected again, "Your Majesty, look at how the Prime Minister openly disregards you. It is nearly time to adjourn, and he arrives so late. If he were genuinely ill, he would not have come at all. This is clearly intentional." "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has gone too far," another minister added. "I implore Your Majesty to punish the Prime Minister." Minister Zhao interjected, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister may have had pressing matters that delayed him. Perhaps we should hear his explanation before making a decision." "I second that." "I second that," echoed several ministers, as the two factions expressed their opinions. The Emperor observed that their commotion had reached a suitable climax and said, "Enough, my beloved ministers. Please remain calm. I shall summon Minister Mu to ascertain if there is something of importance he wishes to report." Upon hearing this, the ministers fell silent. Eunuch Wang announced, "Summon Minister Mu to the audience." The assembly turned to the hall's entrance, where they saw Minister Mu holding a handkerchief tightly against his mouth. The ministers exchanged puzzled glances. This minister was usually very particular about etiquette, valuing his reputation above all else. What could have happened today? The Emperor, too, was perplexed, and before Minister Mu could kneel, directly asked, "Minister Mu, what is the matter with your mouth?" Just as Minister Mu knelt, an embarrassing incident unfolded. Chapter 66. The Prime Minister's faux pas before the throne. A series of loud and resounding puff sounds erupted. Minister Mu was terrified, believing that after paying his respects and bathing, he would be fine. How would he continue to pass gas? This was utterly humiliating before the court. The ministers took some time to react. Even the Emperor appeared momentarily bewildered. He glanced around at the ministers, all wearing equally confused expressions, confirming that he had not misheard. Such an incident had never occurred in the court. Could it be that Minister Mu had soiled himself? Minister Mu attempted to speak, but saliva dribbled forth, forcing him to press down on the corner of his mouth once more, filled with both anxiety and panic. Master Lu finally regained his composure, glanced at the prostrate Minister Mu, and bowed to the Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has lost his decorum before the throne," presenting himself in a most undignified manner. It is a disgrace. I beseech your majesty to punish him. Please, your majesty, punish the prime minister, several ministers echoed. Minister Zhao stepped forward again. Your majesty, perhaps the prime minister suffered from an upset stomach last night and is unwell this morning. Such bodily functions are beyond one's control. I believe the prime minister did not intend this and must have a hidden ailment. Indeed, your majesty, I too believe the prime minister harbors some untold difficulty. Just as they concluded, another series of puff sounds erupted from Minister Mu. The ministers hastily stepped back, the odor becoming increasingly potent, leaving even Minister Zhao, who had defended him, feeling awkward. This was not merely indigestion. It was as if he were about to relieve himself right there in the court. If he dared to do so, he would indeed be the first in the history of the Purple Holy Nation. The emperor's expression soured. Was Minister Mu attempting to offend him this early in the morning? Looking at Minister Mu, he said with displeasure, Minister Mu, explain yourself. Minister Mu finally managed to suppress the sounds, the handkerchief never leaving his mouth. He hurriedly recounted the events that transpired at his residence, concluding, Your Majesty, I believe this is no mere coincidence. If that object were to enter the palace, it could plunder everything within. I implore your majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly for the safety of the palace. The emperor considered Minister Mu's words as somewhat exaggerated. Such events were unheard of. Even a thief would only steal valuable items and not clear an entire room. After a moment of reflection, he instructed, Eunuch Wang, at your service, your majesty. Go to the prime minister's residence and see what has gone missing. Eunuch Wang quickly understood that the emperor wished to verify the truth of Minister Mu's claims. I shall comply. Eunuch Wang departed swiftly. The emperor sensed the odor in the hall intensifying, many ministers covering their noses and mouths. Minister Mu, I permit you to excuse yourself momentarily. Thank you, your majesty. Minister Mu breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that as soon as he relaxed, another series of puff sounds erupted. The emperor's face grew increasingly displeased, and he admonished loudly, Prime Minister, go and relieve yourself. Yes, your majesty. I shall attend to it immediately. Minister Mu, frightened, hastened out of the hall. The emperor and the ministers finally exhaled in relief, grateful that the doors of the hall remained open. Master Lu, observing the emperor's anger, quickly added, Your Majesty, I still request punishment for the prime minister's loss of decorum before the throne. The emperor contemplated this. Having been subjected to such an odor early in the morning left him less than pleased. Before Minister Zhao could speak, he declared, Granted. I too believe Minister Mu has been rather insolent. Let him receive 10 strokes of the rod after court adjourns. Your Majesty is wise. Master Lu felt somewhat relieved. Eunuch Wang soon returned and whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor's brow furrowed. There was more to this matter? It appeared increasingly mysterious. He glanced at the ministers and, upon spotting Master Chun of the Astronomical Bureau, called out, Master Chun. Master Chun, who had been dozing off, was nudged awake by a colleague and, trembling, approached the throne. Your Majesty, I am here. Master Chun, it has come to my attention that items from the Prime Minister's residence have vanished overnight. Even the furniture is gone. This is quite strange. Do you know the cause? The ministers were astonished to hear the emperor's words. Items disappearing overnight was indeed bizarre, and they looked to Master Chun with hope that he might provide clarity. Your Majesty, cough, I am unaware. I was asleep at my residence last night and did not visit the Prime Minister's home. The ministers were left speechless. The emperor regarded Master Chun with frustration, opting not to respond. Enraged, he commanded dismissed. Ensure Minister Mu receives his punishment and that he rests at home for a month before returning to court. The emperor stormed off, vexed. Master Chun was too old to punish or strike, which only fueled his ire towards Minister Mu. Furthermore, the prime minister was in such a foul state that it was best he did not return to court until he was clean. Thus, not only did Minister Mu fail to prompt a thorough investigation into the matter, but he also ended up being punished, carried back to his residence in a state of disgrace. Chaos ensued at the prime minister's residence once more. Mu Fengyan remained indifferent to the commotion within the Mu minister's residence. Even knowing that she had refrained from further involvement could be considered an act of mercy. After finishing her breakfast, she made her way to the courtyard she had purchased at Mu Mountain, accompanied by 2 maids, Qi Xiao and Shanja, who complemented each other with their contrasting personalities. Qi Xiao being lively and Shanja composed, the trio took a brief moment to traverse from the side courtyard to this new abode. Standing at the entrance, Mu Fengyan observed the spot where a plaque had once hung, now bare. After a moment's contemplation, she settled on a simple name, Dream Courtyard. Everyone harbors dreams, even in this ancient era, despite being servants. Who among them does not possess aspirations deep within? Who wishes to be born into servitude? Circumstances often extinguish their spirits, shattering their dreams and instilling the notion of being mere servants. Her intention in acquiring children of a younger age was to mitigate the scars of their past, with slight guidance. They might still have the potential to discard the remnants of their suffering. As Mu Fengyan pondered, the sound of footsteps drew her attention, revealing Mu Mountain approaching. He bowed respectfully, greeting her, "Miss, you have arrived." "Indeed, Mu Mountain. From now on, this courtyard shall be called Dream Courtyard. I will write the name, and you shall arrange for a plaque to be made and hung," she instructed. "Understood, miss," he replied, internally repeating the name, Dream Courtyard, appreciating its beauty. "Miss, I have already instructed the children to wait for you in the courtyard," Mu Mountain added. "Excellent. Your efforts are appreciated," she acknowledged, feeling slightly embarrassed by her gratitude. Mu Mountain realized the respect he felt for her was growing stronger. Despite her youth, conversing with her felt akin to engaging with a peer. As Mu Fengyan entered the courtyard, her brow furrowed upon seeing the 10 to 14-year-old boys and girls standing there, heads bowed, exuding an aura of inferiority and timidity, ready to kneel at any moment. She swiftly positioned herself before them, but not a single child dared to raise their gaze, each displaying utmost reverence and humility, as if awaiting commands from their master. Her frown deepened. Could they truly be transformed? Scanning the surroundings, she sought a vantage point to instill a different mindset in them. Stepping back, she ascended the steps leading to the inner courtyard. Indeed, from a higher vantage, one can see further. She momentarily forgot that despite her growth from the nurturing of the spiritual spring, she was still a 14-year-old girl. A quick survey of the 30 children revealed 20 boys and 10 girls, each group standing apart as though fearful of mingling with the other. "Everyone lift your heads," she called out. A few individuals dared to comply, yet their gaze remained averted, while the others bowed even lower. Frustrated, she raised her voice. "If you cannot even lift your heads, there is no reason for you to remain here. This is your final chance. If you do not look up now, depart this courtyard and return whence you came." At her words, all heads rose. They were unwilling to return to their previous lives, having experienced nourishment, rest, and an absence of abuse or mockery since their arrival. Satisfied by their compliance, she instructed them to step forward, realizing the distance made communication cumbersome. Mu Mountain guided them forward. "Now, heed my command swiftly. The last 10 girls come to the front." The girls hurriedly complied, many having been selected from a beggar's den. Their keen instincts and temperaments observed by Mu Mountain. He had chosen those who displayed promise, and they eagerly accepted the opportunity, having no family or home to return to. "Stand in a line, 5 girls together," she directed. The girls clustered together as instructed. "Now, open your hands like this," she demonstrated, ensuring they could touch fingertips. The first row complied, quickly adjusting their distance. The second row followed suit. "You 20 do the same, be quick." In no time, the 30 children stood in formation. However, as she scanned the crowd, she noticed some had once again lowered their heads, a habit ingrained over time, perhaps unbeknownst to them. "Stand tall, heads up. From this day forth, you are neither servants nor maids. You are my subordinates." All 30 lifted their gazes to the young lady upon the elevated platform. Their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and bewilderment, particularly among the younger ones who struggled to comprehend her words. Yet, Mu Fengyan observed that in their eyes, there was less inferiority and timidity compared to the others. "Do not worry if you do not understand. Simply follow Mu Mountain. Do as he instructs, and if you fail, you will be sent away." They grasped this directive and nodded vigorously, eager to avoid expulsion and ready to learn from Mu Mountain. Later, it was these youngest among them who excelled, their minds retaining her warning. "If you do not perform well, you will be sent away." Turning her attention back to the rest, she declared, "From today forth, I am your master. You are no longer mere servants. You are my subordinates, and you shall heed my commands. Remember this, only my commands. Even the highest authority must yield to my wishes. Being my subordinate comes with conditions. Failure to meet my expectations will result in expulsion. Here, there is no hierarchy, only a relationship of superior and subordinate among you. I have named this place Dream Courtyard. Do you understand what a dream is? Confusion clouded their faces. A dream is the realization of your deepest desires. Many of you have endured hunger and cold, lived as beggars, faced disdain, ridicule, and scorn. Some have suffered beatings and insults, even the threat of being sold if displeased. Is this not true? A wave of emotion swept over the children, their eyes reddening, some already shedding tears as memories flooded back. Is this not true? She asked again, her voice resonating through the courtyard. Yes, they replied in unison, their voices strong. Then let me tell you, here, none of that exists. I can provide you with food, warmth, and respect. No more disdain or violence, only equality, joy, and relaxation. You will no longer live in fear. Here, you will find your true selves. Do you wish for this, or do you not? Yes. Their voices rang out even louder than before. Mu Fengyan noted the spark of excitement igniting in their eyes, the weight of their earlier inferiority lifting. He continued to speak loudly, proclaiming, I shall summon a teacher of literacy and a skilled tutor, ensuring that each of you becomes proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I guarantee that every individual who departs from this esteemed institution shall surpass the offspring of noble families, earning respect from all in the outside world. Do you aspire to become such individuals? Yes. Their voices resonated with fervor and excitement. In Chapter 68, the Prime Minister's ingenious method, they instinctively straightened their postures, lifting their heads slightly to gaze at Mu Fengyan, their eyes betraying a newfound courage, shedding their previous timidity. Mu Fengyan was satisfied and continued, being my subordinate shall prove arduous. Without exceptional martial skills and capabilities, leaving this courtyard without the means to protect oneself renders your lives vulnerable, easily grasped by others. Even if you excel in the arts, what of it? If you surpass the children of noble families, you may still find yourselves easily dispatched, rendering your efforts futile. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Mu Fengyan spoke slowly. Henceforth, Mu Shan shall guide you diligently in martial training. Master the skills necessary to hold your own life in your hands, so that none dare provoke you, lest they meet their demise. The crux of this lies in your commitment to practice diligently. From this moment on, embrace hardship and fatigue if you wish to realize your dreams. Fear not hardship. Fear not hardship. The group chorused, each individual's eyes ignited with hope. They were resolute in their determination to endure and strive for both martial prowess and academic excellence. I shall share one final matter. I hold a deep disdain for betrayal. Should anyone seek personal gain through treachery, I assure you, they shall meet a most grim fate, no matter how far they flee. Allow me to inform you, I possess a keen interest in poisons. A mere pill can lead to a most excruciating end. Upon concluding her statement, Mu Fengyan's gaze pierced through them, emanating an aura of cold authority. The audience shivered in fear, none daring to entertain thoughts of betrayal. They absorbed her chilling warning. To disobey would lead to expulsion, and treachery would result in a gruesome demise. These words etched themselves deeply into their souls. The two maidservants beside Mu Fengyan were visibly excited, eager to participate. She glanced at them and inquired, Do you wish to learn as well? They nodded in unison, Miss. We too desire to be of use to you. Their hearts raced with enthusiasm, unwilling to squander this opportunity. Mu Fengyan considered them, recognizing that although they were slightly older, with effort they could keep pace. Very well, from tomorrow, you shall join us and assist Mu Shan with various matters here. Yes, miss, they replied gratefully. From this moment forth, you shall address me as master. In this place, there are no titles of miss. She turned to the others. Have you understood? Yes, master. They replied robustly. Now, you may leave. Mu Shan, come here. The others departed in an orderly fashion, and Mu Shan approached Mu Fengyan. Master. Yes. Divide them into 2 teams of 10 young ladies, with 5 in each group. Appoint a captain for each team. Today, lead them to organize the empty space in the courtyard, transforming it into a training ground. Mu Fengyan produced a training plan she had drafted and handed it to Mu Shan. Here is the training plan. Follow it precisely. Mu Shan took the plan, glancing over it with increasing astonishment, ultimately feeling exhilarated. Master, this plan is remarkably well structured. Following these steps, anyone not lacking in intellect will surely succeed. Now, return and study it at your leisure. Tomorrow morning, lead them on a mountain climb to fortify their bodies before addressing other matters. Yes, master. You too shall adhere to this plan for the month. Next month, I shall provide you with a specialized set of techniques, ensuring you will no longer suffer as you did previously during your pursuit. Thank you, Master. Mu Shan felt embarrassed, recalling the perilous encounter when they first met. Without Mu Fengyan, he would have surely perished. Mu Fengyan smiled, amused at Mu Shan's rare display of emotion. No need for gratitude. I am your master, and now you shall have my protection. Mu Shan felt a deeper sense of awkwardness. Such words from his master seemed oddly unsettling. Mu Fengyan decided not to tease him further. These two maidservants will remain with you to assist with the affairs of the Dream Institute. Understood, Master. After concluding her tasks, Mu Fengyan returned to her residence in a carriage, eager to continue her training in the Huahuang sword technique. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the Mu family returned home. Weariness etched upon his face. He had endured 10 lashes, unable to sit comfortably, and was further vexed by the incessant flatulence that accompanied his punishment. It was a most embarrassing ordeal for him, as he lay on the bed, the rough bedding aggravating his discomfort. With the treasury depleted and his wife away, he pondered how to navigate this predicament. His thoughts turned to the idea of selling his concubines, as they were acquired from a disreputable establishment and could be sold back without issue. In Chapter 69, the shock of Mama Wang from the Zurong courtyard, the Prime Minister hastily sent his concubines away and summoned his old servant, Wang Shu, to whisper his plan. Wang Shu, taken aback, hesitated, prompting the Prime Minister to scold him. Why do you delay? Remember, this matter must remain secret. Wang Shu, hastily rising, muttered, Yes, yes, my lord. I will proceed at once. He could hardly believe his ears. The Prime Minister was indeed intent on selling his concubines. Did he not fear the scandal that would ensue? Could the loose lips of Mama Wang from Zurong courtyard keep such a secret? With no other choice, Wang Shu steeled himself to discreetly approach Mama Wang. At this moment, Mother Wang was addressing the young ladies when a servant approached to report that the Prime Minister's personal attendant had come seeking her. Instantly, Mother Wang's face lit up with joy. Perhaps the Prime Minister was once again inviting colleagues for a night of revelry. After all, despite the recent theft at the Prime Minister's residence, he still had the means to indulge in such festivities, suggesting that the rumors of his financial plight were greatly exaggerated. Earlier that day, after the morning court session, the ministers had informed their wives of the peculiar theft at the Prime Minister's manor, advising them to keep a close watch over their households and to increase the number of guards in the storerooms. The ministers' wives, upon hearing this shocking news, relayed it to their maidservants, and as word spread among the households, everyone soon became aware of the incident. Naturally, the ever-informed Mother Wang of the Zurong courtyard was also in the loop. Hastily finishing her lecture, she dismissed the young ladies and went to meet the old servant. Wang Shu. The servant led her to the back door, and Mother Wang, puzzled, inquired if the matter was indeed at the rear entrance. Yes. He mentioned he has something to discuss with you, he replied. Mother Wang found it strange, as the Prime Minister's attendants typically strode in through the front door with an air of superiority. Today, however, the situation felt different. Regardless, she decided to meet him first. As Wang Shu approached, he immediately requested a moment to speak privately. Observing a hint of embarrassment on his face, Mother Wang suddenly understood. Was the Prime Minister seeking yet another concubine? Elated, she exclaimed, Ah, is the Prime Minister looking for a young lady again? Fear not. We have plenty of fine girls in the Zurong courtyard. Come, I'll show you some new arrivals, each more stunning than the last. However, Wang Shu quickly interjected, No, Mother Wang, you've misunderstood. I have other matters to discuss. Confused, Mother Wang noticed Wang Shu glancing at the gatekeeper and immediately grasped the situation, sending the gatekeeper away. Once they were alone, she urged, Now, please tell me what the Prime Minister wishes to discuss. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Wang Shu began while Mother Wang, We have too many concubines in our household. The Prime Minister intends to sell some of them to the Zurong courtyard, and he hopes you can keep this matter confidential. Mother Wang, initially taken aback, processed his words. The Prime Minister was planning to sell concubines? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could you repeat that? Seeing her reaction, Wang Shu felt reassured. Indeed, the Prime Minister has expressed his desire to sell several concubines to the Zurong courtyard and requests your discretion. Convinced she had not misheard, Mother Wang was astonished. Such a notion was unprecedented. Surely, the Prime Minister would become the talk of the entire kingdom. After all, he had once elevated a former concubine to the status of a primary wife. Mother Wang couldn't help but admire the Prime Minister's audacity. His ideas were indeed extraordinary. However, her expression swiftly shifted from joy to bitterness. Wang Shu, you know that the young ladies taken from here were all innocent. Though they were pampered at the Prime Minister's residence, they were still concubines, and their worth has certainly changed since then. Wang Shu nodded, acknowledging her point. I understand that, but what price are you suggesting? Mother Wang considered the old servant's firm stance and felt a wave of disdain for the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister redeemed those girls, they were pure maidens, and we invested considerable effort in their upbringing. Hence, their price is naturally high. However, given the Prime Minister's past generosity towards the Cuihong courtyard, I shall offer them at 200 taels each. Wang Shu's expression soured. He felt the price was too low. The Prime Minister originally paid 5,000 taels for a single girl, and now they are valued at merely 200. Realizing she couldn't offend the Prime Minister, Mother Wang pondered her next words. After all, she had profited significantly from him in the past. Very well, for the Prime Minister's sake. Let us settle on 300 taels each. I cannot go higher than that. You must understand that we can acquire a pure maiden for just 50 taels. Wang Shu shot her an incredulous look. So, they could buy a girl for 50 taels and then sell her to the Prime Minister for 5,000? Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. Fine, 300 it is. How many concubines does the Prime Minister wish to sell? Mother Wang inquired sharply. 20, Wang Shu replied, reiterating his words as Mother Wang struggled to comprehend. 20, she echoed, astonished. The Prime Minister had indeed amassed a considerable number of concubines, some of whom he had redeemed himself, while others had been gifted by his colleagues. Suddenly, Mother Wang felt a pang of regret. She had assumed there would only be a few. If the deal was made, there was no turning back. They needed to quickly prepare these concubines for their new roles to recoup their investment. Once their negotiations concluded, Wang Shu departed with the silver notes, leaving Mother Wang to summon a carriage to retrieve the concubines from the Prime Minister's residence. Each one was a lucrative asset at 300 taels. She could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of the profits they would yield. It was quite naive of the Prime Minister to think he could rely on a mere courtesan like Mother Wang to maintain confidentiality. Without hesitation, she turned and spread the news of his grand scheme to others. Chapter 70. Lu Lingwei bestows marriage to the third prince thus. The news swept through the holy capital like a whirlwind. The Prime Minister's concubines had yet to arrive at the Cuihong courtyard. Yet the gossip had already spread far and wide. The shock and surprise of the revelation made it an irresistible topic of conversation. The Prime Minister had indeed become a figure of intrigue. Before long, he became the subject of idle chatter among the courtiers. The concubines from other officials' households trembled at the thought of being sold themselves. Meanwhile, in Fengyi Palace, the Empress listened intently as Mama Su recounted the astonishing tale of the Prime Minister's actions. Did the Prime Minister truly sell his concubines? The Empress inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty. The news has reached the palace, indicating that it is widely known outside. Mama Su confirmed. Is the Prime Minister's household truly in such dire straits? The Empress pondered. She recalled the circumstances under which the Prime Minister had acquired his wealth, which the Emperor also knew of, as it had been granted to him. However, the Emperor underestimated the value of the confiscated assets, most of which had been surrendered to the treasury. Unbeknownst to the Emperor, a distant relative of the Empress's maternal family had witnessed the events firsthand. Rumors suggested that the Prime Minister had discovered a vast treasure of gold and jewels and a considerable amount of silver notes in another estate. At that time, the Prime Minister had been somewhat self-serving, reporting only a fraction of the findings. The confiscation of the former Prime Minister's assets had been sanctioned by the Emperor, who appreciated the Prime Minister's role in dismantling a powerful adversary. Given the Prime Minister's talents, the Emperor rewarded him with the title of Prime Minister. If this wealth were to be lost, there would be no need for the Emperor's son to wed that second daughter of the Mu family. Recently, it had been reported that she had suffered disfigurement. Such a woman was hardly worthy of his son. The Empress resolved to investigate further. If the rumors were true, she would find a way to cancel the engagement. Your Majesty, there is a rumor circulating regarding the mysterious loss of items from the Prime Minister's residence. Oh, what rumor is that? Rumor has it that ever since Miss Mu was resurrected, a series of strange occurrences have plagued the Mu residence. First, the ladies of the household suffered disfigurement, followed by inexplicable thefts. According to the maids from the Prime Minister's residence, the old lady's room was thoroughly ransacked, leaving her to sleep on the bare boards. To this day, the old lady has yet to awaken, reportedly having seen the thief's terrifying visage akin to a ghost, which has left her in a deep, unending slumber. Oh, there are even more bizarre happenings? Indeed, my lady. It has also been said that the study of the Prime Minister was thoroughly looted. Ever since he regained consciousness, he has been uncontrollably passing gas and drooling, causing an uproar in the court, resulting in him being punished with the Emperor's rod. The Empress, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, finding it exceedingly amusing. With a hint of disbelief, she inquired, "Mother Sue, are you saying that the Prime Minister audibly passed gas in court?" Seeing the Empress's mirth, Mother Sue chuckled as well. "Indeed, my lady. This humble servant heard it directly from Lord Wang." The entire court was engulfed in foul odors, angering the Emperor, who ultimately decreed that he rest at home for a month before returning to court. The Empress, stifling her laughter with a handkerchief, found it increasingly hilarious. Mother Sue continued, "My lady, I have also heard that all these troubles in the Prime Minister's residence stem from Miss Mu, who is said to be an ill omen, bringing misfortune and calamity upon them." Upon hearing this, the Empress's demeanor shifted. She recalled how Lord Shun from the Astrology Bureau had once stated that she was a harbinger of great misfortune, which is precisely why the Emperor arranged her marriage to the Regent. "Indeed, my lady, your wisdom is unmatched. We must hasten to have the Emperor annul the engagement between the third prince and Miss Mu." The Empress, suddenly enlightened, wore a satisfied smile as she recalled that Bei had visited her days prior, announcing his agreement to marry Lu Lingwei, the legitimate granddaughter of Master Lu, as his primary wife. She had already informed the Emperor and anticipated that the decree would soon arrive at the Lu residence. The Emperor had even commissioned the Astrology Bureau to select an auspicious date. Once determined, the wedding could take place. "Congratulations, my lady. Miss Lu appears cultured and graceful, possessing a temperament that will surely make her an admirable partner to the third prince. Moreover, Master Lu has a vast network of talented disciples, which will greatly benefit the third prince in the future." The Empress nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Mother Sue's words. "I have taken considerable time to select this Miss Lu, and she is worthy in both appearance and ability. My lady has a discerning eye. To be favored by you is indeed Miss Lu's fortune." The Empress felt a sense of contentment from Mother Sue's words. At the Lu residence, Lord Wang had just delivered the imperial decree and was joyfully returning to the palace with the silver notes provided by the Lu family. This time, he kept the decree close to his chest, tightly gripping it, wary of a repeat of the previous incident. Thankfully, he arrived safely at the gates of the Lu residence and, feeling relieved, cautiously withdrew the decree. Lifting the carriage curtain to inspect his surroundings for puddles or any suspicious objects before slowly alighting. Once stable on his feet, he hurried towards the Lu residence, with a young attendant following him, puzzled by the urgency. Master Lu, who was preparing to receive the decree, was taken aback upon seeing the hurried approach of Lord Wang. "What brings you here in such haste?" "Nothing of concern, master. Please kneel to receive the decree promptly," Lord Wang urged. Although Master Lu was bewildered, he complied and knelt to accept the decree. Lord Wang swiftly read the decree aloud and, upon completion, handed it over to Master Lu, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He harbored a lingering trepidation regarding the marriage decree, fearing a recurrence of past troubles that could cost him dearly. Master Lu's face beamed with joy as he held the decree. His granddaughter would soon become the third prince's consort. Should the third prince ascend to a higher position, his granddaughter would be crowned as empress, elevating the Lu family to a status of prominence. "Congratulations, Master Lu. The fortune of Miss Lu is only beginning." He received Lord Wang's well wishes. Master Lu signaled to the steward, who promptly understood and handed silver notes to Lord Wang. "Lord Wang, you have worked hard. Here is a token of our appreciation." With a broad smile, Lord Wang accepted the notes, saying, "Master Lu is too kind. We must return to serve the Emperor, so I shall not impose further." As Lord Wang departed, he secretly inspected the silver notes, discovering only 500 taels. He grimaced, thinking that Master Lu was rather stingy, recalling how Prime Minister Mu had once gifted him a 1,000-tael note. Suddenly, the notes lost their appeal. In the Lu residence, Lu Lingwei lowered her head, lost in thought. "Grandfather," she heard Master Lu say, "the decree has been issued, and the Emperor has instructed the Astrology Bureau to select an auspicious date. Once the date is set, preparations for your dowry have already begun." "Thank you, Grandfather," Lu Lingwei replied, her expression inscrutable. Master Lu and her father were pleased as they returned to the study. Lu Lingwei observed her grandfather's retreating figure and, ensuring no one was around, turned to a nearby maid. "Have you spread the rumors?" "Miss, I have conveyed your words precisely as instructed," the maid replied. "Very well," Lu Lingwei said, a sinister glint in her eyes, a smug smile curling her lips. Since hearing of the events at the Mu residence, she had instructed her maid to spread rumors suggesting that the future princess consort of the regent would bring calamity. It was of no concern to her whether the regent would harm Miss Mu or break off the engagement. Her aim was merely to sow discomfort in the regent's heart while belittling Mu Fengyan. That night, she had overheard her grandfather dismissing the notion that Mu Fengyan possessed any auspicious qualities. Lu Lingwei scoffed at such claims. If she truly were a woman of fortune, how could the Mu residence be in such disarray? Had the prime minister truly fallen to such depths as to sell off his concubines? In the third prince's residence, he and Cheng Shitzi were discussing the matter. "Brother, the Mu residence is in dire straits. The prime minister has even sold off his concubines to the Cuihong courtyard for 300 taels each. I have confirmed this with Madame Wang from the courtyard." The third prince scoffed. This prime minister has indeed become the first official of Xixing nation to sell off his concubines. How desperate must he be to resort to such a scheme? If word of this spreads to the other 3 nations, they would think our Xixing nation is so impoverished that officials are selling their own wives. Has Prime Minister Mu lost his mind? He seemed quite sane before. "Brother, do you not find this situation peculiar? Ever since Miss Mu returned from the dead, every strange event in the Mu residence seems connected to her, despite her and the First Lady moving to a separate courtyard. It is worth pondering. Zicheng, have you noticed something?" "Not yet, but I feel that matters are not as simple as they seem. Everyone in the Prime Minister's residence is suffering misfortune, while those in the separate courtyard remain unscathed. It is indeed suspicious. I will have someone investigate thoroughly. I sense a connection between these occurrences and Miss Mu." "Zicheng, perhaps you are overthinking. Did you not inquire previously? It was reported that Miss Mu has been recuperating in the villa, rarely venturing out, with her mother managing all purchases. Supplements are delivered by the cart to the villa." "Yes, that is the information relayed by our informants. Yet I remain uneasy. It appears I must keep a close watch on both the Prime Minister's residence and the villa." The third prince glanced at Zicheng, feeling he was indeed overthinking matters. Yeziking suddenly spoke again. "Third brother, congratulations. The Lu family has received the emperor's decree for marriage, bestowing Lu Lingwei as your principal wife. We await the auspicious date chosen by the Bureau of Astronomy for the nuptials." The third prince smiled casually, not engaging in conversation. Zicheng understood that his brother did not take the matter seriously. "By the way, third brother, I heard that the second miss of the Prime Minister's household has been disfigured, her face covered in sores, quite unsettling." "Yes, I have also heard. Previously, my mother mentioned that the Prime Minister's family could provide financial assistance. Yet now they are in such dire straits. Where is their wealth? I shall ask my mother to find an excuse to annul this marriage. If I were to marry someone with such a disfigured face, how could I possibly eat?" Zicheng chuckled at the third prince's disdainful expression. "Zicheng, I have heard that the legitimate daughter of the Grand Commandant, Miss Sima, is very fond of you, and Lord Sima is quite keen on this match. You are of a similar age to me, and since I am to take a principal wife, why not take a wife for yourself as well?" Zicheng's eyes, once bright with mirth, dimmed. "Third brother, you know that I have always harbored feelings for someone, but until I find her, I do not wish to marry." "Oh, Zicheng, that was in your childhood. You were 7, and she was merely 3. She probably does not even remember you. Besides, you do not even know who she is or her name. How do you intend to find her? Trust me, forget about it. I believe Miss Sima is quite suitable for you in every respect." "Third brother, enough. My heart is set, and I have already informed both the emperor and my father that I do not wish to take a wife at this time." The third prince, observing Yeziking's resolute expression, realized his mind was made up. With a sigh, he acknowledged that while Zicheng had many admirable qualities, he was rather obstinate when it came to matters of the heart. To this day, Zicheng had not even a concubine, let alone a wife. Noting Zicheng's unwillingness to discuss further, the third prince fell silent. At the Regency prince's residence, Yeleju was busy in his study, attending to correspondences from various regions. A knock echoed through the room. "Enter." Qingyan stepped inside and approached the desk, reporting, "My lord, I have uncovered some information regarding the movements of Physician Sun over the past 6 months. Please review it." Yeleju took the letter from Qingyun, and as he read, His brow furrowed deeper. Why was Physician Sun in contact with people for Nanan? Before Qing Yun could speak, he was interrupted by Qing Feng's voice at the door. My lord, Physician Sun has come to deliver medicine and wishes to take your pulse. Yelaju's eyes lit up. Bring the medicine in, and inform Physician Sun that I am currently occupied with official matters. I shall take the medicine on schedule, but the pulse-taking can wait. Understood, my lord. Before long, Qing Feng entered with a bowl of medicine. Yelaju took the bowl, but was met with urgency from Qing Feng. My lord, you must not drink this medicine. Yelaju glanced at Qing Feng with a calm expression. Who said I intended to drink it? You may leave now. Yelaju carefully set the bowl aside, glancing at the sky, wondering why it was not yet dark. He was eager to visit the villa to show the medicine to the little princess. It seemed Physician Sun still had some utility, providing him an excuse to visit her. Yes, he could allow Physician Sun to stay a few more days. As Qing Feng left, he turned back multiple times, sensing a hint of mirth in Yelaju's eyes, though he dismissed it as a mere illusion. Qing Yun rolled his eyes at Qing Feng's foolishness, finding it hard to believe he could miss such an obvious detail. After finishing the letter, Yelaju addressed Qing Yun. Investigate the nature of Physician Sun's sudden contact with Nanan, and discreetly look into any dealings between the Emperor and Physician Sunday. Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to betray us so swiftly. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass. Yes, my lord, I shall arrange it immediately. The entire continent is divided among 4 nations. The Zixing Kingdom, Nanan, Bailing, and Shio, situated to the south, north, and west of the Zixing Kingdom. The Zixing Kingdom is the most economically prosperous and militarily powerful among the 4. Nanan, while half the size of Zixing, surpasses the other 2 nations in terms of economy and power. The contact with Physician Sun is linked to Nanan, located to the south of the Zixing Kingdom. Yelaju observed the still motionless Qing Yun and remarked, What else is there? Qing Yun, glancing cautiously at his lord, replied, There are some rumors circulating outside. I am unsure if I should mention them. Unless it pertains to Yenner, do not speak of it. Qing Yun hesitated before cautiously continuing. It concerns you and your future princess. Yelaju halted, his hand clutching the letter, his gaze turning icy as he commanded, Speak. Under the weight of Yelaju's icy glare, Qing Yun relayed the rumors about Mu Fengyan being a calamity. Yelaju's countenance grew colder with each word. Qing Yun was grateful he had retreated earlier, as Yelaju's imposing aura was quite terrifying. Indeed, whenever matters regarding his future princess arose, Yelaju's temper was easily ignited. Had the future princess already taken such a significant place in Yelaju's heart? More important than his own position? Qing Yun pondered, having accompanied Yelaju since childhood, knowing he had only just met the princess. As Qing Yun's thoughts wandered, Yelaju's frigid voice cut through. Has word of this reached the villa? Qing Yun hesitated. The villa? I do not know. Feeling Yelaju's icy stare, he quickly clarified, reporting to my lord, it should not have, as this rumor just emerged today. It likely has not reached the villa. He hoped he was correct. Good. It is best it has not spread, to spare Yenner unnecessary worry. Does it seem to you that my lord is the one overthinking? Have you identified the source of these rumors? It appears to be a maid from the Liu family's household, who has been spreading them. Furthermore, Lady Liu just received the decree for marriage today. It is said the Emperor has instructed the Bureau of Astronomy to select an auspicious date, and soon she will wed the 3rd prince. The granddaughter of Master Liu? Considering Master Liu's past assistance to the late Emperor, I shall spare her this time. While she may escape the death penalty, her life will not be spared. If these rumors reach Yenner, I wonder how she will react. After a moment of reflection, Yelaju continued, I recall that Master Chen's disciple specializes in determining auspicious dates. Yes, my lord. Then devise a method to have the auspicious date set for a year from now. Additionally, warn the granddaughter of Master Liu to clarify these rumors by the end of today. Otherwise, I shall not be kind. If such slander against my future princess resurfaces, she can forget about being the 3rd prince's consort and should instead spend her days at the temple praying for the nation's fortunes. Let her know I mean what I say. Qing Yun appeared distressed, while it was easy to warn Lady Liu's granddaughter. How would he persuade Master Chen's disciple to select a date a year hence? Yelaju regarded Qing Yun and stated calmly, What does the Emperor dread above all else? Qing Yun's eyes brightened as he realized the truth. The Emperor, having sat on the throne for so long, had become wary of the intangible. Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately. Yes, go ahead. It is winter now, and the third prince's wedding shall be scheduled for next winter. Understood, Your Highness. Qing Yun took his leave. Yi Lijue contemplated Qing Yun's report. The Prime Minister's study had been thoroughly ransacked. A smile played upon Yi Lijue's lips, suggesting that his little princess harbored secrets of her own. However, it was of little concern, for he too possessed his own mysteries. He was patient, believing that one day they would share their truths with one another. Yet, this secret was solely his to bear. His little princess was currently too weak, requiring additional protection. It would be prudent to assign a few hidden guards to her. He would inquire tonight if she needed them. Yi Lijue glanced at the medicine bowl, then at the sky. The darkness seemed to linger unusually long today. Upon returning to the courtyard, Mu Fengyan was greeted by her handmaidens, by Ji and Guiji, who hurried towards her. Miss, why are you not wearing your cloak? It's quite cold outside. Bai Ji swiftly fetched a cloak from the carriage and draped it around Mu Fengyan. Indeed, miss, it's too chilly outside. What were Qi Xiao and Shan Cha thinking? Mu Fengyan felt speechless. Her handmaidens were endearing, yet they treated her like a child, overly concerned about her comfort, a clear reflection of her mother's influence. Do not blame them. From today onwards, Qi Xiao and Shan Cha will be training at Mu Mountain. They are following their martial studies. Observing their expressions, she noticed no hint of envy. Do you not wish to learn? Bai Ji replied, Miss, I am aware of my frail constitution. Martial arts are not suited for me. Guiji quickly added, Miss, the same goes for me. I prefer embroidery and needlework rather than wielding swords. Mu Fengyan assessed her handmaidens' physiques. Indeed, they were not suited for martial training. Very well, then you shall remain by my side. Is there anything you need at the entrance? Oh dear, it's my fault. Had it not been for your reminder, we would have forgotten. Madam wishes for you to visit her upon your return. Oh, mother is looking for me? Perhaps she has something to discuss. Let's hurry. Chapter 73. Mother deserves better. The three hurried towards Han's chamber. At the door, the second maidservant saw Mu Fengyan and quickly bowed. Greeting. Mississippi noticing the frigid weather, Mu Fengyan remarked, Second maid, when there's nothing pressing. You should warm yourself in the side room. Do not freeze out here. The maidservant replied cheerfully, Miss, I am not cold. I'm used to standing outside. Observing her reddened hands, which were showing signs of frostbite, she insisted, Second maid, go warm yourself now. I will have Guiji fetch some ointment for your hands. Otherwise, you will suffer in the spring. At that moment, Han's maid, Mu Chun, emerged and bowed to Mu Fengyan. Miss has arrived. Yes. Please take the second maid to the side room to warm up. It is far too cold outside. If mother requires her, we can send her later. She should remain in the side room otherwise. Yes, Mississippi. I have also advised her, but she is quite stubborn. Mu Fengyan turned to the second maid, saying, Second maid, go with Mu Chun to warm up. Stay in the side room when there's nothing to do. Remember, this is my command. Thank you, Mississippi. The second maid, touched, knelt and bowed her head, feeling grateful that aside from her mother, Mu Fengyan was the first to show such concern for her. All right, rise. Mu Chun, please take her along. Of course, Mississippi. Mu Fengyan hurried to find Han. Bai Ji quickly moved ahead to draw the thick curtain, and as Mu Fengyan entered the room, she instantly felt warmth envelop her. The rooms were heated, and she quickly removed her cloak, handing it to Guiji. Had she delayed, Guiji would have come to assist her. Mu Fengyan felt as if she were perceived as a helpless child by her handmaidens, teetering on the edge of needing someone to feed her. Han, upon seeing her daughter, joyfully exclaimed, Yinner, come here. As Mu Fengyan took in the room, she froze in place. What was her mother planning this time? Today, Manager Liu has brought 5 boxes of fine supplements. I have kept one for myself, and the rest are for you. I have already arranged everything. Shortly, the maidservants will carry them back. Mu Fengyan gazed at the 4 overflowing boxes and the one that was just filled, her heart swelling with gratitude. She understood her mother's intention to ensure she ate well, leaving a portion for herself. If given the chance, her mother would undoubtedly give her everything. Mother, I cannot take so much. You keep 3 boxes, and I will take 2. If you do not want them, then I shall not eat either. Han observed her daughter's stubborn expression with satisfaction. It was heartening to see her daughter care for her. Well then, after you consume those 2 boxes, I shall give you the remaining ones. Understanding her mother's intent, Mu Fengyan insisted, Mother, you must eat as well. I want you to be beautiful. A mother as wonderful as you deserves to be treated well. Han chuckled softly, patting Mu Fengyan on the head. You silly child, stop at the nonsense. Cool me. Let us take a look at the fabric I had brought. Mu Fengyan was not speaking nonsense. Once she distanced herself from the Mu family, she would find someone who genuinely cared for her mother. Come, Yenner, which style do you prefer? The new year is approaching, and preparations must be made. Other noble young ladies have already begun their arrangements, eager to shine at the royal banquet, all in hopes of finding a suitable partner. Mother, I do not seek the spotlight, nor am I looking for a suitor. Besides, I have already been betrothed. You can simply prepare what you deem fit. Mu Fengyan observed the array of fabrics, cloud silk, shimmering brocade, jade silk, plain silk, laid out before her, and felt her heart race. What was her mother planning? Would she truly make her one outfit from each? Indeed, Yenner, let us do this. I cannot choose myself. So why not make one of each and see which looks best? We can decide then. Mother, there is no need for so many. One will suffice. You cannot simply make one. Do you know how splendidly other young ladies adorn themselves? My daughter is no less than them. I must ensure you are dressed beautifully. My precious daughter is more radiant than any four beauties. Yes, mother, you are right. Your daughter is the most beautiful. But without a beautiful mother, how could there be a beautiful daughter? Therefore, you must be the fairest. Han laughed. Ah, you are quite the charmer. When I was your age, your grandmother would create various outfits for me. Han's gaze darkened as if lost in thought. Fearing the topic would lead to her mother's sorrow, Mu Fengyan quickly redirected. Mother, Guiji is quite skilled at sewing. Her craftsmanship surpasses even that of the renowned Jinsi embroidery house. Han was taken aback. Guiji is talented indeed. Jinsi embroidery house is the finest in the capital, producing exquisite garments for many noble ladies. Let Guiji take these fabrics to you, and I shall send 2 more maidservants to assist. Yes, madam. Guiji was thrilled. This was her first opportunity to create garments from such fine fabrics for the young lady. With the trust of her mistress, she was determined to craft beautiful attire. Unbeknownst to her, these fabrics, rare in the eyes of others, were quite ordinary in Han's view. Yanea, your mother has already arranged for someone to create headpieces for you, crafted from gold, silver, and jade, each material fashioned into a set. When the time comes, we shall see which set adorns you best. Mu Fengyan pondered the inconvenience of wearing such items and replied, Mother, must I wear them? My dear daughter, it is imperative that you wear them, and indeed, you must don the most exquisite ones. Mu Fengyan remained silent, contemplating the possibility of avoiding the festive gatherings altogether. She observed that her mother had no further tasks at hand and stated, Mother, if there is nothing else, I shall retire to my chamber for a while. Very well. Yenner, go ahead. I shall have the maidservants bring these items to you shortly. Yes, thank you, Mother. Han instructed the maidservants, Bai Ji and Gue Ji, to return with a piece of fabric each. Once Mu Fengyan returned to her room, she dismissed Bai Ji and Gue Ji, instructing them not to enter without her permission. With that, the 2 maidservants busied themselves with their own tasks. After Qi Xiao and Shan Cha had left, the maidservants resumed their duties. Schapta 74 Yanea. Can you consume all of that alone? Mu Fengyan secured the doors and windows before swiftly entering her space. She found herself on a vast expanse of grassy land, where she seated herself cross-legged, carefully perusing the techniques of the rhyme phoenix sword, which floated beside her. Indeed, it was floating ever since the sword had entered this space. It seemed thoroughly pleased, gliding about with an air of curiosity towards every corner of this realm. Thus, the 2 of them, 1 person and 1 sword, entered a state of blissful oblivion amidst the verdant grass. After diligently studying the entire volume, Mu Fengyan closed the book and gently shut her eyes, replaying each technique in her mind like a film. Moments later, she opened her eyes slightly, her gaze sparkling with brilliance. With a playful smile directed at the hovering rhyme phoenix sword, she said, Let me test your might. If you do not possess the strength as claimed in the text, be wary, for I shall introduce you to my latest concoction, the corpse powder. The rhyme phoenix sword wobbled in the air before plummeting to the ground. Mu Fengyan remarked, Is it so easily frightened? What, are you trembling now? Very well, I shall fetch the powder. No sooner had she spoken than the rhyme phoenix sword soared into the air with a swift motion, its sheath falling away and embedding itself firmly in the earth. Mu Fengyan's lips curled into a wider smile as she grasped the sword's hilt, feeling the chilling sharpness of the blade. With her hands firmly gripping the hilt and her eyes sharp as lightning, she leapt into action, initiating the practice of the rhyme phoenix sword techniques. The The sword in her hand moved like a white serpent flicking its tongue, slicing through the air with a hiss, and resembling a dragon weaving through the skies, sometimes light as a swallow, other times striking like lightning. Gradually, this small realm was filled only with the shadows of one person and one sword, where the sword and she became one, embodying the essence of the sword within herself. At last, after a soaring leap, she descended gracefully, casting the sword into its sheath. As she stood firm, her smile broadened. The Rhyme Phoenix sword felt as if it had been crafted specifically for her, every technique resonating with her intentions. She had not anticipated mastering this swordplay so swiftly, suggesting that the sword itself was indeed a significant contributor to her success. Observing the sword returning to float beside her, she mused. No wonder so many sought to claim you. You are indeed a sword of unparalleled quality. Alas, they shall never possess you. You are destined to belong solely to me. Mu Fengyan. The Rhyme Phoenix sword seemed to comprehend her declaration, emitting a soft crimson glow. After practicing for an extended period, Mu Fengyan felt a sheen of perspiration on her brow and discomfort settling in. Addressing the sword, she said, "Keep your distance. I am about to take a bath." The Rhyme Phoenix sword obediently floated away. After a quick wash, Mu Fengyan exited her space, feeling a pang of hunger. Noticing the darkness outside, she realized how long she had been occupied. No wonder I feel a bit famished, she thought. Sipping a cup of spiritual spring water before opening her door and summoning the maidservants to bring her supper. The evening had grown late, and her mother must have finished dinner by now. "Miss, the madam came to check on you earlier. Seeing you asleep," she returned. "The madam instructed us to bring everything over, and there are supplements she had prepared for you in the kitchen, saying that once you awaken, they should be served." Mu Fengyan felt a warmth in her heart. Her mother always thought of her. "Bring everything over, then. I happen to be hungry." "Certainly, Mississippi." In no time, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Mu Fengyan mused. How much has mother prepared for me? I could not possibly consume all this in one night. "Miss," the madam said, to sample each dish. "This way, you can replenish your nutrients, which is beneficial for your health." Mu Fengyan sighed. "Very well. If I cannot finish, I shall store the leftovers in my space. They one tea spoil." "All right. You may all leave. I shall call for you if needed." "Understood, Mississippi." The maidservants had come to understand Mu Fengyan's preferences. She preferred solitude while dining. Gazing at the exquisite spread before her, Mu Fengyan's appetite surged. She started with a few appetizers, but upon spotting a bowl of chicken soup nearby, she was instantly reminded of the soup she had enjoyed at the Regent's residence. She eagerly sampled it, only to find that it paled in comparison to that of the Regent's kitchen. Just as she was about to reach for more dishes, she suddenly sensed an immense pressure approaching her. In an instant, she resumed her meal. Has this fellow grown accustomed to entering through the window at night? Ignoring him, she continued to eat when a soft knocking sound echoed from the window. Mu Fengyan quickly rose to open it, fearful of attracting the maidservant's attention and alarming her mother. Peering outside, she shot a fierce glare at the intruder. "There's a door. Why must you climb through the window? Is it not exhausting?" Yili Ju observed her little gestures and smirked. Yenner. Mu Fengyan promptly covered his mouth, glancing at the two maidservants stationed at the door, relieved that they had not overheard. She turned back to glare at Yili Ju, whispering, "Lower your voice. Are you mad?" Yili, captivated by her soft hand covering his mouth, caught a whiff of a delicate scent, unfamiliar yet enchanting, a fragrance that emanated from her very being, unlike any perfume he had encountered. Realizing her hand was still over his mouth, Mu Fengyan hastily withdrew it, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank goodness I was experimenting with poisons earlier. Otherwise, you would be lying here by now." Coming quickly, Mu Fengyan sidestepped, and Yili Ju leapt effortlessly into the room. She hastily closed the window and approached the door, telling the two maidservants, "You may return to your tasks. You need not come if I do not call for you." "Very well, Mississippi." The maidservants retreated. Mu Fengyan finally exhaled in relief and turned to Yili Ju now. "Speak. What brings you here?" Yili Ju, noting the slight flush on her face, smiled even wider. "Yenner, can I not seek you out without a reason?" Mu Fengyan shot him a glare, choosing to ignore his banter as she resumed her meal. Yili Ju surveyed the lavish spread of dinner laid out before him and raised an eyebrow. "Yenner, can you truly consume all this?" Mu Fengyan replied bluntly, "Of course not. Why don't you help me with some? Immediately regretting her words, she thought, why would I offer him my mother's carefully prepared meal? Yi Li Ju suppressed a chuckle. Why? Thank you, Yin'er. I rushed here to find you, and have yet to dine myself. Shall I join you for dinner? Mu Fengyan thought. How I wish to kick this fellow out. Alas, I'm still unable to do so. Mu Fengyan had no choice but to head to the small kitchen and fetch a set of dishes. Knight Li Jue observed the pouting little girl, the amusement in his eyes deepening as he casually placed the medicinal bowl he had brought into a corner. Chapter 75. I find your handkerchief quite delightful. After handing the dishes to Knight Li Jue, Mu Fengyan disregarded him entirely. Hunger took precedence. Knight Li Jue watched as the young princess devoured her meal with remarkable speed, yet maintained an air of elegance, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He sat beside her, continually offering her dishes that were out of her reach. Initially, she shot him a few glares, but upon realizing he was ignoring her, she decided to let him be. After all, filling her stomach was of utmost importance. Throughout the meal, Knight Li Jue was captivated by the sight of the little princess eating and selecting her food. He was astonished by her appetite, such a petite figure consuming so much. Yet, she did not appear to be overweight. It seemed he would need to ensure that the kitchen at the palace prepared more food in the future. Glancing at the chicken soup before them, Knight Li Jue inquired, Yin'er, would you care for some more chicken soup? The aroma is quite rich. No, thank you. While it is indeed flavorful, it pales in comparison to what your palace chef prepares, she replied. A smile tugged at Knight Li Jue's lips as he continued. Then I shall instruct the palace chef to prepare chicken soup first thing in the morning. You may sample it tomorrow afternoon or evening. The chef has been experimenting with some new dishes, rumored to be unique in the entire holy capital. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. She adored culinary delights and had traveled far and wide to savor them in her past life, particularly relishing rich and savory chicken soup. Her discerning palate was well attuned to the chef's craftsmanship at the Regent's palace. However, she pondered whether it would be inappropriate to visit the Regent's residence during the day. What if the soup lost its flavor by evening? Little did she realize she had unwittingly stepped into a trap laid by a certain cunning prince. Noticing the sparkle in the princess's eyes, Knight Li Jue's smile widened, as if he sensed her concerns. Do not worry, Yin'er. My palace is somewhat secluded. You may sit in the carriage, and no one will see you enter. After a moment of internal struggle, Mu Fengyan could no longer resist the allure of the food. Very well. I shall go tomorrow afternoon to taste the chicken soup and other delicacies from your kitchen. Knight Li Jue suppressed his amusement and replied, Good. I shall have Qing Feng come to escort you. There's no need. I can make my own way. I have some shops to visit in the market, she countered. Yin'er, are you looking to purchase something? Allow me to have it delivered. It is cold outside. You ought not to venture out and risk catching a chill. Mu Fengyan shot him a peculiar look, clearly conveying her thoughts. On such a frigid day, you leaped from a window without a care. How could you worry about catching a chill? You seem to be just fine. Knight Li Jue chuckled at her adorable antics and affectionately advised, Tomorrow, wear a thick cloak when you go out. Satisfied, Mu Fengyan nodded. If he had insisted that she not go shopping, she would have resolved never to speak to him again. She cherished her freedom and disliked being constrained, except by her mother, of course. Having been in this unfortunate era for quite some time, she had yet to explore the world outside. Moreover, she needed to craft numerous silver needles and weapons. She had perfected the art of scattering flowers and had even renamed the book to Poison Needle Bloom, necessitating a substantial quantity of silver needles to store in her space. Her concoction of the 10,000 poisons elixir was prepared and simply awaited the infusion of the silver needles. The longer they soaked, the more potent the effect. After a satisfying meal, Knight Li Jue handed her a clean handkerchief. Without a second thought, she wiped her mouth, only to be hit by the scent of sandalwood. Realizing it was his handkerchief, embarrassment washed over her as she noticed a smudge of grease on it. How could he offer her his soiled handkerchief? She quickly rummaged through her sleeve and thankfully found her own. Each piece was adorned with unique floral patterns that she had designed and had gouache embroider. Presenting her handkerchief to Knight Li Jue, she said, Here, use this one first. Yours is now dirty. Once I wash it, we can exchange again. There's no need. If you do not fancy that one, simply discard it. I find your handkerchief quite lovely. No need to exchange, he replied, swiftly tucking the handkerchief into his sleeve. As if fearing she might snatch it away. Mu Fengyan felt a hint of conspiracy in his actions, but lacked evidence to confront him. After satisfying her hunger, She finally asked Knight Lijue, "What did you summon me for? Is it to detoxify, or to save someone?" Pushing aside the dishes on the table, Knight Lijue retrieved the medicinal bowl he had carelessly set down earlier. As he presented it, Mu Fengyan burst into laughter. "Whose medicine is this? They seem intent on your demise. If you drink this today, I dare say you won't see the light of the third day. They must be in quite a hurry, for there seems to be an excessive amount of one ingredient. Knight Lijue, whom have you offended so gravely that they wish for your death?" With an indifferent expression, he replied, "Yinner, you may not be aware, but in the Purple Sacred Kingdom, there is a decree. If a prince dies without an heir, his princess must be buried with him." Mu Fengyan's smile faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "But we are not yet wed. Once the imperial decree is issued, you will become the princess," he stated matter-of-factly. Stunned, she thought, "Is this a burden I have unwittingly taken on? Am I supposed to run away?" She blurted, "What if I elope with my mother? That is an option, but your lives will not be peaceful. The royal family will continuously pursue you. Even if you endure, have you considered your mother? Should she endure a life of hardship alongside you?" Mu Fengyan felt disoriented. Was escape truly impossible? Knight Lijue observed the princess's expression of despair with a sense of satisfaction. He understood that her mother was her Achilles' heel. Invoking her would render her helpless. Knight Lijue poured tea for both himself and Mu Fengyan. Upon receiving the cup pushed toward her, she drank it swiftly, seeking to calm her nerves. This ancient world was utterly vexing. What kind of emperor instituted such a wretched decree? She would gladly unearth and whip him if given the chance. Perhaps she should find a mountain to claim as her own, becoming a bandit queen, dictating her own fate. However, that was unfeasible. What if the court sought to eradicate her, poisoning the current emperor and becoming the ruler herself? No, that was too burdensome. What if her crime was discovered, fleeing to another kingdom? But those were ancient lands as well. She might offend someone and lose her life. Chapter 76. Miss Mu will visit the palace tomorrow. In the end, she realized there was only one viable solution. Ensuring that Knight Lijue lived a long life would buy her time. After all, he was still alive, and she had yet to reach adulthood. As long as she could guarantee his survival until she came of age, she could assess whether he was worthy of marriage. In this era, marriage was inevitable, and thus far, she had found no one better than him. If Knight Lijue proved unsuitable, she would poison the royal family and escape with her mother to a place where no one knew them. However, such a plan came with significant risks. Knight Lijue leisurely sipped his tea, amused by the myriad expressions crossing the young princess's face. Uncertain of what conclusions the young princess had ultimately reached, she wore an expression of defiance, seemingly unafraid of death. "Yinner, after so long in contemplation, what was it that occupied your thoughts?" Mu Fengyan shot him a fierce glare. He was akin to a ticking time bomb, and their fates were intertwined. Her own salvation hinged upon ensuring his continued vitality. With irritation, Mu Fengyan inquired, "What is it that you have not pondered? Who provided you with this medicine?" "My constitution is remarkably resilient. It is not so easily vanquished. Thus, you need not concern yourself with the prospect of accompanying me to the grave. Even if I were on the brink of death, I would first sever our engagement. I could never bear to truly consign you to such a fate." Mu Fengyan regarded Yi Lijue with a gaze laden with complexity. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a discomfort lodged itself within her heart. Discarding this strange sensation, she pressed on, "Who concocted this medicine for you?" "It was crafted by the esteemed physician's son, who has been diligently tending to my health." "Physician's son? Is he not the one who insisted upon waiting the night I first met you, despite Qing Feng's disbelief?" Yi Lijue's lips twitched, acknowledging, indeed, it was he. "So you mean to say that this individual has betrayed you? If trust is so elusive, why do you continue to harbor him within your residence?" Listening to the young princess' blunt remarks, Yi Lijue's lips twitched once more, and he replied, "Physician's son is involved in matters of great complexity. Until I ascertain the truth, it is prudent to keep him close for a few days." Mu Fengyan understood. They had yet to uncover the motives of the forces at play behind the scenes. An idea struck her, and she mused, "A physician? How formidable is he, truly?" With a flick of her wrist, she produced a porcelain vial from her sleeve and placed it before Yi Lijue. Yi Lijue, puzzled, asked, "Yinner, what is this?" "This is a special concoction for Physician's Sunday. Does he not claim to be a master healer?" "Slip these herbs into his food discreetly, and in a few days, the truth shall reveal itself. Yili Ju observed the mischievous glimmer in the young princess's eyes, certain that this was no benign offering. He regarded her with tender warmth and agreed, tucking the vial into his sleeve. Yinner, do you require me to dispatch some shadow guards for your protection? No need. I seldom venture out, she replied. She had no desire for shadow guards, lest her secrets be exposed. Upon seeing the resolve in Mu Fengyan's eyes, Yili acquiesced to her wishes. Yinner, the hour grows late. You should retire early. By the way, do you prefer your chicken soup on the lighter side, or with a touch more salt? Mu Fengyan responded. Are ancient chefs truly this meticulous? What difference is there between light and slightly salty? Nevertheless, she earnestly replied, a touch more salt, I suppose. Very well. If it simmers too long, the flavor may suffer, he remarked. Mu Fengyan nodded seriously indeed. Prolonged cooking surely affects the taste. She then added, I shall visit your residence after my afternoon stroll to bring you the antidote. She would take the time to prepare his antidote. She could not allow him to perish, lest she share in his misfortune. Very well, Yinner. Rest early. I shall await your return at the manor. Yili Ju rose and took the bowl of medicine with him. Mu Fengyan nodded in acknowledgement. As Yili Ju turned to leave, a faint smile played upon his lips as he gracefully leaped from the window. Watching his swift departure, Mu Fengyan yawned. Although she was puzzled by his lengthy farewells, fatigue soon overtook her, compelling her to instruct her maid to tidy up. After completing her evening rituals, she retired for the night. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yili Ju summoned Qing Feng. Qing Feng informed the kitchen to prepare chicken soup early tomorrow morning and explore a few delicacies that are unavailable in the capital. Remember, it must be delectable. If done well, there shall be rewards. Qing Feng stood still, momentarily stunned. Yedi iye, ekasperatet, unreaded. What? Did you not comprehend my words? Your servant understands, he stammered. Then hasten. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Qing Feng hurried out of the study, his thoughts still muddled. Suddenly, he collided with the doorframe with a loud thud. Yili Ju glanced at him with indifference, continuing his tasks. Outside, Qing Yun winced at the sight. Moments later, Qing Feng approached him, cradling his shoulder in pain. What did the Lord instruct you? Is it necessary to be so agitated? Qing Feng rubbed his shoulder, feeling the pain subside, and relayed Yili Ju's orders. Qing Yun regarded him with disdain. Did the Lord depart just now? Indeed, he went to the other courtyard to seek Lady Mu, Qing Feng replied. Qing Yun shot him another disparaging look. If you have not deduced that much, you would not have deserved to survive that collision. Suddenly, a realization struck Qing Feng. Oh, I understand. Lady Mu is coming to the royal residence tomorrow. At least you are not entirely dim-witted. Had you failed to grasp that, your earlier mishap would have been justly deserved. Feeling slighted, Qing Feng retorted, Qing Yun, how can you speak to me this way? We have grown up together, after all. Qing Yun ignored him, casting one last disdainful glance before reminding, you should hurry to the kitchen. Right. I must relay the Lord's instructions. As he continued to massage his shoulder, Qing Feng made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 77. The old matriarch continues to sleep soundly in the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister had endured a day and night of relentless flatulence, and his discomfort had reached a point where he could only manage to release gas every hour. Yet, drool continued to dribble from the corners of his mouth, staining his handkerchief. The Prime Minister glanced at the meager amount of silver notes brought back by the old servant. Uncle Wang, feeling vexed, 20 concubines, and they sold for such a paltry sum. The Tsuehong courtyard is truly a den of iniquity. With some time remaining before the court's stipend was distributed, how could the household continue to survive? As he surveyed the empty study, his frustration deepened. Just then, a maid from the old matriarch's quarters arrived with news. The old matriarch had been in a deep slumber for 2 days and had yet to awaken. The Prime Minister's eyes lit up. Indeed, if he could rouse his mother, she could summon the first wife, Lady Han, back to the residence and return control of the household to her. All troubles would be resolved under the weight of filial duty. He could not fathom Lady Han refusing to return. Presently, Lady Han was the wealthiest among them, and given the calamity that had befallen the household, she ought to lend her support. Uncle Wang, who looked as though he were suffering from constipation, observed the Prime Minister, who was lost in thought, and silently prayed that he would not devise any outrageous plans. Rumors of the Prime Minister selling concubines had already spread like wildfire, and he had yet to dare mention them to his master. As Uncle Wang contemplated speaking, he was met with yet another wave of foul odor, which, while improved from the previous day, still suffocated the air. The Prime Minister had grown accustomed to his incessant flatulence. Uncle Wang, go tell the physician to do whatever it takes to awaken the old matriarch. Otherwise, you may find your head on the line. The old servant quickly complied and departed the room in haste. The Prime Minister felt gratified by Uncle Wang's diligence. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Wang was already in motion. Breathing heavily, Uncle Wang made his way to the courtyard, then hurried to find the household physician. This had been the most arduous period since he began serving the Prime Minister. He felt as if every strand of his hair reeked. Upon receiving the Prime Minister's summons, the physician felt quite troubled. He had examined the old matriarch and found no ailment. She was merely in a deep sleep. How could one rouse her? He could not simply splash water on her face. Should she awaken in anger, it would spell doom for him. With no other options, the physician resorted to using silver needles, contemplating whether pricking the soles of her feet might rouse her. The sleeping draught employed by Mu Fengyan was not so easily dispelled, until the physician from the Zhao residence had pricked the old lady's soles with countless needles, causing blood blisters to emerge. She remained in a deep slumber. Li Mumu, observing the scene, felt her own feet ache and hastily intervened. Zhao physician, this method is ineffective. Look, the old lady's feet are bleeding, and she has yet to awaken. Perhaps we should cease this at once. The Zhao physician shot her an irritated glare. What do you know? Would you prefer to wake her yourself? Li Momo immediately fell silent, aware of the physician's superior standing within the household and reluctant to offend him. The physician surveyed the 2 feet, each covered in blood blisters, and sighed in exasperation. Despite his relentless efforts, the old lady remained unresponsive. He directed Li Momo, who was merely in the way, to cleanse the old lady's soles with fresh water. Li Momo swiftly fetched water and meticulously washed the old lady's feet. Upon witnessing the physician's next actions, her eyes widened in terror, trembling at the thought that he might inadvertently harm the old lady. Zhao physician, you, this. The physician glared fiercely at Li Momo, who promptly fell silent, her eyes filled with concern. Nearby, the attending maidens recoiled in fear. As the physician observed the old lady, with silver needles embedded in every crevice of her nails, he felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, seeing her still peacefully asleep, he realized that she had been possessed by unclean spirits. He needed to report to the Prime Minister immediately and summon a master to exorcise the evil. Before departing, he issued a warning: do not disturb the old lady. He then hastily exited the empty chamber. Li Momo and the maidens gazed at the old lady, her hands adorned with silver needles, feeling as though their own hands were in pain. They collectively worried about whether she might succumb to the needles, but reassured themselves that her expression was still one of serene slumber. Since the Zhao physician had instructed them not to touch her, they could only await his return. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets, Mu Fengyan was leisurely strolling with her maidens, Bai Ji and Gue Ji. As she walked along the charming, antiquated street, she found it to be quite delightful. The sights of rouge shops, embroidery houses, ready-made clothing stores, jewelry lofts, and taverns, combined with the shouts of small vendors and the laughter of adults and children, created a lively atmosphere. Noticing a yellow, triangular flag with the character "For Craftsmen" inscribed upon it, Mu Fengyan recognized that she had found her destination. She led her 2 maidens inside. The shopkeeper hurried to greet her, momentarily mistaking her for someone who had wandered in by mistake due to her exquisite beauty. Miss, this is a place for forging weapons. Indeed, I seek precisely what you offer, Mu Fengyan replied, pulling a piece of paper from her sleeve and presenting it to the shopkeeper. Can you craft this? As the shopkeeper examined the design, his astonishment grew. Miss, this weapon design is ingenious. It even conceals mechanisms. May I ask what you have named this dart? Fiend dart. Ah, how imposing. Anyone struck by this dart would surely vanish without a trace. In all my years of weapon crafting, I have never encountered such an exquisite design. Mu Fengyan inwardly rolled her eyes. Of course, it was her own creation, integrating the strengths of various darts from the future, renowned for its swiftness and lethality. This dart featured 3 razor-sharp blades, each slightly curved, marked with a plum blossom emblem. If it failed to strike the target, it would return swiftly to the thrower's hand while dispersing a sedative around the vicinity, incapacitating anyone nearby. Under the plum blossom emblem lay a mechanism that would activate if the target was missed. I would like 10 of these crafted. How long will it take? Ensure that every specification is meticulously followed. I have detailed the dimensions thoroughly. Miss, this will be our first time forging such darts. To be cautious, please return in 10 days to collect them. Very well. Do you have silver needles? Yes, we have some already forged. How many do you require? How many do you have? We currently have over 100. Mu Fengyan. So few? Then I shall take them all. The shopkeeper's lips twitched at her request. He wondered what this young lady intended to do with so many needles. They had been gathering dust in the shop for nearly half a year, seldom purchased except by apothecaries. Ultimately, he sold all the silver needles to Mu Fengyan, though he remained curious about her intentions. After paying and leaving a deposit for the fee and darts, Mu Fengyan exited the craft shop, contemplating lingering a while longer before heading to the Regent's residence for some chicken soup. On the second floor of a tea house, a young master exclaimed, "Young master, look, there's a stunning beauty on the street." Chapter 78. I say, Fatty, which family are you from? The young master was the legitimate son of the Duke of Sun, younger than the other illegitimate sons, and the only legitimate heir at the tender age of 20. Though he had yet to marry, he had already accumulated many concubines and favored maidens. Raised under the indulgence of the matriarch and the Duke's wife, he had developed a haughty and unruly disposition. As the young master followed the direction indicated by the servant, he caught sight of Mu Fengyan leisurely strolling toward the tea house. His eyes lit up. She was indeed a remarkable beauty, albeit somewhat young. However, he thought to himself that with a year or two of nurturing in his residence, she would blossom into a graceful lady. The young master gazed at Mu Fengyan, increasingly captivated by her beauty, realizing that none of his concubines could compare. If he waited a few years, she would certainly be an unparalleled beauty. He resolved to claim her for himself. Turning to the sycophantic servant beside him, he affirmed, "When we return, I will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, young master." The young master, impatient, urged, "Let us go and inquire about which family that young lady belongs to." Mu Fengyan sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon her. Spotting a servant above, she chose to ignore it. She intended to enter the rouge shop when, suddenly, she found herself confronted by a mountain. Stepping back, she finally discerned the figure, an enormous man, likely weighing around 200 pounds. Bai Ji and Gue Ji immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Mu Fengyan upon seeing the unwelcome figure. Bai Ji stepped forward, stating, "Excuse me, sir, please step aside. You are blocking my lady's path." Mu Fengyan nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, such a large figure was obstructing the way. "How dare you speak to me like that? Little maid, do you know who my young master is?" "I do not care who your young master is. Blocking my lady's path is unacceptable," Bai Ji retorted angrily. "Oh, a fiery little one. My young master favors spirited types like you. You are rather charming. Why not become one of his concubines?" The servant said, grinning at the young master. The young master scrutinized Bai Ji, contemplating her appeal before declaring, "I could take her as a concubine, but I'm far more interested in the young lady behind her." Bai Ji's face flushed in anger at his words, and Gue Ji stepped forward, indignantly stating it. "A colossal pig dare to covet my lady? Do you even know who she is? Does a creature like you have the audacity to think about her?" Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow as she listened from behind. The reason she stood back was to assess the combat capabilities of the two young girls. If they simply chose to endure without resistance, it would not align with her character as a maid of Mu Fengyan. If they failed to meet her expectations, she would certainly consider replacing them. At present, they seemed adequate, although Bai Ji required further training, particularly in developing a thicker skin. The faces of the young master and the servant paled simultaneously. The young master detested being compared to a rotund pig. His grandmother and mother often remarked that being plump was a sign of good fortune. The young master, enraged, declared, "Truly ungrateful. It seems I've been too lenient with you all." He commanded the servants following him, "Bind these three and take them back to the Duke's residence. I shall teach them how to speak properly." The servants, upon receiving their orders, moved to capture them. Bai Ji and Gue Ji felt a tinge of fear, yet they stood resolutely before Mu Fengyan. Bai Ji anxiously urged, "Miss, we will hold them off. You must flee." Mu Fengyan was quite satisfied with their performance today, as they were unaware of their own martial prowess. As the servants drew nearer, along with the leering young master and the servant with a smug expression, Mu Fengyan stepped forward and said, "Hold on. She emerged from behind the two young girls, causing Bai Ji and Gue Ji to look on in concern, uncertain why their mistress had suddenly stepped out. The young master, feeling triumphant, asked, "Have you come to your senses, little beauty? Fear not. I treat beautiful ladies with great care. As long as you follow me, you shall never be wronged." Ignoring his words, Mu Fengyan inquired, "Tell me, chubby, which family do you belong to? How dare you call anyone chubby?" The young master kicked the servant aside. "Leave. I am conversing with the beauty. You have no place here." He then turned back to Mu Fengyan with a broad smile. "Miss, I am the young master of the Duke's residence, destined to become the Duke. Once you are with me, you will be the envy of all as the Duke's wife." Mu Fengyan regarded the greasy visage of the young master with a bemused smile. Did he think she was naive enough to fall for his charm? Moreover, if she were truly a lady of common family, how could the Duke's household tolerate such antics? The notion of becoming the Duke's wife amused her. She resolved to visit the Duke's residence that very night. Hearing her words, the young master became even more delighted. "Beauty, you must keep your word. I will await your arrival, and I shall ensure the back door is left open for you. The Duke's residence is easy to find, just behind the Prime Minister's estate. You know it, right? Mu Fengyan is evident. I am aware. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise. We have a deal." She turned to Bai Ji and Gue Ji. "Let's depart." Casting one last glance at the lecherous, greasy face of the young master, she turned and walked away. The young master stood mesmerized by the beauty's smile. Rooted in place, the servant hurriedly approached. "Young master, are we truly letting them go? What, they do not come?" The young master, brimming with confidence, replied, "I can see the interest in the beauty's eyes. What woman would not covet my status? This little beauty is no exception. Have no fear. She will undoubtedly come tonight. And remember to leave the back door unlocked." "Understood, young master. I shall remember, as your charm is undeniable. A figure as striking and extraordinary as yours will surely attract even the most beautiful of women." The young master basked in the flattery, feeling quite pleased with himself. After the recent altercation, Mu Fengyan lost all desire to stroll through the streets and returned promptly to her carriage, hastening toward the Regent's residence. She was eager to enjoy her chicken soup and had no time to waste conversing with a pig-headed fellow. Chapter 79. Are you hungry, Yenu? At the Regent's residence, Yili Ju, engrossed in official duties, had lost count of how many times he glanced outside. Is Qing Feng asleep? Why hasn't he reported Yen Er's arrival yet? Mu Fengyan had yet to arrive, but Dongfang Xian had come to deliver news. Yili Ju felt a surge of hope upon sensing someone entering the study, only to return to his paperwork upon recognizing the visitor. Dongfang Xian entered without hesitation, catching a glimpse of the joy in Yili Ju's eyes, but he missed the fleeting look of disappointment when the latter lowered his gaze. Dongfang Xian felt touched. Does the prince miss me that much? It's rare to see such a joyful expression from him after just a few days apart. He marveled at the rare display of emotion from the usually stoic regent. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will manage these affairs diligently and protect them well. Our Qilin army will remain safe and sound." Yili Ju glanced up briefly at Dongfang Xian, but chose to ignore him, returning to his duties. Dongfang Xian, feeling somewhat deflated, thought, "I expected to see the prince's joyful expression again, yet he remains as cold as ever. Your Highness, I rushed here on horseback and have not yet dined. Since it's nearly noon, could we have an early lunch at the palace today?" Finally, Yili Ju raised his head. "There is no meal prepared for you today. You may dine at an inn and return afterward." Dongfang Xian was taken aback. "After dining, I shall stroll a bit before returning, but I enjoy listening to music. I thought we could share a meal together." The large palace had no meal prepared for him. This had never happened before. Furthermore, he could smell the rich aroma of chicken soup wafting through the palace. Surely there was enough for at least a small bowl for him? Before he could ponder further, Qing Feng announced, "Your Highness, Miss Mu has arrived." Without waiting for the prince's intentions, Dongfang Xian hurriedly approached Qing Feng. "Is it Miss Mu from the Prime Minister's residence? Your future princess?" Qing Feng, bemused by Dongfang Xian's unexpected excitement, nodded earnestly. Dongfang Xian grasped the situation. "Ah, the prince intends to dine with his future princess. No wonder he sent me away. Am I really such an inconvenience?" Yili Ju immediately set down the documents and strode toward the exit. Dongfang Xian followed eagerly, eager to catch a glimpse of the princess who had captured the prince's favor. Yili Ju turned to cast a glance back at Dongfang Xian, his expression clear. Why was he still lingering? Dongfang Xian's heart sank. He felt as if his long-standing friendship with the prince was crumbling. Before Yi Ju could utter a word, Mu Fengyan's carriage came to a halt not far from the study, having been personally escorted by Qin Yun. Qin Yun promptly alighted, respectfully announcing, "Miss Mu, we have arrived." Mu Fengyan, having dozed off slightly during the bumpy ride, finally woke up to find they had reached their destination. Once the carriage came to a stop, Bai Ji and Gui Ji quickly jumped down, one holding the curtain while the other assisted their mistress in alighting. Using Bai Ji's hand for support, Mu Fengyan gracefully descended, stretching her limbs to shake off the fatigue. Yi Ju, disregarding Dongfang Xian, hastened to her side and inquired, Are you hungry?" Inhaling the rich scent of chicken soup in the air, Mu Fengyan felt her stomach rumble, realizing she was indeed famished. "Yi Ju, I could smell the chicken soup the moment I entered the residence. It smells perfect. It seems I arrived just in time." With a gentle tone, Yi Ju replied, "Since you are hungry, let us hasten to lunch." Observing this scene, Dongfang Xian stood in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What had he just heard? Miss Mu directly called the prince by his given name, which was quite astonishing. The expression and tone the prince directed towards Miss Mu were unlike anything he had witnessed in their years of collaboration. Could it be that the prince had been switched with someone else? Qin Feng, observing Dongfang Xian's bewildered expression, shot him a scornful glance, implying that this was merely the beginning. More shocking events awaited him. When Mu Fengyan turned her head, she noticed another figure in the courtyard, adorned in luxurious attire, a handsome man in a white robe. Yet, he paled in comparison to Yi Ju. Although they appear to be of similar age, his expression was puzzling. Why was he staring so wide-eyed? Was she truly that terrifying? She glanced down at her own elegant outfit, feeling quite presentable. At that moment, Dongfang Xian regained his composure and hurried to Mu Fengyan, introducing himself as a friend of the prince. The mention of princess instantly delighted Yi Ju. Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow at Dongfang Xian, surprised to learn that the prince had friends. She promptly replied, "I am Mu Fengyan. As the prince and I are not yet wed, please refer to me as Miss Mu." "Very well, Miss Mu. I shall remember that," Dongfang Xian responded. Yi Ju, noticing that the young princess's attention was fixated on Dongfang Xian, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Didn't you have matters to attend to? You should leave now." Dongfang Xian was taken aback. Did he have something to deal with? He was unaware of it. Qin Yun quickly understood the prince's intent and approached Dongfang Xian. "Allow me to escort you, young Master Dongfang." Thus, Dongfang Xian was dragged away by Qin Yun, utterly perplexed. Yi Ju cast an appreciative glance at Qin Yun before turning to Mu Fengyan. "Let's retreat to my study. It is warm inside." "All right," she replied. Yi Ju glanced at Qin Feng. With great insight, led the two maidservants away. Upon entering the study, Mu Fengyan was enveloped in warmth. She removed her thick cloak, which Yi Ju took and draped over a wooden rack by the door, specifically designed for garments. Meanwhile, a now-aware Dongfang Xian felt a chill in his heart. The prince had found a princess and no longer needed a friend. He was not even allowed to partake in a meal. Qin Yun, observing Dongfang Xian's despondency, suggested, "Why not join the kitchen for a bite to eat? Of course, you must refrain from the chicken soup that is specially prepared for the future princess. Also, the new dishes crafted by the chef are off-limits, as they are tailored for the princess." Dongfang Xian glared at Qin Yun, feeling the sting of his words. "I shall not eat. I am already full from your insults." With that, he stormed out of the prince's residence, seeking solace in some light music to mend his wounded spirit. Qin Yun, confused by Dongfang Xian's outrage, thought, wasn't there plenty of other food? In the study, Mu Fengyan surveyed the table laden with dishes and felt her mouth twitch. Would they truly finish such an abundance of food? Yi Ju, there seems to be quite a lot of dishes. We cannot possibly eat all of this. It matters not. Consume as much as you wish, Yenner. The dishes before you are new creations from the palace chef. Do sample them, and see if they please your palate. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled as she examined the dishes, recognizing one that resembled the famed West Lake vinegar fish from her past life. Next to it lay powdered steamed pork, longjing shrimp, and braised pork that resembled dompa pork, albeit with a different flair. The aroma of the chicken soup alone made her mouth water, and the exquisite array of dishes only intensified her appetite. Yi Ju observed the glimmer in her eyes and the way her mouth nearly watered, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Go ahead, eat." Eagerly, Mu Fengyan picked up a spoon to taste the chicken soup, while Yi Lijue used his chopsticks to serve her some appetizers. Start with these appetizers before moving on to the main dishes. She nodded, too engrossed in the delicious chicken soup, freshly served and delightful. After savoring the appetizers he had offered, she eagerly reached for the other dishes, relishing each bite. The flavors were rich and delectable, stirring a desire within her to have the chef accompany her to her estate to prepare meals daily. Yet, she hesitated, knowing it might hurt Aunt Han's feelings, as she was one of her mother's few cherished acquaintances. Yi Lijue, noticing her expression, reassured her, "After our marriage, I shall ensure the kitchen prepares your favorite dishes every day." Her eyes brightened at the thought, realizing she would indeed be marrying Yi Lijue. But then she pondered if he was merely trying to hurry her into marriage. Humph. She dismissed the thought and continued to focus on her meal. Yi Lijue, sensing her reluctance to engage, continued, "Whenever you wish for something, simply inform me in advance, and I shall have it prepared." Finally, Mu Fengyan looked up, nodding in agreement. To express her gratitude, she served him some of the dishes from her plate. However, she felt a wave of embarrassment upon realizing she had used her own chopsticks. Just as she considered asking for a new bowl, Yi Lijue picked up the food with her chopsticks and began eating. Oh dear, those were the chopsticks she had used. Well, she thought, as she hastily buried her face into her rice bowl, her flushed cheeks betraying her inner turmoil. Yi Lijue, watching her bury her face in the bowl, his amusement deepening, advised, "Yinner, take your time. Remember to drink the chicken soup. It will cool if you do not." "I know, you eat yours," she hurriedly replied. Eventually, they finished their lunch amidst her embarrassment. After Qing Feng cleared the table, he brought a pot of tea. Yi Lijue poured a cup for both Mu Fengyan and himself. Qing Feng had grown accustomed to this routine. It would be strange if the prince did not serve tea to his future princess. Mu Fengyan retrieved a vial of antidote from her sleeve and handed it to Yi Lijue. "This is the antidote I prepared for you. Take one pill daily, and in 3 days, the poison will be fully resolved." Qing Feng listened with bated breath, exclaiming, "Princess, is that true? Will the prince truly recover?" Mu Fengyan nodded. "Prince, this is wonderful news. You shall no longer suffer from the poison. I am overjoyed. Thank you, princess," Qing Feng exclaimed, rushing to kneel before Mu Fengyan, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude. "From now on, you are my master. I shall follow your every command." Mu Fengyan, witnessing Qing Feng's emotional outburst, felt a mix of emotions. She understood his gratitude, having seen similar expressions from those she had healed in her past life. Yet, none had suffered as greatly as Yi Lijue. The news of the antidote seemed to leave him indifferent, as though he had grown accustomed to the torment of the poison over the years. While she felt elated that she could relieve Yi Lijue's suffering so swiftly, she knew it was only possible due to the infusion of spirit spring water. "Thank you, Yinner," Yi Lijue said, his unspoken words lingering in the air. "Thank you for appearing in my life and rescuing me from the depths of darkness." Mu Fengyan, feeling the warmth of his gaze, found herself flustered and quickly replied, "There is no need for such formality. I shall simply dine at your residence more often." To her surprise, Yi Lijue's gaze softened even further, a smile lighting up his face. "Very well," Mu Fengyan pondered. Had she inadvertently dug a pit for herself? She glanced at the tearful Qing Feng before shifting her gaze to the composed Yi Lijue. One might mistakenly believe that it was Qing Feng who had undergone detoxification, given his current state of distress. Yi Lijue remarked calmly, "Qing Feng, you may take your leave now." "Yes, your highness, I shall depart at once." After bowing to Mu Fengyan, he hurriedly rose, eager to share the good news with Qingyan. Mu Fengyan thought, why bow once more before leaving? She then inquired, "Yi Lijue, I heard from my mother that there will be a palace banquet next month." Indeed, a palace banquet is held every year during the festive season. Although Mu Fengyan was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of such a banquet, she could surmise its nature, a series of monotonous royal gatherings. "Yinner, if you wish not to attend, you are not obliged. You are now the future princess consort of this prince. No one would dare to object. But you mentioned future princess consort. We are not yet wed. Even so, there will be those who gossip, and my mother would certainly disapprove. Then, Yinner, you may marry me first, and once you come of age, we shall consummate our union." Mu Fengyan was taken aback. Could it truly be this straightforward? Her cheeks flushed as she quickly declined. "That won't do. I must spend more time with my mother. You could bring your mother to reside in the Regency Prince's residence, ensuring you are never apart." Mu Fengyan widened her eyes at Yeleju, incredulous. Was he truly suggesting that a bride could bring her mother along? She regarded him with skepticism. Yeleju inwardly sighed. In his eagerness to wed the young princess consort, he felt his resolve waver as she continued to regard him with doubt. He had a premonition that she would only grow more exceptional and captivating, garnering attention from many, if he did not act swiftly to secure her in the royal residence. Would someone more distinguished capture her interest? My dear, starting tomorrow, I shall publish 2 chapters, and upon my return, I will release 3 more. Chapter 81. In this life, I shall marry only you. Yeleju gazed at Mu Fengyan with a sense of resignation. Inner, I speak nothing but the truth. Mu Fengyan was now convinced he was not from the future. Was he truly so eager to marry her? She contemplated. Yeleju, my mother would not approve, and I have yet to come of age. I shall wait for you. In a desperate attempt to change the subject, Mu Fengyan said, My mother insists that I will be invited to the palace banquet. Can she attend? Certainly. Did I not give you a token? With it, you may enter the palace without needing an invitation. Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow. Was the token truly so effective? She resolved to keep it safe. Yeleju continued. During the annual banquet, dignitaries from the other 3 kingdoms will extend their congratulations. This year, representatives from foreign royal families will be present. Royal family representatives? Yes. Princes and princesses from foreign lands. They wouldn't be here to arrange marriages, would they? Yeleju nodded. Indeed. It is a means of maintaining temporary peace among the 4 nations. Mu Fengyan understood. Temporary peace, if war were to break out. Would not the visiting princesses be the first casualties? She suddenly felt a surge of discomfort and asked, Yeleju, they won't be marrying you, will they? For reasons unknown. The thought of another woman marrying Yeleju unsettled her. Observing her discontent, Yeleju smirked. No, I shall marry only you in this lifetime. Upon hearing his words, Mu Fengyan felt inexplicably reassured. Yet, how much truth lay within his declaration? In an era where polygamy was the norm, could Yeleju truly remain steadfast? Yenner, I speak with sincerity. Mu Fengyan regarded Yeleju's earnest expression, deciding to place her trust in him, for such a declaration was not made lightly. She gleaned from him information about the other 3 kingdoms and the current state of affairs. In the imperial study, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, addressing the hidden guards. Have there been any updates regarding the Qi Huang sword? Your Majesty, we have yet to ascertain its whereabouts. The individual who obtained the sword vanished without a trace after that night. We have dispatched agents to investigate in the other 3 kingdoms. But there are no leads as of now. Do the other kingdoms possess knowledge of this matter? Yes, Your Majesty. In our inquiries, we encountered several factions secretly investigating the issue, yet none have uncovered any information. Very well. Continue your search and report any findings to me. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards swiftly exited. At that moment, a young eunuch announced, Your Majesty, the noble consort requests an audience. The emperor set aside the documents and replied, Admit her. Dressed in opulent palace attire, noble consort Li entered the study, greeting the emperor with a curtsy. This humble servant greets Your Majesty. Rise, my beloved consort. What brings you here? I learned that after court, Your Majesty has been preoccupied with state affairs. I feared you might tire, so I instructed a maid to prepare a nourishing supplement for you, hoping to ensure you rest and do not overexert yourself. My beloved consort is very considerate. The emperor glanced at Eunuch Wang, who understood the cue. Your Majesty, I shall bring it to you at once. Eunuch Wang presented the supplement, testing it with a silver needle before serving it to the emperor. Your Majesty, you have been reviewing documents for quite some time. Your hand must be weary. Allow me to serve you. That would be a great help, my beloved consort. Noble consort Li, pleased, brought the supplement closer, spooning it into the emperor's mouth. The flavor is delightful. You have put much thought into this. Your Majesty, it is merely my duty. Noticing the emperor's cheerful demeanor, noble consort Li continued, Your Majesty. With the festive season approaching in a month, I look forward to the lively palace banquet. Indeed, this year's festivities should surpass previous ones, as representatives from the other 3 kingdoms will attend, particularly the princesses from Shio and Nanan, along with the crown prince from Bailing. Noble consort Li cautiously inquired then, Your Majesty, does the arrival of foreign princesses and princes signify goodwill toward our Zixing kingdom, seeking to strengthen relations? Indeed, my beloved consort speaks wisely. This period is an opportune moment for royal unions. Your Majesty, you are the pillar of our Zixing kingdom, which stands strong and far surpasses the other three. The other kingdoms are merely acting according to your will. The emperor felt a swell of pride at her words. While our Zixing kingdom is indeed powerful, the other three are not to be underestimated. Your Majesty, I am no expert in matters of state. I only know that you are the mightiest emperor, the very essence of my world. Ha ha ha. Your words bring me great joy. Your eloquence is truly a delight. Observing the emperor's radiant smile, noble consort Li quickly remarked, Your Majesty, the third prince is already betrothed, yet the fourth prince Jun's matrimonial position remains vacant. The emperor contemplated that the fourth prince, Yeching Jun, was only a year younger than the third prince and had indeed reached marriageable age. At the banquet, let us see if any suitable daughters of ministers are present. If so, I shall arrange a marriage for Jun. I thank your Majesty on his behalf. Noble consort, li siga. The emperor, puzzled, asked my beloved consort why this sorrow. Your Majesty, should Jun develop an affection for a foreign princess at the banquet, what shall we do? I beseech you not to blame him. He is at an impetuous age, and should he fall for a foreign princess who does not reciprocate, it may provoke discord between our nations, and that would be Jun's fault. The emperor's expression changed instantly, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. The foreign princess had come with the intent of a political marriage. Which of his sons was lacking? It was not up to them to decide. Observing the furious emperor, Concubine Li quickly knelt, imploring, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. It is all my fault for provoking your wrath. The emperor, noticing Concubine Li's pale face, seemingly anxious from her misstep, felt a pang of compassion. He grasped her hand gently, urging her to rise. My beloved, do not fret. I'm not angry with you. If Juner has taken a liking to any princess, he may inform me, and I shall arrange the betrothal. Her eyes brimming with joy and admiration for the emperor. Concubine Li responded, Thank you, Your Majesty. Yunet avis surely be grateful. She recalled how he had visited her last time, reminding her to take good care of the emperor, as he was often burdened by state matters. The emperor's demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, Juner is a thoughtful child. My sons are all exemplary. They are not to be chosen by foreign princesses. Concubine Li lowered her head, concealing her pride. Before the emperor could speak further, a eunuch announced from the doorway, Your Majesty, Her Highness the Empress seeks an audience. Before the emperor could respond, Concubine Li interjected, Your Majesty, the Empress may have urgent matters to discuss. I shall take my leave. Very well, my beloved. I shall dine with you this evening, the emperor replied. Delighted, Concubine Li exclaimed, Your Majesty, I will prepare your favorite dishes and await you in Xianlin Palace. Good, you may retire now, the emperor instructed, and she bowed gracefully before departing with her maid and food box. Turning to eunuch Wang, the emperor ordered, Summon the empress. Outside the study, the empress, witnessing Concubine Li emerging in resplendent attire, felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, as the empress, she maintained a dignified composure. Concubine Li approached her, bowing. I have paid my respects to Her Highness the Empress. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall not disturb you further, Concubine Li replied before leaving with her maid. The Empress seethed inwardly, irritated by Concubine Li's audacity. Is it merely because her family boasts a renowned general? The Emperor has grown increasingly indulgent with her. Upon hearing the eunuch announce her presence, the Empress composed herself and entered the study. Glancing back at the retreating figure of Concubine Li, a smirk played on her lips. After all, she was seeking a foreign princess for Juner. She had heard whispers that the princess from Shio was the favored daughter of its emperor. If Juner were to marry her, his influence would rival that of the third prince. Once inside the study, the empress greeted the emperor and inquired, Your Majesty, has a date been set for the third prince's wedding? If so, I can have the Ministry of Rites begin preparations. The emperor cleared his throat. He had yet to relay the divination results from the imperial astronomer. Master Li had declared that the third prince could not marry this year, but must wait until the first snowfall of next year. Although the emperor had been displeased, Master Li had cautioned that marrying before then would bring misfortune. Master Li also mentioned unusual celestial signs and strange occurrences, such as the miraculous revival of Minister Mu's daughter, Mu Fengyan, the inexplicable disappearance of the Fire Phoenix sword, and the recent floods in the south. If we defy fate, it would spell disaster for the Zixing kingdom and for me, the emperor concluded decisively, opting to follow Master Li's counsel. Your Majesty, Master Li must have made an error. Are there truly no auspicious dates within this year? The empress pressed, her disbelief evident. Master Li is a disciple of Master Chun and possesses his true teachings. He would not err, the emperor assured her. But your Majesty, that is an excessively long wait. Do the other princes face the same fate? The birth charts of the other princes are different. This pertains specifically to the third prince and Miss Lu, he explained. The empress, growing anxious, protested. This cannot be allowed. It would mean the fourth prince could marry before the third. Perhaps we should consult Master Chen again. After all, he is Master Li's mentor, and surely the master is more reliable than the disciple, she suggested. The emperor, recalling Master Chen's unsteady gait, decided against it. No, I have made my decision. Return and await further news. But your Majesty, the empress, noting the emperor's rising irritation, suppressed her discontent and bowed. As you wish. Your Majesty, I shall return to the palace. Very well, you may take your leave, the emperor replied, watching her exit, troubled by her discontent. He too wished for his beloved son to marry soon, yet not at the cost of his own stability. Concubine Li always brought him solace. After finishing the documents, he would visit her in Xianlin Palace. Meanwhile, back in Fengyi Palace, the empress grew increasingly resentful, suspecting Miss Lu to be the source of her troubles. Why must her son wait so long for a wedding? It was just a marriage. Why could an auspicious date not be determined? Could it be that Miss Lu's astrological compatibility with her son was unfavorable? If so, would it not be prudent to consider another candidate? She had received news that princesses from both Shiyou and Nannan were set to arrive, their intentions clear, to forge alliances through marriage. The Shiyou princess was the emperor's favorite. If her son were to fall for her, the empress would need to devise a plan to ensure her son with the Shiyou princess first, leaving Miss Lu's fate to be determined later. Resolving this, she instructed her maid, have someone summon the third prince to the palace at once. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, your highness. I will convey your message immediately, the maid replied, hastening to comply. At the regent's residence, Mu Fengyan felt it was time to return to her courtyard. If she lingered too long, her mother would grow anxious. While walking, she caught a glimpse of a young lady boarding a carriage, but did not see her face. When she noticed the two maids accompanying her, she confirmed her suspicions. Doctor, Sun approached quickly, eager to ascertain the identity of the young lady. However, Qing Feng interposed, Dr. Sun, please step back. Be careful not to be struck by the carriage. After Mu Fengyan and her maids entered the carriage, Qing Yun glanced at the prince, receiving a subtle nod in return. As they departed swiftly, Mu Fengyan regretted not being able to bid farewell to Yi Li Jue. Dr. Sun, puzzled by the prince's unusual demeanor, inquired, Your Highness, may I ask who that young lady was? I have never seen you so concerned for any maiden before. Knight Li Jue shot a cold glance at Dr. Sunday. What? Must I report my affairs to you? That is not my intention. I merely express my concern for you and share in your happiness, Dr. Sun stammered. Mind your own business, Knight Li Jue warned, his voice stern. And heed my advice, be cautious of your words. Speak of matters that do not concern you at your peril. Dr. Sun felt a chill at the prince's fierce gaze, pondering what the prince might know. Had he discovered something? He broke into a cold sweat. After night, Li Ju issued his warning. He turned and returned to his study. Qing Feng observed the stunned Dr. Sun and inquired, Dr. Sun, what matter brings you to the prince? Chapter 83. Not even a small bowl of chicken soup to offer this prince and nothing. I merely wish to check the prince's pulse. Dr. Sun stammered. Then please take your leave, for the prince is currently occupied with official duties. Qing Feng replied curtly. Very well, Dr. Sun acquiesced. But who was that young lady earlier? Qing Feng cast a cold glance at Dr. Sun and said, Did you not hear the prince's words? There are questions that should remain unasked and remarks that should remain unspoken. Be wary, for trouble may arise from careless words, and you may not even know how it could lead to your demise. Why, yes, you are correct, Sir Qing Feng. It was my presumption. I shall return to brew medicine for the prince. Dr. Sun hurriedly departed. He had received a secret missive instructing him to ascertain who had entered the royal residence. Thus far, he had only seen a woman, and he was uncertain whether to disseminate this information. Qing Feng glared at Dr. Sun's retreating figure, contemplating how the physician seemed to eagerly wish for the prince's demise. Were it not for the physician's potential utility, he would have considered striking him down with a sword. After escorting Mu Fengyan to a location not far from the royal residence, Qin Yun instructed the coachman to return alone. He remained behind to deal with the individuals who had been secretly tailing them, ensuring the area was clear before returning to the palace. Upon his arrival at the entrance, he spotted young Master Dongfang, clad in white, with his dark hair elegantly styled into a neat topknot, adorned with a delicate white jade hairpin. From a distance, he appeared the epitome of a handsome gentleman, though he paled in comparison to his prince. Holding a jade fan, he approached the palace with a graceful demeanor, his expression markedly brighter than before, as though he had cast off earlier sadness. However, in the biting cold, he still fanned himself. Did he not feel the chill? Young Master Dongfang, you have returned? Indeed, I spent the afternoon listening to delightful melodies, and my heart is quite jubilant. Has your future princess departed? She has already left. Ah, your prince is truly forgetful of friendship in the face of beauty. After all our years of camaraderie, not even a small bowl of chicken soup was offered to me. Young Master Dongfang, you misunderstand our prince. It was not that he refused you, but rather that it was specifically prepared for the future princess, as he instructed the kitchen to make arrangements last night. Dongfang Xian pondered this, while the reasoning seemed sound. Something felt amiss. Perhaps it was merely his late arrival that had led to the oversight. Then next time, I shall come earlier. Yes, if you arrive sooner. The prince will surely remind the kitchen in advance. See, I knew the prince could not be so forgetful of friendship. Our bond spans many years, does it not? Indeed, indeed. Now, I have matters to discuss with your prince. Initially, I had no intention of revealing them, but I suppose I shall share them now. After stating this, Dongfang Xian strode confidently into the palace. Qin Yun smiled to himself, amused at how easily Dongfang Xian had become entangled in his previous remarks. Dongfang Xian quickly entered Knight Li Ju's study, pushed the door open, and sat directly opposite the prince's desk. Without looking up, Knight Li Ju remarked, Dongfang Xian, might you consider knocking next time? Have I not always done so? Besides, there are no secrets in your study. Are you hiding a beauty within? Dongfang Xian jested. Knight Li Ju finally raised his gaze, his voice calm. Is there something you require? Ah, you're truly dull. I was merely jesting. One wonders how your little princess endures your icy demeanor. As Dongfang Xian noted Knight Li Ju's increasingly frigid expression, he conceded, all right, I shall refrain from jesting. I am here to inform you of something. Knight Li Ju continued to peruse the documents in hand, well aware that once Dongfang Xian felt compelled to speak, he would do so without restraint. Are you not curious about what I wish to convey? How tiresome. Very well, I shall share it. It concerns your little princess. Finally, Knight Li Ju looked up at Dongfang Xian, intrigued. Dongfang Xian continued, I have received reliable information that the crown prince of Bailing has come to Zixing Kingdom, partly out of curiosity regarding Miss Mu's miraculous revival, and also because he has learned of the emperor's betrothal of her to you. The prince is well aware of the long-standing enmity between you and the Bailing crown prince, as skirmishes along the border have frequently required your leadership to repel them. The Bailing crown prince harbors intense hatred towards you. And what does this have to do with my little princess? Knight Li Ju inquired. You are aware that the Bailing crown prince is quite exceptional in many respects. I fear that should he encounter defeat on the battlefield, he may seek to ensnare your little princess's affections, thereby turning you into a laughingstock throughout Zixing Kingdom. Knight Li Ju considered the possibility that Yenner might not regard him highly, especially in comparison to the Bailing crown prince, who was inferior in both appearance and other aspects. Would she not be inclined to retaliate if angered, perhaps even offering him poison? The lessons learned from a prime minister's household were all too clear. He had heard that the very person who had bullied her mother now suffered the most, his visage marred by festering sores that repulsed even the maids. Indeed, it could be quite dire. Yes, Prince, your illustrious reputation would be tarnished, which is indeed tragic. I meant to say that the Bailing crown prince would likely suffer greatly, perhaps even meet a woeful end. Dongfang Xian was at a loss for words. What do you mean, Prince? I fail to comprehend. Have I missed something? I must seek clarification from Qin Feng. Ah, he has another motive as well. He wishes to ascertain whether the Qihong sword has truly been drawn. It is said that the one who possesses the Qihong sword is an unparalleled martial artist, elusive and deadly. Since acquiring the sword, he has vanished without a trace. Do you know who has taken the Qihong sword? Not at all. Even you do not know? It appears this individual's martial prowess surpasses yours. No wonder the other three nations are also in pursuit of him. Whichever nation secures his allegiance will gain a formidable ally. Knightly Ju's expression turned icy at the thought of the three nations pursuing the Qihong sword. Fortunately, he and Yin'er had departed swiftly that day, for had others learned of their whereabouts, the consequences might have been dire. Prince, it seems a foreign princess is also arriving, likely for a potential marriage alliance. Do you think the emperor will betroth you to a princess? Dong Fengyan asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Knightly Ju cast a dismissive glance at Dong Fengyan. No, the emperor is not so foolish. He would rather see me dead than bestow any advantage upon me. That princess will most likely be wed to a prince. Dong Fengyan, feeling slighted by Knightly Ju's condescension, found the conversation dull. Was he not merely jesting? Why take it so seriously? They then discussed various matters concerning other nations. Chapter 84. Yet why is the second miss dressed as a maid? As night deepened, Mu Fengyan gazed out at the pitch-black sky, where one could hardly see a hand in front of oneself. She had dismissed the maids for the night, instructing them not to disturb her. Donning her night attire, she opened the window and, with a nimble leap, flew out. After a period of practice within her spatial realm, her lightness of body had reached an extraordinary level. This particular skill had been her most devoted pursuit, not for any other reason than the principle of fleeing swiftly when outmatched, preserving her own life. The spatial realm was her ultimate trump card, and she could not afford to expose it recklessly. In a series of agile movements, she arrived at a secluded corner of the Prime Minister's residence. Strange. Why could she no longer sense the presence of those two skilled individuals? Had they concealed their auras? Unable to detect their positions, she deliberately released a hint of her own energy. After a considerable wait, the presence of skilled individuals near the Prime Minister's study remains elusive. Could it be that the study is vacant, prompting the shadow guards to disperse? Regardless, the absence of people facilitates her intentions, for the other shadow guards nurtured by the Prime Minister possess lesser martial prowess than her own. Since she has arrived, it is prudent to ascertain the nature of the Prime Minister's activities over the past few days. Why is the grandmother's blessing courtyard so brightly lit, concealed among the trees? She peered down and was nearly startled from her perch by the astonishing sight below. What did she witness? The grandmother was laid in the center of a fire circle, surrounded by several oddly attired individuals who were leaping and dancing around the flames, seemingly not intent on harming her. Their murmurs were cryptic. Unearthed Liman, garbed in an outfit reminiscent of a Taoist priest, yet lacking the full semblance, belonged to an unfamiliar sect that she could not identify despite her extensive observations. After some contemplation, she discerned they were attempting to exorcise evil spirits. Did the Prime Minister believe the grandmother was possessed by malevolent entities? She gazed at the grandmother within the fire circle, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Why were silver needles inserted into each of the grandmother's fingers? Good heavens! The mere sight of it caused her own fingers to ache. Murmuring to herself, she had merely thought the grandmother's age had led to poor sleep and that she needed rest, never imagining the extent of this torment. Now, the old lady appeared gaunt, almost skeletal. If this continued, would she not be driven to her grave? Calculating the passage of time, she reasoned that the grandmother ought to awaken by tomorrow. If not, awakening was imperative given the severity of her ordeal. For now, she would have to endure another night of discomfort. She made her way back to the vicinity of the study, nimbly ascending to the rooftop. With delicate precision, she lifted a tile, and upon doing so, was met with a heavy scent that compelled her to cover her nose and mouth. Peering inside, she found Prime Minister Mu sprawled across his bed. It was no wonder he allowed those individuals to torment the grandmother. He was indisposed. The Prime Minister was engaged in discussions with the elderly servant, Uncle Wang, regarding matters of the household, which held no interest for her, prompting her to depart swiftly, primarily due to the unpleasant aroma. With several agile leaps, she arrived at the rooftop of the second madam's quarters. Lifting another tile to peer inside, she nearly burst into laughter at the sight before her. The second madam's face was festooned with an alarming number of pus-filled sores, while her attendant, Xiao Chui, appeared pale, clearly struggling against overwhelming nausea as she assisted with the cleaning. Observing the room's furnishings, it became evident that the maidservant's belongings had been repurposed for temporary use. Mother, what on earth is happening to our faces? She raised an eyebrow, suddenly noticing another figure in the room. She had focused solely on the second madam, but had overlooked the presence of the second miss, who was inexplicably donned in maidservant attire. It made sense. The second Mrs. belongings had all been confiscated. And how could our household be in such disarray? Mother, I am renowned in the purple holy kingdom as the fourth beauty, possessing both grace and beauty, destined to marry the third prince. How can I face the world in this state? Swear, do not fret. I have already notified your uncle to seek out a renowned physician, the mother replied. Mother, does the regent's residence not have a renowned doctor named Sun? Have uncle look for him. I cannot bear to have pus oozing from my face. I want to regain my former beauty, to don elegant garments once more, and I refuse to wear maidservants' clothes any longer. Swear, do not cry. Your mother will find a way. At this moment, the maidservant beside Mu Fengyan could no longer contain herself, and upon the second Mrs. weeping, yellow pus mixed with tears streamed down her face, eliciting a wave of nausea from the maidservant, who quickly covered her mouth and retched upon witnessing the scene. Mu Fengyan, infuriated, exclaimed, "You wretched maid! How dare you vomit in front of me? Do you wish to be beaten to death?" "I am sorry, second miss. It is entirely my fault. I will clean it up immediately." "Swear, why are you arguing with a maidservant? This is not the time for anger." Mu Fengyan felt a surge of despair. She longed to return to her former beauty, and the more she thought about it, the more distressed she became, leading her to weep uncontrollably. The second madam, observing her daughter's condition, felt discomfort as well, admonishing her, "Cease your tears at once. If you continue to cry, you may ruin your face even further." Startled, Mu Fengyan promptly silenced herself, and then, fueled by indignation, she declared, "Mother, it is all that detestable Mu Fengyan's doing. Ever since her return, our household has known no peace. She is a harbinger of calamity, causing father to be punished by the emperor, grandmother to remain unconscious, and our faces to be disfigured. It is all her fault. Things were peaceful until she returned. Why must she come back when all was well before?" The second madam pondered deeply, realizing that the changes in their household indeed coincided with Mu Fengyan's return. "This cannot continue. I must speak with the prime minister about this matter. And mother, father has sold 20 concubines to the Zuehong courtyard. It should have been a joyous occasion. Yet look at our current plight. How can we find joy in this?" Mu Fengyan was taken aback. The prime minister's audacity was remarkable. She had heard of selling maidservants, but had never before encountered the notion of selling concubines. The prime minister's ideas were indeed unconventional. Observing the two women within the room and the suffering maidservant, a smirk crept upon her lips. Let them wallow in their discomfort for a while longer. After departing the prime minister's residence, she lightly touched her toes to the ground, employing her lightness technique to swiftly arrive at the estate of the Duke of Sun, as indicated by the rotund man. Chapter 85. From the entrance to the end, Mu Fengyan, wary of misdirection, took the precaution of circling to the front entrance to examine the plaque inscribed with Duke's residence. Indeed, this was the correct place. With a light touch of her toes, she leveraged the strength of the rooftop to leap into the branches of a large tree, providing a clear view of the Duke's estate. Aside from one well-lit area, there was another heavily guarded section, likely the study or storeroom. It was evident that the brightly lit courtyard belonged to the young Duke. Mu Fengyan's primary objective was to locate the storeroom, cautious of hidden masters lurking in the shadows, akin to those in the prime minister's estate. It would be quite embarrassing to be captured without her awareness. Observing the courtyard beneath the large tree, she deduced that it was a maidservant's quarters, given the drying garments hanging out to air. Her mind raced. Since stealthy observation was not an option, she would approach the situation openly. Utilizing the cover of her surroundings and her swift movements, she descended into the courtyard. Reaching out, she felt the fabric of a garment, only to discover it was frozen stiff. How could she wear that? Grasping another piece, she found it dry and devoid of any scent, having been aired for some time. Quickly donning it over her own attire, she adjusted her hair and applied a simple touch of makeup. In the dark of night, her true identity would remain concealed. She transformed into the very image of a maidservant. Thus, Mu Fengyan strolled confidently through the Duke's estate. When encountering other maidservants, she lowered her head and bent slightly, embodying the essence of humility. Once they passed, she straightened her posture and hastened towards the area swarming with shadow guards. As she neared her destination, a sudden authoritative shout halted her. "Halt! What are you doing?" Mu Fengyan glanced at the gatekeeper, lowering her head and feigning fear. In a soft voice, she replied, "Sir, I am a newly arrived maidservant. My mistress sent me to the kitchen for provisions, but I seem to have lost my way." The gatekeeper, upon seeing the frightened maidservant, seemed to understand. Such occurrences were not uncommon. New maidservants often struggled to find their way, especially after dark. You should return. You are in the wrong place. Ask someone for directions. Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire as to where I am? To avoid similar mistakes in the future? This is a crucial storage area, not a place for a mere servant like you to wander. Furthermore, as a servant, you should refer to yourself as a maidservant. Thank you, young master, I understand. Mu Fengyan hastily departed from the scene, correctly surmising that this was indeed a storeroom. However, she pondered the reason behind the presence of so many hidden guards. Unbeknownst to her, the inexplicable thefts occurring within the residence of the Prime Minister had instilled fear among other ministers regarding potential thefts, prompting the deployment of most of the hidden guards to guard the storeroom. As Mu Fengyan contemplated how to divert some of the hidden guards, she also wondered about the number of skilled individuals lurking in the shadows. Frustration mounted within her. Enhancing her martial prowess had become an urgent necessity, lest she inadvertently expose those experts hiding in the dark. She recalled that the study was also a significant location within the estate. Since she had ventured into the storeroom, it was likely that the study would be less guarded. She devised a plan to set fire to a tree adjacent to the study, intending to lure the hidden guards away. She was a person of clear loyalties and grievances and would not recklessly ignite the Duke's study. At most, she would merely tidy up the storeroom, which undoubtedly contained valuable items, considering how well-fed the young master had become. Dressed as a maidservant, Mu Fengyan began to wander the Duke's estate in search of the study's location. With the enthusiastic guidance of other maidservants, she finally located the study. Assessing the surroundings, she noted a scarcity of hidden guards. Finding a large tree closest to the study, she extracted some white phosphorus from her spatial storage. This substance, which she had previously extracted during her leisure time in her past life, was intended for use as smoke bombs and incendiary devices. Now, it would serve a different purpose. Mu Fengyan piled the white phosphorus beneath the tree, sprinkling some on its branches. Given the low temperature, the phosphorus would not ignite spontaneously. Its advantage lay in its ability to produce copious smoke, which would mislead onlookers into believing a significant fire had erupted. This was precisely the effect she desired. A mere wisp of smoke would not attract the attention of the experts hidden in the shadows. After igniting the white phosphorus, Mu Fengyan swiftly concealed herself and dashed towards the storeroom. As anticipated, the smoke drew the attention of the hidden guards, and several skilled individuals hastened toward the study. Although a few remained, their focus wavered, allowing her to slip past the maidservant who had just returned to the storeroom. The gatekeeper, noticing the same maidservant had returned, questioned her with dissatisfaction. Why has this new maidservant returned? Did I not inform you that this is a storeroom, a place where one cannot wander freely? Flustered, Mu Fengyan replied, Oh dear, young master, I returned because of the fire over there. I intended to inform the master. Upon hearing about the fire, the young servant grew anxious. Where's the fire? I don't know, but the other maidservant said it was at the study. The study is on fire? I must hurry to assist. The study is the most important place in the Duke's estate. Then, young master, you should go quickly. I shall rest for a moment. I am too exhausted to run further. The young servant paid her no further mind and rushed away. Watching him retreat, Mu Fengyan smirked with satisfaction. Glancing at the storeroom's heavy lock, she grasped the fine thread and was about to unlock it when she heard the hurried footsteps of the young servant returning. She quickly turned, wondering if he had noticed something amiss. The young servant, panting, approached her and said, By the way, you new maidservant, I forgot to mention something earlier. You must refer to yourself as a maidservant, not as I or my. Do you understand? With that, he hurried off again. Mu Fengyan nodded blankly, cursing internally as she watched him disappear. She could not afford to dawdle. She had managed to secure a precious moment. In just 2 seconds, she unlocked the heavy door and rushed into the storeroom. Without pausing to examine the contents, she began collecting items immediately, moving steadily to the back. After casting a quick glance with her lantern, she confirmed that she had gathered everything of value. Hearing the young servant's footsteps returning, she swiftly exited the storeroom, securing the door behind her. Just as she placed the lock, the young servant returned. What are you doing at the storeroom door? Turning to face him, Mu Fengyan replied, Young master, I was merely inspecting the lock. It was too dark, and I wanted to ensure it was secure to prevent any thieves from entering. I shook it, and indeed, it is secure. See? She rattled the lock and forcefully secured it. This is, of course, the most secure lock, crafted specifically for the Duke by a locksmith, he asserted. Mu Fengyan, momentarily taken aback, thought to herself, could it be that the locksmith is the same as the one who crafted the lock for the Prime Minister's residence? The similarity is striking. Young master, you may continue with your duties. I must find the master, she said, making her exit. Go on in. A new maidservant should not wander around the estate. I have told you many times that maidservants must refer to themselves as maidservants. Ignoring the gatekeeper's incessant chatter, Mu Fengyan swiftly left the storeroom and ambled toward a nearby courtyard. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her. Her foray had taken only a few minutes. Hey, you there, stop. Mu Fengyan continued onward. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep walking? Only then did she realize the call was directed at her. She turned and bowed her head in silence. You must be new here, completely unaware of the rules. Hurry and deliver this plate of pastries to the young master. He is hungry and anxious to eat. The headmaid placed the tray in Mu Fengyan's hands and hurried off to attend to other matters. The young master had requested a tonic as well, and she needed to check on its preparation. As Mu Fengyan examined the pastries in her hands, she began to understand why the young master had become so portly. Eating such sweet delicacies so late at night would surely contribute to weight gain. Perhaps, considering her earlier exploits, she could do the young master a good turn. Given his corpulence, he was at risk of illness. Thus, she casually retrieved a potent laxative from her spatial storage and sprinkled it atop the most prominent piece of cake. Within 3 days, he would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. After all, her intentions were for his well-being. At the Regent's palace, Qing Feng was reporting an unusual occurrence observed by a hidden guard. My lord, a hidden guard has informed me that a tree beside the Duke's study caught fire. The flames were peculiar. They were not large, but the smoke was substantial. Knight Li Jue, engrossed in reviewing official documents, paused upon hearing this, inexplicably reminded of his little princess. Very well, I understand. You may leave. After Qing Feng departed, Knight Li Jue swiftly exited the study, employing light-footed techniques to reach the courtyard. Upon arriving at Mu Fengyan's window, he sensed no presence inside. Gently pushing open the window, he scanned the room, confirming her absence. Closing the window quietly, he smirked, lightly tapping his toes, and swiftly made his way toward the Duke's estate. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan, carrying the pastries, stood outside the young master's door. As she approached, she heard a familiar voice. Where are my snacks? Why are they not here yet? Are the maidservants today all so slow? Young master, please be patient. I will go urge them, a young servant replied. And what time is it? Why hasn't Tea the Beauty arrived? Did you remind the gatekeeper to allow her entry if a beautiful girl appears? Yes, young master, I have arranged everything. Perhaps the lady is too shy to come so early. That makes sense. I shall wait a little longer. The young master glanced at the obsequious servant and barked. What are you standing there for? Go check if my food has arrived. Do you wish to starve me? Yes, young master, I will go at once. Before the young servant had even exited the room, Mu Fengyan had already taken the time to adorn her face. The moment the servant stepped out, he was met with the sight of a maid, her head bowed in modesty. What's the matter with you, maid? The young master is hungry. Hurry and bring the food inside. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Mu Fengyan hastily entered, carrying the food. The young master paid no heed to the maid. His eyes were solely fixed on the delicacies she held. Starving, he snatched the topmost pastry and devoured it swiftly, followed by a few sips of tea that brought him immense relief. After a moment, he finally looked up at the maid who had been holding the tray. Upon recognizing her face, he sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. The nearby servant rushed to assist the young master, who was now red in the face and indignant. Where did such an unattractive maid come from? Get her out of my sight. She offends my eyes. At this, the servant glanced at Mu Fengyan, gasping in shock. Indeed, she was exceedingly unappealing. Surely, she must be a new arrival, for he had never encountered such a visage in the Duke's residence. Mu Fengyan was reminiscent of a flower from a distant future, yet her appearance was far less appealing, as if the artist had intentionally exaggerated her flaws. She had even adorned her face with a conspicuous dark spot. Observing the young master's despair, the servant admonished, You must be a new maid, lacking in decorum. Leave at once, lest you further offend the young master's eyes. Mu Fengyan set down the tray and turned to depart. She had fulfilled her promise to the young master to come tonight, and now that she stood before him, it was he who had sent her away. She was not to be blamed for her appearance. She had merely stated she would come, not how she would present herself. The young master, incensed by the lack of courtesy shown by the maid, barked at his servant, tomorrow, informed the steward not to admit such unsightly individuals into the residence. Look at her. She's not only ugly, but also utterly lacking in manners. Of course, young master. I shall remember that. Oh dear, my eyes. Quickly check the back door to see if the beauty has arrived. I must gaze upon her to find comfort. Moments later, the young master's stomach grumbled incessantly, and, disregarding all thoughts of beauty, he hurried off to relieve himself. Mu Fengyan paid no mind to the young master's commotion behind her. Instead, she stealthily made her way to a courtyard with fewer guards. With a light step, she leapt onto the roof. However, as she steadied herself, she accidentally released a hint of her presence, alerting the nearby hidden guard. Who goes there? Mu Fengyan thought to herself, what? There are hidden guards here? This person must possess martial skill superior to mine. It is best to flee. Her agility had not been wasted. She sprinted with remarkable speed and grace. Just as she paused to catch her breath and prepare for another dash, she was suddenly enveloped in someone's embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, she quickly exclaimed, Yi Li Jue. We must flee. Pursuers are close behind. Yi Li Jue swiftly lifted her, departing from the scene with a playful smirk and a tone laced with affection. Yinner, what mischief are you up to this time? I am not up to any mischief. I merely ventured out for a stroll as night fell and took care of a minor matter. I am a person of my word. I promised to meet someone tonight, and I intend to keep that promise. Mu Fengyan recalled the young master's nearly tearful expression upon seeing her unattractive visage, and a mischievous smile crept into her eyes. Yi Li Jue, noticing the glint of mischief in her gaze, smiled in return. He held her tightly as they moved swiftly through the night. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but admire his skill. His lightness of movement far surpassed her own, indicating that she had much training to undertake. After a series of twists and turns, they successfully evaded their pursuers and returned to the study of the Regent's residence. Upon arriving, Mu Fengyan felt parched, longing for a sip of spiritual spring water, but it was not the right moment. She turned to Yi Li Jue. Li Jue, I am thirsty. Qing Feng entered with a pot of freshly brewed tea. Yes, my lord. He departed quickly, then gently addressed Mu Fengyan. Yinner, let us proceed to the study. Very well. Together, Yi Li Jue and Mu Fengyan entered the study. Just as they settled in, Qing Feng returned with the tea. Upon seeing Mu Fengyan's face, he halted in his tracks, taken aback. Where did the lord find such an unattractive woman? Has the lord's taste shifted so drastically? What will become of the future princess? Qing Feng, what are you dawdling for? Bring the tea over. I am parched. Isn't that the voice of the future princess? Qing Feng thought little of it, and hurriedly placed the tea on the table. Yi Li Jue examined Mu Fengyan's face and directed Qing Feng, fetch a basin of clean water. Yes, my lord. Yinner, why have you made yourself look so unappealing? Mu Fengyan chuckled at the memory of the young master's flustered reaction. I merely played a trick on a little chubby fellow. He will slim down to a mere stick in a few days. Yi Li Jue's gaze turned momentarily cold before he inquired, did he provoke you? Still lost in thoughts of the young master's shocked expression, Mu Fengyan missed the fleeting chill in Yi Li Jue's eyes. Not exactly provoked. His tongue merely got the better of him. I thought I would teach him a lesson and help him shed a few pounds. The unspoken addition, and perhaps encourage him to eat more lightly in the future, lingered unvoiced. Seeing Mu Fengyan's delight, Yi Li Jue similait indulgently. As long as you are happy, Yinner. At that moment, Qing Feng returned with a basin of water. Yinner, wash off that pain from your face. Only then did Qing Feng realize this was indeed the future princess. Wondering why she had chosen to disguise herself so grotesquely, and how the lord had recognized her. Mu Fengyan, feeling discomfort by her appearance, quickly washed her face, revealing her exquisite features. Qing Feng remarked, Ah, this is much more pleasing to the eye. The previous look was shockingly hideous. After ensuring Mu Fengyan was presentable, he hastily exited. How did you recognize me in that guise? She questioned Yi Li Jue. Yinner, your beauty resides in your spirit, not merely in your appearance. Even if you don a different face, I would still recognize you. Mu Fengyan felt a flutter in her heart. Why does that feel so endearing? The two continued their conversation until Yi Li Jue escorted Mu Fengyan back. She was eager to return and inspect the spoils she had acquired. In the palace of Fengyi, the third prince hastened to the residence upon receiving news from his mother. Upon learning from her that the wedding would not take place until the following winter, He displayed no sign of joy or displeasure. For him, who he married mattered little. He would willingly wed whoever offered him the most support. Mother, I shall await the wedding next year. I could also take a concubine into the residence beforehand. My son, do not rush into the matter of concubines just yet. Have you heard that a princess from another nation will attend the upcoming banquet? Indeed, mother. I am aware that the most favored princess from the Shio kingdom will be present. Yes, my son, I suggest you marry this princess from Shio to prevent the fourth prince from seizing the opportunity. She could prove to be a significant ally. But mother, I already have a legitimate consort. A foreign princess cannot become a concubine. Do not fret. I shall devise a plan. Let us observe closely for a month and strategize. As for Miss Liu, I have various means to ensure this marriage is annulled. Your Majesty, if we were to annul this marriage, it would indeed be a great pity. For the disciples of Master Liu are numerous, and his influence in the court is deeply entrenched. After careful consideration, Empress Su agreed with her son. This betrothal cannot be revoked. The Empress pondered for a while, seeking a solution that would satisfy all parties. Ideally, a union with the princess would also encompass an alliance with Master Liu's granddaughter. With the backing of their respective powers, the fourth prince would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with Zicheng upon my return. Indeed, Zicheng is a person of discernment. Should he require the Empress's assistance, he will not hesitate to inform her. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Be cautious, as the palace will soon be locked down. Fear not, Your Majesty. I shall remain vigilant. The third prince swiftly exited the palace and instructed his secret guards to summon Zicheng to his residence for further deliberation. In the residence of the fourth prince, Yi Chunjun was engaged in discussions with his advisor, Lu Fengyan, regarding the impending arrival of the princess from the Western Yu Kingdom. The fourth prince, Yi Chunjun, was a year younger than the third prince, Yi Chenao. Known for his strategic mind and capabilities, he was the strongest martial artist among the princes, though still lacking in comparison to the regent. The first prince, frail and ill, was deemed unfit for the throne. The second prince had a weak maternal lineage and lacked the emperor's favor, rendering him uncompetitive. The fifth prince preferred the pleasures of nature over the intrigue of the court. Often absent from the capital, the sixth and seventh princes were still too young. Currently, only the fourth prince was a rival to the third prince in terms of strength. His mother was a favored concubine, and his maternal grandfather was a renowned general, endowing him with considerable influence. The third prince's maternal family, while noble, lacked real power. However, as the emperor's favored son, he was a legitimate heir. Thus, the competition between the third and fourth princes was indeed fierce. Fengyan. Today my mother sent word that after the banquet, I am to directly petition Father to marry the princess from the Western Yu Kingdom. Father has already consented to this arrangement, declared the fourth prince. Congratulations, Your Highness. The princess from Western Yu is the emperor's most cherished daughter. It is said that she comes willingly, and though the emperor is reluctant, he has still sent a generous dowry along with a border city, illustrating her esteemed status. A union with her would greatly benefit you, replied Fengyan. Yet, I fear my third brother may not acquiesce to my desires. The empress will surely not allow my influence to surpass that of the third prince, the fourth prince lamented. Your Highness is right. Without an official decree of marriage, everything remains uncertain. Should the empress learn of this plan, she would undoubtedly intervene, Fengyan cautioned. Indeed, we must keep this matter hidden from both the empress and the third prince to prevent any obstruction, the fourth prince agreed. Moreover, what is your opinion on the prime minister's resurrected legitimate daughter? Fengyan inquired. This is common knowledge, yet the circumstances are quite peculiar. I sense something amiss. What do you think, Fengyan? The fourth prince queried. I believe this situation is extraordinary, especially considering the recent tribulations of the prime minister's household. I propose we maintain a friendly rapport with the regent and Miss Mu, rather than create an enmity, suggested Fengyan. Agreed, we must tread carefully. Even if we choose to befriend them, it must be in secrecy. My father is inherently suspicious and has yet to appoint a crown prince. Should he discover my closeness to the ninth prince, it would signify a complete forfeiture of my claim to the throne. You are astute, Your Highness. We must proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan, after watching Yi Lijue depart, eagerly entered her space to inspect the treasure she had gathered from the Sun Country Duke's residence. Upon discovering a corner brimming with riches, she was taken aback by the Duke's wealth. Besides countless boxes of gold and jewels, There were fine silks, which she hardly valued. She then stumbled upon a peculiar wooden box. After much effort, she finally opened it, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. The object inside resembled the ancient guqin known as the Great Sage's Legacy, albeit with distinct features. Measuring 130 centimeters, it was adorned with the character Huang and a vividly carved phoenix poised for flight. Inside was a letter addressed to the Fated One. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Fengyan thought, if this letter is within my space, does that not make me the Fated One? I must see what it says. The letter conveyed that the possessor of this treasure should cherish the guqin. Only one of fate could play it. It possessed the ability to kill silently, and, when mastered to the 20th level, the music could bewitch the heart and disturb the mind. It could also be played in midair, with the notes slicing through the air like blades, swiftly attacking the opponent. Mu Fengyan's eyes gleamed. Could she be the Fated One? Even if she were not, she would find a way to make it so. Anything that came into her possession would transform into something of fate. She hastily retrieved a surgical knife and placed it beside the guqin, muttering to it, if you do not resonate when I play you, I shall sever your strings and fashion them into concealed weapons. At that moment, the ethereal Huang sword floated over and lightly tapped the guqin's tail. I shall play you. If you do not sound, I will cut you, she declared. The Huang sword, glowing faintly red, departed swiftly. Mu Fengyan pondered. Is that a signal to hasten the act of cutting the guqin? Very well, I shall first attempt to play. With a gentle pluck of the strings, the guqin emitted a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to transcend the mundane, akin to the Great Sage's Legacy. Enraptured, Mu Fengyan caressed the guqin. It was indeed a treasure, capable of producing enchanting sounds. Beneath the guqin lay a manual detailing various levels of cultivation techniques, a most valuable find. She examined the other items, noting several imperial gifts, yet lamented that they bore marks of the palace. She needed to devise a plan to erase those marks. Otherwise, how could she utilize them? They would serve beautifully as decor or enhance her dining experience. Mu Fengyan felt her venture had been worthwhile. She had acquired a rare treasure and had not risked her safety in vain. With a heart full of joy, she retired for the night, unaware that chaos had erupted at the Duke's residence. Upon learning of a thief, the Duke promptly dispatched someone to inspect the treasury, only to be left speechless. Now, the city was in an uproar, hunting for the thief. The Duke, staring at the empty treasury, nearly fainted, and it was only through the persistent efforts of the estate's physician that he remained conscious. Furious, the Duke declared, find that thief. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will uncover their whereabouts. Understood, replied his subordinates, departing swiftly to search for suspicious individuals throughout the city. The Duke, anxious over his empty treasury, felt the weight of loss. While the riches mattered little, a priceless artifact was missing, one he intended to present to the emperor at the banquet. The emperor was already aware of this and had praised the Duke's loyalty. Now, without the treasure, how could he present a tribute? The emperor had even planned to showcase this treasure to other dignitaries. At that moment, a servant reported, "My lord, the young master is unwell, experiencing severe diarrhea, and is unable to manage his trousers." Hearing of the plight of his beloved youngest son, the Duke finally succumbed to his panic and fainted, leaving the physician unable to rouse him. Thus, the Duke's residence was thrown into disarray, with no one able to rest throughout the night. Sun Guogong finally awoke at dawn, the first thought urging him to hasten to the palace to report the calamity that had befallen his estate. Meanwhile, the well-rested Mu Fengyan awoke to disheartening news, instantly dispelling her good mood. A maid informed her that the matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence had fallen ill, necessitating the presence of the First Lady to attend to her. After enduring the terrifying treatment methods of the estate's physician and the chaotic rituals of an exorcist, the old matriarch finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she sensed a sharp pain in her feet and fingers, and nearly fainted upon seeing the silver needles at her fingertips. Limama quickly pinched the old matriarch's acupoint to prevent her from losing consciousness again, fearing that another episode would cost her the matriarch's life. As Limama held her, she recounted the recent events within the estate. The old matriarch gasped several times, but managed to hold on, her first command being to summon Hanshur back from the other residents, asserting that in her critical condition, it was only right for her to serve at her side. Chapter 89. Mother wishes for a divorce upon learning that the matriarch had awakened and requested Han Shi's return to care for her. The Prime Minister was unable to suppress his delight, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He promptly dispatched the old servant Wang Shu to inform the First Lady, confident that with the matriarch's authority, Han Shi would surely return. Once at the other residence, Han Shi was taken aback to see Wang Shu, who appeared to have lost considerable weight and lacked the vibrant demeanor he once exhibited while in the Prime Minister's service. Han Shi had been preoccupied with procuring various tonics for her daughter and crafting beautiful garments, blissfully ignorant of the turmoil at the Prime Minister's estate. Wang Shu observed the First Lady and noted how she seemed to have regained youthful vigor, exuding an air of grace and elegance. Her previous worries seemingly vanished. He pondered how the Prime Minister had treated her in the past and felt certain he would regret it, speculating whether the Prime Minister would treat her better upon her return in an effort to win back her affection. The current First Lady surpassed the Second Lady and the concubines, particularly those who had suffered disfigurement. Wang Shu felt compelled to do something for the Prime Minister, so he tearfully recounted the events that had transpired within the estate. Han Shi listened in disbelief, astonished at how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly. How could it be that the concubines had turned against each other before she even intervened, and the Prime Minister had sold a concubine? Han Shi reevaluated her previous perceptions of him, realizing she had been blind to his true nature. Wang Shu, you may return now. I shall tidy up and pay a visit to the Prime Minister's residence shortly. Wang Shu, misinterpreting her words, believed his lamentations had softened her heart. Assuming she would soon return to the estate, he overlooked the fact that she merely intended to prepare herself for the visit. Elated, he returned to report to the Prime Minister. Once Wang Shu departed, Han Shi sat in deep contemplation, making a resolute decision before retreating to her chamber. At her writing desk, she took up pen and ink, flowing with inspiration as she penned several lines. Upon finishing, a sense of relief washed over her, accompanied by a joyful smile, as if she had cast off shackles and experienced a rebirth of freedom. When Mu Fengyan hurried over, she was greeted by the sight of her radiant mother, who appeared rejuvenated and exuding a serene elegance. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how her mother had transformed so remarkably in such a short time. Her mother seemed lost in thought, gazing at the paper on the desk. As Mu Fengyan approached and read the contents, her eyes lit up with surprise. She had broached this topic with her mother several times, only to be met with a stubborn refusal to discuss it until after her marriage. Now, she was eager to understand her mother's sudden change of heart. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Shu had divulged all the recent events to Han Shi, who, upon hearing them, wished to sever all ties with the Prime Minister's estate. With a Prime Minister who sold concubines, what good reputation could he possess? The entire realm would surely become aware of such outrageous behavior, and she could not allow her daughter to be pointed at and whispered about for having a father of such disgrace. After careful consideration, she resolved to distance herself from the Prime Minister's estate as swiftly as possible. Today he might sell a concubine, but who could predict what he might do in the future? Although her daughter was betrothed to the Regent, they were not yet married, and uncertainties loomed large. Moreover, the Prime Minister's estate had been thoroughly plundered. The matriarch's summons was likely motivated by her desire for Han Shi's wealth. The possessions were treasures for her beloved daughter and should not be squandered on those of no consequence. She aspired to create a secure future for her daughter, to establish her own household and manage a prosperous business, becoming a steadfast financial support for her daughter. Though commerce was often looked down upon, she held the title of a noblewoman, a privilege bestowed upon her by the emperor when the Prime Minister first attained his office. Mother, what occupies your thoughts? Mu Fengyan inquired, noticing her mother's distant gaze. Han Shi, looking at her daughter's increasingly exquisite features, felt her resolve to escape the Prime Minister's estate strengthen. She knew her daughter had seen the writing and asked, "My dear, will you resent me for this decision?" "Mother, is this the divorce decree you have prepared?" "Yes. Once I file for divorce, I worry it may tarnish your reputation. I wish to shield you from any harm. Yet I fear that remaining in the Prime Minister's estate may give rise to ulterior motives regarding your father." "Mother, I am unconcerned about my reputation. My only wish is for your happiness. I wholeheartedly support your decision to leave the Prime Minister's estate. You deserve better. Moreover, I am already betrothed to the Regent, and if he were to disdain me for this, I would rather forego the marriage and flee with you. Surely there is a place for us in this vast world." Moved, Han Shi embraced her daughter, reluctant to see her suffer. but the thought of fleeing was daunting. A flicker of concern crossed her mind regarding the regent, yet she felt resolute. Yin Yin, it is too cold outside. You should return to your room to rest. I will visit the Prime Minister's estate. Mother, I want to accompany you. It was unthinkable for her not to follow. What if her mother faced mistreatment? Besides, who could predict how the Prime Minister might react during the divorce proceedings? Han Shi considered her daughter's determination and nodded, feeling a sense of pride. Her daughter had grown. Soon, Mu Fengyan and Han Shi were ready, accompanied by a maid, as they set out in a carriage. First intending to stop by the regent's residence. Yes, madam, the coachman replied. Mother, what is our purpose at the regent's residence? Yin Yin, do not fear when we arrive. I will handle everything. Just listen to me. If the regent expresses any displeasure, let him direct it toward me. I will protect you. Chapter 90. The Young Lady. Miss Mu, along with her mother, arrived at the royal residence. Mu Fengyan pondered. If she were to inform her mother that she had visited the regent's residence several times during the night, and that Yili Ju had even climbed through her window, would her mother faint from shock? She decided it was best to keep this to herself. Soon, they arrived at the regent's residence. Mu Fengyan addressed the coachman outside, instructing him to knock on the grand door of the residence. No need, I shall do it myself. Mother, let the coachman handle it. It's cold. You can wait inside the carriage for a while. Yin Yin, it would be exceedingly rude not to do this ourselves. Moreover, we arrived unexpectedly without sending a formal invitation, and we do not know if the regent is home. To demonstrate our sincerity, it is best we knock on the door ourselves. The regent is a person of great stature. We must proceed with caution. Although you have been betrothed, the marriage has yet to be formalized. Therefore, we must adhere to propriety to avoid the regent thinking the future princess is disrespectful and lacks decorum. Mu Fengyan observed her mother's careful demeanor and relented. All right, mother. With the help of their maid, they disembarked from the carriage. In the study of the regent's residence, Yili Ju was swiftly handling intelligence reports from various regions when he was interrupted by a rapid knock at the door. Frowning at the rudeness of Qing Feng, he considered sending him to undergo further training with the Red Forest Army. Kumin, Qing Feng pushed the door open hastily and announced, Your Highness. Miss Mu and her mother have just arrived and are preparing to knock on the door. Yili Ju looked up. You mean Yin Yin has come with her mother? Yes, Your Highness. Then why are you not going to open the door yourself? Also, instruct Dr. Sun to remain in his quarters. Qing Feng stood frozen, not moving. Yili Ju cast a cool glance at him. Did you not comprehend my instruction? I understand. I shall attend to it immediately. Qing Feng turned and hurried away, feeling increasingly out of sync with the regent's thoughts. Why the regent skipped several questions and directly instructed him to open the door. No wonder Qing Yun always criticized him. Was he truly becoming less astute? Yili Ju watched Qing Feng's retreating figure, recognizing it was time for him to gain more experience, particularly in sharpening his intellect. He too quickly rose to await them in the front hall, well aware of how much Yin Yin valued her mother. Outside the regent's residence, Mu Fengyan supported her mother, sensing a slight tremor in her body. Though fearful, her resolve remained steadfast. Mother, please wait here. I shall knock. No, Jen, I must do it myself. Hana's thoughts were that this was a task she had undertaken alone from the beginning. If the regent were to be displeased, the blame would solely rest on her, and she would bear all the consequences. Han quickly approached the grand door, wondering how long they would have to wait to see the regent. Fortunately, the location of the regent's residence was somewhat secluded, with no pedestrians about to witness their arrival. With a heart full of trepidation, she reached for the door knocker just as the door swung open from within. Mu Fengyan observed a slightly breathless Qing Feng and raised an eyebrow. Did he run here? Qing Feng exhaled deeply. How could he not rush? The look the regent had cast upon him earlier had filled him with unease, as if he might be thrown out at any moment. Thus, he had come at the fastest pace possible to personally open the door, piquing the curiosity of the guards. Han was momentarily stunned by the sudden opening of the door. Before she could regain her composure, Qing Feng quickly spoke. Madam, Miss Mu, please come in. Mu Fengyan nodded, steadying her still-dazed mother, leading her and the maid into the residence. Once inside, Han began to regain her senses. Was it not said that the regent's door was exceedingly difficult to open? Was it not mentioned that he would throw away anyone who knocked if he were displeased? Even the eunuchs of the palace had been cast out by the regent. It seemed the rumors were not entirely accurate. However, Concerning the tales of the regent's ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness, she still felt a twinge of fear, regretting bringing her daughter along. She worried about what might happen if the regent were to become angered. Her daughter was still so young. At this moment, Han felt a mixture of regret and fear, her body trembling slightly. Yet, for her daughter's sake, she needed to meet the regent. "Mother, do not worry. Everything will be fine," Mu Fengyan reassured, holding her mother's trembling hand. "Yin, if anything occurs, place the blame on me. If the regent is displeased, let him take my life and spare you." Mu Fengyan was taken aback, wondering what thoughts had crossed her mother's mind to arrive at such a conclusion. Leading the way, Qingfeng's mouth twitched. What did the future princess's mother think of the regent? A bloodthirsty monster? Why else would she feel that he might kill her? Would the princess then have to poison the regent? They soon arrived at the front hall, where Yi Ju awaited, having ordered the servants to serve fine tea. "Your Highness, Madam, and Miss Mu have arrived." As Han entered the front hall and beheld the regent seated in a position of authority, her facade of calmness began to crack. She knelt appropriately. "This humble woman greets your Highness." Standing beside her, Mu Fengyan attempted to pull her mother up, but Han sternly commanded, Yin, do not hesitate to kneel and greet the regent." Only then did Mu Fengyan raise her gaze to the imposing figure of the regent, thinking to herself how adept he was at feigning grandeur. Yi Ju watched with amusement as the future princess was chastised by her mother. "Yin, quickly kneel and greet the regent," Han urged once more, her anxiety heightened. What if her daughter had offended the regent? Mu Fengyan shot a glare at the man seated in the position of authority, unhurriedly preparing to kneel. Upon noticing the displeased expression on the future princess's face, Yi Ju quickly interjected, "Madam, please rise. Yin will be my princess. There is no need for such formalities in my presence." Mu Fengyan, who had not yet knelt, quickly bowed her head. "Thank you, your Highness," before assisting her mother to her feet. "Mother, please rise and thank the regent." Han, realizing the regent's gentle demeanor was contrary to the rumors she had heard, began to chastise those who had slandered him, who said the regent was heartless, who claimed he was hard to approach. She found him to be quite amiable, allowing her to relax, albeit slightly. Observing her mother's tense posture, Mu Fengyan felt a sense of relief and shot a grateful glance at Yi Ju, silently vowing that should he frighten her mother unduly, she would not hesitate to confront him. Yi Ju noted the subtle expression on the little princess's face, his smile widening further. Chapter 91. Your Highness, I have a request, Han said, prompted by her daughter's reminder. As she bowed again, "This humble woman thanks the regent. There is no need for such formality. Please, be seated and enjoy some tea." Mu Fengyan assisted her mother to a lower seat on the right side, then took her place beside her. The tea had already been served on the table between them. Mu Fengyan casually surveyed the hall, which was spacious and imbued with an antique charm. The arrangement of furniture was symmetrical, with the tables and chairs crafted from precious woods, adorned with exquisite carvings, and the air was fragrant with sandalwood. In an instant, Mu Fengyan's gaze fell upon Yi Ju, who occupied the elevated seat. Ever since the young princess had entered the hall, Yi Ju had been attentively observing her. Noticing the spark of interest in the young princess's eyes as she surveyed the surroundings, their eyes met briefly. Yi Ju cast a subtle glance around the room, and then regarded Mu Fengyan with a knowing look, as if to convey, "Yinner, should you find anything to your liking, feel free to take it." Understanding the implication in Yi Ju's eyes, Mu Fengyan averted her gaze, quickly lowering her head, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child in her mother's presence. Yi Ju's lips curled slightly. After a moment of inner deliberation, Lady Han mustered her courage and addressed Yi Ju. "Your Highness, I have come today with a request. Please speak, my lady. If it is within my power, I shall certainly fulfill your wish." "Your Highness, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I do not seek your assistance in any matter. I only ask that you treat my daughter kindly in the future. Today, I intend to go to the Prime Minister's residence to seek a divorce. This decision is solely mine and has nothing to do with my daughter. Should Yinner suffer any damage to her reputation because of me, and should it then implicate you, the fault lies solely with me and not my daughter. You need not worry about my future after the divorce. I have ample dowry for my marriage, all of which is in my possession. Apart from my daughter, I possess only wealth, which will also serve as her dowry in the future." Lady Han's intentions were clear, Her daughter would not lack for financial means and might even provide some assistance to the prince in that regard. Yi Lijue raised an eyebrow at her words, surprised by Lady Han's resolute nature. He realized that the prime minister was not a paragon of virtue, and a divorce might be for the best. As for Lady Han's mention of Yinner's dowry, as a prince, he was already well off and had no need for it. My lady, your words are excessive. I do not concern myself with reputation. As long as Yinner's honor remains intact, I have no issues. Thank you, your highness, Lady Han said, feeling somewhat relieved. Boldly, she added, Your highness, I have one last request. Please, speak freely. Mu Fengyan observed her mother's trembling form. It was warmed by her unwavering strength. Her eyes reddened as she understood the sacrifices many mothers made for their daughters in this era. Lady Han continued, I beseech you. Your highness, my daughter is my life. If in the future you take a concubine and grow weary of my daughter, I implore you to grant her a divorce. Allow me to bring her back. As a mother, I understand the agony of not being cherished by one's husband, the pain of seeing him favor another woman. Though my daughter may one day be a princess, possessing grace and dignity, she remains a woman, a mortal with her own feelings. As someone who has experienced such trials, I know the pain in her heart. As a mother, I cannot bear to see my only daughter suffer alone in a cold chamber, shedding tears. Upon finishing, Lady Han knelt before Yi Lijue, fully aware that her words were audacious. Yet for her daughter, she would cast aside her own life. If your highness holds any grievances, let them be directed at me alone, not my daughter. Mu Fengyan was deeply shaken by her mother's words. She had not anticipated such a bold declaration, which could be deemed scandalous in this era, even criticized as immoral. Having endured betrayal from a disloyal father, her mother now saw things with greater clarity, considering every angle for her sake. Mu Fengyan quickly rose, kneeling before her mother with tear-filled eyes, embracing her trembling form. At that moment, she understood the weight of her mother's sacrifices during those agonizing 3 years of solitude. Mother, I've grown up now. I will protect you and myself from now on. Yi Lijue, seated in the principal position, was equally astonished by Lady Han's words. He had never witnessed a mother go to such lengths. Indeed, his little princess was extraordinary, and her mother was no ordinary woman either. Even before their marriage, Lady Han had already prepared for Yinner's future. Yinner was not yet ready to marry him, and he could not allow her mother to frighten her away from the prospect of marriage. He would ensure that she returned to his residence, and no one else would take her from him. Yi Lijue quickly stood, gently assisting Lady Han to her feet. My lady, please take your seat. We can discuss this further. In the presence of Yinner's mother, Yi Lijue refrained from referring to himself as this prince, opting instead for we. Observing the young princess in tears stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. He glanced at the still trembling Lady Han, recognizing the fierce love of a mother. Mu Fengyan hastily wiped her tears and helped her mother to a chair, pouring her a cup of tea to soothe her nerves. Lady Han took a sip, gradually regaining her composure. Perhaps having expressed her deepest fears eased her anxiety. Yi Lijue returned to his seat and addressed Lady Han. My lady, you need not worry. I shall marry only Yinner. There will be no concubines or mistresses in the regent's residence. Yinner shall be the sole mistress, so rest assured. I will never grow weary of her. As long as I live, I shall not grant her a divorce. Chapter 92. A daughter's desire to stay by her mother's side forever. Lady Han was profoundly astonished by the prince's words, taking a long moment to process them. Your highness, she began, wanting to inquire whether he truly meant what he said, but hesitated. Yi Lijue seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. My lady, rest assured, every word I speak is sincere. At this moment, Lady Han was still trying to comprehend that the prince had shifted from calling himself this prince to I. She thought he might have misunderstood her intentions. She did not wish for Yinner to monopolize him. After all, as a regent, he was expected to take concubines, whether he desired it or not, as the emperor and the ministers would insist. Yi Lijue interjected, fearing Lady Han might say something increasingly absurd. With Yinner present, he could not afford to lose her to her mother's fears. My lady, I understand your concerns. I will take charge of my own marriage. They have no authority to interfere. You need not worry about that. Though Lady Han remained skeptical, witnessing the prince's earnest demeanor, she slowly nodded. The future remained uncertain, and she wondered if he could truly uphold his promises. Initially, the prime minister had doted on her, but eventually, he had taken concubines one after another. Yi Lijue recognized Lady Han's doubt, but was unperturbed. As long as Yin trusted him, that would suffice. Meanwhile, Mu Fengyan sat beside her mother, her head slightly bowed. Lost in thought, Yi Lijue sensed her unease, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. Mu Fengyan contemplated her impending marriage. Was it not preferable to remain by her mother's side? Why should she subject her mother to worry? Furthermore, as a prince, how could Yi Lijue possibly forego taking concubines? Even if he did not, what would become of her mother if she were to marry? Would her mother be left all alone? Her mother viewed her as her very life. If she were no longer by her mother's side, how heart-wrenching would it be for her? Mu Fengyan suddenly felt a reluctance to marry, desiring only to stay beside her mother, at least until her mother found someone deserving of her lifelong trust. As Yi Lijue observed Mu Fengyan lift her head to gaze at him, he noted a hint of indifference in her eyes, a palpable desire to maintain a distance from him. His heart sank, for he feared the very thing he dreaded had come to pass. The little princess, after having shown a crack in her defenses against his advances, had seemingly fortified herself behind an impenetrable wall once more. With a glance at Mu Fengyan and then at Han Shi, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How deeply Han Shi adored her daughter. The thought of the future loomed ominously, causing Mu Fengyan to retreat. It was clear that he must endeavor to present himself favorably in her eyes and gain Han Shi's trust. Feeling that the time had come, Han Shi rose gracefully, bowing slightly. Your Highness, I have taken up enough of your time. I shall take my leave. She was set to visit the Prime Minister's residence to discuss a divorce. Very well, my lady. Please take care, Yi Lijue responded, instructing Qing Feng to accompany her and Miss Mu. Yes, Your Highness, Qing Feng replied. Mu Fengyan also bowed to her mother, supporting her as they exited the hall. The maid standing at the door promptly stepped forward to assist them in donning their cloaks. Watching as Mu Fengyan departed without casting even a glance in his direction, Yi Lijue felt a mix of amusement and irritation. How ungrateful this little girl was, turning her back on him so swiftly. It appeared he would have to make a nocturnal visit to her chamber to soothe her heart. He could not bear the thought of her fluctuating affections, causing unrest within him. If her mother were to utter something that compelled Mu Fengyan to flee, where'd he find her again? At that moment, he felt a surge of resentment towards Prime Minister Mu, whose actions had inflicted such emotional turmoil on Han Shi, leading her to worry excessively about her daughter's marital future. Yi Lijue understood that this was not entirely Han Shi's fault. After all, it is only natural for a mother to cherish and protect a daughter who has returned from the brink of death. It is through loss that one learns to appreciate the joy of reunion and to tread with greater caution. Before long, Qing Feng returned. Your Highness, I have seen the Prime Minister's wife and Miss Mu safely onto their carriage. They have departed. The Prime Minister's wife? Huh. Soon she will simply be referred to as Lady Han. Ensure you keep a close watch on the situation at the Prime Minister's residence. Report to me immediately if anything arises. Should Fengyan suffer even the slightest grievance, I must be informed at once. Yes, Your Highness, Qing Feng acknowledged as he took his leave. Although he was uncertain of the implications of the future title change, he hastened to the Prime Minister's residence, having learned to act promptly regarding matters concerning the future princess. If he harbored any doubts, he could always consult Qing Yun, who was astute. He was certain that any hesitation on his part would result in his expulsion from the royal residence. Inside the carriage, Mu Fengyan turned to her mother. Mother, I vow never to marry, but to remain by your side forever. Is that acceptable? Hearing her daughter's declaration, Han Shi tenderly stroked her head. My dear, do not speak such foolishness. What woman does not marry? What I meant before was not to suggest you should not wed the prince, but rather that I hope he will cherish my precious daughter. Having lost you once, I cannot bear to lose you again. I only wish for your happiness, free from any distress. But mother, if I do not marry, I shall not suffer any grievances, Mu Fengyan replied. My child, what if I were no longer here? I could not bear to leave you alone in this world. You must marry and have your own children. I cannot accompany you into old age. Mu Fengyan understood her mother's reasoning, yet she disliked such discussions. Leaning against her shoulder, she whimsically declared, I do not care. I simply want to stay by your side forever. Han Shi chuckled, gently patting her daughter's head. You silly child, do not speak such nonsense. The surrounding maid smiled, admiring the bond between their mistress and the young lady, filled with envy yet devoid of jealousy. Before long, the coachman called out, Madam, Miss, we have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 93. A sense of relief in Mother's heart. Old servant Wang Shu had long returned and reported to the Prime Minister that the eldest lady would be back today. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Mu felt a sense of relief. Han Shi would not ignore the affairs of the residents. In crucial times, her support was essential, just as it had been during the examination years. At that moment, everyone had gathered in the old matriarch's courtyard, as she had awakened from a prolonged stupor. Concubine Zhao was bustling about, attending to her needs. The old matriarch was pleased with Zhao's attentiveness. Zhao's maid had once encouraged her to aspire to the status of the lady of the house, given that she bore the prime minister's son. In the household, aside from the second lady who had one son, Zhao was the only one who had also given birth to a son. Her ambitions began to stir, wishing for her son to be recognized as legitimate, especially since the prime minister showed great affection for both her and her child. The second lady, Wang, along with her daughter, Mu Fengyan, wore heavy veils that only accentuated the festering sores on their faces, a painful reminder of their recent suffering. With little money available to hire a skilled physician, they had to rely on Zhao's family doctor, whose treatments only seemed to worsen their conditions. With the absence of herbal remedies, the family doctor had gone to the mountains to gather more supplies. In the old matriarch's chamber, aside from the second lady and her daughter, concubine Zhao, and two illegitimate daughters, Prime Minister Mu reclined on a stool. After days of discomfort, his ailments had finally begun to ease, allowing him to sit up more comfortably. The old matriarch, now gaunt and frail from her days of unconsciousness, sat in her place of honor and addressed her son. Minger, has Han Shi returned? Mother, Wang Shu personally went to fetch her. He reported that Han Shi is just tidying up before returning. Ah, that is good to hear. I have lost much weight these past days. Once she returns, let her attend to me. Do not worry, mother. As soon as Han Shi arrives, she will be at your side. As the lady of the house, how could she not care for your health? Currently, only Han Shi and Yan are well. The rest are plagued with troubles. Concubine Zhao remained silent, though she struggled with her own afflictions. Despite her facial condition improving, her body was covered in itchy, uncomfortable rashes. She, too, eagerly awaited the return of the lady of the house, as her presence would mean the funds to hire a capable physician. The second lady and Mu Fengyan wore expressions of indignation. Why should they endure hardship while others enjoyed respite? Mu Fengyan longed for the chance to transfer her own blemishes onto Mu Fengyan, believing that would restore her to her former beauty. The second lady, meanwhile, plotted to swiftly hand over the household management to Han Shi. Without funds at her disposal and numerous expenses to cover, she wondered how she could manage the household on her own, especially when the prime minister was also short on money. Only the lady of the house possessed any wealth. A servant approached with news. Prime Minister, the lady and the eldest young lady have returned. Before the prime minister could respond, the old matriarch scolded, so they have returned. Must I go out to greet them? Let them come to my courtyard. After such a long absence, they should pay their respects. The servants dared not reply, but looked to the prime minister for guidance. He merely stated, let the lady and the eldest young lady come to the Jifufu courtyard. Having been away for some time, it is fitting they pay their respects to the old matriarch. Upon hearing her son's words, the old matriarch felt her heart lighten considerably. Her son was indeed dutiful, and throughout the entire Zixing kingdom, there was no one who did not praise Prime Minister Mu as a devoted son, filling her with pride. The gatekeeper, upon hearing the command from the esteemed chancellor, promptly turned and exited to report that the lady and her eldest daughter were approaching the mansion. Mu Fengyan supported her mother as they entered the chancellor's residence. Trailed by 7 maidservants, 4 of her mother's maids and 2 of her own, with the last being the plump second maid, they made a grand entrance into the estate. The gatekeeper, who had just made the report, hurried to greet the lady and her daughter, bowing respectfully as he said, I have the honor of meeting you. Lady in Mississippi, the chancellor requests your presence at the Jifuyan to pay respects to the old matriarch. Mu Fengyan scoffed with a hint of mockery. To be summoned for greetings right upon our return likely bodes ill. She inquired of the gatekeeper, is it only the old matriarch residing in the Jifuyan? The gatekeeper replied truthfully, Miss, the chancellor, the second lady, and the second miss, along with Aunt Zhao, are all present in the Jifuyan. Very well, you may leave now. She instructed. Mother, let us proceed to the old matriarch's side. Indeed, since they are all gathered there, we shall clarify matters today. Once we depart from the chancellor's residence, we shall no longer be acquainted. Han, her mother, surveyed the chancellor's mansion, having spent over a decade within its walls. She felt no sorrow or yearning, only a sense of liberation. Mother, do not be disheartened. We are free from the Chancellor's residence, and brighter days await us, Mu Fengyan reassured. Indeed, my dear, I am not saddened. The thought of leaving this place brings me relief, her mother affirmed. Then let us disregard whatever they may say. Do not let it trouble you. Rest assured, my child. My heart holds no regard for your father any longer. Others matter even less. Very well. Let us now head to the Jifun. Han nodded in agreement, and together with her daughter and the maidservants, they made their way toward the Jifuyuan. In the front hall of the old matriarch, several individuals eagerly awaited the arrival of the lady and her daughter, puzzled by their delay in entering. After a significant interval, the sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard, indicating that the lady and her eldest daughter had entered. The volume of footsteps was notable, accompanied by a particularly heavy tread. The maid, Mu Chun, hurriedly stepped forward to lift the thick curtain to facilitate the entrance of the lady and her daughter. As she raised the curtain just enough for one to pass, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing both the old matriarch and the chancellor to shiver. Li Mumu, noticing the old matriarch's discomfort, admonished, "You, the new maid, are you not aware of proper decorum? Why open the curtain so wide? What if the old matriarch catches a chill? If she does, I shall have you sold." Mu Chun retorted boldly, "Isn't the curtain meant to be opened? How else would anyone enter? Only a dog would need a tiny crack." Li Momo, accustomed to her high station, was taken aback by the audacity of the young maid. Her temper flaring, "You sharp-tongued little maid, do you dare challenge me? I'll have you sold." Mu Fengyan, with a sardonic smile, regarded Li Momo, stating, "Li Momo, I believe you have overstepped. These are my mother's maidservants. What authority do you possess to sell them?" At that moment, attention shifted to the pair standing in the center of the hall, Han and Mu Fengyan. Upon recognizing their faces, expressions varied widely. All but the Chancellor regarded them with envy and disdain. They had not anticipated such a transformation in Han within such a short time, as if she had been reborn. And the eldest daughter appeared altogether different. Her features exquisite, skin radiant as snow, exuding an extraordinary grace that promised to flourish even further with age. The Chancellor, witnessing the changes in both the lady and her daughter, felt a spark of admiration. Meanwhile, the jealousy in the eyes of the second lady and her daughter seemed ready to ignite. Chapter 94. Second maid. Fetch the stool from the carriage. The assembled guests observed the entourage of maidservants following the lady and her daughter, igniting further envy in the hearts of the second lady and her daughter, who noted that the attire of the maidservants surpassed their own. The old matriarch, angered by the sight of the splendidly adorned pair, was particularly incensed by Mu Fengyan, whom she held responsible for the misfortunes that had befallen the household since her miraculous revival. The second lady, having previously whispered to the old matriarch about the calamities attributed to the eldest daughter, was secretly pleased that the old matriarch had come to believe her words. "Why do you stand there? Have you forgotten to bow upon seeing me?" The old matriarch scolded, her ire palpable. "And tell me, do you think my maidservants are beneath my notice?" The Lady Han was momentarily taken aback, having expected a warmer welcome. Upon entering the hall, she was struck by its stark emptiness and the absence of furnishings. Had the Chancellor truly fallen to such depths that even the household items were sold? The once rosy-cheeked old matriarch now appeared gaunt, and the Chancellor himself was pallid and worn, a mere shadow of his former self. "Greetings, Mother," Han finally managed, bowing deeply. Mu Fengyan followed suit, though she remained silent. The old matriarch's gaze was solely fixed on Han, dismissing her granddaughter entirely. "Well, since you have returned, you shall serve me from this moment forth. As the matriarch of this household, you must set an example. I must express my gratitude to Aunt Zhao for her diligent care of me during these days." Turning to the Chancellor, she continued, "Ming-Er, Aunt Zhao has proven to be virtuous, caring for my health and providing the family with an heir, unlike some who cannot even bear a legitimate son." As the old matriarch concluded, she cast a disapproving glance at the lady standing before her. The second lady, hearing this, straightened her back proudly, for she had indeed given birth to a legitimate son. The lady, stung by the old matriarch's words, felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting on her own past suffering for not having produced a son. Yet, she now felt a sense of relief. Had she been burdened with a son? How could she have departed with such grace? Unfazed by the old matriarch's remarks, Mu Fengyan scanned the room, finding no stools available. The ones occupied by the old matriarch were a motley assortment, and she called out, "Second maid." "Yes, miss," came the prompt response. "Go to the carriage and bring back the stool I used for my belongings." "Certainly, Mississippi." The second maid hurriedly exited the hall, her plump figure surprisingly agile. "Dear sister, your maid is rather portly. It may not reflect well on us," Mu Fengyan teased, glancing at the heavily veiled Mu Shushu, who, even at this moment, could not refrain from commenting. "Oh, I see now. You must be one of those lesser sisters. Why is your veil so thick?" I imagine it's because you feel the old matriarch's chamber is rather chilly." Turning to her maid, she instructed, "Mu Chun, quickly drape a cloak over mother. The old matriarch's room is indeed cold. Look, even they have their heads wrapped." As Mu Fengyan contemplated covering her mother, she noted the stark chill in the spacious room, devoid of warmth, suggesting that the chancellor had indeed fallen on hard times. "Yes, miss, I shall fetch it at once." Mu Chun replied, "Dear sister, I am Mu Shushu, your legitimate sister, not some lesser sibling," she retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. "I fear you are mistaken. My mother has only borne me as her child. Do not dare to impersonate my legitimate sister. If any illegitimate daughter appears in the future claiming to be my sister, I cannot bear such a burden. Furthermore, even the esteemed chancellor cannot endure such an affront. Can he?" After uttering this, Mu Fengyan cast a knowing glance at Chancellor Mu, whose inability to sire children rendered him incapable of fathering any illegitimate offspring. Her words struck several individuals, with Chancellor Mu's countenance paling the most. He sensed that this legitimate daughter seemed privy to certain secrets, and her gaze was laden with insinuation. Could it be that she was aware of his condition? Chancellor Mu dismissed the thought. It was impossible, as only a handful of personal guards were privy to such matters. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly suggested that the sisters cease their banter for the sake of harmony. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes, pondering whether the chancellor had an issue with his hearing. Was this truly mere banter? At that moment, Arya effortlessly wheeled in a Zetan wooden stool into the hall. The stool was adorned with a lovely round cushion crafted from the remaining shoe brocade fabric, filled with cotton, making it quite comfortable to sit upon. "Miss, I have brought the stool," Arya announced. "Please place it here for my mother to sit." "Certainly, miss," Arya complied, setting the stool behind the matriarch. As the stool hit the ground with a resounding thud, everyone turned to gaze at Arya, then at the exquisite stool and its delicate cushion, astonished by the girl's strength. Upon seeing the cushion's fabric, the old matriarch felt a pang of heartache, inwardly lamenting the extravagance of using such fine material for a mere seat. Others looked on with envy. Ignoring them, Hanshur sat down, her height surpassing theirs. The carriage contained 2 stools, one of standard height and another taller than usual, which Arya promptly selected for the young lady. Mu Fengyan had specifically instructed her maid to ensure the stools were placed in the carriage, fearing there might be none available at the chancellor's residence since she had emptied several rooms. Now, they served their purpose well. Hanshur had once been curious about her daughter's intentions, but now she understood. "Shopternity femme, Han Shi. You shall not depart from the Mu residence." Mu Fengyan glanced at her mother, who towered over them slightly, her lips twitching in amusement at Arya's actions. However, the old matriarch and Chancellor Mu appeared displeased. "Hanshur, do you not regard me as your mother? Bring me that stool. We must exchange seats. How can you sit higher than I, the matriarch and the chancellor? Such impropriety." Before Hanshur could respond, Mu Fengyan interjected, "Old matriarch, that stool is mine, designated for my mother. Why do you have to demand a swap? Is the chancellor's residence so impoverished that it cannot afford a simple stool, coveting mine instead? Or do you simply delight in seizing others' possessions?" Chancellor Mu felt his face burn with humiliation and retorted, "You ungrateful daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Everything here belongs to the chancellor's residence, including your identity as the legitimate daughter, which I have bestowed upon you. Should you leave this residence, you are nothing." Mu Fengyan fixed her gaze on Chancellor Mu, coldly declaring, "I do not covet the title of legitimate daughter of the chancellor's residence, for you may not be aware that your reputation is already tarnished. You have elevated your concubines to the status of wives and legitimized your illegitimate children. Now, you engage in selling your concubines. Do you think this title is still esteemed? I cannot even claim to be the chancellor's daughter outside these walls, for it is too shameful." Chancellor Mu's face turned crimson with rage. You ungrateful wretch. Very well, I shall consider you no daughter of mine. Leave the Chancellor's residence at once. He then angrily directed his ire at Han Shi, exclaiming, "Is this the daughter you have raised? Disrespectful, insolent, and audacious. Does she not acknowledge her father? She even lacks the basic courtesy of a student." Han Shi retorted with scorn, "Father? Chancellor? Do you even deserve to be called that? Have you ever shown concern for her? Has she ever enjoyed a moment of your affection? My poor daughter has languished in sickness. Have you ever visited her? Your neglect has been complete. Now, what face do you have to criticize her?" Chancellor Mu stammered, "But you have cared for her, have you not? Besides, as the Chancellor, I am perpetually busy. How can I find time to tend to her?" Han Shi's derision only grew. "Indeed, you are busy indulging in your concubines, busy frolicking in brothels, busy drinking with officials, busy redeeming the lives of courtesans. Tell me, Chancellor, do you realize that all the silver you squander comes from my hand? Now, without my generosity, the Chancellor's residence appears as destitute as it does. Not even a worthless stool can be afforded. You woman, what do you know?" The old matriarch, witnessing her son's humiliation, scolded, "Han Shi, I am still here. Do you dare to be so brazen? Do you not recognize my authority? Do you wish for others to see your disloyalty? Believe me, I can have my son demote you to concubine status. Do you not despise concubines? I shall make you experience their plight." Second Madam and Second Miss exchanged excited glances, thrilled at the unfolding conflict. If the matriarch were demoted to concubine, they could find a way to persuade her to part with some dowry, and the Chancellor's residence would exclusively have one legitimate daughter. Zhao Yinyang remained silent, but felt a thrill at the prospect. If the matriarch became a concubine, she might have a chance to ascend to the position of the primary wife. Each individual harbored their own scheming thoughts. Han Shi stood resolute, coldly addressing the matriarch. "Do you believe I covet the position of the matriarch? For years, I have endured for the sake of my daughter. You think you could trample upon me? The Buddha has blessed me with my daughter's return to health and a good match. I shall seek a divorce from you, Chancellor." With that, Han Shi produced the divorce papers from her sleeve, declaring, "Chancellor, I have signed. I ask that you also affix your name, and from henceforth we shall part ways, each finding our own joy." The old matriarch, Chancellor Mu, and the others present were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. They never anticipated that the matriarch would seek a divorce. Once a woman divorces, her reputation is irreparably harmed. Chancellor Mu was the most astonished, gazing at Han Shi with unfamiliarity. Was this still the woman who had once dedicated herself entirely to him? After all these years, even after being neglected for 3, she had never uttered a word of complaint. Now, she harbored thoughts of separation. The old matriarch was the first to regain her composure, seething, "I will not permit this. Han Shi, you shall not leave the Mu residence. You were born a Mu and shall die a Mu. You will never escape." The old matriarch was determined to confine Han Shi within the Chancellor's residence for her own benefit. Han Shi's gaze was icy as she replied, "Do you know who I am? I am a first-rank noble lady, while you are merely a commoner. Do you think a commoner can imprison a first-rank noble? Do you comprehend the consequences of such an act?" The Prime Minister, Mu, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes blazed with fury as he felt the sting of betrayal from Han. Was it possible that Han had developed feelings for Shangguanze? The 3 of them had grown up together, sharing similar backgrounds. All the while, Shangguanze had harbored a secret affection for Han. Yet his parents had prearranged his engagement to her, forcing him to conceal his feelings. As a man, Mu could not be oblivious to Shangguanze's intentions. After the fall of the Mu family, he and Han had married, severing ties with Shangguanze. He had heard whispers that Shangguanze remained unmarried and was flourishing in business, now a person of considerable standing in Jiangnan. Approaching Han, the Prime Minister demanded, "Han, have you conspired with Shangguanze? You wretched woman, how could you betray me?" Upon hearing Shangguanze's name, Han was momentarily taken aback. Once she comprehended Mu's insinuation, she swiftly slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, leaving 5 distinct marks on the Prime Minister's cheek. Everyone, save for Mu Fengyan, stared in disbelief. How could the First Lady strike the Prime Minister? Chapter 96. Yenner must remain in the manner Mu Fengyan applauded her mother silently, thinking how well she had acted and wishing for another slap. But who was Shangguanze? She realized her mother had never mentioned him. He seemed rather intriguing. Could he be her mother's secret admirer? Such devotion, remaining unmarried in this era, was indeed extraordinary. Mu Fengyan felt a strong desire to meet this Shangguanze to discern whether his affections were genuine or if there were deeper issues at play. The matriarch, upon regaining her senses, trembled with rage as she rose, supported by Limomo, and approached Han. "You dare strike my son? Do you not realize he is your husband and the master of this manor? You have stripped him of his dignity. I must teach you a lesson for your disgraceful conduct, consorting with that Shangguan boy." She raised her hand to strike, but Arya, who stood behind Han, intervened, stepping protectively between the matriarch and Han. Arya's formidable presence was unexpected, causing the matriarch to lose her balance and stumble back, landing heavily on the ground. Li Mumu, caught off guard, fell onto the matriarch's lap, and the sound of a bone breaking echoed in the air, followed by the matriarch's anguished cries. Mu Fengyan smirked slightly. Ignoring the matriarch's wails, Han addressed the Prime Minister in indignation. "My reputation is not something you can tarnish at will, Prime Minister. If you had not mentioned Shangguanze, I would have nearly forgotten his existence. While we often crossed paths in our youth, I have not seen him since our marriage. I implore you to choose your words with care." Seeing the sincerity in Han's demeanor, Mu began to believe her words, yet he was resolute in refusing a divorce. "I will not grant you a divorce. If I did, how would the outside world perceive me? Well, my dignity. If you leave the Prime Minister's residence, you will be nothing but a commoner, and Yennefer will lose her status as a legitimate daughter. I would even petition the Emperor to revoke your title of noble consort, rendering you insignificant. Without her title, Yennefer may not even be deemed worthy of a marriage proposal from the Regent. Who says I would not marry Yennefer? She is destined to be my future princess, not something a mere Prime Minister can dictate." At that moment, an icy voice resonated from the doorway, sending shivers through the gathered crowd. Anger laced the tone, reminiscent of frost, causing everyone to instinctively turn toward the entrance. They beheld the Regent, clad in a pristine white robe adorned with intricate golden embroidery, approaching with an air of authority. Following closely behind him was Qing Feng, who had opened the door for him. The matriarch's cries faded to silence upon his arrival, as the crowd rose to pay their respects. Yi Liju stepped forward to support the First Lady, saying, "Madam need not bow so deeply." Mu Fengyan obediently stood beside Han, casting a furtive glance at Yi Liju, pondering his unexpected presence. Unbeknownst to her, Qing Feng had bribed a maid to monitor the situation in the hall, and upon hearing the commotion, he rushed to report to the Regent, fearing for his own standing if he delayed. "Thank you, Your Highness," Han said, regaining her composure. Yi Liju surveyed the room, noting the various postures of those present, some kneeling, others prostrate. Observing the furnishings of the head table, he frowned slightly but did not advance, merely instructing everyone, "Please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Prime Minister, I see you are engaged in family matters. Do continue. I shall merely observe." "Prime Minister." "Please, write your name quickly, Prime Minister." "I have already signed. Once you do, our divorce will be finalized, and we shall become mere strangers." Unremarked. Having learned from her daughter that a personal signature would prevent any future retraction from the Prime Minister, "I will not consent." The matriarch interjected. "If you are determined to divorce my son, you must leave behind half of your dowry." The Prime Minister nodded, then added, "Yennefer must remain in the manor." Han could only laugh in disbelief at his audacity. "You are greedy indeed. You may keep your dowry, but my daughter must accompany me. After all these years, I know you well enough, Prime Minister. Your gaze was filled with schemes from the moment you enter the hall. You intend to keep my daughter here unless I am willing to die for it." Mu Fengyan raised an eyebrow at her father's words, questioning his sincerity. Did he truly wish for her to stay? She worried that the doors of the Prime Minister's residence would soon be closed to her. "Taking half of my dowry is not out of the question," Han countered. The matriarch and the Prime Minister exchanged glances, surprised by Han's willingness. "I demand the return of the funds I have contributed to this household over the years," Han insisted. The Prime Minister retorted, "Those were your obligations as the First Lady. You cannot expect to reclaim them. Since we are both ladies of the house, is the Second Lady not also entitled to her share? How much has she contributed to our household? The Prime Minister cannot favor one over the other. If I have given so much, should not the Second Lady also reciprocate? I find a First Lady's argument quite compelling. What say you, Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister, feeling the intensity of Yi Liju's gaze, began to sweat. Having witnessed the Regent's unpredictable wrath, he dared not oppose him. "You are correct, Your Highness." Chapter 97. Mother successfully divorced since the Prime Minister agrees with me. Let the Second Lady provide half of her contributions to the First Lady. The Second Lady, Wang, upon hearing the Regent's decree, fell to her knees in terror, questioning where she could possibly procure such funds for the First Lady. Prime Minister, I truly have no money to give. The Prime Minister, of course, was aware that the second madam possessed no wealth. It seemed that the prince's visit today was to protect Han and that rebellious daughter. After much contemplation, the Prime Minister concluded that once Han left the Prime Minister's residence, she would undoubtedly face exclusion. At that point, he would request the Emperor to retract the decree, and he would orchestrate matters such that Han would struggle to survive outside, ultimately returning to the Prime Minister's residence obediently. When that time came, Han would be at his mercy. With this thought, he resolved to let Han go, for after their separation, she would be nothing. Very well, Han agreed. But Yenner must remain in the residence. That is out of the question. Yenner will follow me. I cannot leave her alone here. In that case, I shall not sign the decree. The Prime Minister realized that Yenner was Han's lifeline. As long as she remained in the residence, Han would eventually return to provide support. Mu Fengyan was speechless. Was there truly no one to consider her opinion? The prince observed the subtle expression on Mu Fengyan's face, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke coldly. Prime Minister, Yenner is now my princess. Her fate is hers to determine. Even as her father, you cannot interfere in my princess's decisions. The Prime Minister was infuriated by the Regent's repeated meddling in his private affairs, his tone betraying his anger. Your Highness, Yenner has not yet been married off. She is my daughter, and I still have the authority to decide her fate. It would be best if your Highness refrained from interfering. Knight Li Jue's gaze turned piercingly sharp, the pressure emanating from him bearing down directly on the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, shall I repeat myself? Yenner is my princess. Her matters are my matters. You dare speak of disposing of my princess? You possess great audacity. Do you believe I would slay you with a single sword? With a thud, the Prime Minister knelt, terrified under Knight Li Jue's oppressive aura, repeatedly bowing his head. Your Highness, you misunderstand my intentions. I did not mean to dispose of Yenner. I merely wish for her to remain in the residence. The others present, aside from Han and Mu Fengyan, were also intimidated by Knight Li Jue's presence and knelt down. Even Mu Shue, who had been mesmerized by Knight Li Jue from behind thick curtains, was frightened into submission. The Regent was indeed handsome, yet his aura was overwhelmingly intimidating, much unlike the gentle demeanor of the third prince. Mu Fengyan observed the formidable Knight Li Jue, her lips twitching at how seriously he frightened everyone. The Prime Minister looked as if he were on the verge of losing control. Knight Li Jue continued to question the kneeling Prime Minister. Oh, is that so? How did I hear you speak of disposing of my princess? And no, Your Highness. Yenner's fate is hers to decide. The Prime Minister stuttered, his voice trembling. Very well. It appears I have misinterpreted your intentions. He then turned to Mu Fengyan, asking, Yenner, do you wish to remain in the residence or follow your mother away from the Prime Minister's estate? The Prime Minister lifted his gaze, filled with hope, hoping his daughter would choose to stay, thus rendering the Regent powerless to object. Without even glancing at the kneeling Prime Minister, Mu Fengyan declared, I will certainly follow my mother. Wherever she goes, I shall go. Did the Prime Minister hear Yenner's response? He lowered his head to conceal the malice in his eyes. Why, yes, Your Highness is correct. I have heard all. Since the matter is settled, Prime Minister, you should quickly sign the decree of separation. I recall you have already agreed with Madame Han. Why, yes, Your Highness, I shall sign it immediately. He dared not refuse. The Regent's presence was far too intimidating. Han hurriedly presented the document to the Prime Minister for his signature. Prime Minister, please rise and sign it swiftly. Trembling, the Prime Minister stood, taking the decree of separation from Han's hands. I currently lack writing materials. May I send it to Madame Han once I have signed? Knight Li Jue frowned. Before he could respond, Mu Fengyan called out, Ernyang, bring the writing materials to the Prime Minister. Yes, miss, I shall fetch them at once. Ernyang, speaking, retrieved the writing materials from her ample pockets and approached the Prime Minister with heavy steps. Prime Minister, here are your writing materials. The Prime Minister glanced at the impudent maid and accepted the materials with irritation. He placed them on the table, but someone inadvertently spilled tea onto the decree. Even the elderly matriarch, who had been groaning in discomfort, secretly rejoiced, for Han would not achieve her separation today. Oh dear, Your Highness, look. The decree is wet. Should we not have Madame Han draft a new one and bring it tomorrow? Knight Li Jue did not even glance at the Prime Minister as he called out, Qing Feng. Yes, Your Highness. The sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed. Qing Feng approached the Prime Minister, sword in hand. The Prime Minister was struck dumb with fear and hastily exclaimed, Your Highness, please allow Madame Han to draft a new document. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I will sign it as soon as it is ready. Do not draft a new one. I have another copy here. Han leisurely produced another decree of separation from her sleeve, one that she had already signed, and handed it to the Prime Minister. Erin Yang cleaned the table. Of course, Madam. Erin Yang, producing a clean cloth from her vast pocket, approached the table to wipe away the spilled tea. The Prime Minister understood that he had no choice but to let Han go today. It seemed his plans to control Yinner would have to be abandoned. Observing the Prime Minister's fixation on the decree, Han stated, Prime Minister, there is no need to inspect it further. Simply sign. If you accidentally tear it, it is of no concern. I have several copies prepared, sufficient for you to ruin many. Mu Fengyan's lips twitched at the thought of how many copies her mother had prepared. The Prime Minister, with no alternative, realized he must sign the decree today, especially with the Regent watching and Qing Feng standing by with his sword. He had no choice but to comply. Taking up the brush, he swiftly inscribed his name and pressed his seal onto the document. Thus, the Prime Minister and Han parted ways, each free to pursue their own happiness. Farewell. We are but strangers now. Han held the decree, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation, and smiled genuinely at Yinner. Mother, you are free. The elderly matriarch, who had been groaning in pain, fainted upon witnessing her son sign the decree. Chapter 98. Yinner. Today the prince's residence has chicken soup. The Prime Minister, witnessing Han's elation, felt a surge of anger rising within him, but with the Regent present, he could only suppress his rage. Old Madame Li, having inadvertently caused the matriarch to injure her leg, was consumed with fear as she diligently attended to her. Seeing the matriarch faint again, she anxiously pinched her pressure point. Yet the old woman remained unconscious, causing her distress. Sir, the old madam has fainted once more. Please summon a doctor to attend to her. The Prime Minister seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, scolding old Madame Li, useless. You cannot even care for the old madam properly. It appeared that the Prime Minister still had household matters to attend to, so the Regent decided not to intrude further. The Prime Minister felt his frustration only intensifying. Knight Li Jue turned to Mu Fengyan and asked, Yinner, I came in haste without a carriage. Could you arrange for one to take me back to the prince's residence? Qing Feng interjected, Your Highness, what shall we do about the carriage at the entrance? Suddenly feeling the prince's subtle gaze, I swiftly retreated from the hall and hurried towards the Prime Minister's residence, needing to urge the coachman to return promptly. Otherwise, I would jeopardize the prince's opportunity for private moments with the princess, a transgression I could not afford. Alas, it is not easy for me. Under Qing Yun's earnest guidance, I finally acted wisely for once. Madame Han cheerfully agreed, expressing her gratitude to the prince for enabling the smooth progression of today's affairs. Very well. The prince shall share a carriage with Yinner, while I will procure a residence. Yinner can escort the prince back home. Mu Fengyan gazed at her mother with affectionate eyes, adorned with a hint of gossiping delight. She felt helpless, realizing her mother was crafting conditions for a rendezvous. Yet, she desired to accompany her mother in locating the new residence. Qing Feng completed his tasks and quickly returned. Qing Feng, please take Madame Han's divorce decree to the government office for registration. Mu Fengyan inquired in astonishment. Is there such a procedure? Yes. Only by registering at the office can the divorce be deemed legitimate, Qing Feng affirmed. Madame Han expressed her heartfelt thanks, grateful for the prince's reminder. Mu Fengyan felt a sudden jolt of realization. If not for Yi Li Jue's presence, she would have remained oblivious to such protocols. Madam, there is no need for formality. Qing Feng interjected, taking the decree from Madame Han's hands and swiftly heading to the office. The Prime Minister's inner thoughts were abruptly shattered. He had not expected the prince to remind Madame Han of such matters. With the direct registration at the office, he was certain that within half a day, the entire holy capital would be aware of his divorce from the first madam. Could it be that the reclusive regent truly harbored feelings for his eldest daughter? Casting a glance at the exquisitely beautiful Mu Fengyan, the Prime Minister understood why the regent might be smitten. Yinner was already so captivating at such a tender age, and she would undoubtedly be even more stunning as she matured. Suppressing his calculating thoughts, He resolved that regardless of the situation, his daughter still held value. Mother, shall we depart? Yes, indeed. Let's go. Mu Fengyan glanced at Yi Lijue, puzzled as to why he remained still. Your Highness, are you not leaving? Yania, do not be so rude. One must not speak to the prince in such a manner. His Highness will accompany us, and you're to escort him back to his residence. Mu Fengyan shot a secret glare at Yi Lijue, suspecting his intentions, recognizing her precarious status in her mother's eyes. Yi Lijue, smiling, addressed Madame Han. Madam, do not scold Yenner. She is quite delightful. Madame Han's face brightened instantly. She found joy in hearing praises of her daughter, even more so than receiving compliments for herself. Indeed, the prince speaks true. Yenna has indeed become much more charming and lively than before. As their conversation continued, they reached the doorway. Yi Lijue personally held open the heavy curtain for Madame Han to exit first. Madame Han was pleasantly surprised, growing increasingly satisfied with Yi Lijue. Rumors, it seemed, were indeed unfounded. Mu Fengyan regarded Yi Lijue with suspicion, wondering about his motives. With a throng of maidservants nearby, his assistance with the curtain seemed unnecessary. Yi Lijue was convinced that as long as Madame Han was pleased, he would be one step closer to winning over the little princess. The coldness in Yenner's gaze earlier had left him quite anxious. Now, having discovered the key to her heart lay in winning her mother's approval, he felt hopeful. Yenner was quite obedient to her mother. As they departed the hall, none paid heed to the prime minister or the elderly matriarch still lying on the ground. The last maid, with heavy steps, gathered the ink and cloth, stuffing them back in her large pocket before briskly moving towards the exit. The prime minister seethed with anger. Indeed, such masters beget such servants. This maid's audacity was astounding, lacking even basic decorum. He glanced at the still unconscious matriarch and barked, "Are you all dead? Do you not see the old lady has fainted? Carry her to the bed." Li Momo replied, "She just reported it." The people in the hall hurriedly lifted the elderly matriarch to the bed. The second madam and her daughter were left dumbfounded. The first madam had just left? This was not their intention. They merely sought to demote her to a concubine, not to have her depart entirely. Zhao Yinyang was the most pleased. With the first madam gone, an opportunity had arisen for her. The prime minister, witnessing the chaotic scene in the hall, departed in exasperation. At the prime minister's gate, Yang quickly escort the prince back to his residence. I shall take another carriage to visit He Ilo and seek out Manager Liu. Mother, I wish to accompany you. Are you not searching for a new residence? Mu Fengyan pouted. Finding a residence is no easy task. I will have Manager Liu keep an eye out for me. After you have looked it over, we shall decide if it suits us. Very well, mother, but I wish to dine at He Ilo. Yi Lijue, unhurried, remarked today. The prince's residence has chicken soup. Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled at the mention of the delicious chicken soup from the prince's residence, recalling how long it had been since she last enjoyed it. Madame Han chuckled, patting her daughter's head. My dear child, ever since you regained your health, you have become quite the foodie, yet I see no signs of you growing plump. Mother, Mu Fengyan replied, her mother's smile gentle and her tone soft. All right, we shall not dwell on it. You hurry and take the carriage to escort the prince home. Madame Han bowed respectfully to the regent and ascended into another carriage. Departing promptly, Mu Fengyan gazed in astonishment at her mother's actions. Had her mother truly left her here? Chapter 99. Your Majesty, I believe this to be the work of a demon. Yi Lijue observed Yenner, who stood dazedly watching the departing carriage, a smile spreading across his lips. Yania, Madame Han requested that you escort me back to my residence. Mu Fengyan shot Yi Lijue an irritated glance. It was all his fault that her mother had abandoned her. However, considering his assistance to her mother today, she decided to forgive him. Yenner, the chefs at the prince's residence have recently prepared some new dishes. You must try them. Mu Fengyan's eyes gleamed brighter, her earlier displeasure forgotten as she hurried to Yi Lijue, filled with anticipation. Your Highness, what new dishes have they created? Are they sweet, spicy, clear broth, or fried? Are they delicious? You'll discover the answers to your questions soon enough. Yes, Your Highness, we must hurry. Lunchtime approaches, and it will be perfect to dine at your residence. Yi Lijue, eyes sparkling with delight, replied with an affectionate tone, Very well. The two boarded the carriage and made their way to the prince's residence, with Mu Fengyan chattering excitedly about the previous dishes, suggesting possible additions to enhance their flavors. Yi Lijue regarded the little princess with warmth, patiently listening to her recommendations, occasionally offering his thoughts. As their conversation flowed, Mu Fengyan found herself pleasantly surprised to learn that Yi Lijue had an interest in culinary arts. This was truly wonderful. If Qing Feng were aware, he would certainly lament. Your Highness, the princess has sent me scouring the entire holy capital for culinary books for you. And not only do you read, but you also summon the palace chefs for discussions, leaving them in a state of panic, fearing their skills have diminished. The two enjoyed a delightful exchange in the carriage while, in the imperial palace, the Duke of Sun wore a face of despair. In the imperial study, the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow upon hearing the duke's lamentations. Why does the sentiment seem so familiar? At the opportune moment, Eunuch Wang reminded, Your Majesty, was it not the case that the Prime Minister's residence suffered a similar misfortune just days ago? The emperor recollected, indeed. At that time, Prime Minister Mu mentioned that the entire study was left barren, devoid of even tables and chairs. Your Majesty, my storeroom is completely devoid of any items. Even the brooms and cloths used by the maidservants for cleaning are missing. Your Majesty, I find this matter exceedingly peculiar, for ordinary thieves would not steal such trivial things. The emperor narrowed his eyes, implying that the Duke of Sun suggested that this was not the work of common thieves. Indeed, Your Majesty, I believe this phenomenon is caused by something extraordinary, perhaps a creature, be it human or beast, possessing an immense appetite capable of swallowing everything in one gulp, subsequently transforming it into sustenance within its belly. Bold Duke of Sun, do you not know the gravity of your words? Have you forgotten that since the reign of our founding emperor, the Purple Sacred Kingdom has prohibited the discourse of supernatural beings? What nonsense is this about a creature? The Duke of Sun, seeing the emperor's fury, immediately knelt and pleaded, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, I was merely confused in the moment. However, after much reflection, I can conclude that only this explanation accounts for the current mystery. Your Majesty may wish to summon the Prime Minister to inquire further, as the circumstances in his residence bear striking resemblance to those in mine. I suspect the handiwork of the same creature. The emperor, recalling the foul-smelling Prime Minister Mu, dismissed the thought of summoning him. Wang Gonggong, your servant is here. Go to the Prime Minister's residence and inquire thoroughly about the events of that day. Return and report to me without omitting a single detail. Yes, Your Majesty, your servant obeys. Wang Gonggong hurried off to the Prime Minister's estate. The Duke of Sun, observing the contemplative emperor upon the dragon throne, cautiously added, Your Majesty, that precious item has also been lost. I fear I cannot present it at the upcoming banquet. Please forgive me. The Duke knelt there, motionless, appearing resigned to any punishment the emperor might impose. Though the emperor was incensed, he felt powerless. Do you know what that treasure is, Duke Sun? Your Majesty, I do not know. However, from the appearance of the box, it resembles an ancient zither. I have tried various methods, yet I cannot open the peculiar wooden case. The emperor's eyes narrowed. An ancient zither? Could it be the renowned phoenix zither? The emperor's anger intensified as he gazed at Duke Sunday. Why did you not present the treasure earlier? Now it is lost, and the exhibition at the banquet must be postponed. Your Majesty, I have already dispatched someone to locate the treasure. How many competent individuals are there in your household? If there were capable ones, the treasury of your duke's estate would not have been plundered. Yes, Your Majesty, you are correct. The emperor, still fuming, chose not to engage further. At that moment, a young eunuch approached and announced, Your Majesty, Master Lu requests an audience. The emperor glanced at the kneeling Duke Sun and instructed, Duke Sun, rise and wait to the side. We shall decide after Wang Gonggong returns. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Duke stood aside. Admit Master Lu. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing his summons, Master Lu hurried into the study and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Please rise, Master Lu. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have come regarding the marriage of my granddaughter, Wei'er, to the third prince. The emperor's eyes displayed impatience. Yet another inquirer? Master Lu, the wedding date was personally divined by Lord Li of the Imperial Calendar Bureau. It cannot be erroneous. You may return and prepare accordingly. I shall inform you of the auspicious date in due course. I humbly beseech Your Majesty to allow Lord Shun, Master Li's mentor at the Imperial Calendar Bureau, to select a favorable date for Wei'er and the third prince. Perhaps Lord Li made an error in his calculations. The emperor's irritation became more pronounced. Were it not for Master Lu's previous role as his teacher, he would have already expelled him from the study. Since you insist, I shall summon Lord Chun to the study. Master Lu recognized that the emperor was displeased, yet felt compelled to endure his wrath, as he wished for the emperor to consult Lord Chun for an auspicious date. If the wedding were postponed until next winter, it would be too long, with many uncertainties. Furthermore, Wei had already reached the age of maturity and should wed promptly. Master Lu knelt in gratitude, thanking the emperor. Before the emperor could speak further, another young eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, Lord Chun requests an audience." "Is it Lord Chun from the Imperial Calendar Bureau?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor chuckled in exasperation. "Today, it seems, you all have time to come before me. Since Lord Chun is here, let him in." "Your servant obeys." The eunuch hurried off. Master Lu, having been told to rise, stood up, realizing Lord Chen's arrival was fortuitous for their inquiries. "Thank you, Your Majesty." At that moment, Lord Chun entered, trembling slightly. The emperor observed Lord Chen's noticeably unsteady gait and said, "Lord Chun, there is no need for you to kneel. Speak your mind." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have come to submit my resignation. This is my formal request to retire. I have grown old and can no longer fulfill my duties. My disciple, Lord Li, has completed his training and surpassed me." Before Lord Chun could finish, Master Lu interjected anxiously, "Lord Chun, why would you wish to retire?" "I have a matter to request of you." Lord Chun turned to acknowledge Master Lu. "Ah, Master Lu, I did not see you there. Forgive me." Master Lu was at a loss for words. Lord Chun continued, "I humbly request Your Majesty to approve my resignation. Long live the Emperor." He attempted to kneel, but the Emperor, fearing Lord Chun would not rise again, interjected, "No need for that, Lord Chun. I grant your request." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Lord Chun, having nearly knelt, straightened his trembling body. Master Lu, worried, thought how he had hoped Lord Chun could select another auspicious date. "Your Majesty, I request that Lord Chun, before his departure, re-examine the compatibility of the third prince and Wei." "Master Lu, do you see how Lord Chun struggles to stand? How can he reassess the compatibility? Even if he did, would it be accurate? I recall distinctly that Lord Li warned against an early marriage, as it could bring misfortune to me." Master Lu glanced at Lord Chun, who was indeed struggling to maintain his balance, and suppressed his anxiety. "Very well, Lord Chun, you may return. Leave your resignation. I shall grant it and ensure the Ministry of Revenue provides you with a generous pension for your retirement." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I offer one last piece of advice. The return of the Phoenix Maiden could herald both fortune and misfortune. I take my leave. May the Emperor preserve his health." Lord Chun handed his resignation to the young eunuch and exited, trembling. As he stepped outside the study, he looked up at the sky. Knowing he had done all he could, whether the Emperor would heed his advice remained uncertain. He had fulfilled his duty, and now had no strength to change the course of events, only to retire peacefully. The Emperor, observing Lord Chen's frail form leaving, paid him no heed, nor did he take his warning to heart. Master Lu, however, pondered Lord Chen's words, reflecting on their significance. What did he mean by both fortune and misfortune? He needed to contemplate this further. Meanwhile, the Duke of Sun anxiously awaited Wang Gongong's return with news. If the situation in the Prime Minister's residence mirrored his own, surely the Emperor would take it seriously and investigate the matter further. The study fell into a brief silence until Wang Gongong returned from the Prime Minister's estate. "Your servant greets the Emperor. You may rise." "Wang Gongong, what is the situation?" Wang Gongong recounted the details relayed by the Prime Minister, and upon hearing it, the Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was indeed unusual. Sun Guogong stood up hastily, addressing the Emperor, "Your Majesty, I fear that if this monstrous creature were to one day consume the treasures of the national treasury, what would become of us? I implore you, Your Majesty, to thoroughly investigate this matter, for the safety of the palace and the peace of the realm depend upon it." Lu Dishi, taken aback, nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. "Monstrous creature? What creature?" The Emperor remained silent as Sun Guogong continued, "Your Majesty, if the treasury falls victim to such a calamity, how will the Ministry of Revenue supply the troops defending our borders with provisions and salaries? In the event of a flood in the south, how shall we provide disaster relief? Should the other three nations catch wind of this news, might they not seize the opportunity to attack us? At that moment, the Zixing Kingdom would face dire peril. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be overlooked." The Emperor cast a profound glance at Sun Wugong, realizing that the latter's lengthy discourse was merely a pretext to urge him to investigate the situation. Standing nearby, Lu Dishi suddenly recalled the matter of Lady Chan before her departure, as well as the incident involving Prime Minister Mu being robbed. A fleeting thought danced in his mind, elusive and momentarily grasped, until the emperor's voice abruptly interrupted his contemplation, causing him to dismiss the matter from his mind. Sun Wukong, your loyalty to the nation brings me great comfort. I shall dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate this matter, as it is indeed for the peace of Zixing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom and exceptional talents, tirelessly devoted to the welfare of our nation, are a blessing for the common people of Zixing. I earnestly implore you to take care of your royal health. Flattered by Sun Wukong's words, the emperor's countenance brightened. Eunuch Wang glanced at the emperor, hesitating to speak, unsure whether to disclose certain matters. What else do you wish to report? Your Majesty, the Prime Minister confided in this old servant about an issue within the inner court, and I am uncertain whether to share it. Speak freely. Your hesitance suggests it is of significance. Very well, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister's eldest wife has today signed the divorce papers, which have been duly filed with the authorities. The Emperor, along with the other two ministers, expressed surprise. The eldest wife? Is she not of the Han family, a merchant's daughter? Indeed, Your Majesty. It seems the Prime Minister intends to submit a memorial to inform you and request the revocation of the title conferred upon Lady Han. The Emperor retorted coldly. It is too late. I cannot retract the title bestowed upon Lady Han. Eunuch Wang and Lu Dishi exchanged puzzled glances with Sun Wukong, wondering why revoking a title should be difficult. The Emperor offered no explanation. Earlier that day, Yi Lijue's personal bodyguard, Qing Yun, had approached the Emperor with a decree, which stipulated that the title of Lady Han would remain unrevoked, regardless of her marital status with the Prime Minister. Chapter 101. The enigmatic young lady must be reclaimed at that moment. The Emperor had not taken much notice, considering it merely a title. Furthermore, the Regent held the decree left by the late Emperor, and thus, he conceded without much thought, even scoffing at the Regent for concerning himself with the titles of officials' wives. Little did he realize the implications of the situation. Feeling deceived by the Regent, the Emperor grew frustrated, dismissing Lu Dishi and Sun Wukong, instructing them to await further news. After they exited, he turned to Eunuch Wang and inquired, "Did the Prime Minister have anything further to say?" "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister mentioned that the Regent suddenly visited his residence today, aiding Lady Han with the divorce." The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "You mean the Regent visited the Prime Minister's estate for such trivial matters?" "Yes, Your Majesty. It seems the Prime Minister indicated that the Regent has taken a particular interest in Miss Mu." The Emperor smirked. "Ah, my ninth brother, who is indifferent to women, has unexpectedly found a heart's desire? How delightful. This presents an opportunity to exploit his weakness. Is Miss Mu still residing at the Prime Minister's estate?" "Regrettably, Your Majesty. She departed with her mother and has left the Prime Minister's residence." "Huh, that Miss Mu is rather foolish. Outside the Prime Minister's estate, she is of no consequence. Relay to Prime Minister Mu that he ought to find a way to bring Miss Mu back to his estate, ideally to keep her under control. In the future, should she wed the Regent, let her monitor the movements of my ninth brother. This way, I shall uncover all his hidden truths. I shall obey your command. But what if Miss Mu refuses to return to the Prime Minister's residence? She is but a weak woman. If she does not comply, she may be dealt with quietly. I trust my ninth brother will not concern himself with her fate. His interest in women is fleeting. Were it not for his possession of the late Emperor's decree, I would have openly executed him without hesitation, rather than resorting to these covert plots." Eunuch Wang listened silently, refraining from interjecting. The Emperor glanced at the time, nearing midday, and lost interest in reviewing memorials, opting instead to dine with his beloved concubine in the rear palace. At the palace gates, Lu Dishi gazed at Sun Wukong, who wore a sorrowful expression, and inquired, "Sun Wukong, has your estate also been robbed?" "Alas, esteemed Dishi, you cannot imagine. The storeroom in my estate was entirely emptied. Nothing remained, so thoroughly cleaned. Have you traced the whereabouts of the thief?" Sun Wukong looked around cautiously, leaning closer to Lu Dishi, speaking in hushed tones. "Esteemed Dishi, I suspect this is the work of a monstrous creature. How can mere thieves have stolen so thoroughly? My estate is guarded by skilled shadow warriors, yet they reported seeing the creature dart away at incredible speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They could not catch up. The Prime Minister's estate suffered the same fate. This creature possesses a large belly, capable of consuming everything in the storeroom, turning it into its meal. Lu Dishi regarded Sun Guogong with skepticism. Is Sun Guogong in his right mind today? Such claims are absurd. Perceiving Lu Dishi's doubtful gaze, Sun Guogong insisted, Esteemed Dishi, I speak only the truth. Be wary of your own estate. I must take my leave to have the shadow warriors investigate the creature's whereabouts. With that, Sun Guogong turned and departed swiftly. Lu Dishi, watching him leave, pondered the incredibility of his words. Could it be that Sun Guogong, in his old age, had lost his sanity? Nonetheless, the loss from his estate was genuine, and it seemed he too must return and instruct his servants to be vigilant. Yet, concerning his granddaughter Weir's marriage, he wondered how long he must wait. With a troubled expression, Lu Dishi returned to his residence. At the Regent's estate, Mu Fengyan inhaled the rich aroma of chicken soup, savoring its delightful scent. She glanced at the new dishes before her. Marveling at how well the royal chefs understood her tastes, she wished to devour every single item. Unbeknownst to her, every time she dined at the royal residence, Yi Lijue observed her preferences, noting which dishes she relished most and which ones she barely touched. He conveyed her likes to the kitchen, which now busily prepared new dishes tailored to her tastes, enhancing her favorite dishes and striving to make the chicken soup even richer. Yinner, hurry and eat. You must be starving. Try the new dishes they have prepared. Upon receiving the signal to begin, Mu Fengyan eagerly sipped the chicken soup, exclaiming, This soup is even richer than before. It is absolutely delicious. Yi Lijue, your chefs truly know how to cater to my palate. Everything is exquisite, including the new creations. Yi Lijue smiled warmly. As long as you enjoy it, that is enough. Indeed, I love it. I've made up my mind to visit your estate often for meals. Yi Lijue raised an eyebrow. Visit for meals? In her excitement, Mu Fengyan inadvertently let slip her enthusiasm, quickly clarifying, Haha, it's a new term I've coined, meaning to dine at your estate. Yi Lijue's lips curled into a playful smile. I am honored. Before long, the dishes before Mu Fengyan had nearly vanished. Mu Fengyan gently caressed her round little belly, feeling a bit overstuffed, and decided to get up and stretch. She sighed inwardly, lamenting her lack of restraint. How could she have indulged herself so? It was all the fault of the royal chef for crafting such delectable dishes. Knight Lijue then instructed Qing Feng to bring forth the digestive hawthorn tea concocted by the kitchen. Yinner, drink this tea. It will aid your digestion. As Mu Fengyan approached and lifted the cup, she caught a whiff of the hawthorn juice within, her eyes brightening. Drinking this tea would alleviate any concern of indigestion. She glanced at Knight Lijue, surprised by his thoughtfulness in considering such a remedy. After finishing her tea, Mu Fengyan began to wander around the study. Her gaze fell upon a set of blueprints on the desk, prompting her to stride over and pick them up. After a brief examination, she placed them back down. Knight Lijue, while your design for the crossbow is commendable, it would be a waste of time on the battlefield. This crossbow can only fire 5 arrows simultaneously, which is inefficient. Why not modify it to shoot 10 arrows at once? A few adjustments in the structure and materials could significantly enhance its efficiency and save time. Knight Lijue listened intently, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had not anticipated that his little princess would possess such insight, offering suggestions after merely glancing at the blueprints. His gaze upon Mu Fengyan grew increasingly fervent. She continually surprised him, and he wondered just how many treasures awaited his discovery within her. Yinner, do you understand crossbows? Mu Fengyan replied, somewhat taken aback. Is that so surprising? Isn't it obvious? Besides, the designs on that blueprint are rather outdated. Knight Lijue chuckled softly at her expression, realizing that his little princess was indeed quite capable. Mu Fengyan wore a proud demeanor, as if to say, of course. You have no idea what I am truly capable of. The unspoken thought lingered in her mind. She feared that revealing her knowledge might overwhelm him. Knight Lijue's smile widened at her amusing pride, feeling an urgent desire to bring her back to the royal residence. In the following chapter, Knight Lijue stood up, moved to the desk, and picked up the blueprint, his tone gentle as he inquired, Yinner, how do you think we should revise the crossbow design for better performance? Mu Fengyan approached, took the blueprint, spread it across the desk, and quickly made several adjustments with a brush before handing it back to Knight Lijue. As he studied the modified blueprint, his astonishment grew. Her revisions were even more perfect than he had imagined. He had considered a 10-arrow firing mechanism, but found his own thoughts too complex compared to her straightforward and practical approach. Yinner, how did you come up with these modifications? They're brilliant. Mu Fengyan hesitated, unable to disclose that she had seen far superior crossbows before. Could she mention airplanes and cannons? That seemed implausible. She could not risk Knight Li Jue thinking her mad. Knight Li Jue observed her with an endearing expression, amused by the way her eyes darted about, clearly deep in thought. He then set the blueprint aside and produced a finely crafted jade pendant from his sleeve. The pendant was a pure, luminous white, cool to the touch yet warm upon contact, a treasure beyond compare, its cord woven from golden threads. Inner, this jade pendant was chosen by my mother for my future wife. In her final days, she prepared this precious item for her daughter-in-law. I can send everything else to your courtyard, but this pendant is the most valuable. Mu Fengyan was taken aback, unsure how the conversation had shifted to the pendant. She quickly declined. No, Knight Li Jue, we are not yet wed. How can I accept the pendant meant for your future wife? She felt that accepting the pendant would bind her to him irrevocably. Knight Li Jue looked at her with a wounded expression. Yinner, do you not wish to marry me? Or do you find me lacking? Seeing his hurt, Mu Fengyan felt a pang of guilt. Knight Li Jue had lost his mother at a young age, and now he had found a potential bride. The thought of rejecting him gnawed at her conscience. Knight Li Jue, we have a year until our wedding. It feels premature to accept a pendant intended for your future wife when I am not yet your wife. The Emperor has already decreed our betrothal. Yinner, that is an unchangeable fact. Unless you do not wish to marry me, perhaps I am not the most exceptional choice in your eyes. If you find someone better in the future, I would let you go. His eyes reflected a deep sorrow. Mu Fengyan was taken aback. He had laid his heart bare. Watching Knight Li Jue sink into despondency, she felt a growing agitation, sensing he might burst into tears at any moment. She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. It was just a pendant, after all. Why was he making such a fuss? All right, fine, I will accept it, she relented at last. Knight Li Jue's eyes brightened. Yinner, truly? Accepting this pendant means you are destined to be my wife, a fact that cannot be altered. Otherwise, my mother would be displeased from beyond. Mu Fengyan felt as though she were being coerced. Rest assured, I will only marry you in this lifetime. I often witnessed my mother weeping alone in the palace, only smiling when my father visited. If he did not come, she would remain melancholic. Thus, I vowed that I would only marry one woman, cherish her throughout my life, and ensure my wife never experienced the same sorrow my mother did. Mu Fengyan gazed into Knight Li Jue's earnest eyes, feeling a strange warmth, though a pang of sympathy tugged at her heart. His childhood had been filled with hardship, poisoned at a young age, and constantly on guard against betrayal. Had she not appeared in his life, he might have long since succumbed to his fate. With concern evident in her eyes, she looked at him. Knight Li Jue's lips twitched, amused by her pitying gaze. Mu Fengyan considered that Knight Li Jue was not so bad after all. She did not find him objectionable. She would eventually marry, regardless of her own desires, as her mother would never allow otherwise. Perhaps she could entertain the idea of a courtship with Knight Li Jue. Although her body was that of a 14-year-old, her soul was more mature, akin to his. Engaging in a romance posed no issue. She had never experienced love in her previous life. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Knight Li Jue, I will accept the pendant for now, but I will only come of age next year. During this time, we can get to know one another better. If we both determine that we are meant for each other, then we shall marry. Knight Li Jue sighed in relief, having feared she would reject him outright. As long as she was open to understanding him, he had ample time to prove himself as the right man for her. The notion of letting her seek someone better was utterly inconceivable. He could never relinquish her to another. Very well, Yinner, allow me to adorn you with this pendant. Without hesitation, he moved behind Mu Fengyan, gently lifting her hair to carefully place the jade pendant around her neck, unable to suppress the smile that graced his lips. Yinner is somewhat oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. If their relationship were to develop slowly, Yeli Ju felt he might be waiting an eternity to win the affections of the enchanting lady. Thus, he decided to take the initiative, seizing the moment. He had received intelligence from his subordinates that the crown prince of Bailing had stealthily arrived in Zixing Kingdom, a restless butterfly of sorts. If Yinner were to fall for his flowery words, what would become of her? In a daze, Mu Fengyan donned the jade pendant, only to realize after a while that she had been deliberately ensnared. Yet, having already consented, she could not simply remove it. With a fierce glare directed at the cunning man before her, she was met with his feigned ignorance of her displeasure. Yinner, the pendant is in place. Do not remove it lightly, or my mother will be displeased. Mu Fengyan found herself at a loss for words. Yinner, you have already promised me. We must get to know each other better and cannot remain distant. Otherwise, my heart will be troubled. Mu Fengyan felt an urge to grind her teeth, never anticipating that she would unwittingly stumble into Yeli Ju's trap. Chapter 103. The prince descended from grace at the entrance. Qing Feng, who was on guard, nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing the prince's words. Is this truly their prince? To win over Miss Mu, he has grown audacious, and to his astonishment, she has agreed. Qing Feng admired the prince's extraordinary methods in courting the princess. He must relay this to Qin Yun, for the prince was no longer the same man he once was. Ever since encountering his future princess, he had descended from his lofty pedestal. Even the cooks in the kitchen now had to be consulted. Yinner, it seems you have digested enough. The new pastries crafted by the kitchen are delightful. Would you care to sample them? Mu Fengyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pastries? Splendid. Bring them forth at once. After a meal, a sweet treat is simply divine. Yeli Ju looked at Mu Fengyan with affectionate amusement. Very well. Qing Feng, fetch the pastries from the kitchen. At once, Your Highness. Qing Feng departed swiftly, now convinced that Miss Mu would undoubtedly become their princess. 100 kilometers from Chengdu City, a carriage ambled along, inside which sat a man clad in red robes, his elongated phoenix eyes and handsome features, though slightly overshadowed by Yeli Ju. Gracefully holding a jade fan in one hand and a teacup in the other, he sipped his tea, unaffected by the jolting of the carriage. A wicked smile lingered on his lips as his personal attendant diligently prepared the tea. Ling Qi, how much longer until we reach Chengdu City? The attendant replied, Your Highness, at our current pace, we should arrive in 3 to 4 days, excluding your sightseeing time. How dull, Ling Qi. I ventured out to unwind, to escape the monotony of palace life, to enjoy the beauty of nature. What would be wrong with that? Your Highness, do not forget your visit to the Regent's residence in Zixing Kingdom. Indeed, I am equally matched with him. Our nations have clashed numerous times, and while Yeli Ju has thwarted me, I have cultivated an understanding of him over the years. He is indifferent to women and dismissive of imperial decrees. It piques my curiosity what manner of woman could melt the heart of such a frigid regent. Ling Qi remained silent, internally scoffing. When has the prince ever been a match for Yeli Ju? He had suffered humiliating defeats time and again. The prince harbored a deep admiration for Yeli Ju, often instigating conflicts only to retreat in disgrace, subsequently returning to the barracks to study Yeli Ju's strategies. What are you pondering, Ling Qi? Your silence betrays your thoughts of undermining me again. I would not dare, Your Highness. Are you planning to meet the future princess of the Regent? Certainly. This princess is remarkable. The entire Zixing Kingdom knows she has returned from the dead. How could I not be intrigued? My only passion lies in extraordinary tales such as these. Furthermore, the Ruohuang sword, said to have been taken by a formidable individual, is currently the subject of a thorough search across the 4 nations, yet no news has surfaced. Whoever possesses the Ruohuang sword holds dominion over the realm. I am unaware of such matters. I only know it has remained in Zixing Kingdom's altar for a century, untouched. You would not know. Only those within the royal family are privy to such information, perhaps a few sects in the martial world as well. Besides, should Yeli Ju's little princess take a liking to me, I could bring her back to be my consort. Your Highness, while you are indeed handsome, you still fall short of the regent. The prince's mood soured. Ling Qi, you are my subordinate. How can you assert I am inferior to Yeli Ju? Ling Qi conceded. Your Highness, you are indeed handsome. What shall we do upon arriving at Zixing Kingdom? The forces of Biling will not arrive for another half-month. Naturally, we shall remain incognito, exploring the sights. That is the essence of adventure. Remember to address me as Ling Gongzi once we reach Zixing. Understood, Your Highness. Ling Gongzi, known as Ling Moyan, is the crown prince of Biling Kingdom, a figure of charm and elegance, of the same age as Yeli Ju. He believes his looks rival those of Yeli Ju, secretly idolizing him. Yet, as a proud prince, he refuses to acknowledge any inferiority, often challenging Yeli Ju, sending small contingents to the borders to instigate minor skirmishes, much to Yeli Ju's annoyance until he was decisively defeated one day, which brought an end to the prince's antics. Ling Gongzi remains unmarried to this day, continuing his leisurely journey to Chengdu City. At the 3rd prince's residence, Zicheng, did you leave the city last night? I dispatched someone to find you, but you were not at home. Yes, 3rd brother, I was outside the city yesterday, following up on some leads from years past. Though sadly, they were scarce. Zicheng, the young master, bore a look of disappointment. Zicheng, he my counsel. You were both too young back then. Even if you find something, what would it matter if she is already married? Zizhong, the third brother, quickly countered, impossible, third brother. She is yet to reach marriageable age. Well, even if she is not yet married, what if she is betrothed? Would you dare to disrupt that? A hint of sorrow crossed Zizhong's face. Third brother, I have considered your words. If she has found a worthy match, I shall not intrude. However, if her match is unworthy, I will do everything in my power to separate them. I cannot bear to see her suffer. The third prince sighed. Zicheng, why put yourself through such torment? Third brother, there is no need to dissuade me. Finding her has become my obsession over the years. If I were to give up now, I will be left with a bitter heart. Very well, then I shall not dissuade you. Third brother, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Chapter 104. A plan to kill two birds with one stone. Yes, Zicheng. Yesterday, Mother summoned me to the palace and informed me that my wedding to Master Lu's granddaughter is scheduled for next winter. Zicheng's eyes narrowed. Next winter? Why such a lengthy delay? Is this date chosen by the imperial astronomer, Master Chen? No, it is Master Chen's disciple, Master Li. I have just received word from the palace that Master Chen has retired to his hometown. Master Lu visited the palace today to request a new auspicious date, but was ultimately refused by father. Next winter seems a distant time. Thus, my third brother may consider taking a concubine into the residence first. Selecting two well-bred young ladies as concubines, I believe the second daughter of the Minister of War, Mu, should not be considered any longer. I have received news today that Lady Han, the first wife of the minister, has divorced and left the minister's residence with Miss Mu, already seeking a new abode. Recently, the minister's residence was robbed, and now the only lady with wealth has departed. Moreover, the second Miss Mu has been disfigured. Therefore, I think it unnecessary for my third brother to bring her into the residence, as it would serve him no purpose. Indeed, as Zicheng has said, I shall inform our mother, urging her to devise a plan to have the emperor annul this engagement promptly. There is another matter regarding the little princess of Shio Kingdom visiting our Zixing Kingdom. Upon observing my brother's expression, Yi Zicheng immediately understood. The empress wishes for you to marry the little princess of Shio Kingdom first? The third prince looked at Yi Zicheng with admiration, acknowledging her insight. Yi Zicheng similet, suggesting that the empress likely means for you not to give up on Lu Lingwei as well. The third prince paused, then laughed heartily, praising Zicheng for her cleverness and how their mother often commended her in his presence, recommending he consult her in matters. However, my brother, there can only be one legitimate wife. If the princess of Shio becomes a concubine, the Shio Kingdom would not consent. If Lu Lingwei were to become a concubine, neither would the Emperor Lu agree. Thus, this matter is quite delicate, as the forces backing both women are formidable. I have heard our mother mention that concubine Li has frequently visited the Emperor's study to deliver supplements, likely with similar intentions. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Zicheng proposed that both the Princess of Shio and Lu Lingwei could be legitimate wives, as the Minister Mu serves as a prime example. However, the Emperor of Shio may not agree. Alternatively, one might consider demoting Lu Lingwei to a concubine. Zicheng, the Emperor Lu would never agree to that. Then we must devise a means by which he willingly accepts it. For women, reputation is paramount, if hers is tarnished. Even the Emperor Lu would have no choice but to accept the annulment. The third prince furrowed his brow, concerned that if Lu Lingwei's reputation were ruined and he married her, he would become a subject of ridicule. Brother, there are numerous ways to ruin a woman's reputation. It is not solely by losing her virtue that one's reputation is destroyed. Is Lu Lingwei not known as the epitome of beauty? What if her looks were marred? She is also recognized as a talented woman. What if a more gifted lady were to outshine her? Wouldn't her pride in both beauty and talent be obliterated? Should she embarrass herself publicly, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. If my brother were to subtly suggest to Emperor Lu that Miss Lu is unworthy of being the legitimate wife, requesting an annulment, I believe the Emperor Lu would preemptively approach the emperor to have her demoted to a concubine. The third prince listened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zicheng's plan was indeed brilliant. Though the thought of Lu Lingwei being disfigured brought him discomfort, he remarked, but Zicheng, if Lu Lingwei were disfigured and brought into the residence, I would find it unsettling. My brother, you need not constantly behold the disfigured Lu Lingwei. The third prince's residence is vast. You may place her far away, claiming she requires peace to recuperate, assigning several maidservants to tend to her, and visiting occasionally. Lord Lu would likely be grateful, thereby supporting your rise to power even further. Very well. Zicheng's idea is indeed commendable. The third prince acknowledged. Brother, the annual plum appreciation banquet hosted by the eldest princess is approaching. Unmarried men and women will be invited to the princess's residence for plum viewing and tea. Lu Lingwei, being the top beauty of the holy capital, will surely receive an invitation, making it an opportune moment to act. Will this cause trouble for the eldest sister? We shall dispatch a maid to undertake this task. Should it be discovered, the blame will rest on the maid. Ideally, she will be a maidservant of the second princess, who can claim to be acting on orders. She can even take her own life, leaving no evidence. Yi Zicheng said, casting a meaningful glance at the third prince. The third prince, realizing her intent, clapped his hands in approval, appreciating Zicheng's plan of killing two birds with one stone. The second princess, being the offspring of concubine Li, has often disapproved of Lu Lingwei. If the second princess were to witness Lu Lingwei's disfigurement, it would surely delight her and deepen Lord Lu's suspicions. Yi Zicheng nodded, affirming her intent. Brother, I will arrange this matter. Thank you for your efforts, Zicheng. With a knowing smile, Yi Zicheng replied, Brother, it is my duty. Our mother has stated that should she be needed, she will offer her full support. Brother, we do not require the Empress's assistance. Instead, I wish for you to inform the eldest princess to extend an invitation to Miss Mu for the banquet. The third prince inquired, puzzled Mu Fengyan. Why invite her? She is but a frail creature. Have you forgotten? She is now to be the future wife of the regent, holding a significant position. According to my investigations, she visited the minister's residence today for the divorce proceedings. The regent was also present and facilitated the separation. Furthermore, it has been reported that Miss Mu walks with such vigor that she hardly appears ill, prompting us to investigate further. The third prince nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall ensure an invitation is sent to Mu Fengyan. Indeed, should she become an ally to the ninth prince in the future, we must eliminate this potential threat early on. The third prince concurred, finding Zicheng's reasoning sound. The two continued to discuss the details of the plum appreciation banquet before Yi Zicheng departed the third prince's residence. In Jiangnan, a gentleman of refined demeanor and striking appearance, clad in a splendid blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, sat cross-legged beside a low guqin stand. With his eyes lowered, he immersed himself in his own world, his long, graceful fingers dancing over the strings like flowing clouds. The melody was enchanting, yet imbued with deep concern and longing, seemingly reflecting the emotions of its master. Chapter 105. Young Master Shangwan sets forth to the holy capital. The gentleman remained lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the arrival of a homing pigeon. The steward watched the young master with pity, having seen the elder and madam attempt to counsel him countless times to no avail. Ever since Ms. Han Yuyong of the Han family married Mu Xingming, the young master had not smiled again, as if he had lost all hope and affection. The old lady had presented him with numerous suitable matches, all of which he rejected, declaring his heart dead and his resolve firm, imploring her not to ruin the futures of other young women. Since then, he had ceased all discussions of marriage and devoted himself entirely to business. Yet, his concern for Miss Han had not waned. Upon her arrival in the holy capital, he even expanded his business there, solely to keep abreast of her news. When he learned that Miss Han was faring poorly in the minister's residence, where the minister had taken many concubines and neglected her, he felt both anger and sorrow, yet was powerless to intervene. In earlier years, the Shangwan residence was in close proximity to the Han and Mu families. Young Master Shangwan Zhe had long harbored feelings for Miss Han Yuyong, but regrettably, he was a step too late, as the elder of the Mu family had made the first proposal. The steward, once more sighing at the young master's preoccupation, suddenly noticed the homing pigeon arrive. As usual, he retrieved the letter tied to its leg and began to process its contents. Upon reading the letter, he was taken aback, initially doubting his eyes. After rubbing them and confirming the message, he hurried to his master's side. Young master, a letter from the holy capital has arrived by pigeon. The gentleman did not raise his gaze, continuing to play the guqin, his voice calm as he inquired, "What does the letter say?" Young master, the letter states that the esteemed Lady Han of the Prime Minister's residence has divorced Prime Minister Mu and has begun her search for a new abode. The man, with a forceful motion, struck the zither, producing a jarring sound as a string snapped. Ignoring the incident, he abruptly raised his head, swiftly rose, and took the letter from the steward's hand, scrutinizing it word by word multiple times. After confirming its authenticity, he was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Splendid, truly splendid. As expected of Yurong, she remains as decisive as ever. Over the years, she has suffered for the sake of her daughter. Steward, quickly gather our belongings. We must depart for the holy capital. Very well, young master. The steward shared in his delight, relieved to see the young master rejuvenated, shedding his previous lethargy. But wait, steward, did you not mention that Yurong is currently searching for a residence? I recall that not long ago, I acquired 2 adjacent properties in the holy capital, both of which are situated in prime locations. Indeed, young master, I have received word that both properties are 4 courtyards in design, regularly maintained by maidservants, and surrounded by the residences of ministers, quite distant from the prime minister's estate. Excellent. Send a pigeon post and engage a middleman to allow Yurong to select one of these 2 residences. Young master, should we inform Miss Yurong that these are your properties? No, that would be too abrupt for her. Besides, a suitable sum of money must be exchanged for the residence. Knowing Yurong's disposition, she would not move in without compensation. Understood, young master. I shall make the arrangements at once. Once everything is in order, prepare our belongings for an immediate departure to the holy capital. Yes, young master. Inside, Shangguanzhe was both excited and elated. He was determined to reach the holy capital swiftly and stand by Yurong's side once more, having lost her once already. He could not bear to lose her a second time. At Heilu, Lady Han arrived at a private room that was not open to the public. This room had been designed according to her daughter's preferences, with all furnishings selected for their exquisite quality. The dishes were specially crafted for her daughter, each piece beautifully refined. It had always been her wish to bring her daughter here to dine, and now that her daughter was healthy, they could come here at any time. Lady Han felt a deep sense of contentment. After instructing Steward Liu to bring forth some refreshments, she enjoyed a simple lunch and then reminded him about searching for a residence. Uncle Liu, please assist me in selecting several available properties. Once Yenner and I have chosen, we will decide whether to proceed with the purchase. Steward Liu, puzzled, asked, Miss, will you not be returning to the Prime Minister's residence? Uncle Liu may not yet be aware, but I have just divorced Prime Minister Mu. Initially astonished, Steward Liu then rejoiced for her. This is splendid news, miss. I am certain that the late lord would approve from above. You are far too kind-hearted for someone like Prime Minister Mu. That is in the past. From now on, we shall have no ties to the Mu household. Issue a directive that all shops will extend no credit to anyone from the Mu family. Miss, they never did extend credit. It was a rule established by the late lord that all shops must adhere to. Very well, it seems my father was indeed wise. Once a residence is secured, please notify me at the other estate. Of course, Mississippi. Let us first create a plaque for the Han residence, so that when we acquire the property, we may hang it immediately. Agreed. After issuing her instructions, Lady Han departed with her maidservant for the other estate. At the Regency Palace, after finishing her dessert, Mu Fengyan felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, sweet delicacies are the most delightful. She had long since cast aside her earlier confusion regarding the jade pendant. Yenner, there is still plenty in the kitchen. We shall take some home for your mother to enjoy. That sounds wonderful. I thank you on behalf of my mother. She also has a fondness for pastries. And while Aunt Han's are delightful, none can compare to those from the palace. Yenner's mother's taste for pastries was noted by Yili Ju. In a few days, the Grand Princess will host a plum appreciation banquet. She may extend an invitation to you. Mu Fengyan appeared perplexed. Who is the Grand Princess? I cannot recall such a figure. Observing the young princess's confusion, Yili Ju clarified. The Grand Princess is the daughter of the current empress, now married and residing in her own palace. For the past 5 years, she has hosted the Plum Appreciation Banquet, specifically inviting unmarried young men and women. Given your betrothal to me, you will certainly be among the invitees. Understanding dawned upon Mu Fengyan. So the Grand Princess is merely playing matchmaker. But why invite me when I'm already engaged?